Hmm. Lu Fan clutched his head, his consciousness somewhat hazy. A glance around revealed that he was not in his own room. His gaze fell upon the floor, cluttered with scattered women's garments alongside his own clothing. He hurriedly lifted the covers to investigate. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. Had he truly engaged in an intimate encounter with a woman after drinking? A sudden sound of water echoed through the air. Lu Fan listened intently. It was unmistakably the sound of someone showering. After a brief moment, the water ceased and a tall, graceful woman emerged from the bathroom, her skin as smooth as jade. With a dignified and exquisite beauty, her brows were elegantly arched, her eyes shimmering like water, her delicate nose charming, and her soft red lips radiant and captivating. Wrapped in a sheer purple silk nightgown, she possessed an ample bosom, a perfectly rounded and firm figure, a waist that seemed delicate enough to grasp, and long, slender legs that accentuated her flawless hourglass silhouette. She exuded an alluring charm and sophistication typical of a mature woman. Yet, within her gentle demeanor lingered an air of composed elegance and a subtle authority. Upon seeing her, Lu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he instinctively prepared to flee. This woman was none other than his exceedingly familiar neighbor, Bai Fengyi. At merely 27 years of age, she was already an associate professor in the mathematics department at Xiamen University, a well-known academic goddess. Until yesterday, she had been Lu Fan's advanced calculus instructor during his university years. I can't possibly. Lu Fan's mouth fell agape. Fleeting memories began to surge chaotically through his mind. Yesterday had been his graduation party. All his classmates and most of the professors had joined in celebration. As the gathering concluded, everyone had indulged in excessive drinking. With only a fragment of sobriety remaining, Lu Fan was tasked with ensuring that Professor Bai returned home safely. What transpired afterward remained shrouded in mystery. When he awoke, he found himself in the bewildering situation before him. Professor Bai, Aunt Bai, Sister Bai. Lu Fan cycled through 3 different titles, his heart a tumult of shock and disbelief, rendering him nearly speechless. To others, Bai Fengyi was an untouchable, aloof goddess of academia. To him, however, she was akin to a nightmarish specter. He had always maintained a distance, keeping as far away from her as possible. Yet now, Bai Fengyi uttered not a word. Her enchanting figure turned away from Lu Fan as she settled at her vanity. Pouring some toner in her palm, she rubbed it together before gently patting it onto her fair and lovely face. The series of actions appeared utterly natural and unpretentious, as if no one else were present in her private quarters. Lu Fan felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, akin to the calm before a storm. If you're not leaving, do you expect me to help you dress and personally escort you out? Bai Fengyi continued to apply moisturizer to her skin, her tone devoid of emotion, calm and indifferent. Cough, cough, Teacher Bai, Sister Bai. I truly drank too much last night, and remember nothing. Lu Fan hastily clarified. Bai Fengyi suddenly turned her head, her eyes, as clear as a tranquil lake, narrowed slightly, radiating a chilling glare. Lu Fan was startled, fearing she might erupt in anger. Sister Bai, I swear to the heavens what happened last night was not intentional. Leave. Bai Fengyi's red lips parted slightly, her melodious voice uttering a word imbued with lethal potency. Lu Fan gritted his teeth that he realized he had misspoken as a man. Regardless of the truth of last night, the fact that he had an encounter with Bai Fengyi was indisputable. Therefore, he must bravely assume the corresponding responsibilities instead of seeking excuses to evade them. That would be the behavior of a coward lacking in integrity. Last night, you were intoxicated, and so was I. The manner in which events unfolded is beyond our inquiry. But as a man, I shall never shirk my responsibilities. Thus, my proposal is that we directly register our marriage, and I shall be responsible for you for a lifetime. What do you think? Lu Fan gazed at Bai Fengyi with utmost sincerity, his words earnest. Bai Fengyi displayed an expression of surprise, casting several glances at him. It seemed she did not anticipate this ordinarily timid individual, who resembled a frightened mouse in her presence, would not flee in terror this time. Instead, he proactively sought to assume responsibility. This was contrary to her expectations. I will not pursue the matter from last night, nor do I wish to. Unless there is anything else, you may leave, Bai Fengyi declared, swaying her graceful figure towards the exit. And oh, I must bear the responsibilities for my actions. Lu Fan's expression was resolute, his demeanor unwavering. I am 5 years your senior. I even changed your diapers when you were a child. Do you believe it is appropriate for us to marry? Bai Fengyi regarded him with composure and elegance, her gaze steady. Only 5 years apart, I see no issue with that. Lu Fan met her eyes fearlessly. I in my heart. You remain merely a child. I could never marry you. Bai Fengyi frowned. But we have already shared a bed. Lu Fan insisted. I harbor no romantic feelings for you. But we have already shared a bed. You have just graduated, you lack a job, savings, a home, and a car. You cannot even support yourself. So how could you possibly marry me? None of these facts alter the reality that we have already shared. Lu Fan remained obstinate. Even the usually unflappable Bai Fengyi finally became exasperated, her composure faltering as she retorted, we have shared a bed, but there is no need for you to keep repeating. That I never demanded you to take responsibility. Why must you insist that I marry you? Never mind. You may leave. I no longer wish to see you. Very well, that Lu Fan decisively nodded, swiftly picking up his clothes from the ground and donning them with an effortless grace, before striding towards the door without a backward glance. Witnessing his fluid and seamless actions, Bai Fengyi was left speechless. Was he truly leaving? And so resolutely, without even a moment's hesitation? Bai Fengyi felt as though she had been duped. Stop! Her delicate features darkened as she called out coldly. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Lu Fan, who had already reached the threshold, suddenly reappeared before her with lightning speed, moving as swiftly as the wind. Did you agree to marry me? Lu Fan's gaze bore into Bai Fengyi's beautiful eyes, a mere 10 centimeters separating them. Bai Fengyi stared at him in bewilderment, her mind in disarray as she, often hailed as a celestial beauty, grappled with confusion. His departure had been so abrupt, almost reminiscent of a rogue, inciting her ire. Yet he returned with such alacrity, devoid of any hesitation. What could possibly be going through his mind? I must remind you, this matter must remain strictly confidential. You must not breathe a word of it. If I learn you've let anything slip, you can forget about the character Lu. Feeling the intensity of Lu Fan's youthful yet fervent gaze, Bai Fengyi furrowed her brow and spoke icily. All right then, no problem at all. I shall keep this secret until I'm in my coffin. Lu Fan nodded earnestly and turned to leave once more. Bai Fengyi watched his retreating figure, her expression shifting continually. She realized her emotions were now being influenced by Lu Fan, ebbing and flowing with his presence, leaving her unable to discern which of his words were sincere and which were mere fabrications. This fellow, who once appeared so honest and straightforward, I could predict his intentions from a mile away. Yet now he has become so unpredictable. Bai Fengyi's brow was knitted in confusion. Outside the door, Lu Fan gazed upward, letting out a long, despondent sigh, his expression one of despair. Could this woman truly be his destined nemesis? Every time he earnestly sought to escape her, he found that his proximity to her only increased, as if drawn by an invisible force. At the age of 3, frequently spanked by Bai Fengyi, he adamantly insisted on attending kindergarten. To his dismay, the principal turned out to be her grandaunt. As he transitioned from kindergarten to primary school, he deliberately caused mischief, hoping to avoid attending the same school as her. Yet, fate intervened with a national education reform that unified school allocations, and he found himself ensnared once more in Bai Fengyi's grasp. When it came time for junior high, he scored several zeros, placing him at the bottom of his class, desperately wishing to avoid sharing the same alma mater as Bai Fengyi. This time, Lu Fan's wish was granted, as he indeed did not attend the same junior high as her. Yet, if time could be reversed, Lu Fan would swear to the heavens that he would prefer to share a school with Bai Fengyi. Forever since he had flunked, his parents had felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility and had given him a thorough beating. After school, he devoted all his time, aside from eating and sleeping, to Bai Fengyi, seeking her assistance in tutoring and discipline. This marked the beginning of Lu Fan's misfortunes, where his cleverness turned against him, leading to a nightmarish existence. Throughout 6 years of secondary education, he completely lost all semblance of freedom and joy. 1/3 of his time was consumed by classrooms and teachers, another third surrendered to the realm of sleep, and the final third was under the thumb of Bai Fengyi, whom he perceived as wielding a feather duster as her scepter. In Lu Fan's mind, she was indeed akin to a ruler brandishing a mere feather. Conversely, Bai Fengyi believed she wielded the authoritative sword of Lu's parents. Upon entering university, Lu Fan thought he could finally escape this terrifying psychological shadow. However, to his dismay, Bai Fengyi, who had successfully secured a doctoral position, chose to remain at the school and fortuitously became his advanced mathematics instructor. Thus, Lu Fan's 4 years in college were reduced to 8 words, an existence fraught with agony and despair. Yesterday marked the graduation celebration. After enduring 22 years of torment, Lu Fan was on the verge of liberation from Bai Fengyi's grasp, ready to soar into the vastness of life. Overwhelmed with excitement, he consumed 12 bottles of wine in a single sitting to commemorate his impending freedom and a new beginning. The unexpected outcome was that he ended up sleeping with Bai Fengyi. The distance between them transformed from positive to negative, and their relationship shifted from parallel lines to intersecting axes. Lu Fan seriously questioned whether fate was conspiring against him. Is Bai Fengyi a predestined entanglement in my life, or an inescapable calamity? His mind raced with thoughts. He recalled a wise individual stating that life is a vigorous struggle, and if one cannot resist, one should learn to enjoy it. Another philosopher remarked that examining any situation from a different angle often reveals alternative choices and outcomes. Thus, in my desperate attempts to flee from her, I only drew closer. This time, I shall not escape. I will approach her willingly. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. A bold and audacious idea took root in his mind. He resolved to pull the revered and aloof goddess Bai Fengyi down to the mortal realm, overturning the colossal burden she had placed upon him for the past 22 years, allowing him to sing in triumph as a liberated soul. Last night, by an unexpected twist of fate, he had inadvertently crossed a threshold with Bai Fengyi, marking the perfect opportunity for his resurgence. Bai Fengyi, I formally ask you once more, will you marry me? If you agree, let us take the household registration book and register immediately. With a sudden burst of energy, Lu Fan dashed back into Bai Fengyi's bedroom, akin to a celestial being descending upon the earth, and thundered at the majestic and imposing Bai Fengyi. Dare to call me by my name? Bai Fengyi's expression faltered, her gaze fixed upon him in disbelief. I have nothing to fear. Now that we share a bond, you are my woman, and I am your man. It is only natural for me to call you by your name. Lu Fan declared, his head held high, brimming with confidence. Bai Fengyi stared at him in astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend that the once timid boy, who had allowed her to mold him without resistance, now possessed the audacity to challenge her. Are you certain you wish to marry me? Bai Fengyi's beautiful, clear eyes regarded him quietly, her expression inscrutable. Do you truly believe you are worthy of me? Lu Fan's countenance shifted slightly. Her words struck a painful chord. Yet he found himself unable to refute them. Such is the harsh reality. In terms of beauty, Bai Fengyi was a natural marvel, with admirers who could be counted from Blue Star to Mars. In terms of intellect, she was exceptionally knowledgeable, already a distinguished associate professor in mathematics at a young age, leaving countless others in her wake. In terms of wealth, she had amassed scholarships from a young age and participated in several national research projects, with savings amounting to at least several million. This did not even account for her remarkably affluent parents. In every aspect, Lu Fan found himself utterly overshadowed by Fengyi. He was indeed unworthy of her. I may not possess the requisite conditions at present, but I firmly believe that where there is a will, there is a way. I am still young, and I'm certain I can carve out a beautiful future. Lu Fan stated resolutely, his demeanor unwavering. Your potential for success has no bearing on my willingness to marry you. That I am unwilling to marry you, no amount of persuasion will change that. Bai Fengyi's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Sister Bai, it is futile regardless of how you reject me this time. My desire to marry you is as immutable as the natural number one. Whether standing, lying down, or even upside down, it remains one unchanging and eternal. You, too, cannot alter the fact that we have already shared an intimate connection. Thus, you are left with no choice but to marry me, that Lu Fan declared with conviction, his tone resolute. Clearly, you have become quite audacious, believing that upon graduation, you have grown wings and that I can no longer exert any influence over you, daring to confront me. Directly, Bai Fengyi spoke softly, Rising to approach Lu F, an invisible aura of menace began to emanate from her, gradually enveloping the surroundings. I have not only grown bold, I intend to be your man and to cherish you for a lifetime. Lu Fan finally voiced the secret he had harbored deep within his heart for years. A rare blush spread across Bai Fengyi's fair and exquisite face. It was unclear whether it stemmed from embarrassment or anger. Her full, proud bosom rose and fell with each breath, capturing Lu Fan's full attention. You speak without restraint, becoming increasingly brazen. Bai Fengyi hastily approached Lu Fan, intending to firmly grasp his ear and give him a stern reprimand. However, Lu Fan cleverly evaded her grasp. Do you dare to hide? Bai Fengyi exclaimed in indignation. Well, if you disagree, I shall reveal our escapade from last night to everyone, Lu Fan declared, seizing Bai Fengyi's hands, adopting a defiant posture. How dare you? Bai Fengyi's countenance shifted dramatically, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at him. Having reached this juncture, Lu Fan found himself with no avenue for retreat. You have bullied me for so many years, what do I have left to fear? Not only do I dare, but I'm also prepared to confront you once more right now. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Fan lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly overpowering Bai Fengyi's hands and pressing her down onto the bed, securing her firmly. Lu Fan, what are you doing? Let me go. Bai Fengyi exclaimed in astonishment, struggling and scolding him, her usual composure evaporating. Bai Fengyi, I pose a question. Would you consent to marry me and be my woman? Lu Fan, I warn you, you had better not entertain any absurd notions, or I will not spare you, Bai Fengyi responded, her gaze sharp and menacing as she admonished him. Their eyes locked in a tense standoff in the quiet room. An inexplicable atmosphere of ambiguity suddenly emerged as Bai Fengyi gazed into Lu Fan's increasingly fervent eyes, which seemed ready to devour her whole. Her heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. I can no longer afford to hesitate. In this moment, he recalled a classic phrase by Eileen Chong that Lu Fan resolved to test whether this was indeed a truth. Lu Fan, you scoundrel, let me go. An hour later, Lu Fan, feeling uneasy, looked at Bai Fengyi, who was sweating profusely, his heart pounding as he pondered whether that classic saying held any merit. What are you staring at? Hurry up and get out. Bai Fengyi glared at him with a murderous intensity. Unbeknownst to him, she had acquired a sharp pair of scissors, sending shivers down Lu Fan's spine. In matters, one can tolerate once or twice, but never thrice. Feeling defeated, Lu Fan hastily donned his clothes and moved toward the door. Sister Bai, what I said earlier was sincere. I have liked you since childhood, but have always lacked the courage to express it. If you are willing, I will marry you immediately and ensure you become the happiest woman in the world, never allowing you to suffer even the slightest grievance. Get lost. All right then. Whoosh, a pair of scissors whizzed past, embedding itself in the door frame. Lu Fan nearly lost his wits, narrowly escaping the room in time. This woman is far too ruthless. This scoundrel truly possesses the audacity of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Bai Fengyi bit her lip fiercely, her gaze fixed with intensity on the door. Just as she was about to rise and head to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, she found herself feeling weak and tremorous, her brows furrowing involuntarily. What a beastly creature. Bai Fengyi spat this phrase through gritted teeth. Outside the door, Lu Fan listened intently for a while. Upon confirming that Bai Fengyi was not in the room raging or contemplating despair, he felt a slight easing of his previously anxious heart. As long as she had not completely turned against him or threatened to report him, it meant he still held a glimmer of hope. It all depended on how he could persuade Bai Fengyi to accept him. Mom, may I ask you for a favor? Lu Fan stepped into the corridor and dialed his mother. Shun Xiaoying. Xiao Fan, you have graduated from university. It's time for you to stand on your own and strive independently. Unless absolutely necessary, do not seek help from your father and me lightly. Try to resolve matters on your own first. Understood? Shun Xiaoying gently declined her son's request even before he could finish speaking. Lu Fan had long since grown accustomed to his parents' hands-off approach. All right, then I shall find a way myself. He ended the call succinctly. Over the years, he had managed to persevere on his own. There was nothing he could not resolve. As he prepared to return home for a brief nap, a tall, slender young man emerged from the elevator. Upon seeing Lu Fan, he expressed surprise. Oh, Xiao Fan, why are you up so early today? Cough. Nothing much, just taking a casual stroll. What brings you here today? Lu Fan smiled slightly at the young man, who was named Lin Dahu, a childhood friend and also Bai Fengyi's nephew. Wasn't there a graduation gathering yesterday? My mom was concerned that my aunt might drink too much, so she asked me to bring her some chicken soup to help soothe her stomach, Lin Dahu explained, lifting the thermos he was carrying. Chicken soup? How fortuitous. I could use a few sips myself. Lu Fan's eyes brightened. You must be out of your mind to touch my aunt's chicken soup. Lin Dahu quickly interjected. He held a mixture of respect and fear towards his aunt by Feng that I have graduated from university. I'm no longer under her control. What is there for me to fear? Lu Fan replied with a sense of ease. That may not be the case. You've always assured me with such confidence before, yet the outcome has invariably been the same. Lin Dahu smirked, unreservedly delivering his critique. Lu Fan's expression stiffened slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a shadow of doubt creeping in. Thus, one must never celebrate too soon. Lin Dahu patted his shoulder reassuringly. With a click, the door swung open. Bai Fengyi glanced at Lin Dahu with her enchanting eyes and said coolly, Dahu, come in. All right. Lin Dahu responded happily, eagerly carrying the thermos into the room. Lu Fan was just about to follow in when a pair of enchanting eyes shot over at him. He quickly cast a glance at Linda, whose retreating figure, then pouted and blew several kisses towards Bai Fengyi from a distance. The proud and aloof Bai Fengyi felt her cheeks flush slightly. She was taken aback by Lu Fan's sudden audacity, as he was typically known for his honest and unassuming demeanor. In the context of the 1980s, such behavior would undoubtedly be considered scandalous, deserving of reprimand. Previously, Lu Fan had preferred to keep his distance from Bai Fengyi, but now he found himself gravitating towards her, curious to see how long she could endure his advances. Ignoring the warning glances from Bai Fengyi, he boldly squeezed his way inside. Auntie, this chicken soup is still warm, you should drink it. He'll be heading back now, Linda, who said, placing the thermos down. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? To accompany my girlfriend shopping. Well, off you go then, Bai Fengyi replied, her eyes flickering slightly as she nodded. Linda, who bid farewell to Lu Fan and hurriedly departed. With only Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi left in the house, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. You should tend to your own matters, Bai Fengyi said coolly, turning back to her room. She was wary that he might act impulsively again. Now that we have come this far, we must press on relentlessly, embracing the challenge heed-in and defying the odds. Lu Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and knocked once more on Bai Fengyi's door. Chapter 4. The marriage certificate and the sign-in system get lost. The cold, furious voice of Bai Fengyi resonated through the room, imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace. Lu Fan discerned that her wrath had not yet subsided, and she was on the verge of a complete outburst. Yet, undeterred by her fury, Lu Fan boldly called out from outside the door, Bai Fengyi, do you dare to make a wager with me? Try calling my name again, she retorted. As the door swung open, her frosty gaze piercing through him. Cough, I can refrain from addressing you by name. But you must accompany me immediately to obtain our marriage certificate. Are you still not finished? You're too beautiful. If you don't marry me and end up with someone else, I would be left wearing the green hat. Lu Fan, it seems 3 days without a beating has made you increasingly audacious. Bai Fengyi's tone was icy, laced with palpable anger. Get lost. Get lost. I do not wish to see you right now. Bai Fengyi finally lost her composure, her usual grace abandoning her as she pushed him out of the room, her voice rising in frustration. This scoundrel has taken my innocence and continues to make light of it. Bai Fengyi's expression was a mix of humiliation and anger. Everyone claimed she was a woman of rigid character, lacking in romantic sensibilities. In her eyes, Lu Fan was the true fool with a single-minded approach. As a woman, she possessed an inherent sense of modesty and shame. Since awakening to the reality of her lost virtue that morning, she had been contemplating how to address the situation. Choosing to remain silent on the matter was, in her view, the best course of action. Like an infinite set, the elements within it were both inexhaustible and diverse. Thus, it seemed unnecessary to dwell on it, preferring to proceed cautiously to avoid unnecessary distress. Yet, Lu Fan, completely oblivious to her feelings, incessantly brought it up, finally causing her restrained heart to shatter under the pressure. Big sister, if you do not agree to marry me, I assure you, I will not relent today, Lu Fan declared, standing tall and resolute. What exactly do you want? Bai Fengyi asked, her expression unwavering and cold. Marry me. That's impossible. Then I shall call my mother and have her formally propose to your family. Lu Fan adopted a defiant stance and promptly dialed his mother's number. Bai Fengyi's expression shifted dramatically. To everyone, her social standing was perceived to be above Lu Fan's, despite the mere 5 years that separated them. If word got out that she was courting a younger man, it would tarnish her pristine reputation irrevocably. What will it take for you to cease this nonsense? Bai Fengyi inquired, her face darkened with discontent. She was the one at a disadvantage, yet it felt as though she was the one ensnared by Lu Fan's machinations. And something felt amiss. Let us get the marriage certificate right away. Just like that? Just like that. So, I am not even worthy of the most basic proposal. Nor a wedding ceremony? Bai Fengyi remarked, her tone devoid of warmth. I did not mean that. First, let us register our marriage, solidifying our relationship. That is the crux of the matter. As for the proposal and the wedding ceremony, those can be addressed later, Lu Fan remarked. In that case, I cannot acquire the certificate. I will have to make this call then. Very well, let us proceed with the registration. But I must emphasize that even after obtaining the certificate, we shall merely be a couple in name. Furthermore, this matter must remain strictly confidential. Should I discover any rumors circulating about you, do not blame me for being unkind. Bai Fengyi raised the scissors in her hand. Understood. Lu Fan, unfazed, responded with delight and hurriedly urged Bai Fengyi to retrieve the household registration book. He himself dashed home to secretly fetch his own. An hour and a half later, gazing at the marriage certificate embossed with a steel seal, along with their joint photograph, Lu Fan felt a sense of disorientation. Who would have thought that a multitude of uncles and aunts from the 80s, along with older siblings from the 90s, were still struggling in the realm of matchmaking, while he, a mere brother who had been single for 22 years, had already stumbled into marriage. As Lu Fan contemplated this, he turned to glance at the serene and aloof Bai Fengyi, feeling a stir of excitement within. He had never imagined that one day he would become her husband. Wife? Lu Fan tentatively called out to Bai Fengyi. She froze momentarily, as if struck by lightning, standing there in disbelief, her tranquil eyes rippling with emotion. After a brief pause, Bai Fengyi regained her composure, gently pressed her lips together, and looked up at Lu Fan, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable brilliance. She softly replied, "If you wish for the entire world to know about our registration, you may try calling out once more." Her voice was tender, her smile sweet. Yet Lu Fan sensed an undercurrent of formidable intensity. No rush. Then, perhaps if Sister Bai were to call me husband, that should be acceptable, right? Lu Fan ventured naively. Bai Fengyi shot him a piercing glance. It is merely a trivial matter. We have just registered our marriage. It is entirely normal if you find it difficult to utter the words. We will cultivate our feelings gradually. Lu Fan reassured himself with an air of calm. Ding. The host and his wife Bai Fengyi have acquired their marriage certificate, officially becoming a couple, thus activating the sign-in system. This system wishes the host a joyful marriage and a harmonious union, presenting a newlywed gift package. The host may sign in once daily to receive random rewards. Will you sign in? What is going on? I merely registered for a certificate, and now there is a system? Have these systems become so rampant that they hold no value? I will sign in. Lu Fan pondered in confusion, silently affirming. Ding. The host has signed in on the street once, earning a daily reward of 80 yuan in pocket money. Lu Fan was astonished. This so-called system is indeed real. To do nothing each day and still earn 80 yuan? Is that for real? Lu Fan promptly checked his account balance and, to his delight, indeed found 80 yuan deposited. He felt a surge of joy, although he believed that with his own abilities, achieving success was within reach. Having a system to provide him with assistance would be the ideal scenario. 80 a day amounts to 2,400 a month. While it may seem modest, it could certainly help him navigate this transitional period of job searching. It was nothing short of timely aid. Moreover, he had heard that once a man marries, his spending money becomes as elusive as finding the way home, and having 500 yuan a month would be considered fortunate. Accumulating a little nest egg is not an easy feat, fraught with anxiety and uncertainty. Being married for the first time, Lu Fan was uncertain if this was truly the case. However, at least he was relieved not to have to worry about that matter right now, which brought him great satisfaction. This reward is quite appealing. I like it, he thought with a secretive smile. This was not merely a system. It was clearly the work of his adoptive father. He began to eagerly anticipate what the sign-in reward for the next day would entail. Is it amusing? Bai Fengyi observed Lu Fan's increasingly bright smile, her beautiful brows slightly furrowing. No, I was just pondering that since we have registered our marriage, we should celebrate with a nice meal, Lu Fan replied cheerfully. Is my marrying you truly a reason for such joy? Bai Fengyi responded with a graceful demeanor and a calm tone. Just as Lu Fan was about to reply, a voice suddenly called from behind. Teacher Bai, Xiao Fan. What are you two doing here? Lu Fan turned to see his aunt and another lady standing behind him and Bai Fengyi, startling him so much that he nearly dropped the marriage certificate in his hand. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, promptly putting the certificate away in his pocket. Bai Fengyi, usually composed, reacted even more strongly, nearly wanting to turn and flee to avoid being seen with Lu Fan. They had just registered their marriage and had been conversing for a while. He wondered how much his aunt and the others had seen or heard. Aunt Zhang, are you out shopping? Lu Fan greeted casually, maintaining an air of nonchalance. No. We came to the Civil Affairs Bureau to handle some matters. What brings you two here? Aunt Lu Qing asked, puzzled. The location was somewhat secluded. Aside from the Civil Affairs Bureau and a few government offices, there were hardly any shops, making it unlikely for anyone to be wandering around there. He is starting to look for a job, but since he lacks experience, I suggested he spend some time during the day visiting various government offices for practice. Bai Fengyi replied calmly. Oh, I see. That sounds like quite a task for you, Teacher Bai, Aunt Lu Qing said, accepting her explanation without hesitation. Then she turned to Lu Fan and began her familiar, earnest lecture. Xiao Fan, Teacher Bai has been supporting you since childhood, truly worrying about you. You must remember to be grateful and never let down her and your parents' expectations. You should repay them well in the future. Do you understand? Yes, I know. Lu Fan replied obediently with a nod. All right, you all carry on with your tasks. We shall take our leave now, Lu Qing said, smiling warmly as she bid farewell to Bai Fengyi. Bai Fengyi sighed in relief, casting an exasperated glare at Lu Fan. If it weren't for this little rascal coercing her into registering for a marriage certificate, she wouldn't have been so anxious about being discovered. She had never been flustered during her presentations at large conferences before. Let us go. I'm quite hungry. Let us enjoy a good meal together, Lu Fan suggested, attempting to take Bai Fengyi's hand to leave. Chapter 5 Teacher Bai, you're seeing someone, aren't you? Let go of my hand. It's inappropriate to be pulling and tugging on the street, Bai Fengyi chided, her expression stern as she freed her hand from Lu Fan's grasp. Although her gaze was fixed ahead, her peripheral vision was keen, ensuring that no similar incidents would occur. Lu Fan smiled gently, amused to discover that this woman could also feel nervous and fearful at times. He felt a surge of pride and excitement. Realizing how wise and correct his decision to register for the certificate with Bai Fengyi was after considering the matter from a different perspective. However, one must approach matters gradually, tackling them one at a time. Regardless of age, identity, status, reputation, or wealth, all social resources were firmly in Bai Fengyi's hands. Lu Fan, a mere 22-year-old fresh graduate, was undeniably at a disadvantage. He could not confront Bai Fengyi directly nor pressure her too hard, lest she resort to severing ties or undermining him entirely. White sister, it's just a certificate. There's no need to be so tense. Otherwise, others will find your behavior quite strange, Lu Fan kindly reminded her. I am not tense. Nor do I need to be, Bai Fengyi replied, walking gracefully with an indifferent expression. Lu Fan nodded, his gaze shifting to her rear, his expression suddenly changing. He quickly grasped Bai Fengyi's hand and urged her forward. What's wrong? Bai Fengyi, perplexed, instinctively followed suit, her anxiety rising. I just saw an ant on the ground that wanted to eat you, so I thought I should hurry to lead you to safety, Lu Fan said, feigning seriousness. Lu Fan. Bai Fengyi abruptly stopped, pulling him back forcefully. She glared at him, her teeth clenched as she spat out 2 words. Unfazed, Lu Fan replied calmly, Sister Bai, don't be so quick to anger. Do you know why Lu Sun wrote from Baichao Garden to Sanwei Bookstore? Bai Fengyi suppressed her anger, asking why. As he could weave tales from the 100 Herb Garden to the 3 Flavor Study, Lu Fan remarked. Bai Fengyi paused for a moment, only to realize that she had once again been playfully teased by Lu Fan. I see that you are becoming increasingly mischievous, she observed, glancing around before picking up a fallen twig from the roadside to brandish at him. She had always prided herself on her intellect, believing herself the sole tormentor of Lu Fan. Now, however, subjected to his repeated jests, she felt her intelligence had been gravely insulted. Just a little jest, Lu Fan chuckled. To help you adjust your mood and ease your tension, lest you remain perpetually on edge and prone to overreacting. With that, he playfully dashed away, further inciting Bai Fengyi's ire. How had she never noticed this fellow's loquaciousness before? Nevertheless, Lu Fan's diversion managed to shift her focus. alleviating her concerns about whether their registration would be discovered. I haven't eaten since last night. I'm quite famished. Shouldn't we find some breakfast? Lu Fan lamented, patting his stomach and looking at Bai Fengyi with a pitiful expression. She too felt the pangs of hunger, especially after the considerable exertion Lu Fan had put her through. Thus, she nodded in agreement to his suggestion, hailing a taxi to a quaint little restaurant nearby for their morning meal. What are you doing? As soon as they entered the taxi, Lu Fan suddenly took her arm in a familiar embrace, leaning his head against her fragrant shoulder, startling her. We are now newlyweds. A little intimacy will help cultivate our feelings, he said, his innocent eyes blinking at her. No need for that. I am not accustomed to it. Bai Fengyi, having never engaged in any intimate contact with a male, pushed Lu Fan away, her demeanor shy and resistant. Though there had been fleeting moments of physical closeness between them before, those instances had been under the guise of a mentor and student, devoid of any emotional entanglement. Now, with their roles transformed into husband and wife and having shared a marital bond, any physical contact with Lu Fan felt utterly different. She realized that when he had suddenly embraced her arm, an unfamiliar sensation coursed through the point of contact, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, a response that was disconcerting for someone known for their rationality and logical demeanor. Remember to maintain your distance from me in the future. No more teasing or touching, Bai Fengyi firmly cautioned. What about this? Lu Fan questioned, lightly brushing his fingertip against her delicate, fair finger, testing the waters. That is also unacceptable. Bai Fengyi felt a tingling sensation at the touch, swiftly retracting her hand and turning to gaze out the window, her expression cold. Yet, the faint blush on her earlobes betrayed her true feelings. She had never anticipated such a reaction. The area of contact between their fingertips was so minuscule, merely the width of their fingers, yet it evoked an inexplicably ambiguous sensation within her, akin to the erratic fluttering of a startled heart. This was undeniably unusual. She began to suspect that after being successfully ensnared by Lu Fan for the second time, she might have developed Stockholm Syndrome. Every gesture of Lu Fan's was magnified in her mind, rendering her unable to maintain her usual composure and the rapid pace of her thoughts. Was even this beyond her grasp? Lu Fan sighed gloomily, retracting his finger, his brow furrowed. He sensed that attempting to surpass Bai Fengyi would be a formidable challenge, a path laden with obstacles yet to be traversed. A brief silence enveloped the car. 20 minutes later, they returned to the residential complex, where a breakfast shop specializing in fried dough sticks and steamed buns awaited them. Good morning, Teacher Bai. Good morning, Teacher Bai. You look quite radiant today, as if you've become even more beautiful. As they alighted from the car, passers-by, patrons of the breakfast shop, and the shop owner greeted Bai Fengyi with warm smiles, displaying an amiable demeanor. Bai Fengyi was not only a well-known academic goddess at Xiamen University, but also a prominent figure within this community, with hardly anyone unfamiliar with her. It was no wonder. She possessed both beauty and talent, having gained recognition from a young age. Hello, everyone, Bai Fengyi responded politely, offering a slight nod. Indeed, Teacher Bai felt notably different today, exuding an aura of brilliance that made her appear almost luminescent. One vendor scrutinized Bai Fengyi with astonishment and admiration. Is that so? Bai Fengyi questioned, touching her cheek with slight uncertainty. She was not fond of makeup, always opting for a natural look, and today was no exception. Yet, as everyone remarked on her enhanced beauty, she found herself puzzled. If it were mere flattery, it seemed too unanimous. Teacher Bai, you must have a boyfriend now. The breakfast shop owner's wife winked at Bai Fengyi with a conspiratorial smile. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd suddenly understood, casting incredulous glances at Bai Fengyi. That's not the case, Bai Fengyi quickly denied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she grasped the implication. Simultaneously, she cast a quick glance at Lu Fan, who was grinning foolishly, feeling a mix of surprise and curiosity. Was there truly such a stark difference between a woman who had been courted and one who had not? Teacher Bai, there's no need to feel embarrassed. It's natural for men to marry and women to find partners. You should consider dating as well. Someone chimed in. Indeed, I wonder which fortunate young man has caught Teacher Bai's eye. With her beauty and excellence, he must surely be remarkable. When are you bringing your boyfriend around for us to meet? We'd love to assess his suitability. Amidst the lively chatter, everyone expressed their amusement, reveling in the rare spectacle of gossip. The enthusiasm was palpable as they gathered. Bai Fengyi had never encountered such a scene before. She had intended to enjoy her breakfast in the shop, but hastily packed her meal and left in a hurry. That boy, who seemed to be from the Lu family, had grown up quite handsome. His name was Lu Fan, a diligent student personally nurtured by teacher Bai since childhood, and he was currently studying at Xiamen University. Teacher Bai appeared youthful yet remarkably accomplished. Indeed, she was renowned in our district as an academic prodigy, having topped the city in every examination from primary school to college entrance. As the crowd continued to discuss the retreating figures of Bai Fengyi and Lu Fan with great interest, someone quipped, "Sister Bai, there is no tiger chasing you. Why rush so?" In the corridor of the apartment complex, Lu Fan called out from behind, "Be quiet. From now on, you are not to speak to me." Bai Fengyi retorted with a frown. She had believed that despite the unexpected entanglement with Lu Fan, as long as they remained silent, no one would discover their secret. To her surprise, the older generation was astute enough to discern her change in spirit and demeanor, indicating her involvement with a man. Such insight was truly formidable. She had to exercise utmost caution to prevent anyone from noticing her transformation, particularly concerning Lu Fan. "Now you can't even speak?" Lu Fan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is all you're doing." Bai Fengyi glared at him, her teeth clenched in irritation. Noticing Lu Fan's intention to follow her into her home, she sternly instructed, "Go back to your own house." "I just want to sit for a bit," Lu Fan persisted. "Return home." Bai Fengyi maintained her icy demeanor. "Very well, then rest well." Lu Fan conceded, taken aback by Bai Fengyi's impenetrable resolve, leaving him with no opportunity to press further. Reluctantly, he turned and headed back to his own home, realizing that a more aggressive approach was necessary to remedy the situation. After breakfast and a refreshing shower, Lu Fan lay on his bed and promptly sent a message to Bai Fengyi. "Sister Bai, I noticed how fragrant your hair was in the car earlier. May I indulge in that scent again next time? Are you using jasmine shower gel? It seems to smell far more delightful than mine. Perhaps it's your natural fragrance? Sister Bai, I long to hold you while I sleep. I crave your presence." Meanwhile, in the master bedroom of the Bai family, Bai Fengyi read the increasingly flirtatious and suggestive messages from Lu Fan, a subtle blush creeping onto her exquisite face. How could this rascal express such sentiments with such ease? After years of study, had his heart turned to such matters? Observing his smooth-talking demeanor, it was evident he had likely charmed many other girls as well. Bai Fengyi, in a fit of indignation, cast her phone aside and buried her head under the covers, intending to indulge in a brief nap. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she felt a surge of frustration and climbed out of bed once more, sending Lu Fan a curt message comprising a single word, "roll," accompanied by the image of a bloodied kitchen knife. "Should you dare to send me such nonsense again? Consider it your own evidence of foolhardy behavior." She added this final remark with a flourish. However, Lu Fan remained entirely unfazed. As Bai Fengyi's legitimate husband, he felt impervious to her threats. On the contrary, if his words could provoke an emotional response from her, he deemed it a victory of sorts. He recalled a sentiment expressed by an emotional expert, stating that when conversing with girls, the greatest faux pas man could commit is to engage in a lackluster dialogue that leaves the girl utterly indifferent, akin to a desiccated mummy. Thus, the prudent strategy, should one find oneself at a loss for conversation, is to provoke some degree of emotion, even if it incites anger, ensuring that the girl retains a vivid impression of him. During their next interaction, he could employ an apology or an invitation to dinner as a pretext to further their acquaintance. Naturally, one must exercise discernment. Provoking a girl's ire must be done judiciously, leaving ample room for reconciliation, lest one entirely block off one's own avenues for retreat, a true folly indeed. Bai Jie, you have gifted me a knife. Does this imply you do not trust my words? Shall I lay my heart bare for you to examine? Lu Fan pressed on with his verbal onslaught. Bai Fengyi was rendered speechless. How could someone be so brazenly shameless as to feign ignorance to such an extent? She soon realized that to avoid being driven to distraction by Lu Fan, the most effective strategy was to disregard his provocations entirely. Thus, she tossed aside her phone and returned to her slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, unperturbed by the absence of a response, remained calm. Rome was not built in a day, and winning Bai Jie's affection would not occur overnight. He believed that given a crack, he would eventually create a significant opening, compelling her to submit willingly. You once had the audacity to bully me. Now, let us see how I ensnare you, he mused, contentedly drifting into dreams. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Lu Fan was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone. It was his university classmate and friend, Zhang Peng, calling. Brother, what time is it? Why are you still not at school? You missed this morning's session, and the recruitment fair has already commenced. If you don't hurry, all the good jobs will be snatched away. Zhang Peng urged anxiously over the line. Recruitment fair? Lu Fan, still groggy, suddenly regained his senses. Indeed, there was a large-scale recruitment event at the university today, with approximately 300 companies and over 5,000 students in attendance. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Lu Fan hastily sprang from his bed, freshened up, and set off towards the university. As he passed by the residence of Bai Fengyi, he knocked for quite a while. Yet there was no response from within. It was uncertain whether she was merely pretending not to hear or had already ventured out. Thus, he opted to send her a message, informing her that he had gone to the school's job fair. At Xiamen University, the entrance to the University Activity Center was already teeming with a multitude of people, a veritable sea of humanity. The square outside the gymnasium was packed, every booth brimming with dapper young men in crisp suits and elegantly dressed young women. Lu Fan finally reunited with his long-awaiting friend, Zhang Ping. Brother, you finally arrived. Zhang Peng exclaimed, his expression rife with exasperation. He was Lu Fan's closest companion, and they had long agreed to apply to the same company, promising to support one another. Yet this fellow almost missed the job fair. I had to attend to an important matter this morning and accidentally overslept at noon. My apologies. Lu Fan explained with a smile. What is the current situation? There are already many large enterprises that have filled their positions and departed. I've noticed 3 companies that seem promising, and I believe we should take a look, Zhang Ping replied as they walked. All right, let us go. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. Lu Fan? Zhang Ping? A voice suddenly called from behind them. The two turned to see a group approaching. Their classmates from the Department of Intelligent Science and Technology. Have you two just arrived? Queried the leader, a bespectacled young man adjusting his glasses. Yes, and you? Lu Fan smiled back. We've nearly submitted all our resumes. Whether we get through or not is left to fate. We must await the company's notifications, the bespectacled boy shrugged. His name was Yu, whose academic performance was average, leading him to forego further studies and instead pursue immediate employment post-graduation. Lu Fan, with your excellent grades, are you really not considering graduate school? Another male classmate asked curiously. Indeed, even Zhou Yuan and Zheng Junfeng are preparing for further studies. It would be a pity if you didn't, Yu lamented. Zhou Yuan served as the deputy class monitor and was also the head of the Student Union's External Relations Department, while Zheng Junfeng held the position of Youth League Branch Secretary and was the head of the Student Union's Organizational Department, both as representatives of diligent students. Often looked down upon Yu, Zhang Ping, and others who were academically less inclined, and Lu Fan found himself in the same disparaged category. However, Lu Fan had never taken their disdain to heart. In terms of academic performance, he consistently ranked at the top of his department, effortlessly surpassing them. He simply preferred the company of Zhang Peng and Yu, appreciating their authenticity, in stark contrast to Zhou Yuan and Zheng Junfeng, who exuded an inexplicable air of superiority and arrogance, dismissing others. Previously, Lu Fan had refrained from considering graduate studies because he wished to extricate himself from school and Bai Fengyi sooner to avoid further torment. However, he has now registered his marriage with Bai Fengyi, and they have become a couple, seemingly rendering his previous decision unnecessary to uphold. Yet, he has also promised Zhang Ping that they would join the same company. To go back on this would feel rather disingenuous. You need not consider my feelings, in fact. I believe you should continue pursuing your postgraduate studies and strive to attain the highest level of education possible, he said. In this day and age, with university graduates aplenty, merely possessing an undergraduate degree makes it exceedingly difficult to secure a position in a reputable company. Since morning, I have explored numerous prominent firms, and a staggering 99% of them mandate a minimum qualification of a master's degree. He sighed, acknowledging his own lack of talent and patience. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly chosen to continue his studies. Zhang Peng, discerning his concerns, earnestly advised him. I too have faced considerable setbacks and feel an overwhelming urge to pursue further studies. Otherwise, it is arduous for undergraduates like us to navigate the professional landscape, especially in the presence of our seniors who have already completed their master's and doctoral degrees. We possess no advantages and are easily overwhelmed. Another student, Wang Feng, spat out his frustrations, recounting his disheartening job-hunting experience. The others listened, their expressions grave and silent. Xiamen University, a prestigious institution with a rich history spanning over a century, offers a respectable degree. However, the intense competition among its students is daunting, with an abundance of seniors pursuing advanced degrees, rendering their undergraduate qualifications nearly insignificant. Should I reconsider? Lu Fan hesitated. What is there left to contemplate? Just go ahead and apply for graduate school, came the reply. You cannot imagine how infuriating it was to encounter Zhou Yuan and Zheng Junfeng this morning. Their smugness was utterly irksome. You are the leader and face of our group, our sole beacon of hope. I fervently wish for you to complete both your master's and doctoral studies, so we can finally show them our strength, rather than being overshadowed. Yi Yu exclaimed passionately. The others nodded in agreement, their indignation palpable. Very well, then. I shall forego attending this job fair today and instead procure some study materials for the entrance exam, Lu Fan declared decisively. For he was not one to dawdle or waver. That's the spirit. I am eagerly anticipating the day you graduate with your doctorate and join a prestigious company to assist us, Yi responded with a bright smile. The others shared in his joy, their faces lit up with encouragement. Only Zhang Ping hesitated slightly, tugging at Lu Fan's sleeve, whispering, But what about Professor Bai if you truly decide to pursue graduate studies? The others turned their curious gazes toward them. Their understanding of the relationship between Associate Professor Bai Fengyi and Lu Fan had always been somewhat nebulous, as she seemed to frequently challenge him, often calling on him in class and assigning him a myriad of difficult problems afterward. If he failed to solve them, he was punished with an overwhelming amount of assignments. Yet, paradoxically, she had also welcomed him into her personal research group and allowed him to co-author relevant papers as a second author. To some extent, Bai Fengyi must hold considerable regard for Lu Fan, which explains her strict demeanor towards him. However, Lu Fan's reaction to Bai Fengyi's behavior is unmistakably one of resistance, often glaring at her with a mix of resentment and frustration. No worries, I have my methods to address this, Lu Fan thought confidently, a sly smile gracing his lips as he faced the curious gazes of those around him. Zhang Peng eyed him skeptically. I can't shake the feeling that you're somewhat different today. In the past, mentioning Professor Bai would leave you grinding your teeth with discontent. Yet today you seem remarkably composed and self-assured. Have you devised a strategy to handle her? Of course, I possess my own clever tactics, Lu Fan replied with a slight smile, withholding further details. All right then, as long as you have a solution, Zhang Peng conceded, though curiosity gnawed at him regarding how Lu Fan intended to confront Bai Fengyi. However, since Lu Fan remained tight-lipped, he refrained from pressing further. June heralds graduation and, consequently, the season of farewells. The vibrant youth is about to conclude with a definitive period. Whether couples or close friends, everyone is soon to part ways, uncertain of when or if they might reunite in the future. Cherishing their final moments together, the group gathered to share their thoughts. Lu Fan listened to their musings regarding breakups, returning home, and aspirations of studying abroad, feeling a tinge of melancholy. It was then that Yi Yu suddenly mentioned, I heard Zhang Tingmei is pregnant with Wu Xingdi's child. They plan to return home to marry soon. Seriously? That guy, usually so reserved, is becoming a father right after graduation? That has quite the pace. Someone exclaimed. Here we are, still a bunch of single dogs while he has already settled down with a wife and child. The unexpected news jolted everyone, eliciting a spectrum of reactions, some envious, others reflective, and some criticizing his hasty commitment as a trap of his own making. Yet, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Bai Fengyi, who often leveraged her 5-year seniority, her slightly elevated status, her role as his teacher, and the unwavering support of his parents to maintain her authority over him, now found herself in a different position. With the two now married, Lu Fan could very well find a way to ensure Bai Fengyi bore him a child. This would surely compel her to embrace the role of a dutiful wife, curtailing her domineering tendencies, with this thought igniting a sense of motivation within him. Chapter 8 unveiled the highly regarded yet aloof goddess, Bai Fengyi. Wait, why is Professor Bai at school today? Zhang Peng exclaimed, gazing into the distance in astonishment. Professor Bai has arrived? The crowd quickly turned to look, and indeed, they beheld an exquisitely beautiful teacher with an ethereal presence, gracefully approaching them. Clad in a pale white professional ensemble, she resembled a pristine snow lotus swaying in the breeze. Her exquisitely flawless visage, characterized by a perfect oval face, is devoid of any cosmetic embellishments, adorned only with delicate cherry-red lips that seem to glisten alluringly. A pair of deep, black, spirited eyes, framed by long, fluttering eyelashes, sparkle with clarity and vitality, as if they possessed the ability to speak. Her lustrous, ebony hair is elegantly styled in an orderly updo, lending her an air of maturity and grace while simultaneously exuding an enchanting charm. Coupled with the noble and commanding presence she has cultivated since childhood, she undeniably captivates hearts. Evoking a reverence that discourages any thoughts of impropriety, serene as the plum blossoms under a wintry moon, pure as the white lotus in a snowy realm. This beauty transcends mere description, embodying an ethereal allure that radiates from within, a rare and exquisite elegance to be felt and admired. Indeed, Professor Bai deserves her title as the most beautiful woman in our school for 8 consecutive years. Each encounter with her continues to leave one in awe. Yiyu murmured in wonder. Others shared the same mesmerized expressions. Perhaps it was merely their illusion, but they sensed that today, Professor Bai Fengyi, while still maintaining her aloofness, seemed to exude a hint of warmth and charm, more captivating than ever before, utterly enchanting. With her arrival, she emerged like a resplendent dawn amidst the vast, starlit night, becoming the singular, most radiant focal point among the throngs in the expansive plaza, standing tall like a crane among chickens, dazzling in her brilliance. Enveloped in a mesmerizing halo under the sunlight, even Lu Fan found himself momentarily entranced. How could Zhou Yuan be accompanying Professor Bai? Someone furrowed their brow, expressing their displeasure. Lu Fan and the others focused their attention, noticing that indeed, a seemingly unremarkable boy was walking beside Bai Fengyi, none other than Zhou Yuan, the very person they had previously discussed. At that moment, Zhou Yuan was animatedly conversing with Bai Fengyi, holding a document in hand, while she walked gracefully, offering no response. Soon, Bai Fengyi's gaze fell upon Lu Fan and the other students. Pausing momentarily in her striking high-heeled shoes, her clear and elegant eyes swept over the group. "Hello, Teacher Bai." Yiyu and Zhang Peng hurriedly approached to greet her. "Greetings. How did your job applications fare?" Bai Fengyi inquired with a slight nod of acknowledgement. Her concern evident. "Not bad. I printed 100 resumes and sent them all out." A boy who had previously lamented about his inadequate qualifications responded with a carefree smile. Yiyu, Zhang Peng, and the others chimed in with their updates. "And you?" Noticing Lu Fan's silence, Bai Fengyi furrowed her beautiful brow slightly and asked him directly. "Teacher Bai, he doesn't plan to work. He intends to prepare for the graduate entrance exams." Zhang Peng interjected, eager to take credit. Lu Fan kicked him lightly in annoyance. "I possess my own voice. Do I truly require your assistance to speak on my behalf? Are you certain you wish to pursue graduate studies?" Bai Fengyi's originally tranquil gaze flickered with surprise and astonishment as she regarded Lu Fan. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded affirmatively. "What is your field of study?" "Mathematics." A charming smile graced Lu Fan's face, revealing a set of 8 immaculate, white teeth that sparkled in the sunlight. Bai Fengyi appeared momentarily taken aback. This fellow had staunchly rejected her suggestions since his junior year, adamantly refusing to consider graduate studies. His aversion towards applying to her mathematics program was palpable, as if every fiber of his being resisted the notion with fervent defiance, even threatening that if she dared to pressure him further, he would renounce worldly ties and become a monk, thereby severing the lineage of the Lu family. Consequently, Lu's parents ceased their support for Bai Fengyi's insistence that Lu Fan pursue graduate studies. However, after a period of deep reflection, they felt a profound sense of responsibility regarding his education and subsequently united in discipline, administering a stern reprimand to their disobedient son who dared to threaten them with such drastic measures. Now, Lu Fan's sudden declaration of intent to pursue graduate studies, particularly in her mathematics program, was indeed a startling surprise for Bai Fengyi, leaving her puzzled as to the reason behind his abrupt change of heart. "Well, then, strive diligently. If you require any materials regarding the graduate entrance examination, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Bai Fengyi quickly regained her composure, nodding and speaking with measured calmness. "Very well. As it happens, I am entirely ignorant regarding matters of the entrance examination. Why not find a suitable place for you to enlighten me?" Lu Fan seized the opportunity, winking at Bai Fengyi with a broad smile. "Professor Bai, regarding the matter I mentioned earlier, might you assist me with it?" Nearby, Zhou Yuan, witnessing Lu Fan's audacity in attempting to monopolize their esteemed professor, felt a surge of displeasure and promptly addressed Bai Fengyi. "Although the nation has a policy for graduate student recommendations, the requirements are exceedingly stringent, based on your current academic performance. Even if I were to compose a recommendation letter, the likelihood of your approval remains slim. I advise you to focus on your studies and prepare diligently for the examination." Bai Fengyi gently declined, her tone diplomatic. It became evident that Lu Fan's pursuit of Bai Fengyi was motivated by a desire to secure a direct recommendation for graduate studies. Such aspirations were indeed fanciful. Lu Fan and Yi Yu quickly grasped Zhou Yuan's intentions and exchanged disdainful glances. It was not that they looked down upon the idea of recommended admissions, but rather, given Zhou Yuan's academic standing and qualifications, the prospect of such an outcome was virtually impossible. According to national policy, securing a recommendation necessitates the endorsement of at least 3 professors from the same institution and discipline, followed by a rigorous review by the Graduate Student Selection Committee. Additionally, one's own capabilities must be exemplary, with a minimum of 163 total credits, including 7 credits in mandatory university-wide courses, English and politics, and no less than 13 credits in core major courses. Furthermore, one must have published academic papers, publications, or possess certificates for technological patents, alongside contributions to projects and other academically significant achievements. In national or state-level scientific or innovative competitions, one must achieve recognition. It is essential to have received at least 1 scholarship at the university level. Although Zhou Yuan has sufficient credits, he falls short in all other criteria. Reflecting on this, Lu Fan found himself surprisingly aligned with the requirements for graduate school recommendations. Lu Fan, with a somewhat peculiar expression, noted that he had already passed the English Level 6 examination and had nearly completed all other credits. Under the insistence of Bai Fengyi, he had participated in a project at the Morningstar Mathematics Center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which focused on mathematical problems in number theory and information security. He had also co-authored a paper published in a national core journal under Bai Fengyi's guidance. Furthermore, he had been awarded 3 university-level scholarships. Chapter 9. I cannot call her wife, but I can sing, can I? You originally had the opportunity to qualify for a recommendation, but you have always been quite resistant to it. I cannot fathom the source of your rebellious spirit, Bai Fengyi remarked with a hint of indifference. Lu Fan felt a slight flush creeping onto his face. From her tone, he sensed that he appeared ungrateful and callous. Upon reflection, despite the hardships Bai Fengyi had imposed on him over the years, which made him feel constrained and deprived of freedom, her insistence had indeed paved a smooth path for his academic journey, saving him from countless detours. In a sense, Bai Fengyi had been both a strict teacher and a supportive friend, and he should harbor gratitude towards her. This realization diminished Lu Fan's previous resentment towards Bai Fengyi significantly, leaving him with a sense of guilt. It was all the folly of youthful arrogance and the turmoil of a rebellious adolescence that had led to this predicament. He felt a quiet shame in his heart. Fortunately, it was not too late for him to awaken to this truth, and he could gradually make amends for his feelings of guilt towards Bai Fengyi in the future. If you are truly determined to pursue graduate studies, then apply to participate in the summer camp this July. Additionally, seek out professors Chun Minji and Wu Daojun to assist you in writing a joint recommendation letter. Bai Fengyi stated coolly, adding, as for whether you will succeed, that depends on your own abilities. I will not advocate on your behalf. Upon hearing this, their former classmates were filled with envy and jealousy. Though Bai Fengyi did not explicitly offer to write a recommendation letter for Lu Fan, her suggestion for him to approach 2 professors made her intent unmistakably clear. Her attitude towards Lu Fan stood in stark contrast to that towards Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, breathing heavily with his eyes reddening and his expression twisted with malice, glared at Lu Fan, wishing fervently to consume him alive. Since his first year, he had diligently committed himself to his studies, participated in various activities, joined his mentor's research group, and authored numerous papers. By his 3rd year, he had been tirelessly pursuing his own path to graduate school, even attending summer camps. Yet, whether due to a lack of talent or misfortune, his research endeavors had mostly ended in failure, and his submitted papers had been repeatedly rejected. Participating in the summer camp activities, he too faced merciless elimination. Now, even his attempts to seek assistance from Professor Bai Fengyi for a recommendation letter were met with polite refusals. Yet, Lu Fan had done nothing at all. Not only did Bai Fengyi actively guide him through research projects, but she also generously offered to provide him with materials for his graduate studies, along with a well-structured plan for his postgraduate application. This overt favoritism and starkly different treatment shattered Zhou Yuan's resolve at that moment. He could not comprehend why he fell short in comparison to Lu Fan. Professor Bai, if I manage to secure letters from 2 other professors, would you be willing to assist me with one as well? Zhou Yuan attempted a final plea. Let me think about it, Bai Fengyi responded, her demeanor calm. Observing him intently. All right, I shall seek out the other 2 professors first, and then return to request your help, Zhou Yuan replied. his face paling slightly as he feigned composure. He then turned away, dejectedly departing without a backward glance. Observing his retreating figure, Yi Yu and Zhang Peng exchanged glances, disdain evident in their expressions, devoid of any sympathy. Some even wished to utter a phrase akin to "serves you right," mocking his pretentiousness. You flaunted your arrogance, and now you've dug your own grave. His academic performance was not truly lacking. If he genuinely aspired to compete, he might still have a glimmer of opportunity. Lu Fan mused curiously, directing his gaze towards Bai Fingyi. I have little fondness for students who harbor ulterior motives, Bai Fingyi replied nonchalantly. What type of student do you prefer then? Lu Fan inquired. Just as Bai Fingyi opened her mouth to respond, Yi Yu interjected. My father's chauffeur has arrived to pick me up. The group turned to see a luxurious Mercedes-Benz pulling into the parking spot adjacent to the university's activity center. I shall take my leave now. Let us gather again when the opportunity arises. Yi Yu waved goodbye to everyone, stepping into the opulent vehicle as he departed. The others couldn't help but cast envious glances in his direction. Some people are born into privilege, while others may never reach such heights. It truly is disheartening to see how some thrive while others struggle, Zhang Ping lamented. I wonder if I'll ever be able to afford a Mercedes. As for you, I cannot say, but I firmly believe I will, and with a luxury convoy trailing behind me, at least 10 vehicles accompanying me on every outing. Lu Fan declared with youthful exuberance. Perhaps you should first secure your qualifications for postgraduate studies, if you truly manage to amass a luxury convoy. I would gladly serve as your chauffeur, Zhang Ping replied with a smile. One may boast, but one must not indulge in delusions and daydreams, Bai Fingyi remarked, casting a scornful glance at Lu Fan, dousing his ambitions with a bucket of cold water. Lu Fan, irritated, puffed out his cheeks in frustration. He thought to himself, regardless of the present, I am still your legally acknowledged spouse. If I were to support a luxury convoy in the future, you would inevitably enjoy the comforts that come with it. How can you dampen my spirits like this? Lu Fan, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Zhang Peng inquired. I will first seek the guidance of Teacher Bai, meticulously plan the regulations for my graduate studies, and then acquire some study materials for the entrance examination to explore the strategies involved, preparing for both eventualities. Lu Fan pondered thoughtfully. All right, then you carry on. I shall take a stroll inside, Zhang Peng remarked, bidding farewell to Lu Fan and Bai Fingyi as he entered the job fair. Other old classmates also exchanged their farewells and departed. Teacher Bai. Once everyone had left, Lu Fan eagerly approached Bai Fingyi, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed. Bai Fengyi's expression tightened as she quickly glanced around, softly admonishing, Call me teacher while at school. Observing her apprehensive demeanor, akin to that of a thief, Lu Fan chuckled. He relished the sight of her nervousness and fear. It was utterly endearing. How had he never noticed this charming and playful side of the once cold and aloof Bai Fingyi? No way, I want to call you Sister Bai, otherwise I shall call you my wife. Lu Fan insisted stubbornly. You. Bai Fingyi shot him a frosty glare. If you wish to ensure your graduate studies proceed smoothly, feel free to shout. Lu Fan sighed despondently. This, he thought, was precisely the reason he had initially been reluctant to pursue further studies. He felt utterly at her mercy, with no room for choice. Fortunately, he now possessed a powerful leverage to counterbalance her, allowing him to stand on equal footing, thus avoiding being at a disadvantage. Wife, I love you. May the Buddha bless you with good health and charm. Wife, I love you. May everything go smoothly for you, and may we never part. Wife, in the next life, I shall still love you. Suddenly, Lu Fan looked skyward, humming a once popular catchy tune, Wife, I love you. He could not shout it outright, but singing was permissible, was it not? Bai Fingyi's cheeks flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of panic. She had not anticipated that this rascal would resort to such unscrupulous tactics to pressure her. Although Lu Fan was no longer her student and marriage posed no issue, their past as teacher and student made her wary of public scrutiny, especially if someone with ulterior motives were to discover their relationship and exploit it. Stop. If you wish to shout, then shout. But I do not wish to hear those 2 words from your lips again. Bai Fingyi reluctantly conceded to Lu Fan. All right, it shall be as you say. Lu Fan replied with satisfaction. He understood her reservations and concerns and had no desire to cause Bai Fingyi any trouble or scandal. Thus, he sought only to achieve his ends without causing her distress. Moreover, in matters of the world, compromise is either a singular occurrence or countless ones. As long as he could induce Bai Fingyi to yield even once today, He would find ways to compel her to concede 100 times in the future. Humph. Should you dare to threaten me again, be wary of my wrath. Bai Fengyi warned darkly. Chapter 10. Habit, a formidable force. Yet you cannot wield your position as teacher to pressure me. Lu Fan promptly put forth corresponding conditions. No matter how you fidget. Let us see if I still care for you in the future. Bai Fengyi flicked her sleeves and left in a huff. Lu Fan remained unfazed. His current strategy was to cling to her at all times, and he immediately followed her. I am heading to the office. Why are you following me? Bai Fengyi asked with a stern expression. I wish to serve you diligently. Otherwise, how will I secure my graduate school recommendation? Lu Fan replied. Bai Fengyi discerned that this fellow was now akin to an adhesive plaster stuck to her. It was virtually impossible to shake him off, so she chose to ignore him. Strolling along the tree-lined avenue of the campus, the banyan and mango trees planted on either side had stood for over 20 years. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the branches, casting dappled patches of light on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, producing a soothing sound that naturally evoked a sense of coolness within. Good day, Professor Bai. Hello, Teacher Bai. Students passing by frequently greeted Bai Fengyi, with a remarkable 99 turning back to admire her. Even several birds and the koi in the nearby artificial lake seemed captivated by her beauty, following her along the path. Ah, Teacher Bai. Lu Fan was just about to follow Bai Fengyi into the mathematics department's office building when a tall, bespectacled male instructor, appearing quite cultured and refined, called out to Bai Fengyi with a look of surprise. In that instant, a sudden wave of intense unease surged within Lu Fan. Li Wenjie, associate professor of mathematics. 31 years old, unmarried. He had been directly admitted to Xiamen University after the college entrance examination, making him quite the prodigy. Most importantly, he was mature, composed, and somewhat handsome, one of Bai Fengyi's admirers. Lu Fan had encountered him a few times before while accompanying Bai Fengyi, but back then, their relationship was rather innocent, and he harbored no feelings towards him. However, upon this encounter, Lu Fan's mood shifted immediately, and he instinctively positioned himself to Bai Fengyi's right, preventing Li Wenjie from getting too close to her. Bai Fengyi sensed something amiss and cast a puzzled glance at him, but chose not to speak. Are you once again conducting research with this student? Li Wenjie unabashedly admired Bai Fengyi's charming visage and said with a hearty laugh. Thanks to Bai Fengyi, Lu Fan had undeniably become a well-known figure in the mathematics department, with many recognizing him. No, I just came back to gather some materials. Bai Fengyi replied with a faint smile. Her smile was rather formulaic, yet to Lu Fan, it still felt somewhat unsettling, as she had hardly ever smiled at him, often maintaining a cold demeanor. Finally, on holiday, a few of us organized a small gathering for dinner, drinks, and singing in the evening. Teacher Bai, would you care to join us? Li Wenjie straightforwardly extended an invitation to Bai Fengyi. Inviting a girl under the guise of a gathering is a rather cliché approach, and Bai Fengyi herself is not particularly fond of socializing. Consequently, Lu Fan felt no concern at all. As expected, Bai Fengyi graciously declined, stating, perhaps next time. My parents are returning tonight, and I must spend time with them. Is that so? Then allow me to invite you to dinner tomorrow. What do you think? Li Wenjie maintained a composed demeanor, exuding gentlemanly grace, with a smile gracing his lips. When one strategy fails, another is devised. Transforming a group gathering into an intimate dinner for two is certainly a more refined tactic. Typically, when someone declines an initial invitation, they find it somewhat challenging to refuse a subsequent one. Bai Fengyi, predictably, displayed a hint of hesitation. Mr. Li, Bai Laosher has already agreed to tutor me in mathematics and assist with my new project. I'm afraid I won't have time to accept your invitation. Lu Fan interjected shyly from the side. Is that so? Li Wenjie's expression momentarily faltered, his gaze shifting to Lu Fan, who had stepped in to politely decline on his behalf, finding it rather peculiar. Since when does a student dictate terms to a teacher? However, observing Lu Fan's youthful visage, innocent eyes, and bashful demeanor, and considering the nature of his relationship with Bai Fengyi, he harbored no doubts regarding Lu Fan's sincerity. Yes, he is preparing for graduate school and has enrolled in the mathematics department. I need to help him fill in the gaps. Bai Fengyi nodded gently. Bai Laosher truly values you as a student. He has already graduated, and yet you still concern yourself with his graduate studies, Li Wenjie remarked, genuinely disappointed, his tone tinged with envy. It's not so much about valuing or not. It has simply become a habit, Bai Fengyi replied, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Her smile radiant. A habit? Li Wenjie observed her with puzzlement. Bai Fengyi suddenly recalled that her relationship with Lu Fan had significantly evolved, regardless of their past connections. They were no longer appropriate topics for discussion within the school. She quickly concocted an excuse, stating, "It's a teacher's habit." "Ah, I see. Well then, please let me know when Bai Laoshi is available," Li Wenjie replied, taking her words at face value, albeit reluctantly. "Of course," Bai Fengyi responded politely. Once Li Wenjie took his leave, Bai Fengyi cast a lingering glance at Lu Fan's youthful and handsome face, standing in place, momentarily lost in thought. Since Lu Fan's birth, she had been assisting his parents in caring for him. Throughout his elementary, middle, and high school years, she had overseen his studies and daily life. Even as he entered university, she continued to do so. In her 20-plus years of life, Lu Fan's presence had become an inseparable part of her existence, a constant shadow. She had never given it much thought until today, when a brief conversation with Li Wenjie illuminated this realization. Unbeknownst to herself, Lu Fan had come to occupy an unexpectedly significant role in Bai Fengyi's life. Habit, indeed, wields a formidable power. Bai Fengyi cast another glance at Lu Fan, her eyelids gently lowering as she murmured to herself. "What did you say, Sister Bai?" Lu Fan inquired curiously, having not heard her clearly. "I was wondering where you found the audacity to refuse Teacher Li's invitation on my behalf. This is a one-time occurrence. Do not let it happen again." Bai Fengyi replied coldly. "That cannot be. His intentions for inviting you to dinner are far from honorable, and I will not allow him to succeed." Lu Fan vehemently shook his head, refusing without hesitation. "Am I now required to obtain your approval before deciding whom to dine with?" Bai Fengyi retorted angrily. "Of course. You used to dictate my choices, and now it is my turn to oversee yours," Lu Fan replied with a sense of entitlement. "I do not require your oversight." Bai Fengyi shot him a glare before striding into the office building, unwilling to engage in further debate. Several minutes later, Bai Fengyi returned to her office, carrying a few advanced mathematics textbooks and a stack of papers which she promptly handed to Lu Fan. "These contain the key points from my lectures. Take them home and review diligently. Feel free to ask me if there is anything you do not understand." "Understood." Lu Fan casually flipped through the notes, overwhelmed with joy at the wealth of Bai Fengyi's meticulous annotations, while others were racking their brains over which topics to focus on for their graduate entrance exams. He had the privilege of studying directly from his mentor's notes. How fortunate it was to be so close to the source. Chapter 11. Impulsive Punishment. "I have to attend an impromptu meeting shortly. You may head back on your own," Bai Fengyi stated. "No need. You attend your meeting, and I shall wait for you outside," Lu Fan insisted, shaking his head in refusal. "Are you unwell? Why would you wait for me while I am in a meeting?" Bai Fengyi asked, puzzled. "You manage everything else. Can you not let me decide whether to wait for you? This is my affair, so do not concern yourself with it." Lu Fan replied. "Suit yourself." Bai Fengyi cast him a sidelong glance as she walked towards the adjacent conference center building. Lu Fan followed closely behind her. Once Bai Fengyi entered the building, he settled himself beside a flower bed on the first floor, perusing his notes while he awaited her return. The meeting did not last long, concluding after just over 3 hours. As he observed the clusters of teachers and leaders emerging from the conference hall, Lu Fan promptly gathered his materials, eagerly anticipating her appearance. Bai Fengyi was engaged in conversation with a sprightly elderly female teacher when she caught sight of Lu Fan amidst the crowd, who appeared remarkably youthful, braving the flow of people to greet her. She was taken aback that this little rascal had indeed waited for her for over 3 hours. Bai Fengyi's expression momentarily faltered. For the first time in many years, she felt the sensation of being awaited and cherished. A warm current unexpectedly coursed through her once calm heart. "Well then, I appreciate your patience, teacher." Bai Fengyi withdrew her gaze and thoughts, addressing the elderly female teacher with utmost respect. "It is quite all right. Your student is also my student. As long as he is truly a promising talent, I am more than willing to devote my efforts to teach him." The elderly teacher, her face radiating kindness, gently patted Bai Fengyi's hand with a smile. "Come here." Bai Fengyi beckoned to Lu Fan, who promptly ran over. "This is Professor Song, my mentor and doctoral advisor. Please extend your greetings to her," Bai Fengyi instructed. Lu Fan was taken aback, not expecting her advisor to be Bai Jia's mentor. He quickly composed himself and respectfully greeted the elderly teacher. "Hello, Professor Song. My name is Lu Fan, and I am a student of Bai Laoshi." "Oh, you seem quite promising, full of vigor and vitality," Professor Song remarked, kindly appraising Lu Fan. "Then I shall be counting on you." Bai Fengyi supported Professor Song's arm and smiled sweetly. Lu Fan gazed at her enchanting smile, momentarily stunned. He could swear that this was the most genuine smile he had ever seen from Bai Fengyi. Not even in the presence of her parents had she smiled so warmly. It turned out that when Bai Jia truly smiled, she appeared as a delightful and captivating fairy, so unlike her usual aloof demeanor. There's no need for concern. You may continue with your tasks. Professor Song affectionately patted Bai Fengyi's hand, smiling gently. All right, please take care. Bai Fengyi personally escorted Professor Song to the roadside, only withdrawing her gaze once the elderly lady had departed. Bai Jia, what was that all about? Lu Fan pondered inwardly. Professor Song is one of the heads of this summer camp. Remember to learn diligently and approach her with humility. Do not cause any trouble, Bai Fengyi replied nonchalantly. Lu Fan instantly grasped her intentions, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. He had not anticipated that Bai Fengyi would specifically seek out her doctoral advisor to look after him regarding his research application. He had previously resisted her guidance. Truly a case of a dog biting El Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good person's heart, he felt like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Do not overthink it. I merely asked Professor Song to challenge you a bit more during the summer camp. This is not an act of favoritism. If you cannot pass her assessment, your chances for research application are essentially nil, Bai Fengyi stated. Rest assured, Bai Jia, even for your sake, I shall strive to pass the test. Lu Fan declared with determination. This is your matter and does not concern me, Bai Fengyi replied coolly, leaving him with those words as she turned to walk towards the school gate. It was already 6 in the evening. Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi did not linger on the road and returned home together. Xiao Fan, since your parents are away, why not have dinner at my house tonight? Bai Fengyi's mother called out to him as he prepared to return to his lonely home. Sure, thank you, Andy, Lu Fan replied happily. However, as the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. He had always referred to Bai Fengyi's parents as Andy Gong and Andy Pa, which was quite customary. Given that Bai Fengyi's parents were over 70 years old and had her later in life, she held a significant status despite her youth, being of the same generation as Lu Fan's parents. Logically, Lu Fan was supposed to address Bai Fengyi as Aunt Bai. However, due to his rebellious nature, he resolutely refused to do so. Now that he and Bai Fengyi were officially registered as a couple, calling them Andy Pu and Auntie Gong would be inappropriate and would create a generational discrepancy. Ahem. Bai Fengyi, noticing Lu Fan's expression, could roughly guess what was on his mind. She immediately cleared her throat, shot him a warning glance, cautioning him not to misaddress anyone. If Lu Fan dared to call her mother aunt, it would mean that their relationship was laid bare. Auntie Pa, please take a rest. Let me handle these trivial matters, Lu Fan suggested. He understood that this was not the time for careless words and promptly set about assisting Bai's mother in washing vegetables and preparing the meal, tidying up the dishes, and so forth. Why is little Fan so industrious today? Go and learn from Philly. I can manage dinner, Bai's mother said with a cheerful smile. Mom, you and Dad just returned from your trip. Please take a break and let him handle dinner, Bai Fengyi interjected. You silly girl, little Fan is our guest. How can we have him cook for us? Go, you prepare the meal, and let little Fan assist you, Bai's mother feigned anger, issuing her command. Bai Fengyi did not expect to be caught up in this unexpected turmoil and shot Lu Fan an exasperated glare as she reluctantly entered the kitchen. Jia, how should I address our parents in the future? Lu Fan quietly inquired while washing vegetables in the kitchen. Are you seeking death? Bai Fengyi glared at him fiercely, her eyes brimming with indignation. I'm just asking. It's inevitable. We can't keep this hidden from them forever, Lu Fan pouted. That is my concern. You need not trouble yourself. Until I make a decision, mind your own tongue, Bai Fengyi warned sternly. Fengyi, your aunt called this afternoon and mentioned that a friend of hers has a child, 30 years old, working in the government as a section chief. You should find time to meet him, Bai's mother remarked while tidying up in the living room. In the kitchen, both Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi paused in surprise. Your mother is arranging a blind date for you? Lu Fan's eyes widened. Is that so strange? Bai Fengyi replied calmly, casting him a brief glance. That cannot happen. You are my wife now, Lu Fan insisted urgently. I've made it quite clear, even with the registration, there can be no future for us. Besides, I was coerced into that registration by you, Bai Fengyi stated coolly. I know yesterday was your first time, and mine as well. Don't you care at all about the man who transformed you from a girl into a woman? With a single remark from Lu Fan, the cool and proud heart of Bai Fengyi was instantly shattered. Her face, resembling the beauty of frost and snow, flushed a deep crimson. as though the blood coursing through her veins had suddenly concentrated upon her visage. Her enchanting phoenix-like eyes glimmered with a mix of shyness and anger as she fixed her gaze upon him, and unbeknownst to him, a gleaming kitchen knife had appeared in her palm. Chapter 12. Lavishing attention at the in-laws' home. Goodness, the kitchen knife seems perilous. You must put it down at once. Lu Fan exclaimed, startled, as he instinctively recoiled, lowering his voice in an attempt to persuade her. Regret gnawed at him for his earlier reckless words. He recalled a nurse who had stabbed her boyfriend 28 times, each thrust deftly avoiding vital organs, resulting in only a minor injury. Now, he feared that Bifiki, an associate professor of mathematics, might also wield that knife to deliver 28 strikes upon him, each more relentless than the last. Speak another word, and I shall promptly chop you up to feed the dogs, Bifengi declared, the knife coming down with a resounding thud upon the cutting board. Cleaving through the pork belly, Lu Fan's heart raced in terror, and he hurriedly sealed his lips, refraining from further indiscretions lest he truly provoke Bifengi's ire. What are you two doing in the kitchen? Bai's mother inquired, peering in. Nothing much, we were just discussing how to prepare this pork belly to make it more delectable. Lu Fan quickly fabricated an excuse with a smile. We can hardly eat much. You young folks should cook it however you like. Bai's mother replied kindly before retreating to the living room. Seeing the lingering anger in Bifengi's demeanor, Lu Fan wisely chose not to aggravate her further, focusing instead on his tasks in the kitchen. Half an hour later, a steaming array of dishes was laid out upon the table. Lu Fan and the family shared a delightful meal together. However, the topic of conversation between Bai's parents made Lu Fan's heart sink. Their sole theme revolved around urging the already 27-year-old Bifengi to go on blind dates and settle down. Andy, I believe there is no need to rush. A girl as beautiful as Bai should be matched with a dashing, youthful gentleman of good standing. It would be unwise to introduce her to just any stranger for a blind date, Lu Fan interjected, subtly deflecting the notion of Bifengi's suitors. The essence of marriage lies in the mutual affection and understanding between partners. Otherwise, even if they wed, they may find themselves unhappy. And it would be better not to marry at all. His words were laden with earnest intent, striving to provide excuses against Bifengi's potential matchmakers. In his youth, he had been oblivious, mistaking the treasure that was Bifengi for mere grass. Now, having matured and recognized her worth, particularly as her husband, he could never relinquish her to another. Were it not for Bifengi's own reluctance, he would have been tempted to present their marriage certificate before her parents, asserting his claim. I have already spoken with her about this several times. If she could find a boyfriend on her own, we wouldn't need to worry about her here. Bai's mother remarked. Madame Bai cast an exasperated glance at her daughter, stating, I have already arranged everything with the gentleman, and the time is set for tomorrow morning at 9. Just call this number when the time comes. As she spoke, she handed Bifengi a slip of paper inscribed with the phone number. Lu Fan watched as Bifengi calmly tucked the note away, his heart racing with anxiety. Could this woman truly be considering a blind date? Without hesitation, he reached beneath the table, grasping Bifengi's delicate hand in a silent protest. The moment their fingers met, Bifengi's body involuntarily quivered, attempting to withdraw her hand. To her surprise, Lu Fan's grip was firm, entwining their fingers in a tight clasp. The warmth emanating from his skin seeped through, accompanied by the palpable strength of his hold. A subtle blush crept onto Bifengi's exquisite face, barely perceptible, yet undeniable. Fortunately, it was evening, and the dim lighting concealed her embarrassment. Nonetheless, she felt her heart race several beats faster, with a charming crimson hue gracing her earlobes. Seeing that Bifengi had ceased her resistance, Lu Fan let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that despite her resolute words, there was still a glimmer of hope for him. Auntie, uncle, you may rest. I shall handle the cleanup. After dinner, Lu Fan released Bifengi's hand and eagerly attended to the dishes, efficiently washing them before voluntarily taking out the trash. What a well-behaved child today, Bai Mama remarked in surprise as she observed Lu Fan diligently organizing the household. Bifengi cast a glance at Lu Fan but chose not to respond. Retreating to her room, Lu Fan had intended to follow her in hopes of deepening their connection, only to find the door locked against him. With a sense of disappointment, he bid farewell to Bai Mama and Bai Papa before returning to his own home. The mind of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. How could he truly win over Bifengi? Lying on his bed, Lu Fan furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He had attempted to call Bifengi several times, longing for a conversation, but all his efforts were met with silence. His messages went unanswered, leaving him frustrated as he rolled around his room in exasperation. Women, you have forced my hand. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, determination shining in his eyes. The following day, at 7 in the morning, Lu Fan rose early. Having prepared a handsome outfit for the occasion, he intended to accompany Bai Fengyi to her blind date, determined to thwart her plans. Just as he opened the door to head downstairs for breakfast, the door to the Bai residence swung open. Bai Fengyi emerged, her high heels clicking on the floor, a small handbag slung over her shoulder. She wore a crisp white blouse paired with a stylish blue skirt that hugged her enchanting figure, accentuating her graceful curves. Lu Fan found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her face. A pair of enchanting eyes, akin to a crystal-clear spring in a mountain stream, radiates purity untouched by the world's impurities, shimmering with a unique brilliance. They seem capable of perceiving the essence of all things, while maintaining an ethereal detachment from the mundane. Her exquisite visage and transcendent demeanor render her goddess-like, seemingly unattainable. With over an hour remaining until your arranged meeting, why are you departing so early? A tinge of jealousy stirred within Lu Fan. I have rescheduled the blind date, Bai Fengyi replied, her brows elegantly arched, casting a fleeting glance at him. Her tone was neither too distant nor too familiar, as if nothing had transpired between them. Their relationship hovered somewhere between strangers and acquaintances, leaving Lu Fan somewhat vexed. He had not anticipated that pursuing a woman could be so intricate. However, upon learning that Bai Fengyi, adorned so splendidly, was not heading to a blind date but rather to attend a conference, his mood swiftly brightened. Are you going to the capital? He inquired. Yes. For how long? 3 to 4 days. When do you leave? My flight is at 9:20. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already 7:15. It would take about an hour to reach the airport, and he needed to arrive an hour early for check-in and security. Time was of the essence. Any delays could be disastrous. Allow me to drive you to the airport, Lu Fan impulsively offered, observing Bai Fengyi's calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of being late, as she engaged him in casual conversation. Despite her claim of disinterest, Bai Fengyi always answered his questions earnestly, suggesting that her feelings were not entirely devoid of warmth. He was determined to see her off on this flight. You have a car? She asked incredulously. I don't, Lu Fan replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. Then how can you offer to drive me? Do you think I cannot find my way to the airport? Bai Fengyi teased sharply. Lu Fan's handsome face turned a noticeable shade of red, realizing that his kind gesture had been disregarded, leaving him feeling foolish. It's just a car. I will certainly buy one eventually, he retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice. Then we can discuss it once you start earning enough to purchase a vehicle, Bai Fengyi said, striding towards the elevator in her high heels. I can at least take a taxi to the airport for you, Lu Fan suggested. No need. I have arranged to meet another teacher at the school, and we will go to the airport together, she firmly declined. This woman was indeed an impenetrable fortress, granting him no opportunity whatsoever. Lu Fan felt a sense of frustration. It seemed that only extraordinary measures would compel her to relent. I believe we need to have a serious discussion. In the elevator, Lu Fan unabashedly gazed at Bai Fengyi and spoke in a low voice. There is no need for that, Bai Fengyi replied coldly, her demeanor indifferent. Observing her distant attitude, Lu Fan could not help but move closer, fixing his intense gaze upon her eyes. What do you intend to do? This is an elevator, and there are cameras. You would do well not to act recklessly. Bai Fengyi's heart raced slightly, and she warned him with a vigilant expression. Lu Fan's audacity was not a new occurrence, and she genuinely feared what he might do in the elevator. Should it be captured on surveillance, their affair would no longer remain concealed. I can refrain from disclosing our marriage certificate, but you must not go on blind dates with other men, Lu Fan asserted. This is my mother's wish, and I cannot refuse. Seeing that Lu Fan was not being overly forward, Bai Fengyi let out a sigh of relief, regaining her usual composure. I cannot concern myself with that. I simply cannot tolerate my woman meeting other men. Lu Fan's tone was both domineering and resolute. Bai Fengyi looked at him for a moment before responding quietly. I will be quite busy from now on, at most meeting one person a month. If I do go on a blind date, I will notify you in advance. Are you certain you are not doing this to deliberately provoke me? Lu Fan stared at her in disbelief, exasperated. The idea of her going on a blind date and informing him beforehand only served to heighten his frustration. Then I shall do my utmost to keep you uninformed, Bai Fengyi replied. That is absolutely unacceptable, Lu Fan protested, feeling dizzy for an instant as he swiftly dismissed her suggestion. Rather than remain blissfully ignorant, He preferred to be fully aware of her activities and any potential suitors. If you go on a blind date, I must accompany you throughout the entire process, Lu Fan declared, his mind racing with determination. As you wish, Bai Fengyi said, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, succinctly leaving those words behind as she exited the elevator. Lu Fan, infuriated and at a loss, could only set the matter aside for the moment and hurriedly followed her. He meant what he said. The moment Bai Fengyi entered a taxi, he promptly joined her inside. Upon arriving at the school and seeing that the person accompanying Bai Fengyi to the capital was a female teacher, he felt a wave of relief. As long as it wasn't a male teacher. He then traveled with Bai Fengyi and the female teacher to the airport. And only after seeing her board the plane did he return home, dejected and solitary. They say that marrying before falling in love can be quite beneficial. Yet why does this pursuit of love feel so fraught with obstacles? Lu Fan pondered Bai Fengyi's fluctuating demeanor toward him, feeling a weight of frustration. After completing 100 push-ups and taking a cold shower, he finally managed to calm his racing thoughts. He slowly came to realize that his most pressing issue was how to change Bai Fengyi's perception of him, transforming from the boy she once carried by her side into a mature man capable of standing on his own. The hallmark of a mature man is a successful career. Otherwise, when faced with the accomplished Bai Fengyi, lacking a home, a car, or savings, he would find himself bereft of the qualifications and confidence to promise her happiness through a wedding. On the flight to the capital, the accompanying teacher Wu Lifeng glanced at Bai Fengyi and remarked with a smile, "Your student seems quite attentive to you, even coming to the airport to see you off." "Well, he's not bad, rather clever, though occasionally a bit childish," Bai Fengyi replied, resting her chin on her hand, her lips curving into a radiant smile, her bright eyes shimmering with a gentle light. Having just graduated, his youthful spirit is quite natural. Once he enters society, he will inevitably mature and become more composed. However, a man remains a boy at heart until death, and I believe a hint of childlike wonder can be delightful. They are often carefree, harboring no ill intentions, with sincere emotions and a zest for life. Their expressions of affection are straightforward. If they like you, their enthusiasm is palpable, and if they do not, they display indifference, sparing you the need to decipher their feelings. Isn't that refreshing? Wu Lifeng chuckled. At times, he can indeed be charming and amusing. Yet he can also evoke irritation and exasperation. Bai Fengyi recalled how often she felt like taking a knife to Lu Fan in frustration. A childish man may come across as immature or unreliable, perhaps even lacking in responsibility and commitment. He may not have the means to buy you a diamond ring, a car for joyrides, or a spacious home, but he possesses the audacity to invite the girl he adores to explore the world with him, even when he has nothing. What makes them most captivating is their undying hope and passionate fervor that can ignite your spirit. Therefore, in my view, a man with a touch of childlike innocence evokes a sense of contradiction and complexity, yet he can also bring vibrancy and excitement to life. The older Wu Lifeng regarded Bai Fengyi with a knowing look. Is that so? Bai Fengyi's expression faltered slightly, gradually sinking into contemplation. Observing her, Wu Lifeng smiled softly and fell silent. Ding. The host may check in today. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding. The host has checked in on the mathematical analysis textbook and gained an intelligence boost of 5. Ding. The host has an unopened newlywed gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 88,000 in wedding gifts, a luxury Mercedes-Benz valued at 880,000, and a family support fund of 360,000. Cash and items are temporarily stored in the system warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. All information will be automatically entered into the relevant national systems. Listening to the system's notifications, Lu Fan was overjoyed. He never expected that this seemingly unremarkable check-in system would be so powerful, providing him with a substantial sum of 440,000 in cash. Furthermore, there was an additional luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Although he had not become an overnight millionaire, the unexpected acquisition of so many possessions left him thoroughly content. Even if the system were to vanish tomorrow, he would remain unfazed. Moreover, his intellect had surged by an impressive 5 points, a delightful surprise indeed. Lu Fan could distinctly perceive that, following this enhancement in intelligence, his comprehension and logical reasoning while studying mathematical analysis had markedly improved. Many previously vague concepts began to crystallize into clarity. Excellent. If I maintain this momentum, I need not worry about achieving fame and success in the future. Soaring to great heights. Lu Fan was filled with joy and exuberance. Naturally, his immediate desire was to inspect his new car. He quickly rose from his bed and made his way to the underground parking lot of his community to retrieve the vehicle. Ensuring that no one was around and there were no surveillance cameras, he stood in a secluded corner and softly uttered a phrase. Chapter 14. Sharing Joy. Upon Lu Fan's utterance, a brand new Mercedes-Benz appeared abruptly before him. This was a mid-cycle facelift model, combining both comfort and performance. The front featured an entirely new platform with a sleek horizontal grille, complemented by a hollow trident emblem at its center, exuding a robust and youthful presence. The lines of the side windows elegantly melded with the rear spoiler, imparting an artistic flair to its overall aesthetic. Merely from its exterior, the car conveyed an impression of opulence and dominance. What a magnificent vehicle! Lu Fan exclaimed involuntarily, immediately stepping inside to examine the interior, which was outfitted with top-tier features and offered ample space. At last, I can proudly count myself among the car owners. How will Bai Fengi mock me now? Lu Fan fondly caressed the pristine steering wheel, unable to contain his delight. Observing the vehicle, he noted that the system had thoughtfully arranged all the paperwork, including the license plate and insurance. He promptly started the car and drove out of the community, eager to enjoy the breeze. Since when did our community acquire such a vehicle? At the entrance, a middle-aged man riding an electric scooter happened upon the majestic Mercedes emerging from the underground garage. Gazing at the stunning car, he muttered in astonishment. His eyes then fell upon the familiar face of the driver, prompting him to exclaim in surprise. Is that really Lu Fan? Didn't he just graduate from university? When did he get a car? Old Zhang, what are you muttering to yourself in the car? The owner of the nearby convenience store stepped out and noticed Zhang Deshan seated on his electric scooter, wearing a shocked expression as he spoke to himself, prompting a curious inquiry. Old Song, did you see that car? Zhang Deshan hastily pointed towards the Mercedes, which was now driving away. I did see it. It must belong to someone who just bought a new car. What's the matter? Old Song nodded, perplexed by the situation. You have seen clearly. That is indeed a luxury Mercedes, belonging to the Lu family, Zhang Deshan stated. A Mercedes? The Lu family? Old Song's expression turned to one of disbelief. Is that even possible? Didn't they claim to have lost money in business? Where could they possibly have found the funds to purchase a Mercedes? Furthermore, they have been away for so long. When did they return? The one driving just now was not Lu Guoming, but his son, Lu Fan. I am certain of it. It was indeed Lu Guoming's son, Zhang Deshan insisted emphatically. Lu Fan has just graduated and has yet to find a job. Where could he acquire such an expensive car? Old Song was now equally astonished. That is precisely what I find peculiar. Could it be a rental? But why would he rent a car in such fine condition? Zhang Deshan pondered, perplexed. We can hardly comprehend the whims of youth. Perhaps he simply desires to enjoy the experience. Old Song chuckled. Youth is often prone to such frivolities, which does lend some credence to the possibility, yet it still strikes me as rather odd. Zhang Deshan glanced at his own dilapidated electric bicycle, his tone tinged with bitterness. I have toiled away my entire life, and I have never even touched a steering wheel. Each day, I can only ride this worn-out electric bike to work. Who could have imagined that a recent college graduate would be driving a luxury vehicle? It feels as though my life has been lived in vain, Zhang Deshan lamented, shaking his head repeatedly. Your son has been working for several years now. Perhaps you could ask him to buy you a car, or at least rent one for you to enjoy, Old Song suggested cheerfully. Let us not entertain that thought. My little rascal barely earns enough to spend on himself. Expecting him to buy me a car is a dream for another lifetime, Zhang Deshan replied, frowning in frustration as he pedaled his electric bike into the community. How curious. I have been at this shop all day. When did Lu Fan manage to drive the car into the garage? Moreover, it was a luxury Mercedes. Could it be that the Lu couple has recently come into a fortune? As Zhang Deshan departed, Old Song's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Fan, experiencing the thrill of driving for the first time, navigated the roads with a sense of joy. As he grew accustomed to the vehicle, he gradually began to accelerate. The sensation of owning a car was undeniably exhilarating. With his hands on the steering wheel, he watched the towering buildings recede in the background. Feeling the refreshing breeze from the open window, his spirit soaring with an indescribable sense of contentment and freedom, he promptly snapped a photo of himself and sent it to Bai Fengi, reasoning that she was likely still aboard a plane and unable to see it. Simultaneously, he shared the moment with Zhang Peng, eager to include him in his delight. What on earth? When did you start driving? Zhang Peng exclaimed in surprise. Isn't it splendid? What do you think of my new car? Lu Fan grinned. Of course, having a car is wonderful, but where did you acquire it? Details will come later. For now, where are you? Shall I come and take you for a ride? Sure, come over. I'm currently dining with Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin, said Zhang Peng. How did you end up dining with those two? Lu Fan asked with slight surprise. They're considering starting a business and asked if I wanted to join them. I thought, since I haven't received any responses from the other companies, I might as well have a conversation with them. If it seems appropriate, I'll proceed. If not, I won't. Zhang Peng explained. Don't agree too hastily. Let's discuss this once I arrive, Lu Fan replied, his brows furrowing slightly. He did not oppose Zhang Peng's entrepreneurial aspirations, believing that working for others would forever confine him to being an employee. It would be better to seize the opportunity while young to start his own venture, as he might eventually become a successful boss. However, Lu Fan would never agree to Zhang Peng collaborating with Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin, as he distrusted their character. During their time at school, these two had partnered with a student from the mathematics department named Chun Zhong to run a night stall. Initially, business was challenging, relying heavily on Chun Zhong's relentless efforts in promotion and funding, which eventually led to the stall's success. However, after making a considerable profit, Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin, driven by jealousy, conspired to oust Chun Zhong, continuing the venture themselves and reaping the rewards. Lu Fan had been unaware of this incident until he overheard discussions among other students while accompanying Bai Fengyi in the mathematics department. To his dismay, after graduation, these two had set their sights on Zhang Peng, who came from a decent background but lacked cunning and guile. 40 minutes later, Lu Fan arrived at a restaurant named Kayatabo. Upon entering, he located Zhang Peng, and without uttering a word or greeting Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin, he seized Zhang Peng and started to leave. Lu Fan, what are you doing? Zhao Wenhao exclaimed, quickly grabbing Zhang Peng's arm, visibly displeased. I'm merely protecting my friend. Your entrepreneurial pursuits are your own affair, but do not expect to drag my brother into your pitfalls and exploit him, Lu Fan stated, his expression impassive as he glanced coldly at them. What do you mean by that? I merely wanted to bring Zhang Peng into our fold out of respect for our past as classmates. How can you suggest we would exploit him? Zhao Wenhao questioned, his tone darkening. To remain ignorant, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Surely you do not believe I am unaware of Qin Zhang's situation? Lu Fan retorted coldly. The previously domineering expressions of Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin shifted dramatically, their faces reflecting undeniable discomfort. They were taken aback that Lu Fan was aware of their actions during university. Integrity is paramount in life. In light of our shared history as classmates, I offer you this counsel. The wheel of fate turns inevitably. The heavens do not spare the unrepentant. Consider your actions carefully, Lu Fan concluded, turning away and leaving the restaurant with Zhang Peng. Damn it! Zhao Wenhao seethed with rage, kicking the table as he cursed loudly while watching Lu Fan and Zhang Peng depart. Wait, doesn't that guy seem to be driving a Mercedes? Xiao Xingbin approached the window on the second floor, observing as Lu Fan entered the driver's seat of a Mercedes parked by the roadside, exclaiming in surprise. What Mercedes? Zhao Wenhao, his brow furrowed in irritation, walked over to peer outside. It's that very Mercedes. Lu Fan just got in, Xiao Xingbin pointed out, indicating the already started vehicle. Isn't that fellow just a pauper? How could he afford such a luxury car? Zhao Wenhao's expression turned to one of astonishment. It was only when the car turned around, confirming that it was indeed Lu Fan behind the wheel, that he began to accept this hard-to-believe reality. Could it be that we have misjudged him all along? He is, in fact, the true affluent one? Zhao Wenhao's complexion shifted repeatedly, his mood thoroughly vexed. This was not solely due to Lu Fan's audacious confrontation, which had thwarted their plans, but also because they had previously underestimated him. Had they known Lu Fan's family was so wealthy, they would have certainly sought to cultivate a relationship with him, rather than pursuing Zhang Peng. Now, with their relationship in tatters, they found themselves devoid of even a semblance of camaraderie. Yi Yu's family is also affluent. Should we consider approaching him? Xiao Xingbin pondered. Let us give it a try, but we must be wary of that scoundrel Lu Fan, lest he undermine our efforts, rendering our endeavors futile, Zhao Wenhao replied darkly. Very well, I shall call him shortly, Xiao Xingbin nodded in agreement. Inside the Mercedes, Zhang Peng was akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, exploring every nook and cranny with uncontainable excitement. So this is a Mercedes. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as a luxury vehicle far superior to those taxis. Spacious and comfortable, Zhang Peng exclaimed, reclining comfortably in the back seat. It truly is unlike ordinary cars. The interior is lavishly adorned, exuding a sense of quality and advanced technology, and it drives with remarkable stability, Lu Fan remarked with a smile. Come now, confess, where did you acquire this car? You didn't divulge anything yesterday. Zhang Peng, filled with curiosity, felt as though 1,000 ants were crawling under his skin. As the Buddha says, some things are best left unsaid, Lu Fan replied, feigning mystery. The truth was, he could not reveal the car's specific origins, as it was a gift from the system. All right then, what's the story with Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin? Zhang Peng inquired. Lu Fan promptly recounted the events involving Zhao Wenhao, Xiao Xingbin, and Shenzhong. Damn. So those two are so devious, trying to deceive me. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would have fallen into their trap. Zhang Ping expressed his indignation. You must remember. Harbor no ill intentions towards others, but remain vigilant against potential deceit. Do not assume that just because we are all university students and classmates, others will not attempt to trick you. Human nature can be treacherous. Many nefarious individuals in society were once university students. Just look at the news. It is rife with stories of students harming their own roommates. Therefore, you must stay alert and not trust others too easily, Lu Fan cautioned repeatedly. Understood, I will remember. Zhang Peng affirmed. I truly do not wish to be sold by others while assisting them in counting their profits. Zhang Peng nodded in agreement. So, do you intend to join a company or embark on your own entrepreneurial journey? Lu Fan inquired. I am quite inclined towards entrepreneurship, however. I lack ideas and am uncertain about what to pursue, and my funds are somewhat insufficient, Zhang Peng pondered. I believe it would be wiser for you to seek employment initially, he suggested. Lu Fan shook his head. Why? Zhang Peng gazed at Lu Fan. Because the essence of entrepreneurship is sales. Whether it involves selling products, services, or technology, it all boils down to selling. However, to sell, we must inevitably possess a customer base. Furthermore, entrepreneurship necessitates a solid plan. One cannot simply act impulsively without due consideration. Thirdly, understanding how to manage a team is crucial in entrepreneurship. Yet, our experience in school has been limited to part-time jobs. We possess little else. And embarking on a venture blindly carries a high risk of failure. Thus, I recommend that you first gain employment, build a substantial customer base, accumulate industry experience and connections, and learn team management before venturing into entrepreneurship. Your chances of success would increase significantly, Lu Fan articulated step by step. This matter had been thoughtfully considered during his drive to pick up Zhang Peng. Initially, he had aspired to start a business, desiring to earn money and establish his career swiftly. He envisioned throwing an extravagant wedding for Bai Fengyi, eager to publicly affirm their relationship. Especially now, with the system granting him over 400,000 in cash, he could easily fund a startup. However, after careful contemplation, he temporarily abandoned this notion due to the associated risks. Unless he encounters a favorable opportunity or discovers a promising business venture, he would refrain from pursuing it. Your reasoning is sound. I shall contemplate this further, Zhang Peng considered earnestly. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded, then smiled. Let us set aside this matter for now and enjoy a leisurely drive. We can address other concerns later. Very well, Zhang Peng replied with a cheerful smile. Thus, over the next 4 hours, Lu Fan took Zhang Peng on a tour of both the inner and outer islands of Xiamen, returning home satisfied after parking the car. Truly, he is a child of the Lu Guoming family. The convenience store owner stood at the entrance, watching the Mercedes slowly glide into the underground garage. His expression one of surprise as he murmured to himself, "What of the Lu Guoming family?" Old Song's wife casually remarked while arranging the shelves. He suddenly drove a Mercedes today. It has left me somewhat perplexed. Old Song frowned. What is perplexing about it? They are a couple engaged in business. Is it not quite normal for them to purchase a car for their son with the profits they've earned? Old Song's wife replied nonchalantly. Our hometown still needs 5,000 for building. Should we consider borrowing some from their family? Old Song suddenly suggested. Is that feasible? A spark of hope lit up Old Song's wife's eyes as she looked at her husband expectantly. Chapter 16. The First Yearning. I do not know. I shall give it a try. Old Song gritted his teeth and said, All right, then you can call and inquire later. His wife nodded in agreement. In the underground garage, Lu Fan had just parked his car when he received a message from Bai Fengyi. Where did you get this car? A Mercedes? Didn't you say I had no car? Well, I found an elder who lent me one, Lu Fan replied with a smirk. Bai Fengyi, frowning slightly, remarked, I know your family situation better than you do. Which elder could possibly lend you a Mercedes? This is none of your concern. Just know that I have a car now. When you return from the capital, I will pick you up at the airport, Lu Fan said, a hint of pride in his voice. My point in mentioning your lack of a car was to remind you that you are still young, and your primary task is to focus on your studies, not to entertain frivolous thoughts. If that car is borrowed from an elder, you should return it. Otherwise, I will never ride in your vehicle, Bai Fengyi replied coldly. Lu Fan was taken aback by Bai Fengyi's sternness and lamented, "It's not something I can return now. As the car is officially registered under my name, I'll have to wait until I can afford a new one to replace it. Do not engage in such foolishness again. Concentrate on your studies. If you fail to secure a postgraduate position or cannot pass the exams, do not speak to me again." Bai Fengyi concluded, abruptly ending the call. Lu Fan sat in a daze for a moment, surprised by the turn of events. Bai Fengyi simultaneously criticized his lack of a car while expressing her desire for him not to have one. What could her true intentions be? The complexities of a woman's heart were as enigmatic as searching for a needle in the ocean, leaving him increasingly baffled by her thoughts. He ran his fingers through his hair, feeling a cloud of frustration. In a hotel in the capital, Wu Lifan observed Bai Fengyi's troubled expression and inquired, "What's wrong? You seem a bit off." "It's nothing, just some sudden memories," Bai Fengyi replied with a gentle shake of her head and a faint smile. After taking a shower and changing clothes, she rested for a while on the bed before heading to Hucking University with her mentor, Wu Lifan, to attend an event. "Junior sister, you've arrived." At the conference center of Hucking University, a handsome young man in a tailored suit approached Bai Fengyi with a bright smile. "Hello, senior brother," Bai Fengyi said politely, taking a subtle step back to maintain her distance. The young man, Chen Yuanqing, was her senior from her graduate studies at Xiamen University. After Bai Fengyi chose to remain at Xiamen, Chen Yuanqing moved to Hucking University. He had once pursued her and even penned love letters confessing his feelings. However, Bai Fengyi felt no attraction towards him and found even friendship somewhat forced, perhaps due to a lack of chemistry or simply because he was not her type. As fellow disciples, Bai Fengyi believed that this was the closest relationship they could achieve. Yet, Fengyi remained as distant as ever. "Senior brother, please do not misunderstand. I have always been indifferent by nature and am not adept at socializing," Chen Yuanqing remarked with a bitter smile. "You need not explain yourself, Fengyi. After several years at Xia University, I am well aware of your disposition. You must have a boyfriend now, or are you still single?" Chen Yuanqing inquired. "Yes, I do have a boyfriend, and he is slightly younger than I," Bai Fengyi replied with a gentle nod. Taken aback, Chen Yuanqing stood frozen as if ensnared by a spell. His earlier probing had been a mere test, and he did not expect Bai Fengyi to respond candidly. This disheartening revelation left him momentarily dazed. "Is that so? He must be an exceptionally remarkable young man to have captured your heart," Chen Yuanqing said, suppressing his own sense of loss with a deep sigh. "It's difficult to articulate the essence of affection," Bai Fengyi replied, her eyes glimmering. "It seems you truly care for him. After all these years, this is the first time I have heard of a man who can provoke emotions in you. The epitome of aloofness. Given your qualities, any worthy man would be suitable for you, yet you have chosen him. I am almost envious of his fortune," Chen Yuanqing said, half in jest, half in earnest. "You will have the opportunity to meet him someday," Bai Fengyi responded with a serene smile. "Let us refrain from such discussions today, as it is rare for us to meet. The conference is our primary focus," she continued. "Come, I will take you to see Professor Lin Jing. It has been some time since you last met her." Chen Yuanqing forced a smile, reluctant to hear about the love story of the perfect, aloof goddess he had admired for so long, now speaking of another man. He felt a pang of frustration and sorrow. "Indeed. It has been a while since I last saw her. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother," Bai Fengyi nodded, following Chen Yuanqing to a lounge adjacent to the conference hall. Bai Fengyi was not unfamiliar with the mathematics department of Hucking University. She had visited several times before, first for her studies and subsequently for various exchange activities. She was well acquainted with most of the esteemed faculty of the renowned Qiu Qingdong Academy. There is no need for such formality. It is merely a small favor. Chen Yuanqing feigned nonchalance. A few minutes later, Bai Fengyi finally encountered her former mentor, Professor Lin Jing, the vice dean of Qiu Qingdong Academy. She pondered what Bai Fengyi was currently engaged in. "In the past, I often felt constrained by her presence, yet now that she has unexpectedly vanished, I find myself struggling to adjust, even missing her somewhat. How peculiar." In the Xia district, Lu Fan was diligently revising his first-year calculus, but his mind would inevitably wander, consumed by thoughts of Bai Fengyi's exquisite beauty and graceful form. Could it be that I have been under her influence for too long, developing a penchant for self-imposed torment? This won't do. How can a grown man allow himself to become so feeble? Lu Fan hastily banished the tumultuous thoughts from his mind and focused intently on his studies. Yet, once ensnared by the throes of love, controlling one's emotions proves to be no simple task. Before long, Lu Fan found himself distracted once more, lost in daydreams. Even mimicking the handwriting from her notes, as if this might alleviate some of his yearning. Parting sorrow is less than the tide's assurance. Only in longing do I realize the sea is not so deep. I never anticipated that Bai Juyi's poem was penned entirely for me. Lu Fan, dazed and lost in thought, let out a wry smile, murmuring to himself. Chapter 17. The Enchanting Woman of Hucking University. May I inquire, how do the river's tides compare to your affection and my heart? At Hucking University, within the elegant and intricate ancient pavilion nestled in the Tsinghua Garden, a young woman clad in a flowing green gown sat gracefully upon a cool stone bench, her crimson lips slightly parted as she spoke softly to herself. A gentle breeze rustled through the surroundings, sending ripples across the lake's surface. The lotus flowers bloomed vibrantly in the lush greenery, and the air was suffused with a delightful fragrance. From outside the pavilion, only half of the woman's profile was visible. Yet, even so, her beauty was breathtaking, radiating a sense of mystery akin to a maiden veiled, holding a pipa. As she slowly turned her head, her features became fully visible, delicately crafted, as if each detail had been meticulously painted. She exuded a gentle grace, serene as a maiden, resembling a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. Since when did Hucking possess such a stunning beauty? On the shaded pathway outside the pavilion, groups of distinguished students from Hucking University stood mesmerized, their eyes wide with astonishment, whispering in disbelief. While Hucking University was no stranger to beauty, they had never encountered a woman as breathtaking as this one in their lives. The moment they laid eyes upon her, it was as if the world had suddenly brightened. She appeared to be the magnificent young professor who had attended the mathematics forum a few days prior, captivating countless hearts, reportedly from Xiamen University and already a vice professor. Is she truly a mathematics vice professor, so young and lovely? Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with intrigue and their hearts raced. A bold young man, puffed with confidence, strode over to her, attempting to strike up a conversation. I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend, Bai Fengyi replied coolly, her gaze flickering slightly as she regarded the handsome young man who had approached her. Apologies for the interruption. The young man's face flushed slightly as he shyly departed. Upon learning that this ethereal beauty, their professor, was already in a relationship, the crowd could not help but sigh in regret, pondering over the unfortunate fate of such a delicate flower being attached to a heap of manure. Yet, even with the knowledge of her unavailability, they lingered outside the ancient pavilion, quietly admiring her allure. Bai Fengyi remained oblivious to their gazes, her attention absorbed by the serene beauty of the landscape, a gentle daze flickering in her clear, tranquil eyes. It was the third day since her arrival in the capital, marking the longest separation from Lu Fan in her life. She had never anticipated that the boy, 5 years her junior, whom she had cared for since his infancy, would one day become the person she missed the most. Did she harbor feelings for Lu Fan? She was uncertain. All she knew was that tending to him, being constantly concerned about his studies, and contemplating his future had become her habitual practice, an inseparable part of her existence. Before this, she had seemingly never considered the prospect of being apart from him, nor what such a separation might entail. Yet, during these 3 days in the capital, she found herself irresistibly drawn to memories of his somewhat handsome, youthful face, brimming with vivacity. His rebelliousness, his stubbornness, his mischievous antics, and the charming smile he wore when he sought her favor had all transformed into cherished recollections, weaving through her dreams like a gentle breeze under the moonlight, stirring her heart relentlessly. The longing she felt was akin to a tangled ball of yarn, impossible to unravel, ensnaring and tormenting her. As Bai Juyi once penned, in moments of mutual reproach, lovers lament that their partner lacks the punctuality of the tides, yet in moments of yearning, they realize the ocean is not as profound as they believed. Sister Bai, it's the first day you're away, I miss you. Sister Bai, it's the second day you're away, I miss you dearly. Sister Bai, it's the third day you're away. Are you sure you want to reply to my messages? Sister Bai, this longing is a torment that could drive one to despair. Bai Fengyi opened her phone, gazing quietly at the green bubbles filled with Lu Fan's incessant messages over the past few days. She attempted several times to respond, her youthful fingers poised to compose a reply. However, After each attempt, anxiety would wash over her, prompting her to hastily delete her words. This cycle repeated itself until finally, she typed out a brief message, "Focus on your studies, I'll be back tomorrow." Though her response was vague, she felt that the essence of her emotions lay encapsulated within those 6 simple words. "Ah, sister bye," you finally replied. "My goodness. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to respond to me. My life is finally saved. What time is your flight tomorrow? I'll be at the airport to pick you up." Lu Fan replied in a flurry of messages. "Tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, I shall arrive in Xiamen." Bai Fengyi replied, "Certainly, I acknowledge your message. You may await my chariot to escort you." Lu Fan responded instantaneously. Observing the joy that seemed to radiate from Lu Fan's words, Bai Fengyi delicately pressed her crimson lips together, placed her phone down, and gazed out at the verdant lake and blooming lotus flowers of Hucking Garden, her smile blossoming. The emotions she had suppressed in recent days appeared to have been entirely liberated, rendering her light as a feather, both in spirit and body. Oh my! The goddess is smiling. How beautiful! She cannot possibly be engaged in conversation with her boyfriend, can she? Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of envy and heartache washed over those around her, witnessing the once aloof goddess now adorned with a radiant smile. A complexity of feelings too profound for words. "Lu Fan, would you care to embark on a venture together?" Just as Lu Fan concluded his chat with Bai Fengyi, he received a call from Yiyu. "What is this? You wish to start your own business? Is there a promising opportunity?" Lu Fan replied with a beaming smile, reveling in his good mood. "I don't possess any particular insights, but Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin do. They have invited me to join them in establishing an entertainment media company, aiming to create a cadre of internet celebrities and profit handsomely from the ensuing traffic. I thought it worthwhile to inquire whether you might be interested in joining as a shareholder," Yiyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Those two have approached you?" Lu Fan's brow furrowed instantly. These rascals truly cannot change their ways. Observing Zhang Peng being thwarted by him, they have now turned their sights on Yiyu. "It appears necessary for me to clarify matters within the group, ensuring that no one else falls victim to their schemes." Thus, Lu Fan recounted all the misdeeds of Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin to Yiyu. Then, in the class group, he meticulously detailed the incident involving Chen Zhong, urging everyone to exercise caution and not to be deceived by Zhao Wenhao and his accomplice. Chapter 18. Becoming a master chef. Preparing meals for my in-laws. Good heavens! I thought those two would suddenly display kindness by inviting me into their venture. Instead, they merely viewed me as a naive fool. Yiyu fumed, unleashing a torrent of curses. Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin have truly engaged in such deceitful acts? That is utterly disgusting, a testament to their lack of integrity and shamelessness. To deceive their own classmates of 4 years is inexcusable. 2 rotten apples spoil the barrel. They must be expelled from our class group and stripped of their membership. A multitude of voices erupted in the group, condemning Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin vehemently. As the group leader, the class monitor promptly revoked their management privileges and expelled them from the class group. Damn it, that wretched Lu Fan has thwarted my endeavors once again. In a rented room, Zhao Wenhao, who was plotting with Xiao Xingbin on how to deceive Yiyu, glanced at the flood of righteous indignation and vitriol directed at them in the group. Realizing he had been expelled, his fury reached a boiling point, his expression darkening to a ghastly extent. His hatred for Lu Fan surged to unprecedented heights. It is all because of that fellow that the reputations of the two have truly plummeted into the cesspool today. Damn it, I hope I don't come across him, otherwise, I will undoubtedly make him regret it. Zhao Wenhao's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. I hope I don't encounter those 2 scoundrels again, otherwise, I will beat them so severely that even their mothers won't recognize them. Feeling deeply betrayed, Yiyu similarly cursed Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin's ancestors. Well, since I wasn't deceived, everything is still fine. There's no need to be so angry. It's not worth it. Lu Fan offered gentle reassurances over the phone, which helped to temper Yiyu's fury a little. Yes, thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I might have been tricked to the point of losing my undergarments without even realizing it. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance, Yiyu declared generously. Lu Fan smiled slightly, saying nothing more. In truth, all of this was thanks to Yiyu himself. Had he not kindly sought to help him profit, he would have remained unaware of Zhao Wenhao's and Xiao Xingbin's deceitful intentions. It can only be said that in this world, every action, no matter how small, is governed by fate. This also affirms the wisdom of the ancients. Those who give love receive love, and blessings come to those who bestow them. Engaging in good deeds and accumulating virtue is always worthwhile. For one day, fortune and kindness will return to oneself. All right, I shall not disturb your studies any further. You may continue your work, Yu said, before hanging up the phone. Lu Fan glanced at the clock. It was already 4 in the afternoon. So he prepared to head out to the supermarket to buy groceries. In recent days, he had acquired 2 remarkable skills. One was the art of high-level cooking, specifically the National Vocational Qualification Level 3 for Chinese chefs. The other was a random small red envelope worth 888 yuan. Upon obtaining the advanced culinary skills, he realized he had transformed significantly. Previously, he could only manage home-cooked meals at an apprentice level. Now, he had suddenly gained a wealth of theoretical knowledge that would typically require years of arduous study and rich experience to master. His knife skills had become exceptional, and he could accurately control cooking temperatures and oil heat, as well as be well-versed in ingredient pairings and nutritional components. He had truly become a chef of considerable caliber, more than capable of serving as the head chef in a 5-star hotel, superior even to those who have merely graduated from vocational culinary schools, who are often only at the lowest tier of intermediate chefs. The only regret Lu Fan had was that to officially obtain the nationally issued Level 3 vocational qualification certificate, one must be over 25 years old. He was only 22, so for now, he could only possess the advanced cooking skills without the relevant certification. Nevertheless, Lu Fan was still ecstatic. At least he had a skill to rely on. Even if he struggled to find a suitable job in his field, he could sustain himself through his culinary talents. What he most looked forward to now was preparing a meal for Bai Fengyi upon her return tomorrow. He must make her understand how fortunate and blissful it is to marry a husband skilled in the culinary arts. One can only wonder if she will dare to utter words of divorce again after this. Xiaofan, are you going out to buy groceries? Upon hearing the sound of Lu Fan opening the door, Mother Bai emerged, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she inquired. Yes, Auntie, what would you like to eat today? I shall return shortly to prepare it for you, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Wonderful. Then how about a dish of braised vegetarian chicken? You may decide on the rest, Mother Bai exclaimed with delight, her heart brimming with joy. Ever since she savored the meal Lu Fan prepared for her yesterday, the memory lingered, and she yearned for another taste. She pondered when this young man's culinary skills had suddenly become so remarkable. She recalled just a few days prior, when Lu Fan had assisted Bai Fengyi in her kitchen, his skills were merely average, far from her own decades of experience as a homemaker. All right, please wait for me and Uncle. I shall return promptly, Lu Fan said with a gentle smile. Very well, then be swift. Mother Bai nodded eagerly, watching Lu Fan depart. For Lu Fan, it was not only about winning Bai Fengyi's heart through her stomach, but also about endearing himself to his future in-laws, ensuring they would not become an obstacle in his relationship with Bai Fengyi. An hour and a half later, Lu Fan returned, laden with groceries. Today I shall prepare braised vegetarian chicken, along with shrimp and tofu soup, and pig bone and yellow bean porridge. The shrimp and tofu soup aids in calcium supplementation, while the pig bone and yellow bean porridge is beneficial for kidney health and bone growth, making it highly nutritious for both of you. Lu Fan explained as he organized the ingredients. Very well, we trust your judgment, Mother Bai smiled. Pleasantly surprised by Lu Fan's thoughtfulness in preparing such nutritious dishes for their dinner, her eyes filled with affection for him. Lu Fan did not deliberately showcase his culinary prowess. He meticulously cleaned the pork ribs and simmered them gently for an hour. Next, he added the yellow beans, allowing them to boil several times before incorporating the rice to create a porridge. To accommodate Mother Bai and Father Bai's dental needs, he ensured the pork ribs and yellow beans were cooked until tender. It smells so wonderful. It must taste divine. Mother Bai, who had been watching intently, could hardly contain her excitement, her mouth watering in anticipation. Father Bai, drawn by the enticing aroma, rushed from the living room to the kitchen, his eyes glistening with desire. Observing their eager expressions, Lu Fan smiled contentedly as he proceeded to prepare the second dish, braised vegetarian chicken. After washing the beef and slicing it, he sauteed the vegetarian chicken in oil until it turned a golden hue, then added scallions, ginger, beef, and cooking wine. 10 minutes later, he incorporated sugar, soy sauce, and fine salt, stirring it several times until a delectable dish was completed. Chapter 19, Video Call. The final dish was the shrimp and tofu soup. While preparing the vegetarian chicken stew, Lu Fan had already washed and soaked the dried shrimp in advance. Thus, he merely needed to cut the tofu into small cubes. Add chopped green onions, minced ginger, and cooking wine, and saute them in a hot oil pan before adding water. In approximately 3 minutes, the broth would be ready. "This soup looks truly vibrant," exclaimed Mother Bai cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with amazement at Lu Fan's culinary prowess. To the untrained eye, Father Bai merely observed Lu Fan's fluid chopping motions, which resembled an art form, bringing joy to the onlooker. Yet, Mother Bai, through Lu Fan's methodical cooking process, discerned his transformation. His skilled knife work, confident and practiced movements flowed seamlessly, a feat that could not be accomplished without extensive training. Clearly, Lu Fan had diligently honed his culinary skills in secret, stunning everyone with his remarkable progress. This also led Mother Bai to perceive that in this brief span of days, the boy had matured considerably, becoming more composed and no longer the clumsy, hasty individual he once was. "Auntie, Uncle, the meal is ready. Please indulge in my culinary creation for today," Lu Fan announced with a smile as he brought the dishes to the dining table. "Delightful," Father Bai nodded, eagerly tasting a spoonful of the yellow bean porridge. The delightful amalgamation of fresh pork broth and glutinous yellow bean porridge tantalized his palate, prompting him to exclaim, "Delicious! This is undoubtedly the finest porridge I have ever savored." Mother Bai quickly followed suit, taking a spoonful and savoring it thoughtfully, nodding in approval. "Indeed, it is exquisite. Although no sugar has been added, I detect a subtle sweetness, likely derived from the rice, gently coaxed out by the slow simmering. Your porridge-making skills are truly remarkable. Furthermore, the yellow beans are cooked to perfection, soft yet not overly mushy, achieving an ideal texture." She marveled as she continued to enjoy her meal. "Now, let us taste the soup and the vegetarian chicken stew," Lu Fan suggested, beaming at the affirmation from Mother and Father Bai. They promptly sampled the other 2 dishes. Quite delightful. It's been ages since I've enjoyed such delectable vegetarian chicken stew," they remarked. The soup was perfectly balanced in flavor, savory, and sweet, compelling them to take sip after sip without pause. The elderly couple nodded enthusiastically, giving Lu Fan a resounding thumbs up, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction and happiness. Their spirits uplifted. Food is of utmost importance to the people. This is humanity's most fundamental need for survival. However, if one can experience happiness and joy through food, that indeed constitutes a life of true significance, rendering the journey on this earth worthwhile. Regrettably, many toil tirelessly throughout their lives for mere coins and the essentials of daily sustenance, never truly savoring the delight of culinary pleasures until their last breath. "As long as you both enjoy it, I shall make it a point to cook for you whenever I have the time," Lu Fan remarked with a smile. "Little Fan, you must uphold your promise," both by Mama and by Papa said in unison, gazing at Lu Fan. "Of course, I often dined at your home when I was young. Now that I have matured and my culinary skills are quite commendable, it is only right that I show my filial piety towards you both, ensuring you enjoy delightful meals every day," Lu Fan responded earnestly. "Very well, it is settled then. Let us eat quickly, lest the food grows cold," my Mama said with a heartwarming smile, urging Lu Fan to partake in the meal. The dinner was filled with warmth and joy, a truly delightful affair. Lu Fan regaled the elderly couple with amusing anecdotes, leaving them in astonished laughter, resembling 2 charmingly mischievous children. "Splendid. The first step in winning over my father-in-law and mother-in-law's hearts has been temporarily achieved. Now, I must explore other means to continue winning their favor." After dinner, Lu Fan tidied up the dishes and assisted in cleaning the house, engaging in light conversation with the elderly couple before returning to his own home. Regardless of gender, once married, one cannot escape the dynamics between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, as well as the relationships between mothers and sons-in-law. Only by managing the elders in both families can young couples foster harmony and mitigate unnecessary disputes. With Bai Fengyi absent, it was incumbent upon Lu Fan to earnestly strive to align himself with his father-in-law and mother-in-law, advocating for himself. "Bai Jia, I would like to see you. Can we have a video call?" Lu Fan initiated a conversation with Bai Fengyi. "I will be back tomorrow. What is the need for a video call?" Bai Fengyi replied nonchalantly, engrossed in her mathematical studies. "It has been 3 days since I last saw you. I miss you dearly," Lu Fan unabashedly admitted. "Are you busy right now?" "Yes, I am organizing the discussion materials from the past 3 days," Bai Fengyi replied. "Oh, very well then. You carry on. I shall not disturb your work," Lu Fan said, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he set aside his phone, attempting to refocus on his first-year linear algebra studies. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, The notification of a video call from Green Bubble rang out. Upon checking, Lu Fan was taken aback to find that Bai Fengyi had initiated the call. He hastily adjusted his hairstyle and promptly answered. Bai Jia, were you not busy? Lu Fan inquired, gazing at Bai Fengyi, whose lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, her beauty as captivating as ever. Shall I hang up then? Bai Fengyi asked, glancing at him before reaching for the end call button. Wait. You initiated the call. It would be quite rude to hang up now, Lu Fan protested. However, he sensed that Bai Jia appeared somewhat weary. Was the academic conference particularly demanding? Lu Fan gazed intently at Bai Fengyi's exquisite and natural beauty, the lustrous long eyelashes, the delicate bridge of her nose, and her vividly red lips stirred his emotions. Previously, he had recognized Bai Fengyi's beauty, but after 3 days of separation, he now comprehended the true extent of her allure. In the north, there exists a beauty, transcendent and solitary. A single glance could captivate a city, and a second glance could enthrall a nation. This perfectly described her. She surpassed those so-called celebrities by countless measures. Especially striking were her intelligence, elegance, composure, and serene demeanor. As he beheld her enchanting visage, Lu Fan felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if time itself had paused in blissful serenity. Even in silence, he could gaze at her for 3 days and nights without blinking. Fortunately, perhaps due to the arid climate of the capital, he occasionally experienced insomnia at night. While Bai Fengyi immersed herself in her notes, she casually remarked in response, insomnia? Lu Fan's heart stirred. Now possessing the culinary skills of a master chef, he could prepare delightful meals to help alleviate her sleeplessness. When you return tomorrow, I will have a little surprise for you, he mused with a smile. Do you truly have a surprise? Bai Fengyi regarded him with suspicion. Having watched Lu Fan grow up, she knew his abilities and thoughts almost all too well. Just wait and see tomorrow. You will never guess what it is, Lu Fan said with a hint of pride. I never claimed I would guess, Bai Fengyi retorted, dousing him with a bucket of cold water. It's not that you want to guess, it's that you simply cannot. You fear my laughter, which is why you pretend not to want to guess. Lu Fan shot back, feeling slighted. I can't be bothered to guess. You just can't guess. You are afraid to. Not guessing. You are afraid to. Their playful banter continued, resembling the exchanges of children who had yet to mature. Bai Fengyi narrowed her eyes at Lu Fan, saying, You insist on opposing me, don't you? You started it, Lu Fan replied defiantly. Keep your little surprise for yourself. I don't want it. That is not your decision. Once I am ready, you will have no choice but to accept it. With that, Bai Fengyi abruptly ended the video call. Women are indeed quite petty. The moment they realize they cannot win, they sulk and throw a tantrum, Lu Fan thought, dismissing her anger. This was merely a trivial quarrel between spouses. Once she returned tomorrow and saw the surprise, she would surely be unable to remain upset. The following day, Lu Fan rose early as usual, dedicating half an hour to loudly reciting English to maintain his linguistic acuity. He then ventured to the market to procure the freshest ingredients. After preparing breakfast for Bai's parents, he set out once more. However, he did not head to the airport. Instead, he visited a jewelry store specializing in gold adornments. There, he and Bai Fengyi obtained their marriage certificate, thus becoming husband and wife. Yet, they lacked even the most fundamental elements of a wedding, such as rings or flowers, or any ceremonial gestures. Seizing the opportunity to surprise her, he resolved to purchase a complete set of gold jewelry, including rings, bracelets, and earrings, to amplify the delight of the occasion. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Inquired the courteous attendant at the counter. I wish to purchase a pair of gold wedding bands, along with a bracelet and earrings, Lu Fan replied, while perusing the golden trinkets displayed. Not a problem. May I inquire about your budget so that I can make appropriate recommendations? The salesperson responded. I'll take a look first, Lu Fan replied, opting not to disclose his budget, wary of the common sales tactics employed in such establishments. Please show me that pair of rings, he said, pointing to a duo of gold wedding bands. He was particularly drawn to the lady's ring, which featured an intricately carved peony, exquisitely designed and visually captivating. Imagining Bai Fengyi's delicate, fair finger adorned with such a ring only intensified its allure. Sir, you have an excellent eye. This pair of rings is a newly designed creation by our store's artisan, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship and clever design, perfect for the aesthetic of today's youth. They weigh a total of 7 grams, with the men's ring at 4 grams and the women's at 3 grams. May I ask what ring size your wife wears? The attendant inquired. Let me check, Lu Fan said, trying the ring on his smallest finger, which fit perfectly. This size should suffice. Very well. Now, would you care to look at the earrings and bracelet? I find this butterfly dance earring quite appealing. It is fashionable and delicate, simple yet romantic, making it ideal for women with long, straight hair, as it exudes an air of intellectual elegance, he remarked, examining the pair of earrings which indeed appeared exquisite. Does the choice of earrings depend on the hairstyle? Lu Fan asked, slightly surprised. Certainly. Different hairstyles complement various styles of earrings. For instance, those with short hair typically suit stud or trendy ear covering styles, creating a clean and refreshing appearance. Women with long, straight hair would look more refined in studs or small hoop earrings. Conversely, those with long, wavy hair would shine in ornate earrings, with dangling styles being particularly flattering. The attendant explained with a smile. Lu Fan was enlightened, realizing the depth of consideration that goes into selecting even the smallest of accessories. Very well. I shall take the butterfly dance earrings as well. Now, may I see that bracelet? He asked, gesturing towards a simple, unadorned gold bangle. Bai Fengyi was not one to favor makeup or overly elaborate designs. The rings and earrings already possess intricate designs. Adorning them with a bracelet of similar complexity would render the ensemble overly ostentatious, incongruous with her serene temperament. Very well, the sales assistant nodded in agreement. Would you mind if I record a video? Lu Fan inquired. One must always be cautious. He wished to avoid any unpleasant complications arising after his delightful purchase of these gold ornaments. Capturing a video as evidence would greatly mitigate such risks. Of course, our Xiaofu is a globally renowned gold jewelry store, guaranteeing quality and service with no deceit towards consumers. Feel free to record. The sales assistant assured with a professional smile. All right, please wrap them all up, Lu Fan instructed while filming. The wedding rings weigh 7 grams at 520 per gram, including labor costs, totaling 4,999. The bracelet weighs 15 grams, also including labor, at 9,999, and the earrings weigh 5 grams, costing 3,999. The grand total is 18,997 for 27 grams. 520, quite an auspicious number. Well then, please issue me a receipt, Lu Fan said, readily completing the transaction with the sales assistant. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise interrupted, Lu Fan? He turned slightly, startled to see a familiar girl, his classmate. Lin Jiahui. He hadn't anticipated encountering her here, and a flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. The gold jewelry he intended to gift by phone, he could easily raise her suspicions if Lin Jiahui noticed it. Lin Jiahui, do you work here? Lu Fan feigned calmness, observing her in a uniform akin to that of the sales assistant. Yes, I've been working part-time here. I'm now a designer in the store. She smiled, her gaze drifting to the trio of gold pieces he had purchased, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. You are buying gold. Are you preparing for marriage? But I recall you didn't have a girlfriend during university. Ah, not marriage, just an engagement, he clarified. That seems rather swift, getting engaged right after graduation. Such urgency. When fate calls, my parents wish for me to settle down soon. I believe a man should establish a family first, allowing me to focus on my career afterward. Lu Fan maintained his composure. Congratulations! You must invite me to your wedding banquet, Lin Jiahui exclaimed. Moreover, the rings you purchased happen to be my design. What do you think? They should be quite nice, right? She added with a cheerful smile. Indeed, they are quite lovely and unique. I truly admire them. Lu Fan replied sincerely, offering genuine praise. With a sense of urgency, he silently urged the sales clerk to hasten in packing his purchases, eager to depart at once. Fearing that Lin Jiahui might delve into inquiries about the identity of his bride. As long as you are happy, I wish you a joyful engagement, Lin Jiahui said, her face radiant with delight. Thank you, Lu Fan replied with a nod of appreciation. Sir, your jewelry has been packaged. Here are the invoice and certificate from our store. Please keep them safely. The sales clerk finally completed the transaction, handing the neatly wrapped items to Lu Fan. I shall take my leave now. Do invite me to your wedding banquet. We shall reconnect when time allows, Lu Fan stated, feigning calm as he exited the gold jewelry store. What extraordinary luck I possess. Merely choosing a random gold shop, and I unexpectedly encounter an old classmate. This news of my impending marriage will likely spread through the class group chat swiftly. I wonder how much longer I can keep it under wraps. If Bai Fengyi were to learn of this, she would surely want to take a knife to me. Lu Fan raised his hand to his forehead, lamenting inwardly, feeling utterly helpless. At this juncture, it was too late for regrets. He could only observe the unfolding events and take things step by step. Having acquired what he desired, Lu Fan returned home. At 11 in the morning. After preparing lunch for his mother-in-law and father-in-law, he took a fragrant shower, donned a stylish sports outfit, and purchased a bouquet of roses before driving to the airport to welcome Bai Fengyi. I have arrived. After a period of anxious waiting, Lu Fan finally received a message from Bai Fengyi. I am at Terminal 3. He promptly replied, sharing his location. Approximately 15 minutes later, a graceful figure emerged slowly from the terminal exit. Clad in a light purple ensemble, her tall and slender silhouette exuded elegance, with an air of composure and grace. Her exquisite features, striking black and white eyes, and an enchanting waistline combined to create a captivating allure. The very embodiment of beauty, she radiated maturity and poise. Indeed, it was Bai Fengyi, the woman Lu Fan had longed for over the past few days. Many onlookers surrounded her, captivated and astonished by her stunning beauty and serene demeanor. Welcome home, Lu Fan greeted, stepping forward with a broad smile and outstretched arms, yearning for a loving embrace. I'm a bit tired. We should hurry, Bai Fengyi, perceiving his intentions, felt a slight flush on her earlobes. Pretending fatigue, she tossed her suitcase to Lu Fan and brushed past him, casually remarking, let's get in the car and rest for a moment. Lu Fan felt a twinge of regret for not securing that embrace. Yet he guided Bai Fengyi into his Mercedes-Benz as he spoke. Here, these flowers are for you. Welcome back, and thank you for your hard work. Once Bai Fengyi settled into the passenger seat, Lu Fan retrieved the prepared red roses from the back seat and presented them to her. Taken aback by the grand bouquet, Bai Fengyi paused momentarily, surprised by Lu Fan's thoughtful gesture. A delicate blush gradually graced her exquisite face, and she felt her heart racing with an unexpected fervor. An indescribable shyness mingled with an unspoken delight surged within her, creating ripples of emotion. Throughout her life, numerous suitors had pursued her, showering her with countless roses. Yet she had never accepted any. However, in this moment, gazing at Lu Fan's radiant smile, she experienced for the very first time a palpable acceleration of her heartbeat. The fervent thumping resonated in her ears, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth, leaving her usually composed mind in a state of delightful disarray. Is this what you refer to as a little surprise? Bai Fengyi asked, gripping the roses tightly, feigning calmness. A bouquet hardly qualifies as a little surprise. The real surprise awaits at home, Lu Fan replied with a chuckle, starting the car and speeding towards their destination. Bai Fengyi pursed her lips, her gaze lingering on his sun-kissed, handsome features for a fleeting 3 seconds before she turned to gaze quietly out the window. At that moment, she acknowledged a stirring in her heart, coupled with anticipation for the surprise Lu Fan had in store for her. Yesterday's bravado had merely been a fade. She had never fathomed that a simple bouquet of roses could induce such a rapid heartbeat and elation. Could it be that I have truly developed feelings for this infuriating scoundrel? Bai Fengyi bit her lip lightly, her enchanting eyes occasionally glancing at his reflection in the glass. Her emotions subtly undulating. By the way, why didn't Teacher Wu accompany you back? Lu Fan casually inquired during the drive. She wanted to stay in the capital for an extra day to explore the square, hike the Great Wall, and visit the Forbidden City, Bai Fengyi replied, her lips parting slightly as she exhaled with grace. Speaking of which, I've never hiked the Great Wall, nor have I visited the capital. When I have the time, would you take me around the capital? To not have seen the Great Wall is a disgrace for a true hero. It truly is a regret to have never explored the capital of one's own country, Lu Fan asserted. Bai Fengyi replied, not declining, merely nodding gently. I wish to travel to various places across our homeland, considering it our honeymoon journey. What do you think of my proposal? Lu Fan seized the opportunity to suggest. I'm quite busy. We can discuss it later, Bai Fengyi replied, pursing her lips. No objections. No rejections. There is potential here. Lu Fan's heart swelled with joy. His previous comment had been a deliberate test, primarily to gauge Bai Fengyi's reaction to the term honeymoon. Now that she hadn't contested it, it implied a tacit acceptance of their marital bond and the notion of a honeymoon. This revelation instilled a surge of confidence in him. With a little more effort, he could transform this beautiful idea into reality. Spending a honeymoon with Bai Fengyi had now become his foremost aspiration. Why don't you rest for a while? I'll wake you when we arrive home. Lu Fan observed the somewhat fatigued Bai Fengyi. Bai Fengyi quietly nodded, closing her eyes to feign sleep. When she awoke and opened her eyes, she found the vehicle had come to a halt in the underground garage, and Lu Fan was quietly resting his head against the steering wheel, his gaze fixed upon her. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she nonchalantly diverted her gaze elsewhere, stating lightly, "Why didn't you wake me when we arrived? I wanted you to sleep a little longer. After all, we're home now. A moment more or less doesn't matter," Lu Fan replied, blinking as he leaned closer to Bai Fiki, grinning as he lowered his voice. "To be honest, I simply wanted to admire how peaceful and beautiful you look while sleeping, like a real-life sleeping beauty." Chapter 22, Preparing Delicacies for Bai Fingyi. "Let's go." Bai Fingyi calmly picked up the rose and exited the vehicle. Lu Fan, undeterred, followed her outside and approached her. "Sister Bai, were you blushing just now?" Bai Fingyi glanced around to ensure there were no surveillance cameras, then playfully kicked Lu Fan's leg, adopting a stern expression. "Say that again, who's blushing?" "I'm just asking." "Why are you so fierce? Besides, I observed closely, and you were definitely blushing," Lu Fan asserted with conviction. Bai Fingyi raised the rose, feigning a threat to hit him again. Lu Fan, feeling dejected, pouted and muttered to himself, "I was merely complimenting your beauty. You look lovely even in sleep. Why kick me for that? Sigh, women are truly hard to please." Bai Fingyi shot him a fierce glare, as sharp as a knife. Lu Fan promptly fell silent and retrieved the luggage from the car. Ms. Bai is actually holding a rose. It seems she truly has a partner. As the elevator ascended from the third basement to the first floor, four individuals entered and were astonished to see the rose in Bai Fengyi's hands. "It was a gift from a friend," Bai Fengyi replied, her cheeks tinged with red as she suppressed the flutter of embarrassment within. In her earlier quarrel with Lu Fan, she had forgotten that she was still holding the rose, which could easily lead to various speculations. At that moment, she wished fervently to thrust the rose back into Lu Fan's hands to avoid further discussions, but in the glaring eyes of the onlookers, such an action would only incite more conjecture, potentially leading to direct suspicion about her relationship with Lu Fan. Thus, she bore the embarrassment and anxiety, enduring the elevator ride to the end. "This flower is for you to take back." Once they returned upstairs and exited the elevator, Bai Fengyi's first action was to promptly thrust the rose back into Lu Fan's hands. "It was specifically bought for you. Why would I take it back?" Lu Fan protested. "Do you want my parents to find out about us?" Bai Fengyi's eyes narrowed at him. Only then did Lu Fan realize that she was concerned about how to explain the rose to Bai's mother and father when returning home. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. He yearned to announce his intentions to the world and joyfully celebrate their union with a grand wedding, bringing her home with pride. However, Bai Fengyi was not agreeable, forcing him to postpone his plans. "You should head home. I will prepare a meal for you shortly," Lu Fan declared. "Cook, I am well aware of your culinary skills. What could you possibly make?" Bai Fengyi remarked, her elegant brows slightly furrowing. "You have worked hard these past few days. I wish to treat you to a delightful meal as a token of appreciation and to welcome you back. Most importantly, I want you to taste the culinary skills I have honed in secret for a decade," Lu Fan replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm and pride. "I want to sleep," she retorted. "That won't do. Go back, take a shower, and rest for a while. Once I finish cooking, I will call for you. You must come, otherwise I will personally deliver the meal to your home and feed you myself," Lu Fan warned playfully. Let's see, Bai Fengyi thought it wise not to refuse too sternly, for she believed Lu Fan would indeed follow through on his threat. "Do not even think of declining. It is settled," Lu Fan proclaimed with authority, swiftly returning home. After washing his hands, he commenced the preparation of the meal for Bai Fengyi. He had meticulously planned 4 dishes, all delectable and nutritious, aimed at improving her sleep quality and nourishing her vitality. The first dish was a blackbone chicken soup with yam and red dates. Known for its ability to strengthen the spleen and stomach, replenish qi and blood, and bolster the immune system while regulating endocrine functions. It also had the added benefit of supporting pregnancy. The thought of this last benefit caused a slight smile to play on Lu Fan's lips, as he pondered when he could possibly put this effect to use for Bai Fengyi. The anticipation filled him with excitement. Early that morning, he had procured a blackbone chicken. Already prepared by the vendor, Lu Fan merely needed to cleanse it and cut it into pieces. He also gathered a piece of Chinese yam, 5 red dates, along with goji berries, angelica, and cotinopsis. These ingredients were placed into a porcelain pot to simmer gently. The second dish he prepared was stir-fried pig liver with wood ear mushrooms, beneficial for the heart and spleen and enhancing vision. The third dish was sweet and sour lotus root, which is rich in nutrients, purifying the blood and invigorating the spleen and appetite. The sweet and sour lotus slices were a delicious and wholesome vegetarian dish. Finally, he concocted a barley and mung bean porridge, excellent for nourishing, cooling internal heat, and alleviating the summer heat, an ideal staple for the sweltering month of June. While these dishes were not extravagant, their simplicity was a true test of culinary skill and represented Lu Fan's heartfelt intentions. Once all 4 dishes were prepared, he promptly sent a message to Bai Fengyi, urging her to come over for the meal. Initially, she did not respond, but when Lu Fan threatened to deliver the meal to her, she finally arrived, ringing the doorbell of his home. Upon opening the door, Lu Fan's gaze fell upon Bai Fengyi, adorned in a graceful white dress. A cascade of lustrous, silky black hair draped casually over her fragrant shoulders. Her eyes, reminiscent of black gemstones, were clear and transparent, deep and enchanting. With a delicate visage, soft cherry-red lips, a charmingly petite nose, and a graceful chin, she exuded an air of gentle allure. Bathed in soft light, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, her every gesture radiating a natural elegance and poise. "How delightful!" Lu Fan exclaimed, inhaling the subtle fragrance wafting from Bai Fengyi, unable to restrain himself from taking several deep breaths. "What are you doing?" Bai Fengyi shot him a cold glare. "I simply find you remarkably fragrant and couldn't help but take a whiff," Lu Fan replied with a chuckle, swiftly shifting the topic. "The meal is ready. Let's eat." As Bai Fengyi approached the dining table, her gaze fell upon the dishes, and her brow furrowed slightly. "After all this effort, you called me over just for these few dishes? With just the 2 of us, this is more than enough. If you want something else, I can prepare it for you another time. How about you first sample my cooking?" Saying this, Lu Fan ladled a bowl of black chicken, yam, and red date soup for Bai Fengyi. She said little, sitting down to take a spoonful and tasting it. "Is this really your handiwork?" Bai Fengyi's originally indifferent expression brightened, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she glanced at Lu Fan. "Indeed," Lu Fan replied, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "I know you've been weary these past few days, so I specifically selected these ingredients, hoping to help restore your vitality. It should suit your palate, don't you think?" Bai Fengyi's eyes flickered, but she remained silent, lowering her head to continue savoring the soup. She chewed thoughtfully, as if relishing every nuance and detail of the flavors. Lu Fan, observing her earnestness, felt a swell of pride. He understood that his culinary skills had garnered Bai Fengyi's initial approval. Otherwise, she would not have engaged in such meticulous tasting. After a while, Bai Fengyi finally set down her spoon. "Quite impressive. Your skills have indeed surpassed my expectations. This soup's flavor is rich and nuanced, with each ingredient harmonizing perfectly, none overshadowing the others. How did you achieve this?" Lu Fan smiled gently, explaining, "There is no secret. Really, it's simply a matter of dedicating oneself to the craft. Most importantly, it embodies my admiration and affection for you, Bai Jie, akin to the relentless flow of the Yellow River and the shimmering stars in the night sky. My sincere feelings for you are the true essence of this soup. I trust you can discern that, Bai Jie," Lu Fan declared, brimming with youthful exuberance. A faint blush appeared on Bai Fengyi's face as she shot him a glare. "Do not engage in mere banter with me. Although this soup is commendable, it does not necessarily imply that your other dishes are equally delectable." "Well, go ahead and taste them," Lu Fan replied confidently, standing tall. Bai Fengyi immediately sampled a piece of stir-fried pig liver with black fungus, a bite of sweet and sour lotus root, and a spoonful of barley and mung bean porridge. With each dish she tried, her surprise deepened. These 4 seemingly ordinary dishes had transformed into exquisite culinary delights under Lu Fan's skilled hands, rivaling the finest gourmet offerings. Even the simplest barley and mung bean porridge surpassed anything she had tasted in her childhood. "I have only been in the capital for 3 days. Where on earth did you acquire such culinary prowess?" Bai Fengyi could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, furrowing her brow. She realized that ever since that fateful day when their paths had crossed unexpectedly, she had found Lu Fan increasingly enigmatic. He seemed to have shed his inhibitions, fully embracing his true self. His playful banter had become bolder, and he dared to challenge her directly. The sweet nothings he uttered flowed effortlessly from his lips, as if he were oblivious to the concept of embarrassment. In just 4 days since her arrival in the capital, Lu Fan's culinary skills had remarkably improved, now rivaling those of chefs in 5-star hotels. He even drove a Mercedes. "A mere 3 days apart, and I see you with new eyes. There are many more impressive facets to my character. Given the chance, I shall reveal them to you in due course." Lu Fan chuckled. "What do you think of this little surprise?" "While I wouldn't classify it as a surprise, I must admit I am quite taken aback." "Nevertheless, With culinary skills of this caliber, I need not worry about your future prospects. Bai Fengyi feigned indifference, casting an eye of mock annoyance at Lu Fan, though a subtle smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Well, considering your dedication, I shall partake in this meal today, Bai Fengyi stated coolly, beginning to sip the porridge. Ah, a stubborn woman. Lu Fan rejoiced inwardly, knowing his efforts were not in vain. He pressed on, eagerly introducing each dish to Bai Fengyi. Sister Bai, for this stir-fried pig liver with black fungus, I specifically selected wild fungus and fresh liver, resulting in a rich flavor and nutritious benefits that are excellent for blood replenishment and beauty. The sweet and sour lotus root features the tenderest slices, offering a crisp texture and balanced sweetness that whets the appetite. As for this barley and mung bean porridge, I simmered it for over an hour. Barley detoxifies and expels dampness, while mung beans cool the body, making it highly beneficial for health. As he spoke, Lu Fan attentively served her porridge and dishes, displaying his meticulous care. Listening to his descriptions and observing his diligent movements, a warm sensation surged within Bai Fengyi. She realized that since their intimate encounter, her feelings toward Lu Fan had subtly begun to shift, though she maintained her icy demeanor and formidable presence deep within. She began to develop an inexplicable reliance and trust towards Lu Fan. This sensation left her somewhat alarmed, disoriented, and at a loss regarding how to proceed. Meanwhile, Lu Fan seemed to subtly perceive Bai Fengyi's transformation, yet he chose to remain silent. Patience is a virtue. He intended to win her over gradually with sincerity and action, allowing her to recognize his merits and ultimately embrace him as her partner. In this manner, they relished their meal while engaging in light conversation. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and harmonious, as if, in that moment, all worries and sorrow had dissipated into thin air. How is your review for class going? Bai Fengyi inquired. Not bad. I feel I've become considerably smarter. Many of the difficult problems I once faced now seem much simpler, Lu Fan replied with a confident smile. I've noticed you seem a bit full of yourself. I shall check your homework later to see if your claims hold true, Bai Fengyi remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. Feel free to quiz me. If I can't answer, I'll concede defeat, Lu Fan responded assuredly. Very well, I look forward to the challenge, Bai Fengyi replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she chose not to elaborate further. The two continued to savor this rare moment of tranquility. After finishing their meal, as Lu Fan tidied up the dishes, Bai Fengyi immediately said, Fetch your homework. I will assign you a few questions to complete within a set time. Seeing this, Lu Fan quickly suggested, Sister Bai, you should rest for a while after eating. It's not good for your health to dive straight into work. Bai Fengyi regarded him coolly, neither accepting nor rejecting his suggestion, and silently moved to the sofa, stating, I can rest while you work. Now, please bring out your homework. Not yet. I have a small gift for you first, Lu Fan suddenly announced. He pulled out an exquisite little box from his pocket and presented it to Bai Fengyi. This is a small token I prepared for you. I hope you will like it. Bai Fengyi paused, taken aback as she gazed at the box in his hand. Her curiosity piqued. What is this? She asked hesitantly, sensing something significant. Open it and see. I believe you will appreciate it, Lu Fan teased, winking playfully. Chapter 24, A Bold Kiss. Bai Fengyi hesitated briefly but ultimately accepted the small box. Gently, she opened it to reveal two gleaming gold rings nestled inside, radiating an enchanting glow. What is this? Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Any reasonable person would understand the implications of a man presenting a woman with a pair of gold rings. Yet, she was not mentally prepared to embrace such a reality. A strong impulse to flee surged within her. However, her feet felt as though they were rooted to the ground, rendering her motionless. In her heart, she was uncertain whether it was anticipation or hesitation. And this, do continue to open and see, Lu Fan urged as he produced two exquisite little boxes, placing them before Bai Fengyi. What could this be? Bai Fengyi inquired with a look of confusion, as she opened the boxes to reveal a pair of delicate earrings and a gold bracelet, coupled with the rings. It was evident that these were the traditional gifts a man bestows upon a woman during an engagement. What are you truly aiming for? Bai Fengyi's voice trembled slightly, her hands gripping the hem of her clothing tightly, her gaze wandering, unable to meet Lu Fan's fervent eyes. She had always been a calm and strong woman. Yet at this moment, she felt a whirlwind of emotions that left her utterly flustered. Bai Jia, although we have already registered our marriage, I have yet to formally propose to you or hold any ceremony. These 3 gifts are prepared with utmost care to convey that I do not take marriage lightly. Nor do I wish to toy with your feelings. I hope you will officially become my wife." Lu Fan's voice was gentle yet resolute, gazing deeply into Bai Fengyi's eyes. Filled with fervor, "Our statuses are incompatible." Bai Fengyi inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm tone, but the tumultuous rise and fall of her chest, along with the erratic beating of her heart, betrayed the storm brewing within her. She lifted her eyes to meet Lu Fan's gaze, asserting, "Marriage is no trifling matter. Feelings are fundamental. What happened that day was merely an accident. We have not even formally held hands, and you are certain we can become harmonious partners. Can you guarantee that the future will hold no other changes? The marriage I desire is one where both parties are truly in love, sharing mutual aspirations, willing to traverse life together regardless of wealth or poverty. It should not be a mere obligation, binding us together out of responsibility. That would be unfair to you and disrespectful to me. Therefore, I cannot accept these gifts." As she spoke, Bai Fengyi turned to leave. But Lu Fan would not allow her to depart so easily. He stepped forward, grasping her hands firmly, compelling her to face him directly. Her ethereal beauty, striking yet tender, with eyes like serene autumn waters and an aura of regal elegance, disarmed him. Her delicate lips were slightly pursed, and her enchanting visage, adorned with a dainty nose, exuded both nobility and grace. Such a breathtaking beauty stirred an irresistible urge within him to cradle her in his embrace and cherish her. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Bai Fengyi's voice quivered as she attempted to withdraw her hands, but found them ensnared by Lu Fan's firm grip, leaving her immobile. As Lu Fan wrapped his arms around her slender waist, Bai Fengyi's mind was engulfed in a sudden shock, plunging her into a momentary void. The sensation of being embraced by a man sent a wave of anxiety coursing through her heart. For over 20 years, she had never experienced such intimate contact with a male. The impact of Lu Fan's actions on her was undoubtedly profound. He held Bai Fengyi's soft and enchanting figure tightly in his embrace, his fiery gaze fixated on the ethereal goddess before him, where he could discern a flicker of embarrassment and anger in her startled eyes. Yet, this sense of indignation was fleeting, as the next moment, Lu Fan audaciously pressed his lips against hers. "You've gone too far." Bai Fengyi trembled violently, a delicate blush blooming on her cheeks. Her expressive, sparkling eyes widened in indignation, glaring at Lu Fan as if she could devour him whole. Her lustrous, silky hair cascaded down at her sides. She attempted to push him away, only to find her strength waning. The waves of electric sensation that overwhelmed her heart and soul left her quaking. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Bai Fengyi stomped down hard on Lu Fan's foot, eliciting a pained cry from him as he instinctively released her. "I did not permit you to kiss me. At such a young age, you should not indulge in such wicked thoughts." Grabbing a cushion from the sofa, she rained down blows upon Lu Fan, her fury making her resemble a tempestuous shrew, fierce and relentless. Lu Fan hastily sought refuge, dodging her wrath. "If I see you again, I shall break your legs and sever your tongue, then sew your mouth shut." Bai Fengyi pursued him, her voice laced with indignation. It was only when Lu Fan retreated to his room and locked the door that he narrowly escaped her wrath. This furious woman was truly terrifying. Even the proud and aloof Bai Fengyi, when incensed, bore no distinction from a raging shrew. With his heart still racing, Lu Fan patted his chest and muttered in disbelief. "You brazen beast, do you truly think that just because I remain calm, I am a docile cat? You may evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. Should I see you again, I shall beat you as if you were a panda." In the living room, Bai Fengyi stood with her hands on her hips, her anger not yet abated as she continued to berate him. From his room, Lu Fan weakly retorted, "Men are not loved unless they are bad. This is what I learned from books. Curse you. The books also suggest you should perish. Why do you not take that advice?" Bai Fengyi shot back with indignation. Time passed, and eventually Lu Fan noticed that her furious voice had faded into silence. Pressing his ear against the door, he listened intently for a while, and upon hearing nothing, he cautiously called out "sister" by a few times, but received no response. Gathering his courage, he carefully opened the door a crack to peek outside. "At last, I comprehend that regardless of how elegant and composed a goddess may appear, her essence remains that of a fierce tigress, not to be trifled with lightly, for she is indeed formidable." Lu Fan exhaled a long sigh of relief, his mind involuntarily revisiting the moment he had kissed Bai Fengyi, a lingering smile of reminiscence gracing his features. Although he had endured a scolding, the mere act of kissing her was worth it. Lu Fan chuckled foolishly. Chapter 25. Envisioning the Future. A real exam for graduate studies. This little rascal. I wonder where he learned such mischief, daring to kiss me so boldly. In the Bai household, within the restroom, Bai Fengyi gazed into the mirror, her complexion flushed, feeling a blend of embarrassment and indignation as she muttered softly in reproach. She then traced her fingers lightly over her lips, which still seemed to retain a hint of Lu Fan's warmth, causing her cheeks to redden further, as if intoxicated, radiating a captivating allure. Her beautiful eyes glistened with a mist of emotion. Let these 3 pieces of jewelry serve as his compensation, Bai Fengyi thought, her teeth gently biting her red lip in frustration as she glanced at the 3 exquisite jewelry boxes on the sink. At that moment, Lu Fan discovered that the gift he had prepared for Bai Fengyi was missing, yet his heart swelled with joy instead of dismay. For this indicated that Bai Fengyi had not entirely rejected him. In fact, it might signify her acceptance. She was simply too shy to admit it openly. Lu Fan's fist pumped with exhilaration as he rolled about on the sofa, brimming with delight. Moreover, Bai Fengyi's initial firm refusal transformed into her taking the jewelry away after his bold kiss. Did this not imply that his kissing skills were exceptional? Having conquered the typically aloof goddess with a single kiss? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. His imagination began to wander towards a future shared with Bai Fengyi, envisioning a blissful, unrestrained life as a couple. He envisioned their days together, the tender and heartwarming scenes flashing vividly in his mind. Each morning, sunlight would filter through the curtains, and the first sight he would behold upon waking would be Bai Fengyi's gentle and beautiful face. She would prepare breakfast for him, and they would relish the tranquility and beauty of the morning together. During the day, they would venture out, whether shopping, watching movies, or engaging in sports. Filled with laughter and joy, they would share their joys and sorrows, collectively experiencing the myriad facets of life. In the evenings, they would embrace on the sofa, watching television or conversing, savoring each other's company. As night fell, they would drift into slumber together, entwined, feeling the warmth and heartbeat of one another. These delightful visions made Lu Fan's heart race with anticipation for the day to come. He understood that realizing these dreams required considerable effort. Now, he had taken the initial step by expressing his feelings to Bai Fengyi. Though the journey was fraught with challenges, he ultimately succeeded. He believed that a passionate woman fears a devoted suitor. As long as he remains steadfast and perseveres, Bai Fengyi will eventually become his true wife. The future promises to be even more splendid. Lu Fan rose from the sofa, his eyes shimmering with determination. Come here and take the paper away. After more than half an hour, still immersed in the sweet bliss of happiness, Lu Fan suddenly received a message from Bai Fengyi. With a swift motion, Lu Fan sprang from the sofa and hurried out the door, knocking on the Bai family's entrance. Sister Bai, haha. He flashed a grin at the ethereal Bai Fengyi. What are you grinning about? You have 1 hour to complete this. Bai Fengyi, well aware of his foolish joy, felt a slight flush on her fair cheeks. With a stern expression, she shot him a reproachful glance. All right, I promise to complete the task. Lu Fan stood at attention, executing a mock salute. He then took the test paper, scrutinizing it closely, discovering that the questions were not trivial. Had it been the former version of himself, he might have found it somewhat challenging, at least requiring considerable mental effort. However, for the current Lu Fan, whose intellect had increased by 5 points, these were no longer insurmountable obstacles. I'll do it in the living room, and you can supervise me, Bai Fengyi remarked expressionlessly as Lu Fan turned to leave. No problem. Lu Fan nodded confidently. He settled at the table in the living room, focusing intently on the questions before him. Time flew by as Lu Fan's pen danced across the paper, his thoughts weaving seamlessly through the problems, a confident smile gracing his face. Bai Fengyi observed him quietly from the side, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation. She had assigned Lu Fan a total of 23 questions, meticulously modeled after actual mathematics graduate entrance exam papers. These comprised 8 multiple-choice questions, 6 fill-in-the-blank queries, and 9 problem-solving tasks, all categorized under Mathematics I and Mathematics 3. The question types included high mathematics multiple choice, linear algebra multiple choice, probability multiple choice, high mathematics fill-in-the-blank, linear algebra fill-in-the-blank, and probability fill-in-the-blank, among others. The multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions primarily assessed fundamental concepts, key formulas, essential theorems, and basic operations. Meanwhile, the problem-solving questions encompassed both computational and proof-based inquiries, often evaluating multiple knowledge points within a single problem. Reflecting on years of examination papers, Bai Fengyi had crafted questions that were relatively common. with a difficulty level that was not overly daunting. Of course, this was from her own perspective. For graduate students, or considering Lu Fan's usual performance, these questions still posed a certain level of challenge, particularly since Bai Fengyi had intentionally included a few more difficult ones. Yet, in this moment, Lu Fan's pen flowed with effortless grace, the entire process of answering the questions resembling a smooth stream, executed in one continuous motion. This led Bai Fengyi to momentarily question whether she had perhaps made an error in crafting the questions. She was well aware of the difficulty level of these problems. Even for well-prepared graduate students, they were not easily resolved. However, Lu Fan appeared to conquer each question with remarkable ease, prompting her to begin doubting her own proficiency in question formulation. As Lu Fan completed each question, Bai Fengyi's brow furrowed deeper with concern. She began to reflect on the circumstances under which she had crafted the questions, striving to identify any potential oversights or errors. However, after a thorough recollection, she was confident that she had made no mistakes. At last, Lu Fan set down his pen, exhaling a long sigh of relief. He lifted his gaze to Bai Fengyi, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. "Sister Bai, I have finished," he declared, presenting the examination paper to her with eyes sparkling with anticipation. Bai Fengyi accepted the paper and commenced a meticulous review. Her heart brimmed with astonishment and curiosity, eager to discern the quality of Lu Fan's responses. As she examined each question, her expression transitioned from confusion to surprise and ultimately to shock. She discovered that Lu Fan not only answered every question correctly, but his problem-solving process was clear, logical, and even showcased unique insights and methods for tackling some of the more challenging problems. This revelation starkly contrasted with her previous understanding of Lu Fan's mathematical abilities. She had assumed that while Lu Fan's mathematical skills were commendable, achieving such a level of proficiency would necessitate considerable time and practice. To her astonishment, in just a few short days, his mathematical prowess had experienced such a remarkable transformation. Bai Fengyi set down the paper, her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty as she gazed at Lu Fan, her lips slightly pursed as she could not help but ask, "How has your mathematical ability suddenly improved so dramatically?" Chapter 26, A Photographic Memory. Lu Fan smiled proudly and replied, "Sister Bai, I have worked diligently. During your 3 days in the capital, I tirelessly tackled various graduate school examination papers. Although the questions you set were somewhat challenging, they were still within my grasp. It seems I underestimated you in the past." Bai Fengyi's brows knitted together slightly, as she still harbored doubts. Mathematics, unlike other subjects, cannot be mastered solely through hard work. It places significant emphasis on innate talent. Many often observe that individuals skilled in mathematics can effortlessly excel in exams, even if they spend their days gaming, while those lacking such talent may toil endlessly over practice papers yet remain novices, still making the same mistakes on actual tests. Lu Fan's mathematical aptitude could not be deemed exceptionally high. He scored only 142 in the college entrance examination, falling short of the perfect score, and typically scored between 90 and 95 on his university-level calculus assessments. Yet, today, for the first time tackling a graduate school examination paper, he achieved a perfect score of 150. Bai Fengyi had supervised the entire process, and there was no possibility of cheating. Thus, it was impossible for Bai Fengyi not to question whether Lu Fan had genuinely progressed or had been concealing his true abilities all along. With a chuckle, Lu Fan responded, "Sister Bai, you are my role model. Naturally, I must strive to emulate you. Since your mathematical skills have improved so significantly, you can now engage in further intensive training. Correct?" Bai Fengyi inquired, looking up at Lu Fan. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Fan's eyes as he licked his lips and said, "Sister Bai, if I manage to answer everything correctly next time, will there be a special reward?" Bai Fengyi, with her serene gaze, looked at Lu Fan. Her tone calm, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of menace. Should Lu Fan dare to voice an extravagant request, she would promptly expel him without hesitation. "Have your parents gone out?" Lu Fan cautiously scanned the surroundings. "Yes," Bai Fengyi replied with a slight nod. "Then could you agree to a date with me? A romantic outing, to be precise?" Lu Fan leaned closer to Bai Fengyi, lowering his voice. Bai Fengyi glanced at him, her expression inscrutable. "Next time. Don't claim you'll get everything right. If you can score at least 130 points, I will consent to a date." 130. Lu Fan, who had initially been filled with anticipation, felt a surge of disappointment. His heart sank. A lowered score requirement indicated that the difficulty of Bai Fengyi's questions would only escalate. He swallowed hard, realizing that this challenge might be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, he was not one to easily surrender. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his determined gaze upon the graceful Bai Fengyi. All right, it's a deal. I will score above 130 in the next mock exam. Bai Fengyi regarded him, her expression unwavering as she replied coolly, then we shall see how you perform. Lu Fan stole a glance into her tranquil eyes, feeling a surge of uncertainty. Although his intelligence had improved by 5 points, he still lagged far behind the true academic elites. The thought of wagering against Bai Fengyi, who was both his rival and examiner, for a score of 130 felt akin to striking a rock with an egg, futile and self-destructive. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his goal to date her, he steeled himself to face any challenge ahead. I shall return to my studies immediately, Lu Fan exclaimed as he prepared to take his leave. Wait, Bai Fengyi suddenly called him back. She returned to her room and emerged holding a mince gold ring, her expression devoid of emotion. I have confiscated your 3 gold gifts as compensation for your rudeness, but this ring is of no use to me. I shall return it to you. She pressed the ring into Lu Fan's hand and added, the next exam is scheduled in 10 days. Do not forget. All right. Upon seeing Bai Fengyi return only the men's ring, Lu Fan's spirits lifted anew. Did this mean she had tacitly accepted his 3 gold gifts? Sister Bai, could you try them on for me? They were meticulously chosen, and I believe they would complement your beauty and grace perfectly. You would look even more stunning in them. Lu Fan ventured boldly. Get lost. Bai Fengyi shot him a cold glare, her pretty face tinged with annoyance as she spat out that singular, menacing word. Very well, then. I shall take my leave. Lu Fan chuckled, a broad grin adorning his face, and without a moment's hesitation, swiftly turned to flee. The pursuit of a beloved is a long and arduous journey, akin to cleaving open the gates of heaven with a sword. Securing the affections of a fair maiden is indeed no simple endeavor. The revolution remains unaccomplished. Comrades must persist in their efforts, Lu Fan murmured to himself. And upon returning home, he promptly delved into the exhilarating yet intense realm of mathematics revision. Although he had scored full marks today, it was merely due to a fortunate loophole. Bai Fengyi had assessed him based on his previous mathematical proficiency. Such luck would not be afforded to him next time. The difficulty would be doubled. Each morning upon awakening, he would first commit the expansion formulas to memory. A single calculus problem could consume an entire day. For those preparing for rigorous examinations, mathematics undoubtedly serves as the most formidable intellectual trainer, constantly pushing the limits of their cognitive capacities. Fundamental yet pivotal. Advanced mathematics encompasses crucial concepts such as limits, derivatives, and integrals, offering both depth and breadth, necessitating a robust mathematical foundation and sound logical reasoning skills. Consequently, advanced mathematics frequently emerges as one of the most challenging aspects for countless aspirants during their preparation. Linear algebra also holds significant importance in mathematical examinations, involving abstract concepts such as matrices, vectors, and systems of linear equations, demanding elevated levels of abstract thinking and spatial imagination. Moreover, the volume of calculations in linear algebra is substantial. Thus, one must be adept in various computational methods and techniques. Additionally, probability theory and mathematical statistics represent another considerable challenge within the realm of mathematics examinations. This segment encompasses a plethora of concepts and formulas, requiring the ability to adeptly apply these principles to resolve practical problems. Furthermore, the computational processes in probability theory and mathematical statistics are often intricate, necessitating exceptional computational skills and problem-solving techniques. Previously, Lu Fan had found probability theory and mathematical statistics to be particularly daunting. Therefore, his current revision focuses primarily on these areas. Time flows like water, ever slipping away. Immersed in a sea of practice problems, Lu Fan remained oblivious to the passage of time, until the system notification alerted him that it was already 11:59 p.m. and he had yet to sign in for the day, abruptly rousing him from his mathematical reverie. Sign in. Ding. The host has signed in for Bai Fengyi's 880 Enhanced Problem Explanation and has acquired the skill of photographic memory. Hearing the system's announcement, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. The greatest fear of any student is a lack of memory. This is why it is often said that reviewing past knowledge fosters new understanding. With the extraordinary ability of photographic memory, Lu Fan could now approach vocabulary memorization in English with absolute ease. Even mathematics became a realm he could navigate with effortless proficiency. Chapter 27. I like you. Reading a book 100 times reveals its essence. The repetitive practice of mathematics serves to continuously reinforce foundational knowledge, committing a plethora of intricate formulas and diverse problem variations to memory. This, indeed, is the very source of frustration for countless individuals. However, Lu Fan's remarkable ability to retain information effortlessly has rendered these matters trivial. He could even approach the examination in the most rudimentary manner possible, by memorizing all the problems explained by Bai Fengyi and those esteemed instructors, along with the past examination papers. Even if he were as foolish as a pig, he would still achieve a score exceeding 130. Although relying on the system to cheat does not genuinely reflect my true capabilities, one must seize the opportunities presented to them. After all, why not take advantage of the system when it is available? The exhilarating sensation of having assistance from the system is truly delightful. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Fan laughed heartily towards the heavens. Sister Bai, grant me 3 days, just 3 days, and I shall be ready for the exam. His eagerness to rendezvous with her, to hold her hand while strolling by the river at sunset, and to embrace and kiss her was overwhelming. Lu Fan swiftly sent a message to Bai Fengyi. Are you trying to provoke death? Bai Fengyi, immersed in her research late into the night, abruptly responded with a bomb emoji and a large question mark. Although he may have been somewhat presumptuous, he felt compelled to express his innermost feelings. Sister Bai, I truly long to kiss you once more. Your lips are so soft, akin to cotton candy in early summer, both tender and sweet. Having kissed you only once, I am already utterly enchanted, a memory that shall linger for a lifetime. Lu Fan continued to write, each word revealing his fervent desire and excitement. In the adjacent residence, within Bai Fengyi's bedroom, she gazed at the screen of her phone displaying Lu Fan's message, her cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She had not anticipated that after their passionate kiss, which had led to her reprimanding him, he would dare to tease her so boldly. Clearly, her lesson had not sufficed. Yet, simultaneously, her heart surged with uncontrollable emotions, for he was her first kiss. Just as he had claimed her first kiss, he had also taken her innocence. Regarding Lu Fan, the first man in her life, to assert that she felt no peculiar sentiments would be a lie that even she could not convince herself of. Nevertheless, she would not permit Lu Fan to repeatedly utter such frivolous words to her without consequence. Thus, with a series of firm knocks, Bai Fengyi rapped on Lu Fan's door late that night. Startled, Lu Fan realized she had come to confront him. If he were to answer the door, he would be a fool. Sister Bai, I am going to sleep. Let us discuss matters tomorrow, Lu Fan texted while lying on his bed. Outside, Bai Fengyi, upon seeing his reply, felt a surge of irritation. She understood that Lu Fan was deliberately evading her, but her anger was now difficult to quell. There was no way she would leave. Lu Fan feigned ignorance, responding in a weary tone, Sister Bai, I have been solving problems for over 10 hours. I am truly exhausted. Can we discuss this tomorrow? I will count to 3. Bai Fengyi unleashed her most potent 4-character mantra, honed through years of guiding Lu Fan. As Lu Fan turned over in bed, he struck himself across the face, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. It was entirely his own fault for being so impulsive, unable to resist the urge to flirt with Bai Fengyi. Now, he had genuinely angered her. A man should speak his mind without fear. Taking a deep breath to gather his thoughts, he opened the door, only to find Bai Fengyi standing there, a hint of fury etched on her face, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. A sense of dread gripped Lu Fan. He realized he had truly upset her this time. Do you comprehend how outrageous your words were just now? Bai Fengyi's voice dropped, laced with anger. Sister Bai, I simply like you. I wish to be with you, to hold you and kiss you. These are my truest feelings. Everyone has the right to speak their truth. You cannot expect me to remain silent. Lu Fan mustered his courage, his voice resonant and sincere. Bai Fengyi faltered in her fury, momentarily forgetting her anger, her heart fluttering unexpectedly. She had not anticipated Lu Fan's direct confession. She was wholly unprepared for this revelation. Gazing into Lu Fan's unwavering eyes, filled with unrestrained passion, she felt a rush of anxiety, unsure of how to respond. Your feelings for me are your concern, but that does not grant you the liberty to speak so recklessly. Until I consent, your words constitute harassment. Bai Fengyi's gaze flickered, avoiding the intensity of Lu Fan's eyes, as she feigned indifference while reprimanding him. Sister Bai, do you truly feel nothing for me? Lu Fan suddenly asked. Nothing. Bai Fengyi's lips pressed together as she turned her head away, maintaining a stern expression. Then why do you wear the gold ring, earrings, and bracelet I gifted you? Those are the 3 gold tokens I bestow upon my bride, Lu Fan remarked, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded her. Bai Fengyi suddenly recalled that she was indeed adorned with the jewelry Lu Fan had given her. Having never worn such pieces before, she had wanted to see how they felt. In her earlier anger, she had forgotten to remove them, leading to this moment of exposure. Her cheeks flushed. She quickly hid her hands behind her back, tossing her hair to obscure the earrings. Yet the fierce demeanor she had just displayed had dissipated entirely. This is my affair. It is none of your business. Should you dare to speak so recklessly again, I shall not spare you. Bai Fengyi feigned calmness, casting a fierce glare at Lu Fan before hastily returning to the Bai residence. She could not linger any longer, fearing that if Lu Fan pressed further, he might uncover the burgeoning feelings she harbored for him, feelings that should never have arisen. Until she had fully clarified her emotions towards Lu Fan, she wished for no one, not even him, to be aware of her inner turmoil. Sister Bai, I am aware that you harbor some feelings for me, albeit shyly concealed. It is perfectly fine. Since you are hesitant to express it, allow me to take the initiative. I shall strive diligently to win your heart, ultimately leading you to willingly become my wife. Additionally, you look truly enchanting adorned with those jewels, exuding a unique charm akin to a celestial being. Might you continue to wear them in the future? Lu Fan promptly sent a message to Bai Fengyi. What an insistent little rascal. Bai Fengyi sat at the edge of her bed, pressing her hand against her chest as her heart raced uncontrollably. A shade of indescribable crimson crept onto her cheeks. She realized that her heart had once again wavered. Chapter 28. Help me wear it. Bai Fengyi had faltered once when Lu Fan prepared a sumptuous meal for her and presented her with 3 pieces of gold as a token of engagement. She wavered again after he kissed her passionately. And just moments ago, when Lu Fan professed his feelings, Bai Fengyi admitted that a tumultuous wave of emotions surged uncontrollably within her. She was naturally aloof. Lu Fan's ardent expressions of affection, sincerity, and unwavering determination were akin to a barrage of artillery, relentlessly breaching her psychological defenses. She was acutely aware that it would not be long before she succumbed to Lu Fan's advances, for her feelings for him were quietly blossoming. Yet, she understood that matters of the heart required careful deliberation. This did not imply that they could easily come together. Gazing at the message on her phone, Bai Fengyi took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Lu Fan, I appreciate your affection and compliments. I have received your sentiments, but I kindly ask for some time to contemplate our relationship. I genuinely cherish the jewelry you gifted me, and I shall continue to wear it. However, our future necessitates further understanding and communication. After composing her message, Bai Fengyi hesitated momentarily before hastily deleting it all. Time for bed. Bai Fengyi succinctly replied with 2 words. Good night, sweet dreams. Lu Fan grinned widely and sent a dream emoji. As she looked at the message on her phone, a warm current flowed through Bai Fengyi, gradually calming her previously restless heart. Peaceful, Bai Fengyi murmured softly to herself. The following day, Lu Fan arose early as per his routine, diligently studying vocabulary from his graduate school preparation dictionary. However, he soon exhaled contentedly. With his remarkable memory, he needed only to glance at the words once for them to imprint themselves vividly and profoundly in his mind. In just an hour, he had memorized the entire dictionary, which had tormented countless students preparing for exams, without neglecting a single word's meaning, annotation, or usage. I must check in, Lu Fan exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Ding. Host check-in successful. You have received 2 complimentary vouchers for a 7-day honeymoon trip to the Maldives, during which all travel expenses will be covered by this system. Note, this consumption is exclusively for the host and his wife. This is quite delightful. Lu Fan's eyebrows lifted, and his inherently restless heart began to stir once more. Yearning to whisk Bai Fengyi away on a honeymoon, indulging in the unrestrained intimacy of their own world. Yet, he understood that this was not feasible at present. He must first embark on their initial date to cultivate their burgeoning affection. I am going on a blind date today. Bai Fengyi's message suddenly arrived. The Bai household. My mother insisted. That young man has been waiting for you for 4 days. You must meet him today. If it feels right, continue to explore it. Otherwise, we shall see. I do not wish to go, Bai Fengyi replied. This introduction is a favor from someone. Do you think it's appropriate to decline? My mother countered. What if I already have a boyfriend? Bai Fengyi inquired. Then you should bring him to meet me, my mother insisted. Bai Fengyi bit her lip, hesitating to speak. My mother looked at her in confusion, Do you truly have a boyfriend? Your demeanor suggests uncertainty. Are you perhaps involved with someone else? Hence your reluctance to introduce him to me? My mother's expression suddenly turned unusually grave. That is not the case. Finny paused. When the time is right, I will bring him to meet you. Do you genuinely have a boyfriend? Are you not fabricating this to avoid the blind date? How old is he? What does he do? What are his parents like? And why can't he meet us now? My mother fired off her questions like a rapid-fire succession of bullets. Eager for details. Because I am still uncertain about the depth of his feelings for me, as well as my own feelings for him, Finny murmured, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Just as my mother was about to press further, a sudden, urgent knock echoed through the door. Finny glanced toward the entrance, continued her meal in silence, and refrained from further conversation. Aunt, is Jia here? Lu Fan stepped inside and immediately inquired of my mother. She is eating. What is it? My mother looked at the hurried Lu Fan, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. I just have several questions that I do not understand and would like Jia to teach me, Lu Fan replied, his gaze sweeping across the living room and landing on Finny, which settled his heart and restored his calm demeanor. He smiled at my mother nonchalantly. Very well. Then you may ask her to assist you, my mother nodded, choosing not to interfere further in the matters between Lu Fan and her daughter as she headed to the kitchen to attend to her tasks. Come in, Finny said, setting down her utensils before retreating to her room. Lu Fan promptly followed her. You cannot go on that blind date, he stated, lowering his voice as soon as they entered the room. Why not? We are already married. That reason does not suffice. I like you. Not enough. You are meeting other men, and jealousy consumes me. I am already restless, unable to sit still. Food eludes my appetite, and I cannot concentrate on my studies. Lu Fan paced anxiously around the room, his frustration palpable. Finny observed him quietly. Do you see that ring on the table? Yes. What of it? Lu Fan replied, confused. You said you would give it to me, didn't you? I wore it yesterday, but it felt slightly off. Could you help me put it on? Finny extended her delicate hand. How could that be? I know the size of your fingers, Lu Fan frowned, taking the ring and gently placing it on her fair, lovely ring finger. Not too big, nor too small, just perfect. I told you I had tried it on beforehand. It couldn't possibly be ill-fitting, he confirmed after examining it closely. It does seem to fit well. Perhaps I simply did not wear it correctly yesterday, Finny mused, admiring the golden peony ring glimmering on her finger. Sunlight streaming through the window, causing her long, dark lashes to flutter slightly. You should leave. I need to change clothes, she suddenly declared after a prolonged gaze at the ring. What do you need to change for so early in the morning? Are you going on a blind date? Lu Fan's heart sank, and he fixed a wary gaze on Finny. No, you cannot go. He rushed to the door, blocking her exit. I said I need to change clothes. Let me out. Finny's expression turned frosty as she glared at him, finding his behavior quite childish. I won't let you go. I have seen it before, so you can change all you like, Lu Fan insisted stubbornly, raising his chin defiantly. With a swift motion, Finny's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurled his study material towards him. Chapter 29. The hasty return of the father. What happened? It sounded like a battle in there, Mama remarked, observing Lu Fan emerge from Finny's room, looking somewhat disheveled. Ah, it's nothing. I was just a bit slow-witted. Despite Lauscher explaining it to me several times, I still couldn't grasp it, which frustrated her. Lu Fan shrugged nonchalantly, adjusting his hairstyle and smiling broadly. That girl is already an associate professor. Why is she still so unstable? Mama chided lightly. Auntie, it's my fault for being slow. It has nothing to do with Lauscher, so please do not blame her. Lu Fan hurried to Mama's side, eagerly massaging her shoulders. You, my child, are quite the charmer. Mama gently patted his hand, a fond smile gracing her face. However, you must not rush your studies. Take your time and put in the effort. Do not disappoint Finny's earnest intentions. She wishes for your success more than anyone. Lu Fan nodded earnestly. Auntie, rest assured. I will. With Bai Yi's dedicated teaching, I will certainly strive harder and not let her down. Mrs. Bai gazed at Lu Fan with a heart full of appreciation. She understood that although Lu Fan could be a bit mischievous, he was fundamentally good-natured and remarkably intelligent. With diligence and effort, he was bound to achieve great things. By the way, Lu Fan, how are your parents doing? It has been quite a while since I last saw them, Mrs. Bai inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of complex emotions crossed Lu Fan's eyes. I am not entirely sure of the specifics. You know how busy they always are. If it weren't for you and Aunt Bai looking after me during my childhood, I often wonder if I would have grown up at all. Every time I call them, Our conversation is brief before they hang up, so nowadays, I seldom reach out. Lu Fan sighed softly. Mrs. Bai furrowed her brow. Knowing that Lu Fan's parents were industrious individuals who often spent 10 days to half a month away from home for business. Sometimes, they would be absent for several months at a time. She felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Fan while also understanding the challenges faced by his parents. After all, they were working hard for a living. Otherwise, no parent would be away from their child for extended periods. Annie knows it's been tough for you all these years. But your parents have it hard too. You must empathize with them. Now that you are grown, they are slowly aging. And it is essential for you to take the initiative to show concern and filial piety towards them. Call them often, even if it is just to check in and say hello. One should not wait until it is too late to regret not having honored their parents properly when they had the chance. Mrs. Bai gently patted the back of Lu Fan's hand and reassured him, tell your parents not to work too hard. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. Yes, I understand. Lu Fan nodded, feeling a warm surge within him. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Lu Fan rose to answer it, only to find a middle-aged man in a suit standing outside, the very image of his father, Lu Guoming. He held a box of milk and a carton of walnuts in his hands. Dad, how come you are back? Where's Mom? Lu Fan asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Your mother is still busy in the bustling city and cannot get away. I returned temporarily to attend to some matters and guessed you would be here, so I came to check on you. Lu Guoming replied with a slight smile as he entered the room, placing the gifts in a corner of the living room. He turned to greet Mrs. Bai and Mr. Bai, saying, Aunt Zhu, Uncle Bai, it has been a long time since I last saw you both. I hope you are both in good health. We're doing well, Guoming. You mustn't overwork yourself. Take care of your health, Mr. Bai responded warmly, his face adorned with a gentle smile. As Mrs. Bai prepared tea, she observed Lu Guoming with deep emotion. She recalled the days when he was a spirited young man at his wedding, and now he stood as a successful middle-aged gentleman. Yet, his tenacity and determination seemed unchanged. Guoming, how long do you plan to stay this time? Mrs. Bai asked with concern. Lu Guoming let out a soft sigh and replied, I must leave shortly. There are several urgent matters requiring my attention. Shuqin cannot manage everything alone, so I must return to assist her. Yi Shuqin is none other than Lu Fan's mother. Bai Mama is known as Zhu Xiufang, while Bai Baba is called by Shengjun. With a sympathetic glance at Lu Fan, Zhu Xiufang grasped his hand in a comforting gesture, reproaching him gently. In my opinion, your parents have been rather negligent. No matter how busy business gets, they should not neglect their child. All their hard work is for you, yet they are often absent, seeing you only a couple of times a year, as if visiting relatives. Aren't they concerned that you might resent them in the future? Lu Wu glanced at his son and laughed heartily. Xiao Fan is a boy. Learning independence and self-reliance from a young age is an essential part of life. Enduring some hardship now will spare him greater trials later. I believe it's for the best. Besides, he has you both and Fengyi looking after him, which gives us greater peace of mind than if we were there ourselves. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiufang sighed softly, turning to Lu Fan to gently ruffle his hair, conveying unspoken understanding. Enough of this conversation, Lu Guoming said, rising to his feet and patting Lu Fan on the shoulder. Xiao Fan, you are now 22, a university graduate. Officially an adult. You are about to enter society, and there will be limited ways for your parents to assist you. You must strive diligently on your own. Yes, I understand. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. Well, I must catch a flight. Zhuanti, my uncle, I shall take my leave now. Please inform me by phone if anything arises, Lu Guoming stated as he prepared to depart. Guoming, do stay for lunch before you go, Zhu Xiufang urged. Lu Guoming shook his head. No, I have an evening engagement and must return to prepare. Shuqin and I will visit you again next time we come back. Zhu Xiufang nodded, not pressing further. Very well, travel safely, and do visit when you have the time, she said, escorting him to the door. Lu Guoming acknowledged her words and turned to leave. Lu Fan stood by the door, watching his father's figure gradually fade away, a wave of gentle melancholy washing over him. He understood that it would be a long time before they would meet again. Yet, he also recognized that his parents' relentless efforts were dedicated to providing him with a better life, and he could not blame them for that. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Fan turned and returned to the house. Just then, Bai Fengyi emerged from her room, having changed her clothes. Did we have guests earlier? She inquired, puzzled. It was Xiao Fan's father. He stopped by briefly before leaving. Zhu Xiufang replied with a hint of resignation. Oh, Bai Fengyi responded calmly, her beautiful eyes glancing at Lu Fan. Noticing the time, which was already 8:30, she said to her parents, "It's getting late. I will head out now. You two should rest well at home." Fingy tied her hair into a ponytail as she spoke. Chapter 30. Quietly holding your small hand in the elevator. I already told you not to go on blind dates, yet you insist on going. Therefore, I must accompany you the entire way. In the elevator, Lu Fan exclaimed in frustration, "Do as you wish." Fingy responded with calm composure. Lu Fan lamented, "I suddenly feel so pitiful. My parents don't care. My wife doesn't love me. Living feels utterly meaningless." Fingy turned her head, her sparkling eyes gazing at him as she gently parted her lips, saying, "Shall I buy you a grave plot in advance?" "Jie." Lu Fan stomped his feet in irritation, playfully protesting, "Be serious. A grown man shouldn't act so childish." Fingy cast him an exasperated glance. Just as Lu Fan was about to continue, the elevator door opened, and a crowd surged in, filling the space to capacity. Lu Fan and Fingy were forced into the corner on the left side of the elevator. To shield Fingy from the crowd, Lu Fan stepped in front of her, positioning himself to block her from behind. Their bodies brushed closely together, the faint contact igniting a flurry of emotions within Lu Fan. Especially when their hands inadvertently touched, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally mustered the courage to subtly hook his finger around Fingy's pinky. Glancing at her from the corner of his eye, he noticed she was calmly observing the elevator's floor indicator, seemingly oblivious to his actions. A wave of secret joy washed over Lu Fan, as if he had discovered a hidden paradise. He gently caressed Fingy's pinky, its delicate warmth feeling like the embodiment of tenderness. His gaze involuntarily fell upon her profile, the soft contours illuminated by the elevator lights, rendering her even more enchanting. As if sensing his stare, Fingy slightly turned her head, her bright eyes locking with his. In that fleeting moment, Lu Fan felt his heart race, thundering in his chest, beads of nervous sweat forming in his palms, anxiety gnawing at him. He anticipated Fingy would be angry and dismiss his hand. To his surprise, after a brief glance, she returned her gaze to the elevator display with an unperturbed expression. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of elation. Her lack of resistance was tantamount to silent consent. Overcome with excitement, he felt he had drawn closer to Fingy. Summoning his courage, he lightly traced her knuckles with his fingers and then quietly grasped her entire hand. Her hand was small, with fair, smooth skin that felt as delightful as polished pebbles. Her fingers were soft and slender, radiating warmth. Lu Fan felt as though he had entered a dreamlike realm, where only he and Fingy existed. Even the air in the elevator seemed infused with a subtle, enchanting fragrance, captivating his senses as he savored this rare intimacy. The elevator continued its gentle descent, the atmosphere between them remaining charged with unspoken affection. Unable to resist, Lu Fan tightened his grip on Fingy's hand, as if wishing to preserve this warmth and closeness forever. Ding! The elevator arrived at the first floor. The surrounding crowd vacated the elevator, and the once cramped space suddenly felt vast. Lu Fan and Fingy stood side by side. Their hands, which had been quietly intertwined, cast a remarkably clear reflection on the mirrored elevator doors, resembling fireflies in the night, strikingly conspicuous. Their gazes collided on the reflective surface, allowing them to see each other distinctly. Awkwardness enveloped them. They were rendered speechless, their toes nearly digging 5 holes into the floor. Lu Fan turned his head uncomfortably to gaze at the wall on his left. He knew he ought to release Fingy's hand to avoid further embarrassment. Yet, he hesitated. Suddenly, he felt an emptiness in his palm. Fingy withdrew her hand from his grasp, nonchalantly brushing aside her bangs. Lu Fan turned back to observe her profile, wishing to speak, but the words caught in his throat. Fingy continued to gaze at the floor indicator, her lips pressed together in silence. It was as if nothing had transpired moments before. As the elevator reached the -3rd floor, they exited in single file. Lu Fan watched Fingy walk ahead, her steps light and graceful. He silently cursed himself for faltering at such a crucial moment. Since she hadn't objected to him holding her hand in the elevator, it suggested she harbored feelings for him, contrary to her words of indifference. A man must seize the moment, for flowers should be plucked when they bloom. Do not wait until they wither. It was time to act. Hesitation would be unbecoming. With newfound resolve, Lu Fan strode forward and boldly took Fingy's hand. "What are you doing?" Fingy seemed startled, her body jolting as if shocked. "I wish to hold your hand," Lu Fan replied, meeting her gaze with unwavering boldness. "You already have," Bai Fengyi said, her eyes drifting ahead, her tone casual yet tinged with an imperceptible shyness and reproach as a faint blush grazed her cheeks. "That's not enough. I wish to hold it indefinitely." Lu Fan's voice was firm, his gaze imbued with an undeniable determination. Bai Fengyi turned to face him. Her deep, enchanting eyes held an irresistible allure, making it difficult for her to look away. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, a blend of sudden embarrassment and an inexplicable flutter of excitement. "I'm not accustomed to this." Bai Fengyi frowned slightly, attempting to withdraw her hand. "Habit is cultivated gradually. Your lack of opposition when I held your hand indicates that you, too, harbor feelings for me, merely reluctant to admit it." Bai Jia. Countless couples have missed their chance at love due to a lack of courage, leading to lifelong regrets. I do not wish for such a fate to befall me. Sister Bai, what you must do now is confront your own heart. Ask yourself, and then answer me. Do you resist or detest my holding your hand? Lu Fan gazed at her with profound affection. Bai Fengyi felt a twinge of discomfort under his scrutiny and turned her head to evade his gaze. Lu Fan's courage and passion surged with increasing intensity, leaving her unprepared. "I am uncertain how to respond to you." Bai Fengyi's heart churned with tumult. Her voice tinged with confusion and conflict. Lu Fan observed her, feeling a mix of nervousness and a stronger sense of determination and hope. He understood that he must seize the moment. He needed to fight for his lifelong happiness and could no longer remain in this ambiguous state with Bai Fengyi. "Here, it is just the two of us. Cast aside all other factors, including age, status, our families, and the judgment of society." Lu Fan's voice was gentle yet resolute, imbued with a subtle charm that rendered it irresistible. "You only need to answer me. Do you harbor even a flicker of affection for me?" Bai Fengyi's body quivered slightly. She lifted her head to meet Lu Fan's fervent gaze. His eyes were filled with expectation and resolve, as if they sought to penetrate her very soul. Chapter 31. Is it really just holding hands? Bai Fengyi took a deep breath, attempting to quell the storm within. Then, she spoke slowly. "Lu Fan, I must confess that I indeed have feelings for you. Your bravery, your steadfastness, your enthusiasm, all of which I lack, have profoundly moved me." However, Bai Fengyi's voice trembled as she bit her lip and continued. "There are the issues of our age difference, our statuses, and societal perceptions that I cannot overlook. I fear that if we were to truly be together, we would face numerous challenges and difficulties." Lu Fan gazed at her, warmth flooding his heart. He recognized that Bai Fengyi's willingness to express such sentiments was her greatest response to him. He gently took her hand, speaking softly. "Sister Bai, I understand your concerns. But these are not insurmountable issues. As long as we share mutual affection and genuine love, we can overcome any obstacle. I will demonstrate through my actions that I am worthy of your trust and reliance. Grant me a chance, and also grant yourself a chance. Even for the future of our potential children, would you?" A blush of shyness crept onto Bai Fengyi's face. Taken aback that Lu Fan would invoke the subject of children to persuade her. "I never mentioned wanting to have children with you," Bai Fengyi replied, her tone somewhat brusque. "That is inconsequential, for it is bound to happen eventually. Right now, I simply wish to hold your hand. Just say yes, will you?" Lu Fan pleaded playfully. "Are you certain it is merely holding hands?" Bai Fengyi's expression was one of hesitation. Indeed, Lu Fan affirmed with unwavering conviction. "In that case, we can only hold hands. And only when no one is around." Bai Fengyi seemed to have made a certain resolution, lightly biting her red lip and turning her head to glance in another direction that was devoid of people. Until this moment, she still dared not meet Lu Fan's fervent gaze. "Excellent!" Lu Fan exclaimed with joy, swiftly grasping Bai Fengyi's hand, fearful that she might retract her words. "Be gentle. You're hurting me," Bai Fengyi said with a slight furrow of her brow, casting him a glare. "Hee. Sister Bai finally admits she likes me. Of course, I am elated." Lu Fan beamed, his smile wide and bright. After considerable effort, he had finally breached Bai Fengyi's defenses, achieving a crucial first victory. How could he not be overjoyed? Now that their hands were openly intertwined, how far could a hug and a kiss be? "Could you refrain from going on blind dates?" Lu Fan boldly ventured, tenderly toying with Bai Fengyi's delicate hand. Sister Bai's hand is so slender, so tender, so smooth, akin to the allure of a poppy-esque poison, easily addictive. He felt as though he could indulge in this for a lifetime. "I have already promised my mother. I cannot go back on my word." Bai Fengyi observed Lu Fan's troubled expression and added, "However, I will inform the other party that I already have someone I like." As she uttered the last 6 words, her usually serene cheeks flushed with a barely perceptible blush, feeling a hint of warmth. Really? Lu Fan's face lit up with joy as he gazed at Bai Fengyi in surprise. Believe it or not, Bai Fengyi shot him a sidelong glance, turning away towards where Lu Fan had parked his vehicle. Lu Fan hurried after her, reluctant to release her hand. Suddenly, Bai Fengyi halted, frowning as she glared at him. If you are going to hold my hand, do it properly. If you keep fiddling with it, as if it's a toy, our agreement will be void. But I can't help it. Your hand is simply too beautiful, like a perfect work of art. I can't resist the urge to cradle it in my palms and cherish it. Lu Fan replied. Bai Fengyi pressed her lips together, instinctively wanting to admonish Lu Fan further. Yet, the words lingered on her lips, unable to escape. Lu Fan's flattery caused her heart to flutter, filled with shyness and a tinge of delight. Virtue. Bai Fengyi shot him a cold glance, uttering 2 words, too weary to concern herself with how Lu Fan played with her hand. Dear wife, please enter the vehicle. Lu Fan, like a gallant knight, graciously opened the car door for Bai Fengyi, inviting her inside. Observing his mischievous demeanor, Bai Fengyi could no longer contain herself. I truly do not understand how, after teaching you for so many years, I ended up with such a frivolous creature. If I had instilled seriousness in you, would I not have lost a beautiful wife like you? And you would have been deprived of a husband as talented and handsome as I. Lu Fan grinned, unabashed and proud of his jest. Bai Fengyi found herself utterly at a loss with this shameless rascal, so she simply closed her eyes and ceased to speak, lest she provoke her own ire. To her surprise, after Lu Fan entered the car, he did not hasten to drive off. Instead, he took hold of her hand and toyed with it. Are you going to drive or not? If not, I shall take a taxi myself, Bai Fengyi retorted, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance in her tone. Yes, I will drive, right away. Where shall Sister Bai go? To Wuxi Road, to the Confrontation. All right then, make yourself comfortable. We shall depart immediately. Lu Fan, brimming with confidence, barked the command, and the vehicle sped away. An hour later, at the entrance of the Confrontation, Bai Fengyi glanced at Lu Fan in the driver's seat. Are you sure you want to accompany me inside? Indeed, I have great confidence in my charm. Even I, a handsome lad who has spent 22 years with you, must exert tremendous effort to earn even a modicum of your affection. I believe no other man could captivate your heart after just a single encounter. Moreover, love is built on trust and loyalty. I am certain I can provide you with ample trust, Lu Fan declared, his demeanor radiant with self-assurance. Then you shall wait in the car, Bai Fengyi replied, narrowing her beautiful eyes and leaving him with an ambiguous remark before stepping into the CAF. The sensation of feigning gentlemanly composure while his wife was meeting another man was exceedingly displeasing. Lu Fan, filled with frustration, slapped himself hard, quickly exited the car, and concealed himself outside the CAF, peering inside incessantly. Fortunately, the CAF was on the first floor with floor-to-ceiling windows, and he caught sight of Bai Fengyi along with her suitor. The man appeared to be around 30, somewhat handsome, dressed impeccably in a suit, exuding an air of refined elegance, a quintessential dandy. Admittedly, Lu Fan recognized that his jealousy prompted him to disparage the man. However, when he saw Bai Fengyi smiling at him, he found it intolerable. Why did she have to smile so beautifully? What if she captivated that man, leading to relentless pursuit? Had he known, he would have entered alongside her to assert his claim. His frustration deepened. Nevertheless, Bai Fengyi still wore the wedding ring he had gifted her, which should sufficiently demonstrate that she was already taken. Lu Fan, what are you doing here? A voice suddenly called from behind him, accompanied by a hand resting on his shoulder. Turning around, he found it was his old classmate, Lin Jiawei, causing his heart to tighten. He quickly cast a glance towards Bai Fengyi in the CAF, uncertain if Lin Jiawei had noticed her. Are you not working today? Lu Fan swiftly adjusted his demeanor, striving to appear composed while subtly moving aside to divert Lin Jiawei's attention, hoping she wouldn't spot Bai Fengyi within the CAF. I am on a break today. Lin Jiawei shook her head, glancing around with curiosity, her eyes filled with wonder as she asked him, what were you sneaking around for just now? Oh, nothing much. I just thought this CAF seemed rather charming and was considering coming here for a date next time, Lu Fan replied, feeling a slight tension in his heart as he attempted to shield Lin Jiawei's gaze, smiling nonchalantly. Oh, so you're quite the romantic, aren't you? Lin Jiawei teased with a smile. Should I treat you to a cup first, to see what their coffee tastes like? I think I'd rather save that for my significant other, Lu Fan replied shyly. Lin Jiawei, as if she had discovered a new world, looked at him in astonishment. scrutinizing him from head to toe. "What's the matter?" Lu Fan asked. "We only chatted for a little while yesterday, and I didn't feel much. But today I've noticed a significant change in you. You're much more humorous and lively, not as stiff as before. Had I known you'd changed this much, I would have boldly pursued you back then." Lin Jiahui laughed. In their school days, Lu Fan was quite handsome, excelled academically, and was the focus of attention, especially from their math teacher, Bai Fengyi. Several girls harbored secret crushes on him, and she was among them. Unfortunately, Lu Fan's introverted nature meant he rarely initiated conversations, maintaining a polite distance from the girls. Despite her several hints, he remained oblivious, like a wooden block. Eventually, she mustered the courage to write him a love letter, but it disappeared without a trace, leading her to believe that Lu Fan was subtly rejecting her, and she resigned herself to that fate. Now, upon encountering Lu Fan again and witnessing his transformation, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Alas, she was a step too late. Lu Fan was already engaged. Her heart's flutter could only end in silence once more. This, perhaps, is what people often refer to as the regrets of youth. Once missed, it is truly missed. Fortunately, the affection she once held had become a thing of the past, and she had long since come to terms with it. Otherwise, she would not have brought up this embarrassing episode today. "Wait, you liked me before?" Lu Fan asked in surprise. Then his expression turned regretful as he lamented. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought I must be quite unattractive since no girls liked me." Lin Jiahui was amused by his demeanor and shot him an exasperated glance. "You needn't feign comfort for me. I even wrote you a love letter, which you certainly saw. How could you not know I liked you?" "A love letter? I never received one. When did you write it?" "In the second semester of our sophomore year. During a PE class, I secretly tucked the letter into your math book. I waited for several days, but you never replied, and I thought you didn't like me. So I gave up. I truly didn't receive it," Lu Fan said with a bitter smile. "I was also hoping to date someone back then, but no girl showed any interest. If I had seen your love letter, I would have surely leaped with joy, wondering how I could possibly refrain from responding. Perhaps we might have even become a couple. I wrote it, yet you did not receive it. Where could that letter have gone?" Lin Jiahui pondered. Lu Fan was equally engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes as he discreetly glanced at Bai Fengyi in the CF. Lin Jiahui's letter was nestled within his mathematics book, and he often studied at her home under Bai Fengyi's guidance. Could it be that she discovered the letter while he was unaware and secretly took it to hide away? The more he contemplated, the more plausible this seemed. This woman is so unprincipled, secretly concealing my love letter, thwarting my chance for a beautiful collegiate romance, leaving me a pitiable singleton for 3 years. Lu Fan silently gritted his teeth, determined to confront Bai Fengyi about this transgression. Nevertheless, that was all in the past. If it was lost, so be it. However, it appears you have truly found love, as evidenced by your newfound vivacity and cheerfulness, Lin Jiahui teased with a smile. Lu Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment at her remark and rubbed his nose. Perhaps so. After graduation, a sudden clarity dawned upon me, revealing how genuinely happy I am with her, which naturally lightened my demeanor. Quite delightful. Lin Jiahui nodded enviously. Regarding the ring from yesterday, what did your partner think? Did she find any faults? None at all. Judging by her reaction, she seemed to quite like it. That's a relief. I can finally breathe easy. You are the first of my old classmates to purchase a ring I personally designed, and I was genuinely worried that your partner might not appreciate it and tarnish my reputation. It's not that exaggerated, with your design skills. You are destined to become a prominent designer. May your words prove prophetic. Lin Jiahui responded with a radiant smile. It certainly will. Lu Fan smiled slightly, asking, "You're not working today. Where are you off to?" Lin Jiahui raised the books in her hand. Political theory, art studies, and a volume on the history of decorative arts. "I'm headed to a graduate exam preparation class." "You're already employed, yet you still plan to pursue further studies?" Lu Fan asked, slightly astonished. "Indeed, I am studying while working. The jewelry design field is fiercely competitive, and a degree holds great significance. Although I took jewelry design as an elective in college, I still feel that my skills are lacking, so I aim to pursue graduate studies to enhance my capabilities," Lin Jiahui explained. After a brief pause, she continued, "I heard in the class group that you are also preparing for graduate school, and it's a guaranteed admission, right? I truly envy you. Your academic performance has always been exceptional. Unlike us, lacking that innate talent, we can only strive relentlessly. Moreover, studying while working is exceedingly challenging. Time is so constrained that it's hard to manage. Reviewing alone can be quite monotonous and arduous. Maintaining the determination to persevere requires immense willpower. There have been several instances where I nearly considered giving up, Lin Jiahui sighed. Perseverance is victory. You have already embarked on your career journey and continue to strive for self-improvement, which is a testament to your excellence. I firmly believe that as long as you persist, success will inevitably be yours. Lu Fan encouraged. I've heard that many individuals seek study partners for their postgraduate examinations to support each other through the challenges. Why not consider finding one for yourself? Is that really an option? Lin Jiahui's eyes sparkled with sudden intensity as she fixed her gaze upon him. You aim for graduate school, while I pursue a professional degree. Why not join forces? Chapter 33. She declared, I will marry no one but you. If this had been in the past, Lu Fan might have readily accepted Lin Jiahui's proposal. However, now possessing an extraordinary memory, graduate school felt like a foregone conclusion for him, rendering the idea of partnership somewhat redundant. Furthermore, he was already married, which necessitated maintaining a certain distance from other young women. Yet, gazing into Lin Jiahui's eager and hopeful eyes, he recalled the time he had lost the love letter she had written him, having disappointed her once before. To reject her again now felt rather excessive. Lu Fan found himself engulfed in a moment of hesitation and inner conflict. Mr. Wu, this will be all. You need not see me off. Bai Fengyi politely stated at the entrance of the Kinf coffee house, standing gracefully in the sunlight, radiant and pure like a Tianshan snow lotus. Mr. Wu smiled gently, stopping his steps with a gentlemanly demeanor. It has been a pleasure to share this delightful morning with you. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I hope to invite you for afternoon tea once more. Thank you for your kind invitation, Mr. Wu, Bai Fengyi replied, her gaze drifting toward Lu Fan in the distance. Her expression tranquil. However, there may not be another chance. I apologize for taking up your time today, and I hope you meet your destined partners soon. With that, Bai Fengyi graciously excused herself, departing with an elegant stride. Mr. Wu watched her retreating figure until she faded from view, reluctant to draw his gaze away. She was a remarkable woman, possessing both beauty and grace, her intellect shining through like a radiant aura. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was utterly captivated, believing he had encountered a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Yet, to his astonishment, her first words were an apology, coupled with the revelation that she already had a boyfriend. In that instant, his heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. A wave of indignation washed over him. How could someone so stunning already be taken, and yet be out here seeking companionship? It felt almost like a cruel jest. However, he could not voice such thoughts, for she was too exquisite, a beauty that commanded admiration from afar rather than inappropriate familiarity. Even a mere second spin in her presence, basking in her loveliness, was an unparalleled delight that brought forth a sense of serenity and joy. The more he marveled at her, the more he lamented why he had not encountered her sooner. And the deeper his jealousy grew for the man who had been fortunate enough to claim the heart of such a breathtaking beauty. What merits does that man possess that is captivated Bai Fengyi? Surely, their union cannot endure. A paragon of beauty such as Bai Fengyi is simply unmatched by anyone but myself. Mr. Wu murmured to himself, his once despondent gaze gradually rekindling with fierce confidence. I fear I cannot partner with you. You see, I am already in a relationship. If my partner were to discover that I am studying with such a lovely girl, she might become envious. Meanwhile, after much contemplation, Lu Fan ultimately declined Lin Jiahui's proposal. Well, in light of your compliments about my beauty, I shall reluctantly forgive your refusal this time, Lin Jiahui said with a playful smile. Thank you, Lu Fan expressed, admiring her open-heartedness. She is indeed a remarkable girl, capable of both holding on and letting go. Were it not for Bai Fengyi, had that night's story not transpired, and had that love letter not been lost, he might have genuinely developed feelings for her. What are you two discussing so jovially? Bai Fengyi appeared behind them, her exquisite features radiating a cool brilliance under the sun. Teacher Bai, Lin Jiahui exclaimed in delight, dashing towards her. What a coincidence to encounter you here. I've been meaning to visit you. Thank you. But it is enough that you both thrive after graduation. There is no need to make a special trip to see me, Bai Fengyi gently replied. Teacher, you provided us with so much guidance and support during our studies. How could we ever forget? I must visit you whenever the opportunity arises. Lin Jiahui said with a cheerful smile, mischievously glancing at Lu Fan. And I suppose Teacher Bai is unaware that Lu Fan already has a partner and is preparing for marriage. We can all celebrate together at his wedding. Coughing. Lu Fan nearly choked at Lin Jiahui's unexpected mention of this matter in front of Baifiki. He quickly gestured to her, urging her to remain discreet. Is that so? Well, that is wonderful. It is indeed a fine choice for a young man to establish a family before pursuing a career. I wonder which good girl has captured his heart, Baifiki remarked, casting a calm glance at Lu Fan. Yes, Lu Fan, who is your partner? What is her name? Do we know her? Lin Jiahui inquired with curiosity. Well, I must keep that a secret for now, but I promise to introduce you when the time is right. However, rest assured, the woman I intend to marry will undoubtedly be the most beautiful, graceful, and loving girl in the world. I shall make her the happiest woman alive. Lu Fan declared, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Baifiki. Empty promises are of no value. True abilities speak for themselves, Baifiki replied coolly. Teacher Bai is indeed right, and your boasting has perhaps gone a bit too far. While beauty is subjective, one must still respect objective reality. No matter how lovely your partner may be, could she possibly surpass Teacher Bai? Lin Jiahui jested. In my heart, my wife is the most beautiful, at least comparable to Teacher Bai. Even if Chang'e were to descend, I would not trade her, Lu Fan declared with noble conviction. Such heartfelt words suggest that you truly love your fiancée. She must love you dearly as well? Lin Jiahui teased. Indeed. My wife fell head over heels for me at first sight, and from that moment on, she pursued me fervently, declaring that she would marry no one else. Each time I see the stars in her eyes when she looks at me, I realize I am firmly ensnared by her affections. Oh, being a handsome man is quite challenging. My charm is overwhelming. Given her relentless devotion, I had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce to her pursuit and marry her. Lu Fan boasted animatedly. Lin Jiahui recognized that men often take pride in their image, and thus Lu Fan's words were likely embellished. Nevertheless, his vivid portrayal elicited uncontrollable laughter from her. How delightful. She had never realized Lu Fan possessed such an entertaining side. Is that so? It seems your charm is indeed considerable. Though I wonder if these declarations will lead to you returning home to kneel before your keyboard, Baifiki remarked. Her gaze tranquil yet piercing. Chapter 34, Discovered. Upon observing Baifungi's demeanor, Lu Fan's smile faltered, realizing he had perhaps exaggerated too much, displeasing her. However, he relished the rare opportunity to express himself in front of her, especially with female classmates present. He steeled himself to complete his tale. I am not exaggerating. My wife is undoubtedly the finest woman in the world. We have known each other for a long time. She has cooked for me, washed my clothes. And when I fell ill, she was there to fetch my medicine. When I lacked motivation for my studies, she encouraged me to strive for success. Her care for me is meticulous, surpassing even that of a mother. Our story is filled with countless moments of love and warmth. In my youth, I was oblivious. But now I understand that she is the person I must cherish for a lifetime. One day, I will ensure that everyone knows I have found a woman worthy of my eternal devotion. She is my wife, my angel, my guardian, and my other half. Lu Fan's gaze shifted from Lin Jiahui to Baifiki, imbued with deep emotion. Lin Jiahui observed him, deeply moved by his profound feelings. Meanwhile, Baifiki, who had initially exhibited a hint of irritation, began to soften her gaze. All right, enough of your banter. We are well aware of the love between you two. There is no need to flaunt it before us. As Lu Fan's words grew increasingly implausible, Baifungi's face flushed slightly, prompting her to put a stop to his nonsensical ramblings. This fellow was indeed infuriating. Not only had he slandered her, but he had also elevated her to celestial heights, invoking angels and bodhisattvas in his exaggerations. Lin Jiahui remained blissfully unaware, but once she learned the truth, it was uncertain how she would mock Baifiki. As for the deeds she had done for Lu Fan, they were indeed a reality. Lu Fan's parents were often away, and he had essentially been raised by her, embodying both a maternal and sisterly role. Who could have anticipated that one day they would become husband and wife, adding yet another layer to their relationship? Had she unwittingly nurtured a husband for herself? Teacher Bai, Lin Jiahui interjected, though Lu Fan's words may be a tad exaggerated. I can sense his heartfelt affection for his partner. I find myself envious of her. To be cherished by a good man in this lifetime is a profound blessing. Is it not, Teacher Bai? Her eyes sparkled with envy and emotion. Baifiki had initially intended to remain silent, especially as Lu Fan's unwavering gaze was fixed upon her. Yet, Lin Jiahui's eager eyes seemed to seek an emotional resonance from her. With a reluctant bite of her lip, she suppressed the embarrassment swelling within and, under Lu Fan's watchful eye, nodded gently, offering a non-committal response. Perhaps. Lu Fan was dissatisfied and raised his eyebrows playfully, urging her, "Teacher Bai, be more definitive. Do you not think marrying me would be a joyous affair?" He deliberately omitted the noun preceding marrying, transforming Bai Fengyi into the subject of the sentence, thereby altering the meaning entirely. Bai Fengyi, well aware of his intentions, shot him a fierce glare, her cheeks flushing with indignation. This fellow was becoming increasingly audacious. "Teacher Bai, with Lu Fan nearly married, when do you plan to tie the knot?" Lin Jiawei teased, her tone light and playful. Just as she was about to continue, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Bai Fengyi's right hand, where an all-too-familiar wedding ring adorned her fourth finger, causing her to freeze in astonishment. Swiftly, she shifted her attention to Bai Fengyi's left wrist and earlobes, where a gold bracelet and a pair of gold earrings complemented the unmistakable peony wedding ring. This was the trio of gold Lu Fan had purchased just yesterday, now adorning teacher Bai Fengyi's hand. A wildly audacious thought surged through Lin Jiawei's mind. Could it be that the school's beauty, revered as a goddess for 8 consecutive years, was indeed Lu Fan's betrothed? Instinctively, Lin Jiawei turned to look at Lu Fan. From her reaction, he understood she had likely stumbled upon the truth, and he quickly nodded in acknowledgement before shaking his head gently, signaling her to remain silent about the matter in front of Bai Fengyi. Lin Jiawei stifled a gasp, desperately suppressing her shock to prevent it from erupting into a scream. A chill of disbelief coursed through her as she cast a glance at Bai Fengyi, then at Lu Fan. If she had once harbored a secret admiration for Lu Fan, now her feelings had escalated to an unwavering reverence, akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river or the uncontrollable surge of the Yellow River in flood. To distill her emotions into a mere 4 characters, utterly impressive. Although somewhat lacking in elegance, these words encapsulated her current sentiments perfectly. It was astonishing that even a revered figure like Teacher Bai, pursued by countless admirers yet elusive, had succumbed to his charm. What kind of extraordinary magic had Lu Fan wielded? How did you manage to win over Teacher Bai? Lin Jiawei's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her soul aflame with gossip. As she cast an eager glance at Lu Fan, "It's not convenient to discuss now. I'll tell you when the opportunity arises," Lu Fan replied with a resigned look. "But I can't wait. I want to know right away." Lin Jiawei shot back with another imploring gaze. "With Teacher Bai present, how can I possibly reveal anything?" Lu Fan countered with a similar look. "That's simple. We can easily concoct an excuse to slip away," Lin Jiawei suggested, her eyes darting about as she communicated silently. "You'll have to figure it out yourself," Lu Fan replied, and it was as if they had suddenly unlocked a shared understanding, becoming adept at their silent exchange. With a mere glance, each could discern the other's thoughts. Bai Fengyi narrowed her eyes, her cold gaze sweeping across Lu Fan and Lin Jiawei. Did they think she was blind and unaware of their covert communication? While she couldn't quite decipher their exchange, one thing was certain: the nature of their conversation was not meant for her ears. "Do you two not have mouths? Can't you speak?" Bai Fengyi furrowed her brow slightly. Her curiosity piqued about the subject matter they deemed too sensitive to share with her. "Teacher Bai, I have a matter I wish to consult Lu Fan about." "We'll take our leave now, and I'll visit you another day," Lin Jiawei said, bowing to Bai Fengyi. Before the words had fully left her lips, she seized Lu Fan's hand, and they dashed away. Bai Fengyi's gaze sharpened, fixating on their intertwined hands for an extended moment. Only when they had completely vanished into the crowd did she slowly withdraw her gaze. The words of a man can often be deceptive. Just this morning, he had declared her hands to be the most beautiful in the world, yet now he was holding another's hand. Bai Fengyi raised her own hand, tilting her head back, scrutinizing her own flawless, delicate hand in the sunlight. The golden peony ring upon her finger gleamed conspicuously. For reasons unknown, a sudden pang of jealousy stirred within her, and a sense of grievance washed over her. Chapter 35. The Jealous Bai Fengyi Brother, Help Me. Lu Fan, en route to return Bai Fengyi home, was abruptly interrupted by a call from Zhang Ping. "What is it?" "I dined with my uncle and 2 cousins, feeling quite suffocated by the experience. You must come over and assist me in putting on a pretense." "Ah, it is a long story. I am merely looking for a job. My uncle learned of this from my father and insisted that I work at his factory. I have no desire to go, and they chastised me for being overly ambitious and unrealistic. They lamented that university graduates are now a dime a dozen, merely laborers, and rambled on about it, which left me quite exasperated. Fine, send me your address, and I shall arrive shortly." Lu Fan responded affirmatively and hung up the phone, turning to face the perpetually cold expression of Bai Fengyi. Ever since she was taken away by Lin Jiawei, she had returned in this state. resembling someone in a silent standoff with him. He had attempted to take her hand several times, only to be rebuffed. His sweet words proved futile. Sister Bai, are you aware of the few things in this world that are notoriously difficult for the average person to manage? Lu Fan suddenly inquired. Bai Fingyi ignored him. Lu Fan continued unabated. The pig during the new year, a startled donkey, an angry wife, and a fish out of water. These are the 4 entities that cannot be contained. With that, he reached for her hand, attempting to clasp it within his. Bai Fingyi swiftly diverted her hand. Lu Fan then aimed for her delicate shoulder, but she recoiled once more. Like a discoverer of a new realm, Lu Fan exclaimed, Sister Bai, did you see that? When a wife is angry, she behaves like a New Year pig. Any touch sends her into a frenzy, completely uncontrollable. How vivid and remarkable. At last, Bai Fingyi could no longer contain herself. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she turned to glare at him, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? If you keep rambling, I shall throw you out. Do not be hasty, Sister Bai. Allow me to recite a few more rhymes. Clouds in the sky, frost on the ground. A young lady's posterior, and a cabbage stalk. These are the 4 great whites. Police handcuffs, a criminal's shackles, a young lady's bra. And a newly purchased set. These are the 4 great tightnesses. My rhymes are truly exquisite. They drive men mad and cause women to experience discomfort. Lu Fan declared with mock sincerity. Bai Fingyi's complexion deepened in hue, her ample bosom rising and falling in agitation as she glared at him with clenched teeth. Vexed beyond measure, Lu Fan, I see you are truly asking for trouble. Hee, it appears that we indeed share a unique connection. I recite a few rhymes. And Sister Bai instinctively knows I am itching for mischief. My waist is itching terribly. You must help me scratch it, or even pinch it would suffice. Lu Fan wriggled closer to Bai Fingyi, pleading for assistance. Observing his brazen demeanor, Bai Fingyi felt her teeth nearly grind to dust. Despite her initial intention to ignore him and not encourage his insolence, she could not suppress her irritation and ultimately raised her hand to pinch his thigh firmly. Oh, Sister Bai, be gentle. I am still driving, and such comfort could lead to accidents. Lu Fan feigned a dramatic scream, continuing to leap recklessly on the edge of danger while seizing her delicate hand. This fellow had become increasingly brazen, often making indecent remarks toward her. Bai Fingyi, feeling a mix of embarrassment and fury, found herself utterly powerless against Lu Fan's advances. She attempted several times to withdraw her hand, but to no avail. Her frustration only deepened. With a series of playful kisses on the back of her hand, Lu Fan exclaimed, Indeed, Sister Bai, your hands are the softest, their fragrance delightful. Isn't Lin Jiawei's hand even more tender and delicate than mine? Bai Fingyi retorted, her face cold and expressionless. Ah, my dear Sister Bai, you are gravely mistaken. Although Lin Jiawei is younger than you, her hands are akin to a pig's trotter's, coarse, sturdy, and rather rough. They cannot compare to the smoothness and comfort of yours. Lu Fan replied, shaking his head with conviction. Bai Fingyi slightly raised her brow, pursing her lips in silence. Yet, Lu Fan could sense that her anger had considerably diminished. Her grip had loosened, and she showed no intent to escape. It seems that for women, once their emotional triggers are understood, they can be easily appeased. Internally triumphant, Lu Fan maintained an impassive demeanor while continuing his sweet talk. Come now, Sister Bai, do not harbor anger. It was Lin Jiawei who insisted on holding my hand. I did not initiate it. Apart from your hand, all others feel like pig trotters to me, utterly unappealing. They simply cannot be compared to yours. As he gently rubbed her hand against his face, he added, I only agreed to hold your hand. I never consented to you using mine for this or that. Let go. Bai Fingyi shot him a disdainful glare, warning him, I refuse. Your hand, Sister Bai, is now a treasure to me. I cannot bear to relinquish it. He planted several more kisses on her fair hand. Bai Fingyi's expression of disdain intensified, yet despite her fierce words, she showed no intention of reclaiming her hand. Allowing Lu Fan to play with it freely, Lu Fan, now fully aware that her anger had dissipated, felt a surge of satisfaction. He had begun to comprehend Bai Fingyi's character. She was one who appeared aloof, yet was internally conflicted and quite proud. One must disregard her verbal protests. As long as her body does not object, he could boldly proceed. Just like her hand, which, despite her 100 reprimands, remained willingly in his grasp. This alone was sufficient proof of her feelings. Sister Bai, Zhang Peng just called me. After I escort you home, I must pay him a visit, Lu Fan said, still cherishing her small hand, entwined with his. That is your affair. There is no need to inform me, she replied dismissively. That is unacceptable. As we are now husband and wife, I must inform you of any endeavors I undertake to prevent you from indulging in wild speculations. Am I correct? What conversation did you have with Lin Jiahui? Bai Fengyi inquired, seemingly casually. She is the designer of this peony wedding ring, which I purchased yesterday from her gold shop. Upon seeing you wear this ring, she had already surmised our relationship, Lu Fan confessed candidly. Bai Fengyi's expression abruptly changed, a flush rising rapidly to her cheeks. Whether from embarrassment or anger, it was unclear. Chapter 36. A frustrating yet sweet argument. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You made me appear like a fool in front of her just now. Bai Fengyi bit her lower lip in irritation, glaring fiercely at Lu Fan. Her greatest concern had been that her students and fellow teachers would discover her relationship with Lu Fan, and she had just maintained her role as a teacher in front of Lin Jiahui. She felt as though she had lost all dignity as an educator. As she spoke, Bai Fengyi reached for the ring to remove it, wishing to prevent a recurrence of the embarrassing incident. Sister Bai, allow me to explain. Lu Fan hastily grasped her hand, his tone imbued with sincerity and regret. I truly did not intend to keep this from you. I never anticipated she would coincidentally encounter us and deduce our connection. Bai Fengyi furrowed her brow, her eyes flickering with displeasure and humiliation. Then why didn't you inform me sooner that she was the designer of the ring? I could have avoided revealing our relationship in front of her. Lu Fan sighed and explained, I initially believed you would take longer in the CAF, thus avoiding an encounter with her. I was surprised by your promptness in emerging and approaching her. I intended to say something, but by the time I had the chance, it was already too late. If this matter were to be publicized, how could I ever face my former students again? What would they think of me? Bai Fengyi, in her vexation, pinched Lu Fan's thigh vehemently several times. Rest assured, I have repeatedly cautioned her not to disclose this matter, Lu Fan assured her. Moreover, Lin Jiahui harbors no intentions of mocking us. She was merely astonished by our relationship and has no ulterior motives. Most importantly, she now holds me in high esteem, marveling at my ability to win over a goddess like you. I must say, I am rather impressive, Lu Fan declared with a self-satisfied grin. I have merely obtained a marriage certificate with you. I have not agreed to be a genuine wife. When did I ever say you won me over? Spare me your self-aggrandizement, Bai Fengyi retorted, her anger slightly abated, though she shot Lu Fan a sharp glance, her expression frosty. Indeed, you are correct. I am still in pursuit of you and have not yet claimed victory. Bai Fengyi was still irked, so Lu Fan could only nod in agreement with her sentiments. Aside from her, who else knows that you purchased this ring? No one, Bai Fengyi replied, and with that, she abandoned the thought of removing the ring. Since the sole informed party is already aware of her relationship with Lu Fan, the significance of this ring, whether worn or not, becomes trivial. I truly wonder what sins I must have committed in my past life to be entangled with you. Bai Fengyi, still simmering with indignation, cast a reproachful glare at Lu Fan. That fleeting glance you bestowed upon me in this life was the culmination of 5 centuries of waiting in my previous existence. Lu Fan jested, his demeanor playful and his tongue slick. Bai Fengyi shot him an exasperated look, caught in a tumult of emotions, neither entirely angry nor placated. This fellow was indeed shameless, adept at both inciting her ire and showering her with insincere flattery. She realized she was utterly at his mercy, unable to devise any means of resistance against him. Hey, as long as it brings you joy, I would willingly don the mask of a buffoon. Even if it means becoming shameless myself, Lu Fan winked, maintaining his playful facade. A faint blush crept onto Bai Fengyi's cheeks as she glared at him. Yet she could not entirely conceal the sweetness blossoming within her heart. Spare me your antics. Do not presume I am a naive girl like Lin Jiahui, easily swayed by a few flattering words. If you provoke me again, you shall witness my wrath, she huffed lightly, attempting to mask her emotions with a stern expression. Yes, I understand, Lu Fan replied, seizing the moment. By the way, did you happen to come across a letter in my book? Observing her improved mood, he pressed on. What letter? I know nothing of it, Bai Fengyi responded coldly, her eyes flickering with curiosity. None at all. Lu Fan scrutinized her face, searching for any hint of revelation. Could it be a love letter from some young lady? Bai Fengyi squinted her eyes, sensing a hint of danger in the air. Lu Fan, quickly sensing the shift, deftly changed the subject, awkwardly explaining, no. It was merely a letter from an 80-year-old aunt seeking advice on what to do now that her sow is about to give birth. Bai Fengyi turned her head, biting her lip in an effort to suppress her laughter. His knack for concocting absurd tales was unparalleled, causing her lips to involuntarily curl upwards, unable to maintain her composure. She regretted not recording his words to share with Lin Jiahui, to reveal how the boy she once admired fabricated her love letter. 15 minutes later, Lu Fan finally returned by Fingyi to her residential complex. Be safe, don't loiter outside, return early to study, and remember you have an exam in 3 days, she said coolly before exiting the car. Understood, I shall return promptly. I would never keep my wife waiting, Lu Fan grinned. Bai Fengyi furrowed her brows and shot him a warning glance. Do not shout recklessly in the neighborhood. She surveyed her surroundings and whispered a caution. Having already faced social embarrassment before Lin Jiahui today, she wished to avoid a repeat occurrence in her own community. Amidst the click of high heels, she swiftly stepped into the elevator. Indeed, it seems that occasional disagreements between men and women serve to strengthen their bonds. Lu Fan gazed at the light-footed Bai Fengyi, whispering to himself. He sensed that despite having inadvertently upset her today, once he had soothed her, he could distinctly feel her previously guarded demeanor transforming into a more approachable warmth. She no longer wore the frosty expression that had characterized her before. 10 kilometers away, within a private room of a restaurant, Zhang Peng listened to his uncle's earnest advice. In these challenging economic times, securing employment proves difficult. Although the wages at his uncle's factory may be modest, they are family, and his uncle would ensure he did not go hungry. Moreover, since he would inevitably be working for someone, it would be better to assist his uncle. Once the factory flourished, he could be appointed as a manager. What do you think? Sitting at the opposite end of the table, his uncle, smoking a 45 yuan cigarette, earnestly painted a rosy picture for Zhang Peng. However, Zhang Ping was not swayed, responding with measured respect. Uncle, I have just graduated and wish to venture out into the world. If I fail to find a satisfactory job, I will consider working at your factory then, if that is agreeable. He was not naive, despite his youth. His uncle's intention to belittle him and coax him into factory work was transparently aimed at having the graduate from a prestigious university help modernize the aging factory, thus serving as a low-cost yet skilled laborer and a living advertisement to attract other university students. Out of respect for their kinship, Zhang Peng refrained from exposing his uncle's true motives. Yet, he would not succumb to moral coercion. Oh, my child, why must you be so ungrateful? Your uncle would never deceive you. Look at your 2 cousins, both high school graduates. They have helped me in the factory and now own homes and cars. Life is so comfortable for them. If you are willing to join us, as a family we can work diligently together, and our lives will surely improve day by day. His uncle said, his tone tinged with frustration. He had not anticipated that his nephew would be so difficult to persuade. If it weren't for his prestigious degree and his factory's declining fortunes in desperate need of talent for reform and innovation, he would have long since walked away. Uncle, I understand your perspective. Working for someone else means remaining a mere employee for life, with little chance to rise above. Therefore, I have made my decision. I shall embark on my own entrepreneurial journey, Zhang Ping declared, infused with ambition. His uncle frowned, concerned about what scheme his nephew was concocting. In a time when jobs are scarce, he aspired to start a business? Did he possess any capital? Did he even know how to turn a profit? Just having graduated, he had yet to navigate society, lacking any skills, experience, or connections. What could he possibly leverage to launch a venture? Even your underpants could be a loss. The uncle bluntly remarked. You need not worry about that. I just called a wealthy classmate, and he said he would fund the venture while I contribute my efforts. We will co-found a new company together. Regardless of profit or loss, it is inconsequential. The primary goal is to cultivate our experiences and awareness as entrepreneurs. Zhang Peng proclaimed confidently. Do you really have a wealthy classmate? The uncle exchanged doubtful glances with his 2 sons. If your classmate is indeed affluent, why are you scouring for jobs? You'll find out once he arrives, Zhang Peng replied nonchalantly. As soon as Lu Fan arrives in that Mercedes, I am certain my uncle and cousins will be left awestruck. I've arrived. Where are you? Lu Fan called Zhang Peng outside the restaurant. My classmate is here. I'll go greet him, Zhang Peng said as he promptly stood up. The uncle immediately signaled his eldest son, Zhang Hui, who nodded in understanding. And they both exited the private room. Lu Fan parked his car appropriately and stepped out of the Mercedes. Zhang Hui quickly snapped a photo of him in the car, hurrying back to the private room. Dad, Zhang Peng's classmate, seems to be genuinely wealthy. He is the same age as Zhang Peng, but drives a Mercedes. I just checked. And that car costs at least 800,000, Zhang Hui remarked with a hint of excitement, handing the photo to his father and brother. Being able to afford a Mercedes does not necessarily equate to immense wealth. However, Lu Fan, at such a young age, driving a Mercedes, undoubtedly signifies financial affluence. The uncle commented, "Dad, it appears Zhang Peng will not be coming to our factory. What shall we do?" Zhang Hui inquired. "Are you lacking in common sense?" Although Zhang Ping is a student from a prestigious university, he is merely a student. Even if he joined our factory, it may not be beneficial. Money is more straightforward and effective, the uncle replied irritably. "Are you suggesting that we have Zhang Peng's classmate invest in us?" Zhang Hui's eyes lit up, intrigued by the idea. Outside the restaurant, Zhang Ping whispered to Lu Fan, "Your task today is to help me impress them. My uncle and his family are all about money. Once you go in, make sure to boast as much as possible. The more extravagant the better, ideally. You'll leave them utterly bewildered. I cannot do that. I have always been honest and straightforward. I won't engage in such ostentatious behavior." Lu Fan shook his head, insisting on additional compensation. Zhang Peng was momentarily taken aback, then furiously exclaimed, "We are brothers, and you ask me for money? Even among brothers, accounts must be settled. You think boasting is easy? At the very least, I need an appearance fee. Goodness, I thought my uncle's family was materialistic, but you are even more mercenary. I have nothing to offer. My life is all I can give. Worst case, I could offer you my dignity. Get lost. Who would desire your worthless dignity? Money is not an issue. Today I shall help you maintain appearances, and from now on, you must address me as Big Brother whenever you see me," Lu Fan proclaimed. "All right. If that's how it is, then Big Brother it shall be. After all, you possess a car now, which certainly puts you in a superior position," Zhang Ping replied, gritting his teeth in agreement. Lu Fan smiled gently and followed Zhang Peng into the private room. Zhang Peng's uncle and his family were dressed quite extravagantly, their faces brimming with a sense of pride and confidence in their financial standing. "Zhang Peng, is this your classmate?" Uncle Zhang inquired, casting a glance at Lu Fan and deliberately adopting an air of superiority. "Yes, my classmate is a young master. He specifically came to pick me up today," Zhang Ping introduced solemnly. Lu Fan offered a faint smile and nodded, exuding an aura of inscrutability. The family of Uncle Zhang was momentarily taken aback by his presence, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty, pondering the extent of his background. However, they quickly masked their expressions. They aimed to entice Zhang Ping into investing in their factory, and thus, they needed to present the factory as a lucrative venture. Otherwise, only a fool would invest their money with them. "Oh, since he is Zhang Ping's classmate, please, take a seat," Uncle Zhang beckoned. As soon as they were seated, Uncle Zhang could hardly contain his curiosity and probed, "May I ask how to address you? And what business does your family engage in?" "There's no need for such formality. You may call me Xiao Lu. My father merely runs a small business, operating several mines in Africa," Lu Fan replied with a modest smile. "Mines?" Uncle Zhang's eyes instantly lit up, glimmering with intrigue. "Gold mines?" "Yes, just a few small gold mines. It's merely a means to make a living," Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. "What business are you in, Uncle Zhang? It seems your operations must be quite significant," Lu Fan inquired politely, maintaining a friendly demeanor. Well, it's decent, although not as impressive as your family's. Our factory does fairly well, earning several million each year, and sometimes even exceeding 10 million. Uncle Zhang chuckled awkwardly, his confidence waning. Initially, he had intended to flaunt his status as a big boss to impress Lu Fan. However, upon learning that Lu Fan's family owned gold mines, he quickly diminished in bravado. No matter how profitable his factory was, it could hardly compare to the riches from gold mining. Yet, their minds became increasingly animated. The wealthier Lu Fan appeared, the easier it would be to deceive him. Consequently, Uncle Zhang exaggerated the factory's profits by several fold. "Only a few million?" Lu Fan turned to Zhang Peng, rising without hesitation and languidly stated, "My father provides me with several million in pocket money each month. My time is far too valuable to waste here." He continued, "I must switch cars to attend a competition at the club. Will you accompany me now, or will you seek me out later?" Chapter 38, Deception. Relentless deception. Several million in pocket money? A club? Changing cars for a competition? Observing Lu Fan's carefree demeanor, one could see that he regarded a business making millions as trivial, embodying the essence of a privileged young master. As they listened to the barrage of sophisticated terminology emanating from Lu Fan's lips, Uncle Zhang and his two sons were once again taken aback. The concepts Lu Fan was articulating were exceedingly advanced for these country bumpkins. They had scarcely, if ever, encountered such notions, let alone heard them. "Ah, classmate Lu, do not be in such a hurry to leave, since you have such a generous allowance." Why not invest a portion in our factory to help us expand our operations, while simultaneously earning yourself a little extra? Uncle Zhang exclaimed, rising hastily to intercept Lu Fan, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Investment is unnecessary. These are merely small businesses, and the returns are too slow to be worthwhile, Lu Fan replied, waving his hand dismissively at Uncle Zhang's suggestion. I believe it would be more prudent for Zhang Ping and me to establish a new company together. However, considering Zhang Ping's involvement, I wouldn't mind if you were to invest a little money to share in the profits. Uncle Zhang and his sons exchanged glances, perplexed. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping observed the scene with a sly grin, amused that Uncle Zhang's attempt to coax Lu Fan into investing had backfired, leaving them all in a state of bewilderment. Lu Fan's performance was remarkably convincing. How had he not noticed Lu Fan's remarkable talent for acting before? May I inquire what exactly classmate Lu intends to pursue? Uncle Zhang asked hesitantly, probing for information. He felt a flicker of uncertainty, for his relationship with Lu Fan and Zhang Peng was not superficial. If there were indeed a lucrative opportunity, he would not wish to miss it. Yet, doubts lingered, as it sounded like a whimsical decision from a young man rather than a well-considered business strategy. Lu Fan smiled slightly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, as if he had already mapped out his course. I plan to embark on a new project within the realm of the internet, specifically to create a comprehensive platform that integrates social networking, shopping, and entertainment. Given the rapid development of the internet and its increasing integral role in people's lives, I am confident that this project holds substantial market potential. He paused for effect before continuing. Of course, this is merely a preliminary idea, and the specifics require further planning and preparation. However, if you are interested, I would be delighted to provide a detailed overview of my plans for discussion. In the future, we could even expand internationally, pursue globalization, and ultimately secure funding to become a publicly listed company, potentially ranking among the Fortune 500, earning hundreds of millions, if not billions, with ease. As Uncle Zhang and his sons absorbed Lu Fan's words, a flicker of intrigue sparked in their eyes. Though they were not well-versed in the internet sector, they had heard of its lucrative potential. Moreover, observing Lu Fan's demeanor, they sensed he was not one to indulge in idle boasting, which only deepened their interest. Zhang Peng recognized that the discussion had reached its zenith. If Uncle Zhang were to invest, complications could arise in the future. Thus, he remarked, "Never mind, Lu Fan. My uncles are involved in manufacturing and have little interest in this matter. There is no need to force them." Turning to his uncle, he added, "Lu Fan and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Please enjoy your meal." With that, he grasped Lu Fan's hand and departed from the restaurant. Zhang Debo and the others hurried after them, only to witness Lu Fan and Zhang Peng already in the car, which sped away in an instant. "Oh dear," Zhang Debo lamented, watching the vanishing tail lights with frustration, feeling as though he had missed a golden opportunity for an immensely profitable venture. "How did I perform just now?" Lu Fan inquired with a smile. "Marvelous. Truly impressive," Zhang Peng exclaimed, grinning broadly. "Had I not orchestrated this myself, I might have been swayed by your words. Your portrayal was so convincing, embodying the very essence of a wealthy heir. The confidence, the arrogance, the disdain, it was all executed flawlessly. It would be a shame if you did not pursue acting." He gave a thumbs up, unable to stifle his laughter at the thought of his usually miserly and pretentious uncles being easily ensnared by Lu Fan's charisma. A sudden ringtone interrupted their banter. Zhang Peng glanced at his phone and quickly signaled to Lu Fan that it was his uncle calling. "Zhang Peng, I haven't had a proper discussion with your classmate Lu yet. Why did you rush off so hastily? We are family, and such a rare opportunity for wealth shouldn't be overlooked. Convey this to him. If he genuinely intends to establish a large company, I can invest several $100,000 to consider a partnership," Zhang Debo urged eagerly from the other end of the line. "Understood. I will consult with Lu Fan and get back to you," Zhang Peng affirmed, nodding in agreement. Once the call ended, he relayed the conversation to Lu Fan, who couldn't help but chuckle. First, they put on airs, pretending to be profound, only to dangle unrealistic promises. This is a classic tactic of business con artists throughout history. Ultimately, it all boils down to one word: greed, Zhang Peng reflected, his laughter subsiding as he contemplated the implications. Fortunately, he and Lu Fan were not true deceivers. Otherwise, with a bit more ruthlessness, they could have easily led his uncle to financial ruin, leaving him with nothing. "We previously discussed the idea of starting our own business, but due to various immature conditions, we dismissed it. However, upon further contemplation, I believe it is worth daring to try. Those without shoes fear not the barefooted. We are still young, and should we fail, we can always start over. What do you think? Lu Fan pondered aloud. Are you considering entrepreneurship? Zhang Peng gazed at Lu Fan in surprise, contemplating, in truth. I also aspire to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. Even if we encounter failure, we will still gain invaluable experience. If you are genuinely committed, let us boldly venture forth together. Very well, let us return and deliberate on what business avenue may be most promising, Lu Fan responded. If we conceive a viable idea, we could also involve Yu. Lu Fan nodded, casually extending an invitation to Yu for the entrepreneurial endeavor, and ultimately unveiled the deception orchestrated by Xiao Xingbin and his companion against Yu. He is a bona fide scion of wealth. Should we manage to enlist him, the pressure of our initial capital requirements would significantly diminish. I believe it is worth inquiring, Zhang Peng suggested. Indeed, Lu Fan affirmed, as he and Zhang Peng commenced deliberations on the most suitable business direction for their venture. We are presently in the era of the internet and traffic. For those seeking quick profits, the media industry is undoubtedly the most advantageous. However, if we wish to establish a substantial enterprise, we must begin with a smaller company and gradually expand. The foremost priority is to develop our own core products and technologies. You are absolutely correct. We must possess our own assets, Zhang Peng replied, his brow furrowed. Yet the challenge lies in the fact that we currently lack both funding and a technical team, making the development of core products and technologies quite formidable. Lu Fan smiled slightly, a glint of confidence in his eyes. The funding issue can be addressed by myself and Yu. As for the technical team, that is not insurmountable. Numerous graduate students and doctoral candidates at our university, along with their professors, are engaged in various research projects. We can certainly reach out to them. Zhang Peng's eyes brightened as he slapped his forehead. Of course, our university is teeming with talent and projects. How could I have overlooked that? Let us act on this immediately. Without delay, Lu Fan and Zhang Peng made their way back to the university, first visiting the Student Entrepreneurship Center. Director, if we wish to pursue independent entrepreneurship, are there any supportive policies or favorable conditions provided by the school or the state? Lu Fan inquired directly upon entering the office of Director Chen Jiaming. You wish to start a business? First, you must submit your application materials, including information about the legal entity, the entrepreneurial direction, and detailed project plans. Director Chen responded amiably. We will conduct an assessment based on your submission. If your conditions meet our criteria, we will provide free entrepreneurial guidance, training, business registration, financing services, tax benefits, and venue support, among other favorable policies. Following a principle of selecting the best among the best, we offer financial support ranging from 50,000 to 500,000 yuan for each project that passes the evaluation. Furthermore, projects receiving over 80,000 yuan in financial support will receive priority for listing on the Youth Innovation and Entrepreneurship Board. Additionally, the support varies across different industries. Here is the specific classification for your review. With that, Director Chen handed over the materials, which Lu Fan and Zhang Peng examined with utmost seriousness. For industries related to the internet and information, a 2-year exemption from corporate income tax is available. For transportation and postal communications, there is a 1-year tax exemption. Those engaged in the real economy are also granted a 1-year tax exemption. Additionally, successful entrepreneurs are awarded a subsidy of 10,000 yuan for employing 25 individuals. A reward of 10,000 yuan is given. For employing 610 individuals, the reward is 20,000 yuan. The more individuals employed, the greater the reward. Of course, this refers to the employment of students from our institution. Although the process may be somewhat cumbersome, these supportive policies can significantly reduce our initial expenses, Lu Fan contemplated. Shall we first seek assistance from the senior students? Zhang Peng suggested. Certainly, Lu Fan nodded in agreement. The two promptly set off towards the graduate student dormitory. However, they soon realized that this approach was rather clumsy and inefficient. Since they were unfamiliar with the senior students, inquiring one by one could take an eternity. Even if they managed to find someone, they would still need to sift through various proposals and projects, making the process overly complicated. We could draft a recruitment notice and post it at the entrance of this dormitory, allowing those senior students to contact us voluntarily. If they are willing, we can offer them equity in the technology, which should enhance our appeal to them, Lu Fan suggested with keen insight. Zhang Peng gazed at him with admiration. marveling at his quick-wittedness. Besides the notice, we could also distribute flyers and organize a contest with rewards. If anyone has good ideas and we implement them, we could offer a certain monetary incentive. Collective brainstorming is far more effective than our solitary contemplation, Lu Fan added. Zhang Peng's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. All right, we will proceed as you suggest. He realized that in Lu Fan's presence, he appeared somewhat dull-witted. It seemed that the task of thinking could be entrusted to Lu Fan, while he would handle the more labor-intensive tasks, supporting Lu Fan in any way he could. Their clear division of labor would greatly enhance their efficiency. Are you planning to start your own business? Bai Jia asked in the bedroom. Bai Fengyi looked at Lu Fan, who had returned from school, drenched in sweat, and frowned slightly. Your primary focus should be on graduate school applications. We can discuss entrepreneurship later, she firmly dismissed. But I want to start earning money early and establish my own career, Lu Fan replied. Why are you in such a hurry to make money as a student who has just graduated from undergraduate studies? Bai Fengyi furrowed her brow. Because I want to give you, Bai Jia, a grand and splendid wedding, Lu Fan said, holding Bai Fengyi's small hand and gazing intensely into her eyes. Bai Fengyi momentarily froze, turning her head to the side, yet a charming blush surfaced on her delicate face. I do not require a grand wedding. Material possessions are not essential to me. Bai Fengyi's tone softened considerably, as she gently remarked, but I wish for you to be my most beautiful bride. You may forego these material possessions, yet I cannot relinquish what I must have, Lu Fanyan earnestly stated, his gaze imbued with fervor. Bai Fengyi felt her heart race under the intensity of his burning stare, ripples of emotion stirring within her. Starting a business requires initial capital. Where will you procure the funds? I possess some savings, and the school has entrepreneurial support funds. Additionally, Yi Yu and Zhang Peng are my partners. What do you intend to pursue? I am uncertain for now. I plan to explore the research topics of those senior students and professors. Bai Fengyi looked at him with mild surprise, admiration glimmering in her eyes. The research projects of graduate students and many professors are indeed excellent incubation endeavors. They are not only supported by a solid theoretical framework, but have also undergone practical validation, boasting substantial feasibility. Lu Fanyan's ability to contemplate this indicates that he is not only quick-witted, but has also approached entrepreneurship with careful consideration rather than impulsive enthusiasm. You may embark on your entrepreneurial journey, but the prerequisite is a successful graduate school recommendation. No problem. With Bai Fengyi's support alleviating his concerns, Lu Fanyan grinned widely. You fool, Bai Fengyi shot him a glance. Then, noticing his hand still clasping hers, she coolly stated, Release my hand. I must grade papers. Are those the theses of the graduate students you supervise? Yes. How fortuitous. I find myself with idle time. Allow me to assist you. Lu Fanyan chuckled, promptly seating himself beside Bai Fengyi. As he inhaled the fragrance wafting from her, he observed her as she graded the papers of her students. Bai Fengyi turned to glance at him, remaining silent as she continued her task. This section is well written, but it requires complete removal, she noted, her delicate fingers dancing across the keyboard, adding a comment at the end of the first paragraph. Lu Fanyan was taken aback. Bai Fengyi's typically aloof demeanor concealed such incisive critique. You have led me to question my own teaching capabilities. With a cold expression, Bai Fengyi added another comment on the second page. Lu Fanyan broke into a sweat. The severity of her remarks was beyond ordinary. Could the student truly be so inept? Chapter 40. I wish to embrace you. Do not allow anyone else to lay eyes on your paper, and do not mention that you are my student. Upon reaching the fourth page, Bai Fengyi's demeanor had turned as frigid as ice, her language growing increasingly vehement. Can you guess what I wish to do upon seeing this? By the sixth page, Bai Fengyi's hand hovered in the air for quite some time, repeatedly moving the mouse towards the delete button, grappling with the urge to click it. Ultimately, she resisted this impulse and left the following remark at the conclusion of the paper. Lu Fanyan made a point to glance at the student's name, Yi Jianchen, a name steeped in martial arts allure. Nonetheless, the thesis appeared rather dismal. A thorough critique seemed inevitable. Is your master's student truly this inept? Lu Fan couldn't help but remark. Master's students are still learners. If they are not inept, what purpose would I serve? Bai Fengyi replied sternly. For a moment, Lu Fan found this statement quite reasonable, leaving him utterly speechless. Your research introduction is so powerful that it almost compelled me to close your document at first glance. Bai Fengyi shut the paper and reopened the second one. Her initial critique remained as acerbic as ever, successfully igniting Lu Fan's interest in this paper. He quickly glanced at the title, The Role of Mathematical Models in Solving Practical Problems. The title was rather conventional, lacking novelty. Yet, its opening line was indeed explosive. I suspect I have developed an affection for my mathematics teacher, as my intelligence seems to vanish in the presence of someone I admire. Lu Fan retorted indignantly. How shameless of your student to dare to have feelings for you. Bai Fengyi turned to face him. I am different. Although I was once your student, that was in the past. Now I am a free individual, entitled to like whomever I please before becoming your master's student. Lu Fan stubbornly defended himself, silently committing to memory the name of the audacious senior who dared to harbor feelings for his wife, Wu Baoyang. Bah! How presumptuous to aspire to be a rival. Utterly shameless indeed. He deserves to be cold and forgotten. I curse your paper to fail 10 times over. In a rather displeased mood, Lu Fan muttered a vicious little curse under his breath. Bai Fengyi seemed to sense his thoughts, casting him an exasperated glance before continuing to review the paper. Your mathematical modeling is not a model. It is sheer nonsense. This section is undoubtedly your own work. No one else could produce such an abomination. Your paper has 2 shortcomings. This is flawed, and that is flawed. It is evident that this paper is entirely your own, lacking any traces of assistance. After all, if artificial intelligence were to develop to such an extent, technology would indeed be doomed. Bai Fengyi critiqued 5 papers in succession, each critique leaving Lu Fan astounded. Almost every sentence was unexpected. This experience granted him a newfound understanding of Bai Fengyi. He had not anticipated that beneath her aloof exterior lay a sharp-tongued wit that could slay without remorse. Indeed, one cannot judge by appearances. Simultaneously, Lu Fan realized that those so-called graduate students, although possessing higher degrees than undergraduates, did not necessarily produce superior papers. Why didn't you use such incisive language to criticize my previous papers? Lu Fan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Bai Fengyi paused momentarily, then replied nonchalantly. If you were as inept as they are, it would be tantamount to berating myself for having taught in vain all these years. Lu Fan opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. He had thought his paper was commendable, or perhaps that Bai Fengyi held some favoritism towards him. It turned out she refrained from criticizing him harshly simply to avoid disparaging her own teaching. One should not indulge in unreciprocated affections, for it often leads to heartache. Sister Bai, you must be weary from staring at the screen for so long. Perhaps a moment's respite is in order, Lu Fan gently suggested, observing Bai Fengyi's unwavering focus on the thesis displayed on her computer. No need. I have grown accustomed to it, Bai Fengyi replied flatly, remaining still. It is often said that a serious man is the most handsome, yet a serious woman possesses an equal allure, brimming with charm. Lu Fan gazed at her quietly, his eyes gradually becoming entranced. The perfection of her profile, her cheeks as fair as snow, her skin delicate as a petal, her enticing lips slightly pursed, and her graceful swan-like neck captivated him. Moreover, her ample bosom and the slenderness of her waist stirred an unbidden desire within him. Lu Fan's previously subdued heart began to race with longing, his gaze unwittingly drawn to her figure. And a potent urge to hold her close and savor the warmth and softness of her body surged within him. 5 days had passed since their intimate encounter, and he found himself yearning for her presence. He inhaled deeply and tentatively reached out, wishing to touch her waist. Yet, just as his fingers neared, he hesitated and withdrew, recalling their agreement to limit their affection to hand-holding for the time being. He feared that if he acted rashly, it might provoke her ire. However, with beauty beside him, doing nothing felt akin to being a beast. To embrace or not to embrace. His hand wavered uncertainly in the air, extending and retracting in a restless rhythm. Unaware of his heated gaze and subtle movements, Bai Fengyi remained engrossed in her work. As Lu Fan's impatience grew, he finally mustered the courage to gently encircle her waist. Instantly, he felt a softness akin to cotton beneath his palm, sending his heart into a flutter of intoxication. Bai Fengyi, engrossed in her thesis, felt the warmth of his hand on her waist and froze momentarily, turning to face him. Lu Fan was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that his hand would so impulsively find its way to her waist. Their eyes met, and a charged, ambiguous atmosphere enveloped them. His heart raced, anxiously awaiting her response. What do you intend to do? Bai Fengyi inquired, her tone calm as she did not push his hand away. Lu Fan gazed at her, aware of his impulsiveness, yet unwilling to forfeit the moment. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned his courage and confessed, Sister Bai, I wish to hold you. And then, she replied, her expression devoid of emotion. I do not know. My mind is consumed with the desire to embrace you and inhale your fragrance. Ideally, you would willingly nestle in my arms, allowing me to hold you closely, and then I wish to, Lu Fan murmured, unable to contain his yearning. Bai Fengyi's fair cheeks were tinged with a delicate blush. She fought to suppress her embarrassment. Glaring at Lu Fan with indignation, do you expect me to throw myself into your arms? I'll give you 3 seconds if you do not release me. Our previous agreement to hold hands is null and void. Chapter 41. Embrace. Those with thick skins never tire, while the thin-skinned miss out. Lu Fan was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently spoken his thoughts aloud. However, he noticed that although Bai Fengyi was clearly vexed and had issued an ultimatum, she did not actively pull away his hand. This realization sparked a surge of confidence within him. Resolutely embracing her slender waist, he playfully shook her and whined, Sister Bai, please don't. I haven't touched you in 5 days, and my heart is in a frenzy. Just let me hold you for a moment to ease my yearning. It was a long-standing custom that a man should not touch a woman's head, and similarly, it was deemed inappropriate for him to touch her waist, a particularly sensitive area that should not be touched by those who are not intimately acquainted. Feeling Lu Fan's warm and firm grip around her waist, Bai Fengyi's face turned crimson, her delicate body trembling slightly. After just a brief embrace, she felt an overwhelming weakness wash over her. She understood that if this continued, something even more outrageous might occur. Release me at once, or I shall truly become angry, Bai Fengyi exclaimed, feigning anger despite her racing heart. Sister Bai, you smell wonderful, and holding you feels so comforting. Just let me hold you for 10 minutes. I promise I won't do anything. Lu Fan disregarded her warnings, determined to persist in his playful antics. Those with thick skins enjoy life's pleasures, while the thin-skinned remain deprived. One must boldly express their desires. If you remain silent, how will others know what lies within your heart? Not only must one have the courage to speak, but they must also dare to act. Only through action can one win the affection of a beloved. Many men, timid and reserved, miss their chances with the women they admire due to their thin skins and lack of courage. In Lu Fan's eyes, those who only engage in secret admiration, regardless of gender, are pitiable and tragic cowards. Fantasizing 1,000 times pales in comparison to a single act of bravery. If only they could muster the courage to take action, confess their feelings, and pursue their affections, they might find success, even in failure. As long as they remain gracious and do not impose pressure, they can still maintain a friendship. Lu Fan tightened his embrace around Bai Fengyi's waist, gazing deeply into her eyes, and spoke with unwavering conviction. Sister Bai, I like you. I truly like you. During your 4 days in the capital, I thought of you every moment, each second, longing for you with an intensity that drove me to madness. Your beauty, your kindness, even every strand of your hair, plays upon the strings of my heart. I have never yearned for a woman to this extent before. I understand that you may feel our relationship is progressing too swiftly, which may be unfamiliar to you. That is perfectly fine. I can afford to wait patiently. However, might you allow me to hold your delicate hand, to embrace you, so that I may draw nearer and truly appreciate your beauty? You are being mischievous, and this contradicts our initial agreement. Bai Fengyi felt her cheeks flush and her heart tremble at Lu Fan's unexpected confession and his fervent gaze. She struggled to break free from his embrace, but Lu Fan's grip was too strong. Her body felt weak, unable to escape. With a mix of embarrassment and anger, she glared at Lu Fan and chided, Lu Fan, release me. Yet, it seemed he had not heard her, holding her tightly as if he wished to merge her into his very being. He leaned down and whispered softly in her ear, Sister Bai, I understand that this may be overwhelming for you, but I truly like you and desire to be with you. I promise to respect your wishes and will not force you into anything against your will. But please, grant me the opportunity to prove my sincerity, will you? The warmth of his breath against her ear, coupled with his heartfelt declarations, caused her face to redden even more. The delicate skin of her neck blushing as well. Her heart fluttered, and the steadfastness she had maintained began to waver. Lu Fan's audacity, his shamelessness, and his fervent pursuit overwhelmed her. She felt herself on the brink of surrender. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her voice. Lu Fan, please give me some time to think. Lu Fan's heart soared with joy. Shall I give you 3 seconds to consider? With that, he released Bai Fengyi, counted to 3, and immediately embraced her once more. How shameless can you be? Bai Fengyi exclaimed, half amused and half annoyed, glaring at him. Well, I was just afraid you'd run away. Lu Fan replied, unabashedly grinning. Could you loosen your grip a bit? It's too tight and uncomfortable, Bai Fengyi said, frowning. She meant to suggest he ease his hold, not to let go entirely. In that moment, Lu Fan was overjoyed, knowing he had made progress. Then let me hold you from behind. With a sense of exhilaration, he swiftly repositioned himself, moving a chair behind her and wrapping his arms around her. Her raven hair was elegantly pinned up, secured by a simple ornament, revealing her fair neck. The subtle, enchanting fragrance that wafted from her, combined with her delicate waist and soft, flat abdomen, captivated Lu Fan utterly. He could not help but rest his cheek gently against her fragrant shoulder, feeling the tickle of a few strands of hair brush against his nose. Just like her beauty, it always tugged at the strings of his heart. Lu Fan could not help but softly inhale, the faint fragrance of her hair seemingly imbued with a magical allure, intensifying the affection blossoming within his heart. He closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Bai Fengyi, sensing Lu Fan's proximity, felt a gentle flush warm her cheeks. Rather than pushing him away, she allowed him to lean against her fragrant shoulder, their heartbeats intertwining in a harmonious melody. Sister Bai, do you know? I have never been this happy before. Being with you makes the world seem increasingly beautiful, Lu Fan whispered tenderly. Bai Fengyi remained silent, yet her misty, enchanting eyes, her tightly pressed crimson lips, and her trembling hand gripping the mouse betrayed her inner turmoil. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Bai Fengyi, startled like a frightened rabbit, instinctively pulled Lu Fan's hand away, rising from her chair in a flurry of panic. She hurriedly grabbed a copy of Mathematical Analysis from the table and thrust it into Lu Fan's hands. Move the chair aside. Keep your distance, she murmured, her face flushed. As she swiftly adjusted her hair and attire while glancing into the mirror, she assessed her complexion and expression for any signs of distress. Alas, her heart raced. Her face was crimson, and it was impossible to regain her composure in such a short time, leading her to cast an annoyed glance at Lu Fan. It was all this little rascal's fault that she found herself in such a disheveled state. Chapter 42. Unable to restrain oneself, go answer the door. Bai Fengyi commanded as she hastily returned to her computer. At this point, she could only pretend to be diligently working, with a heart full of regret. Lu Fan nodded glumly and stood to open the door. He felt no panic, only a sense of loss. He had just begun to relish the embrace of Sister Bai's soft waist and was interrupted too soon. He wondered if she would ever allow him to hold her again. Auntie, is there something you need? Lu Fan inquired with a calm smile as he opened the door to Zhu Xiufang. I saw you both were busy, so I brought some fruit, Zhu Xiufang replied with a warm smile, holding a platter of fruit as she attempted to enter the room. Thank you, Auntie. I can handle it. Lu Fan quickly took the platter, trying to shield Bai Fengyi from view, fearing her unusual demeanor might be noticed. Would you like something to drink? Zhu Xiufang peeked inside at her daughter, who was engrossed in her computer paper, and asked with concern. No, thank you, Mom. The fruit is sufficient. If I need a drink, I'll ask Lu Fan to get it later, Bai Fengyi replied flatly without turning her head. All right, don't work too hard. Remember to take breaks. Balance is essential for efficiency, Zhu Xiufang gently advised. Yes, we understand. Both Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi nodded in unison. Once Zhu Xiufang left, Lu Fan quickly closed the door and locked it behind him. This time, Mother Bai knocked on the door. If she were to enter without knocking next time, the affair between her and Bai Fengyi would be completely exposed. Why did you lock the door? Upon hearing the sound of the lock, Bai Fengyi's heart tightened involuntarily, her brows knitting in concern as she cast a wary glance at Lu Fan. A solitary man and woman sharing a room, Lu Fan, with his audacious and unscrupulous demeanor, filled her with dread that he might, in a moment of impulse, make some outrageous demand of her. The most lamentable aspect was that she realized her resistance to Lu Fan was waning. His fervent advances were akin to a cannon in crimson attire, relentlessly breaching her defenses and occupying her heart's strongholds, rendering her utterly defenseless. Observing Bai Fengyi's tense and vigilant expression, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He gently approached, placing a fruit platter on the table, and sat beside her, tenderly taking her hand as he softly reassured her, Sister Bai, rest easy. I shall not impose upon you. I merely worry that your mother might unexpectedly barge in and discover our relationship, causing you unnecessary trouble. As long as you remain discreet. How could my mother ever find out? Bai Fengyi shot him an irritated glance, her expression frosty. But I find myself unable to control my desires. The moment I see you beside me, I cannot help but yearn for your closeness. As he spoke, Lu Fan seized the opportunity to wrap his arms around Bai Fengyi's waist, She had grown accustomed to this rogue's intrusive behavior and recognized the futility of her refusals, deciding to disregard him altogether. As long as he did not cross the boundary she had set, she would tolerate him. Keep your hands to yourself. If you continue to act rashly, I shall throw you out, she admonished, struggling to suppress her embarrassment as she firmly chastised him. Sensing Lu Fan's hands stirring restlessly at her abdomen, it was an involuntary response, entirely driven by emotion. Lu Fan chuckled awkwardly, hastily calming his inner ambitions. One must not expect immediate results. Having Sister Bai agree to let him embrace her at will was already a significant stride forward. He could not jeopardize this immense privilege through his own rashness. Noticing that Lu Fan had indeed become more subdued, Bai Fengyi's tension alleviated slightly, allowing her to resume her work on her graduate thesis. Yet, being held by Lu Fan made it impossible for her heart and mind to remain tranquil. The intimacy of their physical proximity set her heart and soul aflutter, leading her thoughts astray. Sister Bai, how about we go watch a movie together tonight? There's a new romantic film that is quite captivating, Lu Fan suggested softly from behind. I have no time. What about tomorrow? We could go to the beach and feel the sea breeze together? I'm busy. After a moment's pause, Bai Fengyi turned to glance at him, her tone indifferent. Until you pass your exam, you cannot go anywhere. Stay home and study. Thus, Lu Fan's hopes for an early date with her were dashed. Very well. 3 days from now, if I pass my exam, you shall have no reason to refuse our date, Lu Fan declared. We shall discuss it then, Bai Fengyi replied, her expression remaining impassive and her tone cool. Fortunately, Lu Fan was well aware of her character. Otherwise, most would be disheartened by her demeanor and repeated rejections. I shall also review, he said. For the sake of their first date, Lu Fan resolved to temporarily set aside immediate pleasures, moving to a corner to diligently study Bai Fengyi's textbooks and notes. He was confident that, if he succeeded in the examination and the date went well, their relationship would undoubtedly progress further. However, as Bai Fengyi sensed Lu Fan genuinely distancing himself, a surprising sense of loss began to creep into her heart. It felt as though both her body and spirit had suddenly lost their anchor, leaving her yearning for that warmth, that sense of fulfillment, and the thrill of comfort that had stirred her emotions. Keep your distance. Do not interfere with my work, Bai Fengyi said, pressing her lips together. Understood. Lu Fan replied obediently, shifting his chair to a position farther away from her. Bai Fengyi furrowed her brow, biting her lower lip in irritation. Typically, he would employ various antics to draw near her. Why was he so compliant now? If that is the case, he shall not be able to hold me again, she thought, casting an annoyed glance at Lu Fan from the corner of her eye. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was lost in the ocean of mathematics. Blissfully unaware of Bai Fengyi's attitude, he discovered that the 5-point increase in his intelligence had suddenly illuminated his understanding, allowing him to enter a completely new and expansive realm. Coupled with his newfound ability for photographic memory, his review of mathematics became remarkably efficient. The examples and solutions were not only vividly etched in his mind, but he could also extrapolate and devise new methods. More importantly, he was now capable of gradually deriving mathematical formulas and theorems on his own, the concept of equivalent substitution. Taylor's theorem, basic derivative formulas, higher-order derivatives of common functions, fundamental integral formulas for indefinite integrals, and the mean value theorem for differentiation, along with the gamma function, Euler-Poisson integral, Dirichlet integral, Fresnel integral, Laplace integral, and more. As Lu Fan immersed himself in the relentless process of derivation and calculation, pages of draft paper were filled one after another. It was not until his stomach rumbled that he emerged from his mathematical reverie. Chapter 43, The First Date with Bai Jia. Are you truly able to derive these formulas and theorems independently now? Bai Fengyi inquired, having approached Lu Fan's side unbeknownst to him. Her gaze was fixed upon his densely scribbled pages, filled with incredulous surprise and disbelief. Mathematics is a discipline that heavily emphasizes logical reasoning. Once one comprehends one concept, a multitude follows suit. As long as one comprehends the origins of theorems and formulas and successfully derives them, challenges posed by related problems become easily surmountable. Conversely, many individuals of limited intellect resort to rote memorization of intricate formulas and theorems, grasping the superficial without understanding the underlying principles. When confronted with problems they cannot solve or frequently miscalculate, no amount of repetition, even 1,000 times, proves beneficial. They remain steadfastly mistaken. Lu Fan may not be a mathematical prodigy, yet he is not devoid of intelligence. particularly under the personal guidance he has received over the years. His mathematical prowess significantly surpasses that of the average individual. He has even been able to derive some basic mathematical formulas and theorems in the past. However, on this day, the ability to derive complex formulas without any external assistance astonished Bai Fengyi. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe. At that moment, she finally understood why Lu Fan confidently assured her that he would score above 130 on the exam in 3 days. With his current level of skill, not only could he participate in the national competition, but he could also easily secure a gold medal. I find memorizing these formulas rather cumbersome, Lu Fan remarked after stretching, a satisfied smile gracing his face. So I attempted to derive these formulas and theorems on my own. It felt quite rewarding. Although I made a few mistakes along the way, successfully deriving them brought about a moment of clarity. How did your mathematical skills improve so remarkably? Bai Fengyi inquired. Her brow furrowed in curiosity. Perhaps it is a matter of affection, Lu Fan replied with a grin, his hands cradling the back of his head as he gazed at her. What do you mean? Bai Fengyi asked, slightly perplexed. It's because, in the past, you were always so strict with me, leaving me with no freedom, which made me resistant to learning anything. However, upon realizing that I actually admire you, I discovered that mathematics can be quite delightful. Just as I have fallen for you, I have also developed a fondness for mathematics. Lu Fan's intense gaze met Bai Fengyi's, his eyes shimmering with mirth. A subtle tremor coursed through her heart, and she felt a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She had not anticipated that Lu Fan's answer would intertwine with a declaration of affection. Yet, as she listened to his words, a sweet, shy sensation blossomed within her. While professing love is not inherently difficult, it often stems from superficial attraction. To genuinely embrace everything about a person, including their flaws, is a true manifestation of heartfelt affection. Many so-called couples, and even spouses, fail to achieve this throughout their lives. Did you say you want to go to the movies tonight? Bai Fengyi asked casually as she returned to her computer. Are you willing to accompany me, Bai Jia? Lu Fan inquired, his eyes lighting up as he sensed the underlying meaning in her words. Please purchase the tickets, but do so early. Let us not stay out too late. Bai Fengyi's long, dark eyelashes fluttered gently. Her brows lowered as she spoke softly. Really? Then I shall make the reservation at once. Lu Fan stepped forward, enveloping Bai Fengyi in an embrace, leaping with exuberance, his expression brimming with uncontainable excitement, akin to having won a $5 million jackpot. Rarely did Bai Fengyi display irritation. Instead, she gazed at him with a gentle demeanor. It was merely a promise to watch a movie together, yet his joy was palpable. This sense of being valued and needed stirred the ripples in her heart into greater waves. White sister, it's already 5:30 in the afternoon. I've booked tickets for 8 o'clock. Shall we have dinner together beforehand? Lu Fan inquired tentatively. As you wish, Bai Fengyi replied without turning her head, her tone indifferent. Great. Let us indulge in a seafood buffet. It's been ages since I savored lobsters, and I suddenly crave them, Lu Fan exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. I'll change my clothes. You may step outside, Bai Fengyi said, unusually opting for a consultative tone rather than her customary dismissal. All right, Lu Fan responded cheerfully, oblivious to the momentous shift in her demeanor as he exited her room. Look at that beaming smile of yours. What has brought you such joy? Zhu Xiufen, who was watching television in the living room, inquired with a warm smile. Hee, it's nothing much. I just scored full marks on my math exam. And White Sister praised me, saying she would treat me to a seafood feast as a reward, Lu Fan replied, fabricating a casual excuse as he happily approached Zhu Xiufen, offering to massage her shoulders. Auntie, how does that feel? Is the pressure sufficient? Lu Fan fawned over her, confident in his ability to gradually conquer the fortress that was Bai Fengyi. Naturally, he could not neglect his progress with his future in-laws. Ah, that feels delightful. The pressure is just right, Zhu Xiufen nodded, her face aglow with delight. Although she found it somewhat peculiar that Lu Fan had become so obedient lately, she felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing his transformation. Humph, do you only see your auntie and not me? Bai Chongjun interjected, a hint of jealousy in his voice. How could that be? It's merely that ladies come first, and I've been giving uncle a massage these past few days, Lu Fan chuckled, hastily offering Bai Chongjun a shoulder rub as well. That old man, at his age, still feels the need to compete with me for a shoulder massage. Zhu Xiufen shot her husband a disapproving glance. Auntie, uncle, White Sister is treating us to a grand feast. Want you join us? Lu Fan feigned an invitation. Those foods are too cumbersome to eat. We'll pass. You two enjoy yourselves. Zhu Xiaofan waved her hand dismissively. Oh, what a pity. Seafood is quite delectable. Lu Fan lamented, though inwardly he rejoiced. This marked his first official date with Bai Fengyi, and he certainly wished for no interruptions in their intimate world. Even the mother-in-law and father-in-law are not exempt. Let us proceed. Dressed in her elegant attire, Bai Fengyi emerged from her room. And upon witnessing the harmonious scene in the living room, a gentle warmth flowed through her heart as she spoke softly. Lu Fan lifted his gaze to behold her in that moment, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his eyes. Before him stood an exquisite beauty, her long, flowing hair cascading like a waterfall. Her enchanting visage, adorned with eyes as deep as ink, shimmered with a radiant glow. Below her delicate nose, a cherry-red mouth was graced with a subtle blush. Further down, her slender waist and elegantly elongated legs completed her stunning silhouette. She appeared to be a masterpiece of nature. Breathtakingly beautiful, Lu Fan gazed at her, momentarily entranced, as if witnessing a celestial being descending to earth. Chapter 44. The mother-in-law's suspicion arises. This was the first time Lu Fan had witnessed the usually aloof Bai Fengyi displaying such a serene and gentle demeanor. For a moment, he was left somewhat dazed. Zhu Xiaofan looked on in astonishment at her daughter, not only because of her change in attire, but also due to the rare, delicate makeup she wore, which was unusually refined despite its subtlety. More astonishingly, she sensed a distinct shift in her daughter's aura, which was no longer haughty and distant, but rather reminiscent of a fairy who had descended from the heavens, imbued with a touch of earthly warmth, appearing serene, elegant, and gracious. Bai Shengjun also perceived the change in his daughter, exchanging a glance with Zhu Xiaofan, both reflecting surprise in their eyes. Dad, Mom, Lu Fan and I are going out for a meal, and then we have some matters to attend to, so you need not wait up for me. Please remember to rest early, Bai Fengyi advised her parents softly as she approached them. Oh, then you two go ahead, Zhu Xiaofan and Bai Shengjun replied, momentarily stunned. Nodding in confusion, she had actually applied makeup today. Could it be that she was going on a date with her boyfriend, and inviting Lu Fan for dinner was merely a pretext? Once Bai Fengyi and Lu Fan departed, Zhu Xiaofan could hardly contain her eagerness and immediately inquired of her husband. Bai Shengjun furrowed his brow slightly, feeling perplexed. She mentioned having a boyfriend, and dating is quite normal. What surprises me is her demeanor. Her gaze and expression are no longer so aloof. There is a hint of tenderness, as if she has transformed into a different person altogether. I almost doubted she was our daughter. Bai Shengjun pondered thoughtfully. Zhu Xiaofan nodded vigorously in complete agreement. It is indeed rare for a person's character and temperament to shift so dramatically unless they have experienced significant changes or turning points in their life. Clearly, their daughter had encountered someone of great importance to her life. Should we perhaps secretly follow them to see whom she is really meeting after dining with Lu Fan? Zhu Xiaofan whispered, her eyes gleaming with the fiery spirit of gossip. Even her own daughter's affairs are something she desires to indulge in. When her daughter goes out on a date, why must she meddle in the festivities? Bai Shengjun cast a weary glance at her, shifting his position to continue watching television, lazily remarking, I believe she has improved quite a bit. Let us refrain from interfering in her matters to avoid complicating her good fortune. Very well. As long as she can find us a fine son-in-law, we shall not object to her choices. Zhu Xiaofan nodded, extinguishing her curiosity. Sister Bai, I feel you have suddenly become even more beautiful, like a fairy, nearly captivating me entirely. My affection for you has deepened significantly. In the underground garage, Lu Fan held Bai Fengyi's little hand, their fingers intertwined, his gaze fixated on her face, a look of infatuation adorning his features. Bai Fengyi cast a fleeting glance at him with her serene, beautiful eyes, remaining silent. Sister Bai, have you applied makeup? Lu Fan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he scrutinized her face. No, Bai Fengyi succinctly denied. You surely have. You must have applied lipstick or lip gloss. For your lips are more vibrant and lustrous than before. There must be something on your face as well, as you appear more refined than when barefaced. Lu Fan asserted with confidence. If I say I haven't tea, then I haven't tea. Why do you have so much to say? Bai Fengyi glared at him in embarrassment and frustration, feeling the heat of a secret being unveiled. She had always been a person of strong opinions. Yet ever since she agreed to date Lu Fan, her heart has been incessantly racing, both expectant and anxious. In an impulsive moment, she found herself applying lipstick that she had never used before, meticulously crafting a delicate makeup look. Even her outfit underwent a transformation, with her trying on over a dozen ensembles before settling on one. Such occurrences were previously unthinkable for her, yet today, she accomplished them all. To her surprise, Lu Fan's keen eyes detected even the faintest hint of her makeup. Was her technique so lacking that it appeared inadequate? You did apply makeup, and I think it looks wonderful. It presents a completely different beauty compared to your natural look. Occasionally, it's quite delightful. Lu Fan insisted cheerfully. Bai Fengyi shot him an exasperated glance, choosing to remain silent. However, the tension and shyness that had gripped her heart began to ease. As long as there was no flaw in her makeup and Lu Fan remained oblivious to her inner turmoil, she felt a sense of relief. Lu Fan, unaware of her thoughts and anxious not to disrupt her reverie, fell into silence. Yet, the realization that Bai Fengyi had dressed up for him filled his heart with joy, causing him to want to leap with exuberance and embrace her passionately. Women adorn themselves for the ones they cherish, he mused. Recognizing that Bai Fengyi had begun to genuinely like him and was making an effort to accept him, there is nothing that brings him greater joy and beauty. The two quietly strolled through the garage, savoring this rare and heartwarming moment. An hour later, at the Guoron Grand Mall, on the 5th floor, within the opulent seafood buffet restaurant, Bai Jia exclaimed, "Here we have king crabs, New Zealand crayfish, Thai black tiger shrimp, American blue lobster, Antarctic emperor crabs, sea urchins, tuna, and over 300 varieties of seafood." She pointed out the massive mantis shrimp, thicker than an arm. "And look at these live abalones, fresh shrimp, crabs, and clams. All prepared to order, available as sashimi or in various delectable flavors such as spicy and garlic. Just the sight of them makes one salivate." Lu Fan licked his lips, eagerly piling the luxurious seafood onto his plate. Priced at $16.88 per person, he felt compelled not only to recoup his expenses, but to exceed them to truly gain value. You, a jobless graduate, dare to indulge in a $16.88 luxury seafood buffet? Bai Fengyi frowned slightly. "Well, one must indulge occasionally," Lu Fan replied with a grin. Bai Fengyi extended her delicate hand towards him. "What do you mean?" Lu Fan asked, puzzled. "Hand over your card to me. I will manage it for you. With your extravagant spending habits, do you truly aspire to start your own business?" Bai Fengyi stated calmly. "Oh, that's a bit too strict," Lu Fan lamented. "Today, I wanted to treat you to something so extravagant because I am dining with you, Bai Jia. Normally, I survive on instant noodles or meals costing 11 yuan at the school cafeteria. I'm quite frugal." His face fell as he spoke, looking rather pitiful. "The card stays with me. You can use your own money. However, I will check the account daily, and for any unreasonable spending exceeding 200, I will deduct 1,000 until your card runs dry or you learn to rein in your extravagance," Bai Fengyi declared in an unwavering tone. Chapter 45, I Want to Feed You Myself. Lu Fan, still youthful and lacking self-discipline, did not understand finance well, so Bai Fengyi felt the need to supervise him. More importantly, as Lu Fan aspired to start his own venture, every penny must be spent wisely. All right. Upon hearing that Bai Fengyi would merely supervise and not wholly control his finances, Lu Fan readily agreed, handing over his bank card. Compared to those who relinquish financial control entirely, this was indeed a generous arrangement. Moreover, Bai Fengyi's willingness to manage his money indicated that she had begun to regard him as someone close to her. "Bai Jia, are you implying you wish to become my financial overseer?" Lu Fan said cheerfully as he placed his bank card in her hand. Bai Fengyi's face flushed slightly as she maintained a stern expression. "I am merely supervising. Your money remains yours." Lu Fan nodded earnestly, saying, Yes. Since the card is in your possession, whatever you say goes. And when I start earning money, I will entrust it to you for management. Spare me the banter. Discuss your earnings once you have the means, Bai Fengyi retorted. Bai Fengyi calmly tucked the bank card into her bag, casting him a glance as she spoke. Having a wife manage the finances feels entirely different, suddenly imbuing a sense of homeliness, as if a wayward son has finally found his belonging. Lu Fan sighed contentedly, feeling an unprecedented sense of stability and peace within. Perhaps this encapsulates one of the meanings of marriage and the bond of becoming a couple. Bai Fengyi pressed her lips together, remaining silent. In the moment she received Lu Fan's bank card, she felt an almost identical sensation. It was as if their fates had genuinely intertwined, each becoming the other's concern and responsibility. Only 2 hours left, let us hurry and eat, Bai Fengyi said as she returned to their table with a garlic Australian lobster, for shrimp, and 2 abalones. Lu Fan gazed at the pile of king crab claws and legs, an Australian lobster, a blue lobster, a red lobster, and an array of shrimp, sea urchins, and abalones before him, his eyes already sparkling with excitement. After wiping his hands with a napkin, He immediately began to eat. However, he placed the first peeled Australian lobster onto Bai Fengyi's plate. "Thank you," she said, glancing at him, her gaze softening as she spoke. "Can I make a small request?" Lu Fan whispered, feeling a stir in his heart as he observed Bai Fengyi's alluring red lips gracefully moving as she ate. "What request?" Bai Fengyi replied casually. Without responding verbally, Lu Fan swiftly peeled a shrimp and presented it to her, his face filled with eager anticipation. "Open your mouth. I want to feed you something with my own hands." Bai Fengyi's beautiful eyes fixated on his outstretched hand, her delicate cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Her heart raced like a wild stallion, galloping uncontrollably. "You eat your own. I can peel it myself," she said, lowering her head, her cheeks adorned with a charming blush. "I find it beautiful and captivating to watch you eat. Just let me feed you once," Lu Fan pleaded, his tone almost childlike. Bai Fengyi's heart raced uncontrollably, an unprecedented shyness swelling from within, her cheeks ablaze. This gesture felt too intimate, too embarrassing. It was the first time in her 27 years of life that a man had expressed a desire to personally feed her. Her heart felt as if it had been tossed into a pond, sending ripples through her composure. She struggled to maintain her emotions, not wanting to appear overly flustered. Yet, her mind was a tumult of confusion, unsure of how to respond to Lu Fan's request. She yearned to refuse, but found it hard to do so. She wanted to accept, but was overwhelmed with shyness. Casting a quick glance around, she noted that no one was paying attention to her and Lu Fan, allowing her racing heart to calm slightly. However, upon meeting Lu Fan's bright gaze, her heartbeat quickened once more, as if it might leap from her chest. "I'm not used to this." Bai Fengyi averted her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sister Bai, we are in a restaurant surrounded by people. If you refuse to eat, I shall hold this up indefinitely, and soon enough, we will attract even more attention." Lu Fan knew all too well that Bai Fengyi was inherently shy, and it was essential to press her a bit forcefully for his desires to materialize. "Then you should place your hand down quickly." Bai Fengyi pressed her lips tightly together. "I won't. If Sister Bai does not allow me to feed you, I shall continue to hold it aloft," Lu Fan declared mischievously. Bai Fengyi, noticing out of the corner of her eye that people were indeed glancing their way, felt her heart flutter in trepidation. "If you are to feed me, do so quickly," she urged, her voice tinged with embarrassment. She closed her eyes tightly, slightly parted her lips, her mouth trembling as if almost forgetting to breathe. Lu Fan gazed at her slightly parted crimson lips, his heart racing with excitement. Cautiously, he brought the peeled shrimp to her lips, watching as she gently took a bite, savoring it slowly. An unspoken tension lingered in the air, enveloping them both. Bai Fengyi opened her eyes, lowering her head, too timid to meet Lu Fan's gaze, fearful that he would see the blush of shame staining her cheeks. "What a peculiar sensation," Lu Fan murmured, observing Bai Fengyi's downcast eyes and flushed complexion. At the moment his fingertips brushed against her lips, his heart skipped a beat, as if he had accomplished a grand feat, drawing a celestial goddess down from the heavens to share in his earthly existence. He relished this extraordinary feeling. "Sister Bai, you must feed me once as well." Lu Fan opened his mouth, eager for her response. "Bai Lu, do not push your luck." Bai Fengyi suddenly looked up, glaring at him in mock anger. She had mustered considerable courage to accept his feeding, sacrificing her pride. Now, he wished for her to feed him in front of so many onlookers. Such an embarrassing act was beyond her capabilities. "Sister Bai," Lu Fan pouted, adopting a pitiful expression. Seeing him like this, Bai Fengyi felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She understood Lu Fan's nature well. If she did not relent, he would likely persist in his entreaties. Therefore, she decided to end the matter swiftly. She quickly peeled a shrimp and shoved it into Lu Fan's mouth. "How rude. This is hardly befitting your elegant demeanor," Lu Fan lamented, chewing on the shrimp, shaking his head with a sigh of disappointment. He had hoped to enjoy Bai Fengyi's tenderness and care a bit longer. Little did he know it would end so abruptly. "Just enjoy your lobster." Bai Fengyi shot him a vexed glare. This fellow was becoming increasingly audacious, pushing for more each day, presenting new demands. She felt it necessary to refuse him once, otherwise, who knew what further outrageous requests he might make. Chapter 46. A chance encounter in the restaurant. "I could just die from this. Dining alone can be rather dull. Just look over there, and over yonder, couples feeding one another, basking in their affectionate warmth and sweetness. It seems we ought not to be left behind. You must become accustomed to this." With that, Lu Fan peeled another shrimp and presented it to Bai Fengyi. This time, however, Bai Fengyi resolutely ignored his gesture. keeping her gaze fixed on her meal as if she had not seen him. Recognizing that he would likely not succeed in his attempts to feed her today, Lu Fan reluctantly abandoned the notion and focused on his own meal. The seafood at this restaurant was indeed exquisite. Lu Fan, with a satisfied belly, managed to devour 10 Thai lobsters, 20 prawns, 10 abalones, as well as a variety of conchs, flower snails, and seashells, in addition to a cup of ice cream. Bai Fengyi could only stare in astonishment. Were you a glutton in your past life? She couldn't help but quip. Not at all. But I believe in never incurring losses in business. Even if I am full, I must make sure to eat my worth. Lu Fan chuckled, patting his rounded belly. That's not business. That's sheer desperation. Bai Fengyi replied, half amused and half annoyed, yet she couldn't help but admire his tenacity and determination. Lu Fan grinned nonchalantly, Sister Bai. Earning money is no easy feat. One must save where possible. I seldom indulge in such seafood, but if the opportunity arises, I must seize the moment. Very well. Since you are full, let us depart. Bai Fengyi stood and began to walk towards the exit of the restaurant. Ah, Miss Bai. Suddenly, a figure hurriedly approached. Calling out to Bai Fengyi, Mr. Wu? Bai Fengyi turned, her expression shifting slightly upon recognizing the man, Wu Chengwang, the very person she had met that morning for a blind date. Surprising to see you here, Miss Bai. Who would have thought we would encounter each other over dinner? It seems our fate is quite profound, Wu Chengwang said with a smile, his gaze towards Bai Fengyi radiating unmasked affection. Oh dear, Sister Bai, I need your assistance. I've eaten too much and can hardly move. Lu Fan feigned discomfort, his expression exaggeratedly pained as he noticed the man's interest in Bai Fengyi. Who is this? Wu Chengwang inquired, his gaze appraising Lu Fan with a hint of skepticism. He felt a twinge of disdain, thinking that affluent individuals come to savor seafood, while those who cannot ordinarily afford it tend to overindulge, fearing they might not have enough. This is Lu Fan, my boyfriend, Bai Fengyi replied. Noticing the condescension in Wu Chengwang's eyes directed at Lu Fan, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, discomfort settling in her heart as she casually remarked. Moving closer to Lu Fan and linking her arm with his, I told you not to eat so much, but you wouldn't listen. One might think you can't afford it. Wu Chengwang's expression was somewhat awkward, unsure whether Bai Fengyi was intentionally drawing attention to him. However, at this moment, he could hardly focus on such trivialities. The revelation that the boy before him was indeed the boyfriend of the girl he secretly admired sent a surge of intense jealousy coursing through him, especially when he saw Bai Fengyi so closely nestled against the young man, who naturally wrapped an arm around her waist, exuding an air of intimacy that drove him to the brink of madness. This was his goddess. How could she be embraced by another man? He felt utterly unworthy even to brush against her fingertips. Oh, so you are Miss Bai's boyfriend. I happened to hear her mention you this morning during our matchmaking. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wu Chengwang managed to suppress his jealousy and feigned gentlemanly decorum as he extended his hand to Lu Fan. Yet, his words dripped with insinuation and mockery, suggesting that while Bai Fengyi was indeed his girlfriend, she had still entertained a matchmaking meeting with him, implying that Lu Fan held no significant place in her heart. After all, how could a woman with a boyfriend seek companionship with another man? Bai Fengyi's countenance darkened with displeasure. She had sensed his ulterior motives earlier that morning and had hastily concluded their conversation to depart. To her astonishment, he now dared to provoke Lu Fan in her presence and sow discord between them. This was utterly intolerable. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Fan interjected with a smile, Mr. Wu, I recognize you. I saw you this morning while I was taking my wife to the coffee shop. However, I must admit, I'm rather surprised that someone as distinguished as you would find himself resorting to matchmaking. Might it be due to some personal affliction? If so, I know an esteemed traditional Chinese doctor who could surely help you recover swiftly. Lu Fan seemed oblivious to the underlying provocation in Wu Chengwang's words and extended his hand for a cordial shake, his smile radiating goodwill. Wu Chengwang's expression darkened instantly. He had not anticipated that this seemingly young man would wield such sharp wit, deftly exploiting his single status to mock him with mere words. You are the one with an affliction. Your entire family must be afflicted. Wu Chengwang seethed inwardly, mentally cursing Lu Fan's relatives. I appreciate your concern, but I assure you, I am well taken care of by my wife's attentive care, so there is no cause for alarm. It is you, Mr. Wu, who seems to be a solitary soul. If by chance you were struck by lightning or met with an unfortunate accident, it's quite possible no one would even notice. Now that would be truly tragic. Therefore, I believe Mr. Wu should not shy away from seeking medical attention. He ought to consult an experienced traditional Chinese physician promptly and consider finding a romantic partner. Otherwise, it would be truly tragic and lamentable if, in the end, there is no one left even to attend to his remains. Lu Fan regarded Wu Qingwang with an expression of profound sympathy and remarked thoughtfully. Wu Qingwang's face turned ashen, his heart ablaze with indignation. He had anticipated that his words would render Lu Fan embarrassed and humiliated, yet he found himself mercilessly ridiculed by Lu Fan's retort. Mr. Lu possesses quite the eloquence. However, I must caution you that sometimes speaking too boldly may lead one to trip over their own tongue. Wu Qingwang inhaled deeply, striving to temper his fury, and replied with a cold smirk. Mr. Wu, I tend to speak plainly. Should I offend you in any way? Please do not hesitate to express it. Lu Fan chuckled dismissively, seemingly unfazed. Wu Qingwang was incensed to the point of pain. He wished to extricate himself from this confrontation and turned his gaze toward Bai Fengyi, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. Miss Bai, I believe we could perhaps explore a deeper understanding of one another. What do you think? Mr. Wu, I think it would be best for us to maintain some distance. Bai Fengyi replied without hesitation, firmly rejecting him. Miss Bai, he is certainly not a suitable match for you. Do not be deceived by his flowery words. He cannot offer you happiness. Only I am worthy of you. Wu Qingwang's heart ached at her cold response and indifference. Yet, he was unwilling to concede, stubbornly insisting. This is my personal matter, and it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Wu. Furthermore, your disrespectful remarks about my boyfriend are an affront to me as well. I do not wish to utter futile requests for an apology, but I sincerely hope we shall never cross paths again. Bai Fengyi's countenance was as frosty as the winter chill, her expression devoid of warmth as she fixed a cold stare upon Wu Qingwang, her disdain unmistakable. Many men sought her affection, yet Wu Qingwang was the most unsavory and narrow-minded she had ever encountered. To disparage the man she admired in her presence was a display of astonishing emotional ineptitude, bordering on sheer foolishness. More importantly, Lu Fan was her Achilles heel. In her 27 years of existence, he had occupied 22 of them. The weight of this connection was immeasurable, even beyond her own comprehension, until that fateful night, when an unexpected story unfolded. Until Lu Fan's repeated declarations of love, his fervor, sincerity, audacity, persistence, and bravery, along with his unwavering affection for her, gradually dismantled her defenses and apprehensions. It was only when Lin Jiahui, a girl who once harbored feelings for Lu Fan, reappeared, witnessing their jovial exchanges and intimate gestures, that jealousy surged within her. It was then she finally recognized, almost unwittingly, that Lu Fan had become the most significant man in her life. She could scarcely fathom the scene of her future existence devoid of him. Thus, she permitted Lu Fan to indulge in his petulance and mischievous antics. Even when she was fully aware that he repeatedly made unreasonable demands, she would unprincipledly tolerate him, pampering and satisfying his whims. However, Wu Qingwang's demeanor towards Lu Fan today had crossed her threshold of endurance. Can we leave? Bai Fengyi turned to Lu Fan, her voice gentle. This starkly contrasting attitude nearly drove Wu Qingwang to madness, his heart brimming with fury and resentment, his teeth almost grinding to dust. Let us take a stroll to aid digestion, Lu Fan said, filled with joy at Bai Fengyi's outburst on his behalf, a bright smile lighting his face. Let us go. Bai Fengyi nodded lightly, supporting Lu Fan as they made their way outside, entirely disregarding Wu Qingwang beside them. Wu Qingwang watched their departing figures, his anger igniting like a roaring flame, burning fiercely within him. He clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with a wild intensity, as if he wished to incinerate the world. Bai Fengyi, I will not relinquish this easily. He growled quietly, his voice laced with determination and malice. I will make you regret this and show you that only I can provide you with true happiness. Hey, that guy is still following us, Lu Fan remarked, sensing something amiss as he glanced back in the shopping mall corridor. To his dismay, Wu Qingwang was indeed trailing them, maintaining a distance of over 20 meters. His gaze fixed on him like a venomous serpent. Furrowing his brow, Lu Fan realized that he and Bai Fengyi had provoked a dangerously volatile and obsessive individual. If this situation was not handled properly, it could pose a threat to both him and Bai Fengyi, much like the various criminal cases he often encountered in the news, perpetrated by individuals with twisted psyches who would resort to murder to fulfill their desires. Yet, despite his awareness of Wu Qingwang's significant potential for danger, Lu Fan felt utterly powerless against him, causing a swell of anxiety and frustration within him. He could not allow any harm to come to Beifeng. "Yes, I see him," Beifeng replied calmly. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone from her bag and dialed her mother, Zhu Xiufen. "Mom, the blind date that Annie introduced to me has been following Lu Fan and me like a stalker ever since I rejected him. You should have his parents take him back. Otherwise, I will have to make other arrangements." "Is he mentally unstable? Hasn't he done anything to you, has he?" Zhu Xiufen asked, her brow furrowed in concern, a mix of anger and anxiety swirling within her. "Not at the moment, but this person has ill intentions, and his temperament is volatile and quick to anger. I fear he may engage in some perilous actions," Beifeng replied. "All right. I will call someone immediately to have him returned. Lin Wan has truly introduced a questionable character to my daughter. I shall never heed her nonsense again." Zhu Xiufen expressed her indignation. Although he has been called back, given his temperament, it is unlikely he will easily relent. Once Beifeng hung up the phone, Lu Fan remained deeply troubled. The real world is filled with all manner of grotesque beings. Previously, he believed he would never encounter such individuals, and thus felt no particular apprehension. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he truly realized how exasperating and troublesome it is to confront such people. Warnings prove futile. Calling the police yields no results. Taking matters into his own hands would lead to his own legal troubles, while the other would lurk like a venomous snake in a foul sewer, ready to strike viciously at any moment. "You are currently in a precarious situation. For your safety, I must accompany you at all times moving forward," Lu Fan stated to Beifeng. "It's not that serious." Beifeng gently shook her head. "Beifeng, this matter is of grave importance. I am not jesting, nor do I harbor any ulterior motives." Lu Fan's expression turned stern as he regarded her earnestly. "Do you know how many homicides arise from individuals with twisted personalities? Those who, when thwarted, would rather destroy than concede, reaching a state of utter madness? Even if Wu Qingwang's courage does not extend to such extremes, we cannot afford to be complacent. Even if the probability is merely 1 in 1,000. I cannot bear the thought of such a scenario unfolding." Lu Fan's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. The more he witnessed the untraceable murders that eluded daylight, the more acute his sense of danger became. He felt as though, in a fit of rage, Wu Qingwang might very well charge at them with a fruit knife in broad daylight. Some might consider him overly paranoid, suffering from delusions of persecution. Yet he feared not the improbability, but the potentiality. Who could have anticipated that a college roommate would massacre their fellow dorm mates? That a colleague in the research institute would secretly poison tea? Though the odds are slim, such events have indeed transpired. Caution is a prudent navigator through life's uncertainties. Should calamity strike, there would be no time for regret. Lu Fan now loathed his own powerlessness. If only he could devise a means to ensure that a perilous individual like Wu Qingwang could never approach Beifeng. Beifeng turned to gaze at Lu Fan's handsome face, taking in the worry and anxiety reflected in his eyes. The sense of safety derived from his concern and protection warmed her heart. Chapter 48. The Stirring Within the Cinema. "All right, I understand." Beifeng rarely acquiesced to Lu Fan's opinions, her gaze softening as she nodded obediently. "However, do not fret too much. I will ensure your safety." Lu Fan firmly grasped Beifeng's hand, speaking with utmost seriousness, though he still bore a hint of immaturity and occasional childishness. Beifeng could genuinely sense the depth of Lu Fan's affection for her, realizing just how sincere he was in that moment. "The time has come. Let us proceed to the cinema." Beifeng firmly grasped Lu Fan's hand, feeling the strength and warmth emanating from his broad palm, and calmly stated, "All right." The mere thought of watching a romantic film with Beifeng in the enveloping darkness of the theater filled Lu Fan with delight. His heart raced with anticipation as he eagerly led her towards the cinema. "Flipped hearts?" Beifeng inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice upon seeing the film's title. "It's a newly released romantic movie that has received favorable reviews," Lu Fan responded. As they entered the screening room, they found it already populated with many attendees. Lu Fan located their seats, 17 and 18 in the 6th row, and they settled in. Inside the cinema, the lights gradually dimmed, and the images on the large screen illuminated, capturing the audience's complete attention. The surrounding noises faded, leaving only the dialogue and sound effects from the film. Beifeng and Lu Fan held hands, leaning slightly closer, their focus wholly engrossed in the unfolding narrative. The film Flipped Hearts tells a poignant and tender tale of a sibling-like romance, chronicling the tumultuous journey of the protagonists from their initial meeting to their deepening affection. Lu Fan and Beifeng were entirely captivated by the storyline. As the plot progressed, the chemistry between the lead characters intensified. When the anticipated kissing scene arrived, a profound silence enveloped the theater. Here it comes. The moment I have been eagerly awaiting. The kiss scene is finally upon us. Lu Fan felt his heart racing, beads of nervous sweat beginning to form in his palms. He had meticulously selected this romance film, rumored to contain an abundance of beautifully crafted kisses that stirred the soul. Many young men had taken their partners to see it, ultimately leading to successful kisses at the film's conclusion. Lu Fan yearned for a similar triumph. He subtly turned his head, stealing glances at Bai Fengyi. She appeared entirely absorbed, her gaze focused and affectionate, as if the images on the screen held her in a trance. At that moment, the lead characters on the screen gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their expressions brimming with love. They inched closer, the scene transforming into a warm and romantic tableau. In that instant, the lights in the cinema seemed to soften further, as if enhancing the forthcoming romantic moment. Lu Fan found himself holding his breath involuntarily, tightening his grip on Bai Fengyi's hand. His heart raced wildly, akin to a startled fawn. He could not shake the feeling that Bai Fengyi's grip had tightened slightly as well, her palms also hinting at a touch of perspiration. At last, the protagonists on the screen shared a passionate kiss, pouring their profound affection into the moment. The atmosphere in the theater grew even more hushed. Lu Fan was oblivious to the thoughts of those around him. All he felt was an intense flame of desire wildly igniting within his heart. He could not help but grip Bai Fengyi's hand tighter, stealing another glance at her. In the dim light, he struggled to discern the color of her face and her expressions. Yet, he could see her beautiful eyes focused and her red lips pressed tightly together. Most significantly, he felt with great clarity that Bai Fengyi was also gripping his hand firmly, as if suppressing something profound within her. Bai Jia, Lu Fan summoned his courage. Leaning closer to Bai Fengyi and calling her name softly, she slightly turned her head to look at him. Their gazes met in the darkness, seemingly igniting sparks. What is it? Bai Fengyi's voice was gentle yet tremulous. Lu Fan's heart raced even more violently. He felt his cheeks flush, and a torrent of words surged in his throat, yet he found himself at a loss for how to articulate them. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his courage, leaned closer to Bai Fengyi's ear, and whispered in a tone only they could hear, I want to be like them. Bai Fengyi's body quivered slightly, clearly taken aback by Lu Fan's direct confession of his feelings. Thump, thump, thump. She felt her heart racing, almost threatening to leap from her chest. No. Bai Fengyi's voice trembled as she struggled to utter those two words, her gaze returning to the screen. Lu Fan felt no disappointment, nor did he experience any sense of defeat. He had anticipated her response. This kiss scene was merely the beginning. The real drama was yet to unfold. Lu Fan murmured to himself, his gaze upon Bai Fengyi growing even more fervent, as if he sought to melt her within the depths of his affection. Bai Fengyi sensed his intense stare. She could hear her heartbeat echoing in her ears, too afraid to turn and meet his eyes. The film's plot continued to develop. As the feelings between the male and female leads solidified, they became bolder, more passionate, and fervent. Bai Fengyi bit her lip, her eyes misty as she watched. At that moment, how could she not realize that this film was deliberately chosen by Lu Fan, intended for them to share this scene together? With the ensuing atmosphere serving as a pretext for him to kiss her, men often harbored such intentions. Yet, even aware of Lu Fan's ulterior motives, she admitted he had succeeded. At this moment, her heart was filled with anticipation. Bai Jia, as if perceiving her innermost thoughts, Lu Fan took Bai Fengyi's hand and gently kissed it near his lips. Bai Fengyi felt her body tremble slightly, her cheeks burning with heat. What do you intend to do? Bai Fengyi feigned calmness as she turned to face him. Their eyes intertwined in the darkness, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Lu Fan felt his courage steadily growing. He was no longer satisfied with mere hand-holding, but desired to venture further. He slowly leaned closer to Bai Fengyi's cheek, feeling her warm breath and the slight tremors of her body. Bai Fengyi did not flinch. Instead, she bravely suppressed her embarrassment and quietly closed her eyes. At that moment, the heartbeats of both seemed to merge into one. Lu Fan felt his body temperature rising steadily. He yearned for her, yet feared that his impulsiveness would provoke her resistance. Bai Fengyi appeared to sense his momentary hesitation, gently opening her eyes to gaze at him. Her beautiful eyes sparkled in the darkness. Lu Fan, emboldened by her gaze, found immense encouragement within himself and mustered the courage to lean towards her lips. Time seemed to stand still in that instant. Bai Fengyi kept her eyes tightly shut, afraid to see herself reflected in Lu Fan's eyes. A surge of electricity coursed through her entire being, and her delicate form involuntarily shivered. As her heart beat like a drum within her chest, her hands instinctively gripped the armrest tightly, desperately restraining her inner turmoil and excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was completely absorbed in the moment. The soft sweetness enveloped him, rendering him intoxicated and oblivious to the outside world. Chapter 49. She said she liked me. It was unclear how long had passed when Lu Fan reluctantly released by Figgy. As their lips parted, a soft sigh escaped them both, tinged with a sense of regret, as if they yearned for more. Their gazes once again met in silent understanding. Bai Fengyi immediately turned her head away, feigning calmness as she redirected her attention to the movie screen. Lu Fan, still entranced, absent-mindedly licked his lips. The film continued to play, but for them, it had lost all significance. Their minds were entirely immersed in the lingering memory of that kiss. As the movie concluded and the lights gradually brightened, the audience began to exit the theater. Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi remained seated, seemingly lost in the afterglow of their kiss, unwilling to disrupt the rare tranquility. Bai Fengyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a glance at Lu Fan, only to quickly divert her gaze. Her heart continued to race, as if it might leap from her chest. This was her first kiss, and this little rascal had successfully stolen it from her. She was uncertain how to face him moving forward. White sister. Lu Fan gazed at Bai Fengyi with a tender light in his eyes, longing to express something, yet unable to articulate it. Bai Fengyi turned to him, inquiring, "What is it? If you wish to say something, just speak." Her voice was soft, her tone calm. Lu Fan took a deep breath and declared earnestly, "White sister, I truly like you. I will treat you well and always be by your side." Bai Fengyi's enchanting gaze scrutinized him, as if she were attempting to see into the depths of his heart. "Yes, I know," she replied, casually nodding while tidying her bag and snacks. "White sister, could you also say you like me?" Lu Fan asked, driven by a sudden surge of emotion as he admired her beautiful profile. Bai Fengyi froze in place for a moment, a rosy hue blossoming on her delicate face, coloring her earlobes. "Do not presume I am unaware that this film was deliberately chosen by you. Should you attempt such a thing again, I shall not let you off so easily." Raising her head, she gazed at him with a frosty demeanor and, in a tone filled with irritation, declared, "It is quite late. We ought to return home." With that, she stood up and strode towards the exit of the cinema. Watching Bai Fengyi's graceful silhouette retreat, Lu Fan nervously touched his nose, surprised that his little scheme had been uncovered by her long ago. How embarrassing. Nevertheless, he had successfully kissed her. Whether she had discovered it or not was of little consequence. What truly mattered was how he might kiss Bai Fengyi once more, for with her nature, it was unlikely she would easily consent again. Unless, of course, he could find a similar opportunity as today. Alas, the path to winning her heart is long and arduous. "I shall seek diligently." "Sister Bai, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me." Lu Fan lamented inwardly as he hurried to catch up with Bai Fengyi. On their way home, the atmosphere between them was palpably awkward. The primary reason was that Bai Fengyi had surprisingly refused to let him take her hand, seemingly infuriated by his deceitful kiss earlier. "Ahem, Sister Bai, the film should have been rather good, right? I chose it because I read favorable reviews online," he said, emerging from the underground parking lot and clearing his throat in an attempt to justify his intentions while alleviating the tension. With a cold laugh, Bai Fengyi regarded him. "Do you take me for an 18-year-old girl? As for our feelings, they are mutual. We share an affection that must remain respectful. Moreover, it was you who tacitly consented. I did not coerce you." Lu Fan scratched his head, his gaze evasive as he muttered a weak protest. "I had a moment of lapse in judgment that allowed your scheme to succeed." Bai Fengyi's face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at him. Her voice icy as she remarked, "You must have deceived many young girls before, haven't you?" "Oh dear heavens, Sister Bai, that is most unjust. This was my first kiss. Did you not see that I merely brushed my lips against yours?" Lu Fan exclaimed, his expression filled with chagrin. "I had intended to give you a French kiss, having seen plenty on television, but lacking practical experience, coupled with my overwhelming nervousness, I completely forgot how to kiss properly." "You dare speak of such things?" Bai Fengyi retorted, her mix of embarrassment and anger rising as Lu Fan continued to mention kisses, even invoking the French technique. Enraged, she began to strike him repeatedly with her bag. Caught off guard by her sudden onslaught, Lu Fan fumbled, dodging while pleading, "Sister Bai, I was wrong. Please do not hit me anymore." Despite her anger, Bai Fengyi found her fury dissipating upon witnessing his flustered state. She paused, glaring at Lu Fan, and huffed. "Should you dare to do this again, I shall sew your lips shut." Lu Fan nodded vigorously, earnestly promising, I won't. I swear I will never dare again." They ascended the stairs and returned home. Bai Fengyi observed his serious demeanor, and her inner fury gradually subsided. With a cold snort, she entered the elevator. "Well, Sister Bai, the kiss is gone, but I should still be able to hold your hand, right?" Lu Fan immediately followed her, sporting a cheeky grin. Bai Fengyi cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Lu Fan's heart leapt with joy. If Sister Bai, while angry, did not verbally refuse, it must mean she was tacitly consenting. He seized the opportunity to grasp her hand, gently caressing it in his palm. "How could I ever develop feelings for you? This shameless rogue." Bai Fengyi shot him an exasperated glare, her tone laced with profound helplessness. Rather than feeling anger, Lu Fan felt exhilaration. Did Sister Bai just implicitly admit her affection for him? It seemed she too realized, in her moment of annoyance, she had inadvertently revealed her true feelings. And her face flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 50. A deep bond between mother and daughter. "I have a headache and wish to hear no sound. Please refrain from speaking," Bai Fengyi asserted first, her expression stern as she gestured for Lu Fan to be silent. She then rubbed her temples with her right hand, attempting to conceal her own embarrassment and prevent Lu Fan from probing further. True to her words, Lu Fan remained silent, yet his bright eyes were fixed upon her, brimming with intensity. Inside the elevator, under the soft glow of the lights, Bai Fengyi's beauty appeared even more radiant. Her cool visage was enveloped in a gentle pink hue, adding a touch of allure and warmth. Her cheeks were flushed, exuding a delicate charm. Her glistening lips were slightly pursed, radiating an enchanting sheen that made one yearn to kiss her. "Sister Bai, you are truly beautiful," Lu Fan murmured, captivated by her bashful demeanor, which possessed a unique charm. His eyes sparkled with joy and fervor, as if he wished to melt her with his gaze. Bai Fengyi caught his words and sensed the heat in his eyes. Her long lashes fluttered gently, and she stole a glance at him from the corner of her eye, her heart racing with shyness. She regretted having let such words slip today. This audacious and shameless fellow would undoubtedly become more reckless in his pursuits. She truly wondered if she could withstand his fervent advances. Fortunately, the elevator soon arrived at the 22nd floor. Bai Fengyi sighed in relief, exhaling deeply. Maintaining her usual aloof demeanor, she gracefully stepped out of the elevator, almost fleeing towards her front door. Lu Fan followed closely behind, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. As soon as they entered the house, Bai Fengyi swiftly closed the door, leaning against it, feeling both bashful and frustrated. How could she have uttered such words? She covered her flushed cheeks with her hand, her heart still racing. In just one day, she had lost both her waist and her first kiss. If this continues, she would likely succumb to Lu Fan, becoming yet again his possession. After 27 years of life, she found herself unable to manage a mere rogue youth. And all her usual rejection of those affluent and charismatic men seemed to dissipate into thin air. Bai Fengyi silently stomped her foot in self-reproach for her own ineffectiveness. At that moment, Lu Fan had returned home. He sat on the sofa, brimming with excitement, as he picked up his phone and sent Bai Fengyi a message. "Sister Bai? Your lips are so soft and sweet, more delectable than cotton candy. I truly wish to savor them once more." After sending the message, a mischievous smile crept across his face as he envisioned Bai Fengyi's reaction upon reading it. Bai Fengyi was preparing for a shower when she saw the message. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. This scoundrel was indeed becoming more audacious. Yet, what left her feeling even more powerless was that, despite her anger, she could not truly become upset with Lu Fan. In fact, she found herself inexplicably anticipating his next move. "Bai Fengyi, you are truly beyond redemption." She gently placed her fingers on her lips, and images of the cinema flooded her mind. There, in the darkness, Lu Fan's lips had brushed against hers, sending electric shivers straight to her soul. Bai Fengyi felt a wave of warmth wash over her, unable to suppress a soft, delicate sigh. A veil of dreamy mist clouded her beautiful eyes. She realized that she was indeed destined to fall for this little rascal. Lu Fan's sweet words and audacious actions ensnared her deeper and deeper, rendering her utterly helpless. He was like the intoxicating poison of a poppy flower, exuding a deadly allure that made her lose her reason. He was a master key, effortlessly unlocking every part of her being, and she possessed not an ounce of resistance. Suddenly, a knock broke her reverie. Bai Fengyi jolted awake, hurriedly taking a deep breath, splashing water on her face to compose herself, striving to appear as natural as possible. "Mom, is something the matter?" she asked as she opened the door to find her mother standing there, holding a glass of milk. "Why is your face so flushed? Are you running a fever?" Zhu Xiaofan looked at her daughter in surprise, quickly reaching out to touch her forehead, which felt burning hot. "No, it's just a bit stuffy in here," Bai Fengyi replied, feigning calmness, her cheeks still tinged with red. She dared not reveal to her mother that her current state was a result of being teased by that mischievous boy, Lu Fan. "About that Wu Chengwang. I've spoken to his mother and told her to ensure he no longer approaches you, nor follow you secretly. Otherwise, I'll report him to the authorities," Zhu Xiaofan said, her expression filled with guilt as she looked at her daughter. "I hope today's incident didn't frighten you too much. I had no idea he was that kind of person. Otherwise, I would never have allowed you to go on a blind date with him." Seeing her mother's apologetic demeanor, Bai Fengyi felt a mix of tenderness and guilt in her heart. This is the mother who nurtured her, whose love runs deep within the very marrow of her being. Now, in her old age, she resembles a child who has erred, continuously offering apologies to her daughter. This is her own form of unfilial conduct. "Mother, I am fine. It has passed. Besides, Lu Fan was there, and he protected me well." Bai Fengyi stepped forward and gently embraced her mother, bestowing upon her a warm hug. "You do not blame me?" Zhu Xiaofan gazed at her daughter with lingering guilt, her wrinkled hand tenderly caressing Bai Fengyi's face. When she had heard her daughter report that Wu Chengwang was stalking her like a deranged obsessive, she had been utterly terrified. What if something had happened to her daughter? What would she, as a mother, have done? "You are my mother. Everything you do is for my sake. How could I possibly blame you?" Bai Fengyi smiled sweetly, grasping her mother's hand in a gesture of comfort. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "Mother, I have someone special in my life now, so you need to arrange any more blind dates for me." "Oh, then could you tell me what kind of person he is?" Zhu Xiaofan nodded gently, her curiosity piqued. "Well, I'm not sure how to describe him. At first, I thought I did not like him and merely saw him as a younger brother. However, after a series of events where he confessed his feelings for me multiple times, I gradually realized that I indeed have feelings for him, deep feelings. When he is by my side, I sometimes find him annoying, yet when he is absent, my heart feels empty, as though a vital piece is missing, and I cannot fill that void. It was only upon seeing him again that I felt my entire being restored to completeness." Bai Fengyi, holding her mother's hand, sat by the bedside, softly sharing her heart. This was her first conversation with her mother about matters of the heart, and she was preparing to be forthright. "You like Xiaofan?" Zhu Xiaofan keenly sensed the unusual shift, her heart skipping a beat in astonishment. Chapter 51. Insomniac's Sister Bai. Bai Fengyi nodded slightly, a blush gracing her cheeks. "Yes, it is him." Zhu Xiaofan was momentarily stunned, although she had previously harbored concerns about this very issue, given their prolonged companionship that could easily blossom into deeper feelings. She had not anticipated that her daughter would truly develop affection for Xiaofan. To her, Xiaofan had always been a well-behaved and sensible child, but the age difference and his family background raised her worries. Yet, witnessing her usually composed daughter display a rare softness and affection in her gaze made it clear that her feelings were genuine. "Xiaofan is a good boy, but he is considerably younger than you and was once your student. If you two were to be together, it could invite controversy. Have you truly contemplated this?" Zhu Xiaofan inquired softly. Bai Fengyi grasped her mother's hand, her gaze resolute. "Mother, I know what I am doing. Age is but a trivial matter. What truly matters is our mutual affection and our willingness to face all future challenges together." Zhu Xiaofan gazed into her daughter's steadfast eyes, her heart still harboring doubts, yet predominantly filled with a sense of solace. Her daughter had matured, possessing her own judgment and choices. "All right, my dear, I trust you. Your happiness is all that brings me joy." Zhu Xiaofan gently patted her daughter's hand and smiled. "Here, look at the gold ring, gold earrings, and gold bracelet he gifted me," Bai Fengyi said, retrieving a jewelry box from the drawer and presenting it to her mother. "This little rascal is rather swift." Zhu Xiaofan chuckled, her gaze wandering over the exquisite gold ornaments, realizing that Lu Fan had indeed put thought into his gifts. Unable to suppress her teasing, she remarked, "It seems you found yourself a little man to nurture." Bai Fengyi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lu Fan, whom she had raised herself, was well known in the neighborhood, and her hesitance to accept him was one of the reasons for her internal conflict. She contemplated sharing with her mother that she and Lu Fan had already obtained their marriage certificate, but feared that such rapid progress might startle her mother. So she decided to withhold that information for the time being. Mom, please pretend you know nothing about Lu Fan and me. And absolutely do not let on in front of him. That little rascal has been rather excessive lately, and I intend to set him straight, Bai Fengyi warned. Biting her lower lip. What has he done to be excessive? Zhu Xiaofan, drawing from her own experiences, immediately grasped the implication in her daughter's words and teased her lightly. Mom. Bai Fengyi's face reddened even further, her eyes glimmering with shyness as she playfully admonished her mother. Seeing her daughter blush, feel bashful, and even indulge in playful affection stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Zhu Xiaofan. Indeed, a daughter cannot remain at home forever. In the past, Bai Fengyi would never have displayed such feminine demeanor or engaged in playful banter with her. The very notion of shyness was foreign to her. She might not have even understood what it meant. Yet now, she seemed transformed, as if love had woven its enchanting spell around her. All right. As for matters concerning young people, I shall not interfere. As long as you are happy, that is sufficient. It is getting late, you should rest early. And I shall retire as well, Zhu Xiaofan said, patting her daughter's hand. She had initially wished to inquire about the extent of her daughter's relationship with Lu Fan. But knowing her daughter's character, she doubted she would divulge much, so she dismissed the thought. Most importantly, she was eager to return and share with her husband that their daughter was indeed in a relationship with Lu Fan. How could she not share this delightful news? Honey, our daughter is truly in love, and her partner is Lu Fan. Upon entering the room, Zhu Xiaofan immediately shook her slumbering husband, unable to contain her excitement. Zhu Xingjun merely rolled over, snoring soundly. This old fool. Zhu Xiaofan scolded playfully, delivering a playful slap to her husband's backside. She wished to share something with her close sisterly friend, yet, recalling her daughter's admonition, she resolutely suppressed the thought. What are you up to, Sister Bai? In her room, Lu Fan was exhilarated, incessantly messaging Bai Fengyi. I feel a bit thrilled right now, and I can't shake off this intense itch. I long to do something. What about you, Sister Bai? What is it like to kiss me, Sister Bai? Could you tell me? I find myself yearning for your fragrance again and your soft body. I wish to hold you as I sleep. What should I do? Sister Bai, this little rascal, so full of energy even in the dead of night. Observing the flurry of messages chiming from the green bubble, Bai Fengyi felt a mix of embarrassment and a vague, indescribable flutter within her, for his words were steeped in his affection for her, though much of it stemmed from his desire for her physique. It nonetheless affirmed her allure and the magnetic pull she had on Lu Fan. Sleep. I have matters to attend to at school tomorrow. Bai Fengyi replied succinctly in an authoritative tone, wishing to prevent this fellow from further disturbing her dreams in the middle of the night. All right then, Sister Bai. Remember to dream of me. Let us meet in our dreams. Lu Fan concluded with a cheeky smiley, his implication unmistakable. Little lecher. A blush crept across Bai Fengyi's cheeks as she playfully chided him, setting her phone aside, preparing to sleep. I believe we must have been lovers in a past life. Otherwise, I wouldn't love you so deeply. If in this lifetime, our fate can only grant us a kiss, I wish to reserve 1,000,000 lifetimes with you. Oh, only you alone. Your gaze strikes like a lightning bolt through the door of my heart. Oh, I pray that all my dreams in this life pass through you and come true overnight. Lu Fan, beaming with joy, sweetly sang a song titled A Million Kisses, then sent it to Bai Fengyi. This little rascal. He showering me with sweet nothings again. Listening to Lu Fan's cheerful and heartfelt voice in the audio message, Bai Fengyi bit her red lips, a sense of shyness welling up in her beautiful eyes. She plugged her phone into the charger, repeatedly replaying the voice message. Her lovely eyes sparkled brightly in the night. The following day, when Lu Fan saw Bai Fengyi, he was taken aback by the faint dark circles under her eyes. What are you staring at? Let us go. A flicker of shyness passed through Bai Fengyi's eyes as she shot him an annoyed glance before turning towards the elevator. Sister Bai, are you sleepless like me? Lu Fan's heart soared with excitement, and he hurried after Bai Fengyi. Sister Bai, could I have a good morning kiss? With boldness, Lu Fan approached Bai Fengyi and whispered. Repeat that. What do you want? Bai Fengyi narrowed her eyes at him. Ahem, I was merely joking. Just pretend I said nothing. Ha. Lu Fan quickly averted his gaze, laughing awkwardly. Chapter 52, The Stealthy Kiss. What a daring senior. Summer University. Wait a moment. Bai Jie, Lu Fan said, pulling the car over to the roadside. Noticing Bai Fengyi about to exit the vehicle, he hurriedly called out to her. What now? Bai Fengyi, suspecting he was up to some mischief again, glared at him with a mix of annoyance and curiosity. Lu Fan, with an innocent blink and a feigned look of grievance, replied, "It seems you have something on your face. Allow me to assist you in removing it." "Do I?" Bai Fingyi furrowed her brows slightly, wiping her cheek with her hand and leaning closer to Lu Fan, asking, "Is it still there?" "Let me see." Lu Fan leaned in as well, and suddenly a soft sound echoed within the car. In a panic, Lu Fan scrambled out of the driver's seat as if fleeing for his life. "Bai Jia." From the passenger seat, Bai Fingyi touched her cheek where Lu Fan had stolen a kiss, her beautiful eyes glaring at him with a mix of fury and triumph. She glared at Lu Fan, who was grinning with delight as her heart raced. The flush on her face was a blend of embarrassment and indignation. "Bai Jia, it's already 8:30. You should be on your way," Lu Fan said cheerfully from outside the car. "I'll settle the score with you when I return." Bai Fingyi shot him a fierce glance, taking a deep breath to calm herself before elegantly stepping out of the vehicle. Only after she was out of Lu Fan's sight did a hint of shyness bloom on her otherwise cool expression. That scoundrel dared to steal a kiss from her. It seemed her words from the previous day had indeed unleashed a Pandora's box, emboldening Lu Fan to disregard boundaries with her. Bai Fingyi felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. If he dared to steal a kiss today, who knew what he might attempt in the future? Lu Fan touched his cheek, where he had stolen that kiss, and felt his heart racing wildly. Any anger he had dissipated, leaving only a fluttering excitement. To his astonishment, he realized he didn't actually mind stealing a kiss from Bai Fingyi at all. In fact, he found himself somewhat eager for another kiss, just like the one they had shared in the cinema last night. "Bai Fingyi, you are truly becoming more reckless." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly banished those thoughts from her mind. "Good morning, Teacher Bai," a gentle voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. Startled, Bai Fingyi hastily suppressed her wandering thoughts and turned to face Li Wenjia, nodding politely. "Good morning, Teacher Li. What were you thinking just now? You seemed lost in thought." "I called your name several times, but you didn't respond," Li Wenjia inquired with curiosity. "Nothing much, just pondering a few matters." Bai Fingyi replied with a slight shake of her head. "Oh, since it's a holiday and there are no classes or meetings, what brings you to school today, Teacher Bai?" Li Wenjia asked, unperturbed. "I am seeking out a few professors to consult on some matters," Bai Fingyi succinctly explained. "Brother, where are you at school?" Lu Fan stood by Lover's Lake, grinning foolishly at his recent success in stealing a kiss. Suddenly, Zhang Peng's phone call interrupted his reverie, ringing out loudly. After learning that Bai Fingyi would come to school today, he had informed Zhang Peng to join him, so they could finish what they had started yesterday. Launching a startup is destined to be a time-consuming, labor-intensive endeavor that taxes one's intellect. As a certain mogul once articulated, one should approach life with the mindset of running a marathon. Intelligence can address only short-term challenges. Perseverance is required for medium-term endeavors, while physical stamina is essential for the long haul. "I'm at the foot of Lover's Bridge. Come over," Lu Fan instructed. "Okay, I'll be there shortly," Zhang Peng replied. 10 minutes later, Zhang Peng appeared, breathless, clutching a folder. "Here's the recruitment notice I drafted based on your ideas from yesterday. Please take a look and let me know if there are any issues." He handed the folder to Lu Fan. Lu Fan glanced through it and nodded. "Everything looks fine. Let us turn this into a large poster and put it up as planned. Act swiftly." As Zhang Peng spoke, the two made their way to the school's copy shop, transforming the recruitment notice into 5 large posters. 2 were affixed beneath the 2 graduate student dormitories. One was posted on the bulletin board at the Student Activity Center, another at the Entrepreneurship Center, and the last was placed on the most gossip-prone white wall of the school. "What's this about?" Just as Lu Fan and Zhang Peng finished placing the posters beneath the graduate dormitory, a bespectacled male student approached, scrutinizing the posters. "Senior, as you can see, we are recruiting viable entrepreneurial projects and ideas. If accepted, there is a reward of 10,000 yuan. If there are core technologies and theories involved, we would invite them to join us as partners, contributing through equity in technology," Lu Fan explained promptly. "Oh," the male student nodded, picking up his purchased breakfast as he walked away. Zhang Peng and Lu Fan exchanged glances. "It's all right. Entrepreneurship is inherently fraught with failure. However, we must recognize the potential for success. For instance, our posters have piqued the interest of others, which at least signifies that our proposal is feasible," Lu Fan remarked calmly. "Indeed," Zhang Peng nodded, his earlier disappointment lifting as he regained his spirits. Recruitment notices? If someone had a promising project or core technology, they would simply launch their own venture or seek investors. Why would they need you? A voice dripped with sarcasm suddenly echoed behind them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng pondered for a moment, his face paling slightly, as his renewed enthusiasm was once again dampened. While the words were harsh, they bore an undeniable truth. The duo's idea, while elegantly termed as collective brainstorming, was not far removed from a mere empty-handed venture. May I inquire what insights you possess, senior? Lu Fan turned to the speaker, a girl with long hair, adorned with glasses, her eyes radiating an intense confidence. I have a profound insight. But why should I share it with you? Do you think I am foolish? The senior adjusted her glasses with a slight huff and turned away. Goodness, this senior is quite arrogant. Zhang Peng seethed with anger, unable to restrain himself from muttering under his breath. You know nothing. Those who dare to act so haughtily beneath the graduate dormitory are undoubtedly endowed with genuine capabilities. Moreover, the way she carries herself with such superiority, doesn't it make one want to confront her? Yet, she continues to thrive, indicating that few can surpass her. She is undoubtedly an academic prodigy. Lu Fan kicked Zhang Peng lightly and earnestly whispered, I am entrusting you with an exceptionally vital task. Pursue her and make her your girlfriend. Huh? Brother, this is rather hasty, don't you think? What if she already has a boyfriend or is married? Zhang Peng looked at Lu Fan in shock. She is definitely single. I trust my instincts. Most importantly, she is acne. A glimmer of unwavering confidence shone in Lu Fan's eyes. Chapter 53. An unconventional approach to pursuing a woman. Acne. Zhang Peng touched his own face, bewildered. What of it? What does that have to do with being single? Lu Fan shot him an exasperated look and explained, Foolish one, typically. Having acne signifies she is still quite pure, having had little or no intimate encounters with men. Look at her prideful demeanor. It is difficult for an average person to catch her eye, thus the likelihood of her having a boyfriend is minimal. Furthermore, considering her status as a top student, I estimate she is likely engrossed in her studies, generally introverted and socially reserved, still preserving a sense of innocence and anticipation regarding the realm of romance. When she encounters someone who genuinely moves her, she will likely invest wholeheartedly. Therefore, your chances are significantly favorable. I still do not comprehend why you want me to pursue her. Zhang Peng scratched his head, skeptical of Lu Fan's reasoning. Have you become dull-witted since graduating? Lu Fan looked at him with a mix of exasperation and resolve. Just moments ago, her arrogance clearly indicated she possesses substantial knowledge, likely related to significant research topics or core technologies. If you can win her over, you can establish a close connection and persuade her to join us. If she declines, we can alternatively invest in her. Ultimately, if she rebuffs both propositions and lacks core technologies or promising projects, it is still of no consequence. In our entrepreneurial endeavors, we require talent, and having more individuals like her is advantageous for all parties involved, beneficial for you, for me, and for her. You are merely exploiting her. Your intentions are not pure, and I refuse to partake. Zhang Peng shook his head decisively. Are you currently single? Lu Fan inquired. Yes. Do you desire a girlfriend? Yes. Is that senior single? Based on your deductions, it is highly probable. Do you think she desires a boyfriend? Presumably, she does. She needs to work and earn a living. Does she not? Indeed. You are destined to be together, a match made in heaven. What is stopping you from pursuing her? Zhang Peng was momentarily taken aback, feeling that Lu Fan's words were somewhat fallacious, yet he sensed there was a kernel of truth. Well then, I suppose I shall give it a try. Zhang Peng hesitated, gazing into Lu Fan's encouraging eyes. Speak with conviction, embrace confidence, stand tall, and let your gaze be filled with deep affection. She must perceive the unwavering sincerity of your feelings for her. Even if she rebuffs you, maintain your steadfastness as solid as a rock. Should she persist in her refusal, then pursue her relentlessly. A fierce woman fears a persistent suitor. This truth is timeless. Lu Fan draped his arm over Zhang Peng's shoulder, imparting his wisdom on the art of courtship. But what if her standards are too elevated? Can she truly regard someone like me? Zhang Peng's expression wavered, contemplating retreat. How can you know she looks down on you if you lack the courage to pursue her? What if you succeed? Zhang Peng, your greatest flaw is your inability to withstand setbacks. This must be rectified, and this is indeed an opportune moment for a trial. Lu Fan spoke earnestly. Very well. I shall attempt it. Zhang Peng acknowledged this was indeed his most pressing issue, nodding vigorously. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he inquired, Wait a moment. You are single as well. Why don't you pursue her yourself? And despite your articulate advice, how is it that you remain unattached after 4 years of university? Are you, Perhaps a theoretical giant, but a practical dwarf? Zhang Peng regarded him with suspicion. You cannot fathom the complexities of my world. Just know that I will undoubtedly marry before you do. Lu Fan winked, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Dare to wager on that? Zhang Peng's spirits lifted immediately. What shall we wager? The loser must call the winner dog. Very well. The loser must bark upon our next encounter. Lu Fan grinned. I fear not. I shall pursue her this very moment, so prepare to address me as dog in the future. Zhang Peng, with head held high and a fierce determination, flashed a confident smile at Lu Fan and promptly dashed towards the apartment where the senior resided. What are you doing? A furious voice erupted from the apartment. Senior, marry me. I wish to take you as my wife. Zhang Peng declared with a strong, heartfelt voice. Are you insane? I don't even know you. The girl retorted angrily. Below, Lu Fan stood in stunned silence, letting out a deep sigh. It's not the formidable opponents one fears, but rather the incompetent allies. This fellow doesn't even know how to court a girl. He is likely to remain a bachelor. It's my fault. I was so engrossed in sharing the secrets of pursuit that I neglected to teach him the actual execution, leading to such an outrageous opening. Lu Fan facepalmed, filled with regret. I may not know you, but the moment I laid eyes on you, an overwhelming urge to marry you ignited within me. You are my ideal wife. I feel compelled to express my thoughts to you at this very moment, since fate has brought us together. I believe this is a predestined connection that I do not wish to forfeit. Therefore, senior sister, would you do me the honor of marrying me? I assure you, you shall not regret this decision. Zhang Peng declared with unwavering conviction. Do you not think my earlier demeanor towards you and your friend was rather unkind? The girl inquired, her surprise evident. I do not, Zhang Peng replied, his gaze resolute. After a brief pause, he added, however, my friend mentioned that you have quite a temper and that you are rather arrogant. He suggested that with your personality, you would never be interested in someone like me and advised me to abandon my hopes. I did not agree with him and even gave him a good thrashing. I will not allow anyone to speak ill of the girl I admire. Is that truly the case? The girl's eyes sparkled with intrigue, soon giving way to a hint of ire. What else did your friend say about me? He claimed that although you are academically gifted, you could never surpass him, and that you are destined to remain single, even if you were to marry and have children. Humph. Where is he now? The girl's anger intensified as she demanded. Downstairs. Preparing to witness the spectacle of you and me, Zhang Peng gestured towards the staircase. Let us go. From this moment forth, I shall be your girlfriend. The girl, brimming with determination, seized Zhang Peng's hand and hurried towards the stairs. Lu Fan internally cursed Zhang Peng, realizing that this scoundrel was willing to go to great lengths to pursue a girl, even at his own expense. It was absurd that he was projecting his own feelings of inadequacy onto Lu Fan while crafting slanders against him. How shameless. If he can win a girl's heart with such antics, then I shall not hesitate to play the role of the antagonist and stepping stone for him today. As Zhang Peng and the girl approached the bottom of the stairs, Lu Fan adopted a haughty posture, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky with an air of superiority. Hey, you there. Were you not the one who said I am destined to be a solitary star, fated to be single for life? The girl confronted Lu Fan, her face flushed with indignation. Chapter 54. The Unspoken Cooperation Between Brothers. Lu Fan glanced at Zhang Peng, who was behind the girl, bowing and pleading for mercy. He nodded defiantly. Indeed, it is with great regret that I inform you. I currently have a boyfriend, and we shall be getting married shortly. The girl, taking Zhang Peng's hand, triumphantly presented their connection to Lu Fan. I do not believe you. Lu Fan scoffed, dismissively shaking his head, succinctly uttering 3 words. The girl, incensed, turned to Zhang Peng. Where is your household registration? Let us get married immediately. I shall show him who truly is destined to be alone. At home, Zhang Peng was both excited and frustrated. All right, come by this afternoon and bring your household registration. We shall obtain our marriage certificate. The girl shot Lu Fan a glare, her teeth clenched as she replied, fine. Zhang Peng nodded eagerly. Did you hear that? We are getting our marriage certificate this afternoon. You are welcome to attend the ceremony. The girl lifted her chin and remarked, you are merely acting out of momentary frustration. Once you regain your composure, you will surely have a change of heart. Lu Fan continued with his acerbic tone. The girl found herself momentarily at a loss for words, recognizing that this decision was indeed made in a fit of anger. The thing she despised most in her life was when others suggested she could not find a boyfriend. Even her parents had labeled her an old maid, insisting on arranging blind dates for her. She knew nothing about Zhang Peng, not even his name. Was this not a spur-of-the-moment decision? However, her strong-willed nature and innate refusal to concede could not tolerate Lu Fan's arrogant demeanor. Exasperated, she demanded, "What would it take for you to acknowledge your mistake? Unless you bear a child, I shall only then concede that you are not fated to be alone. And I would willingly offer you tea and apologize," Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, his tone leisurely. The girl's face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over her. She had never even been in a relationship. How had the conversation suddenly shifted to children? "Fine, this is your stipulation. If we have a child, you shall apologize. Once a word is uttered, it cannot be retracted." As the girl appeared to waver, Zhang Peng, filled with righteous indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Fan. "I did not say that," the girl exclaimed, panicking. Leaning closer, Zhang Peng whispered in her ear, "Do not be hasty, senior. This is a tactical retreat. Agree for now. And do not let him belittle you. As for whether you have children in the future, that is entirely your decision." The girl pondered this and found it reasonable, thus abandoning her initial instinct to deny. Zhang Peng sighed in relief, casting 2 grateful glances at Lu Fan. After 22 years of being single, he was finally on the cusp of having a girlfriend. The mere thought thrilled him. I have also heard him say that you believe you are superior to me?" The girl adjusted her glasses and declared, "I was granted admission to Xia University without examination, pursuing both master's and doctoral degrees, and I have published 5 papers, alongside 6 in core domestic journals, while receiving a full national scholarship each year. Moreover, I have participated in 3 national research projects valued at millions, earning 2 national innovation first prizes. And you?" Wow, Lu Fan thought. This senior is indeed a bona fide academic prodigy. Any one of her accomplishments could easily overshadow both him and Zhang Peng. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. She had received 2 national innovation first prizes? Now, that was impressive. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. What is done, and discussing it serves no purpose. We must focus on the present and the future. Lu Fan feigned calmness. Competing with her past achievements would surely be futile. Then let us compare our present endeavors. The girl, fully aware that he likely had little of merit to showcase, smirked arrogantly at Lu Fan, confident in her stance. Reciting 1,000 random English words on the spot and transcribing them accurately, the one who accomplishes this with the greatest speed and precision shall be the victor. Lu Fan shamelessly opted for his most proficient skill. When heaven bestows a gift, neglecting it brings misfortune. Since fate has granted him an extraordinary memory, it is only fitting that he cultivates and utilizes it to its fullest potential, rather than squander it. You possess excellent memory? That will not suffice. You must choose another attribute. The senior girl promptly dismissed Lu Fan's suggestion. Is my strong memory not a talent of mine? If you lack the courage to compete, does that not imply your surrender? Lu Fan retorted. The girl then realized she had fallen into the trap Lu Fan had cunningly set for her. To ensure fairness, we shall play best 2 out of 3. You propose one challenge, I propose another, and we will randomly select a passerby for the final challenge, she declared. Lu Fan felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain regarding the nature of the last 2 challenges. Yet for the sake of his friend's happiness and his own ambitions, he steeled himself. Let us proceed to the library for our first contest, she announced, turning briskly to leave. Zhang Peng stealthily approached Lu Fan and whispered, Brother, she is a bona fide academic prodigy. Do you truly believe you can defeat her? Do not fret, I have my strategies. Now that I have committed, I will give it my all. However, remember this day. I will settle the score with you in due time, Lu Fan warned, glaring at Zhang Peng. You encouraged me to pursue her. How can you place the blame on me? Zhang Peng quickly countered. Did I instruct you to pursue her in this manner? You never said I couldn't, Lu Fan replied. Well, if you are so clever, I shall inform her that your interest is insincere and the wager is nullified. Brother, please, I beg you. I genuinely appreciate her temperament and character. They resonate with me. I feel I am truly beginning to like her. Moreover, this is my first love. You cannot allow it to end in such a dismal fashion. Zhang Peng implored, grasping Lu Fan's arm with a desperate expression. A heartless person blinded by desire. Lu Fan retorted dismissively. Zhang Peng offered an awkward smile. Ignoring him, the two hastily followed the girl to the school library. The library exuded a serene and solemn atmosphere, with shelves brimming with a multitude of books, captivating the eye. At the tables, numerous students were diligently writing, reading, and taking notes. Among them were undergraduates fervently preparing for entrance exams, as well as many current graduate students. Li Ran, senior, upon the girl's arrival, A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd, for this Li Ran was a renowned figure among graduate students, widely acknowledged as an academic elite. Rumors about her had circulated for some time, and she was frequently seen in the library. Not only was she gifted, but her diligent efforts also earned her immense admiration. However, she has always been a solitary figure. Today, unexpectedly, she was accompanied by two young men. Chapter 55. The library surprised everyone. Lu Fan, Zhang Peng. In a corner of the library, Zhou Yuan and Zheng Junfeng observed the composed and confident Lu Fan, as well as the beaming Zhang Peng, who stood beside senior sister Li Ran. Their brows furrowed in unison. How could these two possibly know senior sister Li Ran? Their relationship seemed rather amicable. A surge of intense jealousy welled up within Zheng Junfeng. The pen in his hand felt as though it might snap under his grip. Zhou Yuan, too, felt his eyes redden, brimming with anger, resentment, and envy. Why? He had toiled endlessly, yet remained overlooked, facing countless rejections that rendered all his efforts futile. First, he had been rebuffed by Associate Professor Bai Fengyi, and subsequently faced several closed doors from other professors. Ultimately, he settled for seeking out senior sister Li Ran, hoping she might offer guidance and perhaps nurture a favorable impression, which could prove beneficial during the re-examination. After all, senior sister Li Ran was a doctoral candidate and a qualified master's supervisor. However, upon learning of his circumstances, she had dismissed him rather perfunctorily, sending him away. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had not only won the favor of Professor Bai Fengyi, but now seemed to be in good standing with senior sister Li Ran as well. Even Zhang Peng, typically regarded as academically lacking, had managed to befriend the often aloof senior sister Li Ran. How could this not incite fury in Zhou Yuan and Zheng Junfeng, who were classmates? Senior sister, didn't you just leave? Why are you back? A boy inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. This junior claims he is quite capable and wishes to compete with me, so I shall oblige him, Li Ran replied with a slight smile. This junior seeks to challenge senior sister Li Ran? In the library, the crowd stirred, their spirits lifted, gazing at Lu Fan in astonishment, as if to say, "You are exceedingly overconfident to dare challenge senior sister Li Ran. It's akin to throwing an egg against a stone." Lu Fan remained unperturbed, indifferent to the skeptical gazes around him. Right here will do. The trio settled into a relatively quiet corner. Li Ran produced a tablet, launching a random English word generator, positioning it before herself and Lu Fan. Once both were ready with pen and paper, Zhang Peng pressed the start button. The screen immediately began to generate random English words. Lu Fan fixed his gaze on the words flashing on the screen, his mind racing. Each word seemed etched into his consciousness, clear and profound. Was this a competition of memorizing English vocabulary? Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered, and upon witnessing the two's actions, they immediately understood the nature of the challenge. Gasping in surprise, the words on the screen appeared rapidly, flashing almost every second, leaving barely any time for memory to take hold. Each word was generated randomly, devoid of any discernible pattern. The onlookers were rendered dizzy by the spectacle. A few confident graduate students, believing in their formidable memory skills, attempted to memorize alongside. Yet, within less than a minute, they all succumbed to defeat, overwhelmed by the daunting challenge. The words they had painstakingly memorized just moments ago vanished from their minds in an instant, or became hopelessly jumbled, with approximately 60 words presented every minute. How could anyone possibly retain them? 17 minutes later, the task at hand was not merely to memorize 1,000 words entirely. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd as they observed Lu Fan and Li Ran. Both remained silent, their focus unwavering as they began to transcribe. Lu Fan's pen danced across the paper with astonishing speed, scarcely pausing. He grew increasingly rapid. Li Ran, undeterred, showcased her own remarkable memory, fully aware that she might not surpass Lu Fan but unwilling to concede defeat. However, after 2 minutes, as she completed 80 English words, she began to feel the strain. Her pace slowed, brows furrowed in concentration as she struggled to recall. In stark contrast, Lu Fan appeared unfazed, his writing pace unrelenting, as if the words were etched in his mind, effortlessly flowing onto the page. Witnessing his ease, Li Ran felt an immense pressure, quickly refocusing her thoughts to continue writing. The two seemed to enter a transcendent state, the world around them fading away, leaving only the sound of their pens scratching against paper. Lu Fan had already written 506 words at an astonishing speed, while Li Ran had only managed 180. The disparity was staggering. Observing Lu Fan's paper filled with words, Li Ran's sheet lay largely blank, eliciting expressions of shock from the onlookers, who regarded Lu Fan as a marvel. Time passed unnoticed until Li Ran finally paused, lifting her gaze to Lu Fan, who continued to write with fervor, seemingly inexhaustible. Taken aback, she leaned in to ascertain the situation. To her astonishment, he was nearing the completion of 900 words, causing her expression to shift. As she examined the words he had penned, fragments of her fading memory surged back. Feeling eerily familiar, if she was not mistaken, it was likely that Lu Fan's transcriptions were indeed correct. At last, Lu Fan halted, raising his eyes to Li Ran with a slight smile. "I shall serve as the judge and assist in comparing your answers." Zhang Ping eagerly took both their responses, retrieving the list of 1,000 words saved in the software to meticulously compare the results. The outcome was nothing short of astonishing. Lu Fan not only possesses remarkable speed, but also boasts a flawless accuracy rate, achieving perfection with all 1,000 words. Furthermore, the sequence in which he dictated the words astonishingly matched the order generated by the software. In contrast, while Li Ran demonstrated considerable skill by correctly identifying 140 out of 180 words, she fell woefully short when compared to Lu Fan. "I concede defeat," she admitted reluctantly yet respectfully. Lu Fan offered a slight smile and replied, "Thank you for your graciousness." Witnessing his humility and modest demeanor, the onlookers realized they had underestimated him. His extraordinary memory alone could easily surpass many, warranting the title of a prodigy. How could he possess such an astonishing memory? Had he deliberately chosen to remain unassuming in front of others? Zhou Yuan and Zheng Junfeng furrowed their brows in disbelief, struggling to accept this shocking reality. Their disdain for Lu Fan was already palpable, yet his remarkable prowess only intensified their frustration. "I knew you had a good memory, but I never anticipated it to be this exceptional. In this round of competition, I wholeheartedly concede," Li Ran remarked, fully retracting her previous underestimation of him. Chapter 56, Doctoral Mathematics Problems. "How polite," Lu Fan replied with a serene smile, maintaining his courteous demeanor. "Then, I invite you, senior sister, to pose the question and commence the second round of competition. As you rightly stated, each individual's abilities are their own. If one is outmatched, then they are simply outmatched. Hence, the difficulty of my question will be quite high, belonging to the realm of doctoral-level inquiries. It may even exceed your undergraduate comprehension. You wouldn't accuse me of unfairness, would you?" Li Ran posed. "Not at all. A competition is inherently about leveraging one's strengths against another's weaknesses. As long as victory is achieved through genuine skill, the notion of unfairness does not apply." "Please, feel free to pose your question," Lu Fan replied. "Very well. I shall present a question. If you can answer it, this round will be deemed your victory. It is widely recognized that array signal processing is a vital branch of signal processing, enjoying extensive applications and rapid advancements in fields such as communications, radar, sonar, seismic exploration, and radio astronomy. Currently, the two most prevalent and earliest algorithms for super-resolution estimation of signal arrival directions are primarily multiple signal classification and rotationally invariant techniques. Both belong to the subclass of subspace methods. Therefore, my question is, how can one utilize subspace methods for multiple signal classification? Li Ran articulated confidently. The surrounding crowd appeared utterly bewildered. Each word spoken by Li Ran was intelligible to them, yet when combined, they found themselves lost, only aware that it pertained to radar signals, with no comprehension of the other specialized terminology. Lu Fan also felt overwhelmed. Unbeknownst to him, while he had played a trick by bending the rules, Li Ran had also brazenly followed suit, employing her doctoral-level expertise to challenge him. It would indeed be a remarkable feat for him to provide an answer. Women indeed possess an extraordinary capacity for vengeance. Ahem. Lu Fan coughed lightly, expressing his resignation. "Senior, I shall save us some time and choose to concede. As it stands, we are tied at 1 apiece. The third contest shall determine the victor," Li Ran remarked with a triumphant smile as she glanced at Lu Fan. "Li Ran, to propose your doctoral thesis as the subject of our competition seems rather excessive. Does it not?" A young man from the same laboratory as Li Ran stepped forward, shaking his head with a smile. "Ah, so it is the senior's dissertation. No wonder I felt rather perplexed. The majority of master's theses are often superficial. As long as one avoids significant errors, passing is generally assured. However, a doctoral candidate must possess substantial rigor to graduate. I've heard that their dissertations are considerably more challenging." The fact that this question derives from the senior's thesis indicates its formidable nature, which renders it quite normal for the junior to struggle with it. This is a clear case of higher education overshadowing lower education, akin to adults imposing upon children. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Li Ran's cheeks flushed. She realized that her challenge was somewhat unfair, yet she had already consulted Lu Fan beforehand, so she felt justified. He claimed to be more capable than I, thus, I must present him with a more difficult question, Li Ran defended herself. Indeed, my inability to answer the senior's question reflects my own limitations, not the nature of the question itself. Lu Fan acknowledged his shortcomings with grace. You are quite magnanimous, able to both play and accept defeat. The young man observed Lu Fan with admiration before turning to Li Ran. Earlier, you mentioned a third contest. Why not allow me to propose a question that would challenge both of you simultaneously, ensuring absolute fairness? What do you think? If he agrees, I have no objections. Li Ran nodded in agreement. Lu Fan also consented with a slight nod. I agree. Very well. May I inquire your name and field of study, Junior? Lu Fan. Department of Intelligent Science and Technology. I just graduated with my bachelor's degree this year. My name is Chun Rue, a third-year doctoral student in mechanical engineering. Li Ran specializes in radar signal processing within electronic information engineering. Though our disciplines differ, we share a commonality. Mathematics is an essential foundational course for us all. Therefore, I propose a mathematical question, shall we? Chun Rue contemplated. Certainly, Li Ran replied confidently, as mathematics was one of her strong suits. With her doctoral prowess, she was certain to easily surpass Lu Fan, who had only recently graduated from his undergraduate studies. Lu Fan felt a sense of relief. Had it been any other subject, he might have faltered, but mathematics filled him with newfound confidence. I have no objections, he stated promptly. I object, Zhou Yuan suddenly interjected, raising his hand in dissent. Bai Fengyi, the youngest associate professor in the history of the mathematics department, favored Lu Fan and had been particularly rigorous in his training, personally guiding him through research projects and publications. It can be said that mathematics was Lu Fan's strongest subject. Unacquainted with Li Ran's mathematical prowess, he naturally opposed the challenge. His desire was to witness Lu Fan's embarrassment rather than his triumph. Are you a friend of Lu Fan? Chun Rue inquired, a slight frown etching his brow as he turned to him. No, we were classmates once, Zhou Yuan replied, shaking his head. He has consented to the challenge. Why do you oppose it? Chun Rue's expression softened slightly as he asked curiously. Because mathematics is his forte, competing with him in this domain is futile, Zhou Yuan admitted, a hint of anxiety evident as he fiddled with the hem of his clothing. As the words left his lips, a peculiar gaze enveloped him from the onlookers. Chun Rue's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his eyes betraying a palpable disdain. As an old classmate, he should ideally be rallying support for Lu Fan. Instead, he had publicly undermined Lu Fan by revealing his greatest weakness and opposing a contest in his strongest subject. With this singular remark, the crowd swiftly deduced his malicious intent and recognized him as a petty individual at odds with Lu Fan. Instantly, disdainful glances were cast in his direction, and some distanced themselves to avoid tarnishing their own reputations. Even Zheng Junfeng instinctively took 3 steps back, wary of being associated with Zhou Yuan's poor character. Since you are not Lu Fan's friend, you have no standing to voice opposition here, Chun Rue stated coldly, not even glancing at Zhou Yuan. His face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Zhou Yuan clenched his teeth, feeling a mix of humiliation and rage. He had anticipated such scrutiny after stepping forward. Yet the reality of so many scornful gazes was a piercing sword that cut deeply. If not for his stubbornness and pride, he would have longed to flee in disgrace. You assert that mathematics is Lu Fan's strongest subject. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the competition? Chun Rue turned to Li Ran. Indeed. The more adept Lu Fan is at mathematics, the better. This provides me with an equitable opportunity to compete, and no one will accuse me of bullying him. Li Ran declared confidently, standing tall. Very well, I shall pose the questions. Each of you should prepare accordingly. Chun Rue nodded, retrieving a blackboard from the library's corner and swiftly inscribing the problem. Chapter 57. Lu Fan triumphed. The crowd craned their necks, discovering that the problem was deceptively simple. Consisting of merely a few words, let 561, and if Coprime, prove 11. However, no one dared to underestimate the challenge. For a saying in the mathematical community asserts, the shorter the problem, the greater the difficulty. Li Ran furrowed her brow. scrutinizing the problem inscribed on the blackboard. Her expression tense. Despite being a doctoral candidate with consistently high mathematical achievements, she felt a twinge of unease when confronted with this seemingly simple task. Lu Fan stood quietly, his gaze fixated on the blackboard, a surge of challenge igniting within him. He understood that this problem would not be straightforward, yet he was eager to attempt it. So, Li Ran, are you ready? Chun Rui inquired, casting a subtle smile at Li Ran, laced with a hint of provocation. Humph, I am certainly prepared, Li Ran retorted, defiantly lifting her chin. However, Lu Fan, this problem is quite challenging, at least at the doctoral level. Are you certain you wish to continue competing with me? Indeed. I am curious to discern just how difficult this doctoral level question truly is, Lu Fan replied with a smile. The two of them each procured their pens and paper, diving into calculations. In this gathering of diligent scholars, there was a shared belief that they would not be outdone by one another, each yearning to showcase their prowess while simultaneously seeking to tackle formidable challenges. Consequently, others also began to take out their pens and paper, joining the fray of calculations. The library enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the soft scratch of pen on paper and the occasional rustle of turning pages. Time elapsed steadily. Li Ran's brow furrowed increasingly, while Lu Fan remained composed and unflustered. Others around them either frowned in concentration, tugged at their hair in frustration, or were deep in thought, scribbling, erasing, and rewriting. A few, disheartened, chose to sit back and observe, their expressions varied and revealing. Finally, after 20 minutes, Lu Fan set down his pen, gazing at the answer on his paper, a hint of confident satisfaction gracing his features. You've proven it so quickly? Zhang Peng, who had been solely focused on Lu Fan and Li Ran, exclaimed excitedly. Li Ran and the others immediately looked up in astonishment, disbelief dawning in their eyes. This was a doctoral problem, and yet, a mere undergraduate had managed to solve it faster than a room full of masters and doctoral candidates? Was his mathematical prowess truly so elevated? Indeed, Lu Fan replied with nonchalance, while I cannot guarantee absolute correctness, I believe my reasoning at least holds coherence. Li Ran regarded Lu Fan, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She had not anticipated his confidence. And you, Li Ran, have you reached a conclusion? Chun Rui asked, turning his attention to her. Almost. I just need to finalize my conclusion, but regrettably, time is a bit short. However, I can assert that this problem primarily tests the application of a minor theorem, she replied, pursing her lips, her expression slightly disheartened. Chun Rui's eyes brightened as he smiled at her, then turned to the others. What about everyone else? Has anyone arrived at a proof? No, came the collective response. Spirits visibly dampened as they shook their heads, all eyes now fixed on Lu Fan, the sole and swift solver of the problem. Well then, Lu Fan, please share your solution, Chun Rui said, handing him a piece of chalk. Lu Fan rose and approached the blackboard. With swift, deliberate strokes, his hand danced across the board, intricate equations unfurling with impressive speed. Indeed, it is the little theorem. Upon seeing Lu Fan's answer, many individuals' eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment, as if a veil had been lifted, and they could not help but applaud in admiration. This was the key to the problem. How had I not thought of it? Some lamented their oversight, striking their thighs in frustration. Completely baffled, to me, mathematics has always seemed no different from astronomical figures. It recognizes me, yet I remain a stranger to it. Meanwhile, some graduate students, not specializing in mathematics, felt a sense of relief, though their gazes towards Lu Fan were filled with respect and admiration. They were not adept in mathematics, holding it in reverence akin to a deity, steering clear of it as much as possible. Yet, for those mathematical prodigies, they were genuinely filled with heartfelt admiration and envy. At times, they found themselves truly curious about how these mathematical geniuses' minds functioned, how they could thoroughly comprehend a plethora of mathematical symbols and intricate formulas and theorems. If only a fraction of their mathematical prowess could be shared with them, they need not have experienced headaches upon encountering mathematics and ultimately opted for the humanities. Lu Fan, please elucidate. Chun Rui completely ceded the stage to Lu Fan. In truth, this problem was not particularly challenging. Once the correct method was identified, it could be resolved with ease. Lu Fan smiled and began to explain his reasoning. From the problem, one could immediately discern that it is deeply rooted in the little theorem. The little theorem states that if p is a prime number for any integer a, and it is coprime to p, then AP1, 1, mod p. We must then consider whether the converse of the little theorem holds true. In other words, If for all integers that are coprime to p, the equation a p 1 1 mod p holds, can we conclude that p must necessarily be a prime number? Clearly, this problem serves as a counterexample demonstrating that the converse of the little theorem does not hold. At this point, Lu Fan paused momentarily, casting his gaze over the audience, eager to ascertain whether they could grasp his explanation. The outcome was evident. Only a small fraction comprehended, while the majority appeared utterly bewildered, as though listening to an arcane text. Such is the disparity in innate ability, an insurmountable gap. Now, allow me to provide a detailed proof. Since 5, 6, 1, 3, 11, 17, it is not a prime number. Furthermore, 3, 11, and 17 are coprime. Thus, according to the little theorem, we have 2, 1, 1, mod 3, 10, 1, 1, mod 11, and 16, 1, 1, mod 17. However, 2560, 10560, and 16,560 indicate that 560 leaves a remainder of 1 when divided by each of the numbers 3, 11, and 17. Hence, we have 561, mod 3, 561, mod 11, and 561, mod 17. Since the least common multiple of 3, 11, and 17 is 561, we can deduce from the properties of congruences that 561, mod 561, holds true. This counterexample illustrates the invalidity of the converse of Fermat's little theorem, thereby completing the entire proof of this problem. At this point, Lu Fan paused once more, directing his gaze towards Chun Rui and Li Ran. Chapter 58. Attempting to recruit Lu Fan as a student. Seniors, my answer is as such, but I am uncertain of its correctness. I kindly request your guidance. With that, Lu Fan returned to his seat. Li Ran, do you have anything to add? Chun Rui did not rush to comment on Lu Fan's performance. Instead, he posed the question to Li Ran, seemingly aiming to humble her proud nature through Lu Fan's accomplishment. Lu Fan's reasoning was remarkably clear, and his logic was impeccable. The entirety of his proof was accurate. I must concede that he possesses considerable talent and aptitude in mathematics, far surpassing my own. A bitter smile appeared on Li Ran's face. She realized she had not only lost, but had done so rather miserably. As a doctoral student, it was indeed a blow to be outperformed by an undergraduate. There is no need for the senior to belittle herself. I merely had a stroke of luck in arriving at the solution. Had I faced a different problem, I would have undoubtedly been at a loss. Lu Fan smiled gently, maintaining an air of humility and modesty, his demeanor devoid of any arrogance. In terms of overall capability, he, as an undergraduate, could not possibly compare to Li Ran. Even though he had triumphed in mathematics, the true credit should go to Bai Fengyi and the 5 points of intelligence bestowed upon him by the system. In terms of innate talent, he was certainly inferior to Li Ran, a fact he was well aware of. The crux of the matter was that if he wished to win over Li Ran, he must not allow her to lose face in front of others. A loss is a loss, and I accept it wholeheartedly. However, I must admit that I underestimated the challenge today. Otherwise, my defeat would not have been so disheartening. Li Ran stood up, extending her hand to Lu Fan, readily acknowledging her mistake. Ahem, may I also shake your hand? Zhang Peng gazed at the clasped hands of Li Ran and Lu Fan, his eyes wide with anticipation. Li Ran glanced at him, then at Lu Fan, a flicker of curiosity rising within her. From her brief interaction with Lu Fan, she had noted that aside from his initial display of arrogance, which was quite infuriating, he subsequently exhibited a deliberate modesty, showing no signs of arrogance thereafter. Regardless of victory or defeat, she graciously maintained her composure, demonstrating remarkable emotional intelligence. For a fleeting moment, she found herself unable to discern which version of Lu Fan was the true one. In an instant of doubt, she even considered the possibility that Lu Fan and Zhang Peng had conspired to set a trap, solely to watch her foolishly fall into it. Yet, she could not fathom the motive behind their supposed collusion. Indeed, Lu Fan's mathematical prowess was commendable. The problem he solved originated from a doctoral examination at Berkeley, making it understandable that others struggled with it. Conversely, Lu Fan had successfully tackled it, suggesting that his mathematical capabilities had reached a doctoral level, a fact worthy of celebration. If it would not be too much trouble, I propose we all applaud our junior, Lu Fan. Chun Rui unabashedly expressed his admiration for Lu Fan, rallying the crowd's enthusiasm. Clap, clap, clap. Although they were in the library, a place traditionally reserved for silence, the audience erupted in a fervent applause for Lu Fan. For an undergraduate to tackle a doctoral problem was already an impressive feat, but surpassing the academically acclaimed senior Li Ran was even more remarkable. Such an accomplishment certainly warranted applause. However, amidst the accolades, only Zhou Yuan and Zheng Junfeng wore expressions more pained than if they had consumed something foul. Their gazes fixed on Lu Fan with barely concealed animosity. They felt thoroughly outsmarted by this audacious individual, especially in front of so many graduate students. Should word of this spread, Lu Fan's name would inevitably grace the lists of various graduate mentors. The thought of this outcome only intensified Zhou Yuan's discontent, prompting him to curse Lu Fan's ancestors before he violently kicked a chair and stormed out of the library without a backward glance. Lu Fan, it seems your classmates, Chen Rue remarked, observing Zhou Yuan and Zheng Juanfeng's retreating figures, his brow slightly furrowed as he turned to Lu Fan. To not be envied is to be mediocre. I'm sure the senior understands. Lu Fan offered a slight smile, his meaning unmistakable. Indeed, it was clear that the two harbored aspirations for graduate studies, but with their character. Even if they were to pass the written exam, the subsequent interviews would likely prove challenging. Chen Rue nodded, subtly implying the gravity of the situation. Both he and Li Ran were master's advisors, eligible to mentor graduate students. In essence, they would also participate in the graduate examination interviews. The prospects for Zhou Yuan and Zheng Juanfeng's aspirations had now been significantly diminished. Lu Fan recognized the unspoken implications but chose to remain silent. Given the long-standing animosity from Zhou Yuan and Zheng Junfeng, he deemed it unnecessary to exacerbate their humiliation, much less play the role of a savior on their behalf. I am delighted to have met you, a gifted junior. How about we share a meal at noon and discuss further? Chen Rue suddenly extended a cheerful invitation to Lu Fan. Zhang Peng and Lu Fan exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed by the abrupt offer. Li Ran, with her eyes wide open, exclaimed, Chen Rue, you cannot possibly be suggesting that he choose you as his research advisor, can you? Cough, cough, have I been that obvious? Chen Rue replied, his expression slightly awkward as he rubbed his nose and offered a sheepish smile. You might as well have written it on your forehead. Li Ran scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him before her gaze abruptly shifted to Zhang Peng, who had been quietly observing. Are you preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination? I'm not. Zhang Peng responded, momentarily taken aback, just about to shake his head. Then you should consider taking the exam as well. Study diligently and aim for a first-round success. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult me. Although I may not be well-versed in your specialty, I can certainly assist you with other subjects. Li Ran stated confidently. Zhang Peng stood there, astonished, glancing between Li Ran and Lu Fan, then quickly shot a pleading look at Lu Fan for help. Oh my, Lu Fan was tasked with pursuing Li Ran, and he had agreed, putting his pride on the line for this gamble, ultimately succeeding in his mission. Yet now, Li Ran was insisting that he must also prepare for the postgraduate examination. Why was his life so arduous, constantly being compelled to tread paths he had never envisioned? What are you fretting about? With a senior like this academic prodigy supporting you, do you still fear not passing the exam? I suggest you simply switch to her major. And in the end, you could choose her as your research advisor, Lu Fan remarked, casting an annoyed glare at Zhang Peng. Li Ran detected the underlying meaning in Lu Fan's words, her cheeks slightly flushing. She had not anticipated that Lu Fan would conceive such a cheeky suggestion. However, she could not deny that Lu Fan's proposal resonated with her desires. If Zhang Peng were indeed willing to enroll in her field and select her as his research advisor, they could spend their days and nights together. The thought made her blush even deeper. She had never imagined that her first foray into personal gain would be motivated by her inaugural experience of romance. Chapter 59. Selecting the Entrepreneurial Project. Millimeter wave radar. Chen Rue glanced at Li Ran and then at Zhang Peng, already surmising certain implications, and smirked. He had not expected that Li Ran, this single female doctoral candidate, had finally arrived at the season of blossoming. Do you not wish to pursue postgraduate studies? Li Ran inquired of Zhang Peng. I had not desired it before, but now I do, and I desire it greatly. Zhang Peng quickly nodded fervently. Upon hearing his response, Lu Fan felt compelled to assert that anyone who claimed Zhang Peng was incapable of pursuing girls would find him vehemently opposed. Well, since you are starting your studies late, you must seize the time, Li Ran affirmed with satisfaction. Understood. Zhang Peng nodded gently, gazing at her with anticipation, and tentatively asked, Senior, about this afternoon's matter. The matter of this afternoon, We shall discuss later. First, provide me with your contact information. Let us become friends, Li Ran swiftly replied. Casting a quick glance at Lu Fan and Chen Rue, her cheeks warming with a hint of shyness. Lu Fan and Chen Rue, both perceptive, chose to remain silent. Finding amusement in watching the two love-struck novices, visibly anxious and inexperienced, as they exchanged green bubbles of friendship and exchanged phone numbers, their lips curling into faint smiles. Observing others experience their first taste of romance was indeed a delightful spectacle. Love, after all, is a truly wondrous affair. Lu Fan could not help but exclaim, his thoughts drifting to the beautiful visage of Bai Fengyi, suddenly eager to know what she was preoccupied with at that moment and whether she, too, longed for him as he did for her. Sister Bai, what are you busy with? Lu Fan promptly sent her a message. What is up? Bai Fengyi replied succinctly. I miss you. Lu Fan unabashedly confessed, his feelings laid bare. Bai Fengyi did not respond immediately. After a few seconds, she replied, I'll meet you where I got off in an hour. Okay, Lu Fan replied joyfully, sending back a single word. It seemed that Lu Fan, the junior, was also basking in the sweet nectar of love. Observing the uncontainable bliss radiating from Lu Fan's smile, Chen Rue teased, You're making the senior laugh. Lu Fan showed no signs of embarrassment, openly acknowledging his romantic involvement. You're in a relationship? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Zhang Peng looked at Lu Fan in astonishment. It's been a short while. I'll tell you all about it later. Lu Fan smiled gently. Wow. You really had me in the dark. Zhang Peng exclaimed, playfully punching Lu Fan's shoulder, visibly upset. I wondered why you suddenly started sharing those theories with me today. Turns out it's because of you. Cough, cough. Lu Fan quickly gestured for him to be quiet, fearing the morning's events might slip out. Zhang Peng quickly understood and closed his mouth. Li Ran glanced at them, her expression skeptical. Lu Fan swiftly changed the subject, saying, Seniors, this is the library. It's not suitable for chatting. Why don't we find a place outside to sit? Sure, Chen Rue and Li Ran nodded in agreement with Lu Fan's suggestion. 5 minutes later, on the grassy expanse outside the library, the four of them settled in separate spots. Are you looking to collaborate with us on a startup project? Chen Rue furrowed his brow, glancing at Li Ran before hesitantly responding. We do have a project that is quite suitable for entrepreneurship. It recently won a National Innovation Award. And the technology is significantly more advanced than products currently on the market. However, the ownership lies not with us, but jointly with the laboratory and Professor Xiao Xiuxian. If you're interested, you would need to negotiate with Professor Xiao, but it may prove challenging as you are in the early stages of independent entrepreneurship. Lacking both funds and technology, Professor Xiao might not feel secure in trusting the project to you. Indeed, there were new products and technologies. Lu Fan's spirits lifted. We are aware of that issue. Could you possibly share a brief overview of the product and technology? Just a brief description. Without revealing core technologies, of course, Chen Rue replied. Chen Rue replied briskly, You are familiar with radar signals, I presume? Lu Fan nodded in affirmation. At present, the technology for indoor intelligent monitoring remains inadequately developed, and many individuals are reluctant to install surveillance cameras indoors due to concerns about personal privacy. Consequently, when a fire occurs, rescue personnel often struggle to ascertain the precise circumstances of the incident, hindering effective firefighting efforts. In more severe cases, when a fire breaks out in an unattended area, it can easily lead to the rapid spread of flames, resulting in significant losses. Thus, our laboratory has conducted research specifically to address this issue and has discovered a novel technological approach, millimeter wave radar. Chen Rue exclaimed with fervor. Millimeter wave radar? Lu Fan inquired, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Indeed, the frequency range of millimeter waves lies between microwaves and infrared waves, allowing millimeter wave radar to possess several advantages of both microwave and photonic radars, such as compact size, lightweight, and strong resistance to interference. Even in environments characterized by high temperatures and smoke, it maintains stable and superior operational capabilities while effectively safeguarding personal privacy. Li Ran interjected confidently, during a fire, millimeter wave radar can accurately and reliably assess the status, number, and location of individuals indoors, assisting firefighters in their rescue operations. Therefore, should you consider venturing into entrepreneurship with this technology, there is immense potential. So, you mean to say that the technology and the resulting products are primarily intended for use by firefighters? Lu Fan pondered. Not exclusively. Individuals can utilize it. as well as firefighting equipment companies, large factories, enterprises, and property management in residential communities. All of them are your potential clients, Li Ran responded. Indeed, this presents significant opportunities, Lu Fan affirmed, his eyes brightening with enthusiasm as he perceived the promising prospects. Hold on a moment, I need to check some data, Lu Fan said to Chen Rue and Li Ran as he promptly retrieved his mobile phone. Li Ran, seemingly anticipating his inquiry, interjected, "You need not look it up. In our country, there are approximately over 100,000 fire incidents annually, resulting in around 6,000 to 7,000 casualties and causing national losses exceeding $1 billion. This data serves merely as a reference. It is unnecessary for market research. Fire prevention is paramount, and millimeter wave radar can serve as one of the essential tools for fire rescue. We cannot wait until a fire occurs to hastily seek out millimeter wave radar for on-site rescue." As one of the researchers on this project, Li Ran evidently had conducted extensive preliminary investigations into the product and technology's potential, readily providing various data that saved Lu Fan considerable preliminary effort. "Where's Professor Xiao now? I must speak with him at once," Lu Fan expressed eagerly. "Time is of the essence. Every moment is precious." Chapter 60. The Hidden Affection of Bai Fengyi. Chen Rue shook his head. "I am unsure. The laboratory is currently on break. Professor Xiao is likely at home. Alternatively, you may first check his faculty residence. Could you kindly assist me with an address? I shall treat you both to dinner another day," Lu Fan remarked with a smile. "Certainly. If you indeed succeed, we shall expect a grand feast." Chen Rue replied with a gracious smile, generously providing both Professor Xiao's dormitory address and his home address to Lu Fan. "Thank you, seniors." Lu Fan expressed his gratitude. After engaging in casual conversation with the two, he finally took his leave, heading towards Professor Xiao's residence with Zhang Peng. Having just begun their discourse, they now found it hard to part, endlessly chatting over their phones. On the way, Lu Fan observed Zhang Peng engrossed in conversation, his lips curling into uncontrollable grins. Periodically, he burst into laughter, which stirred a pang of envy within Lu Fan. He longed for a similar exchange with Bai Fengyi, sharing tender words that would evoke joy and express mutual affection. Alas, Bai Fengyi's aloof nature rendered her unskilled in conversation, often leaving his messages unanswered, leaving him quite anxious about how to alter this predicament. "Surprisingly, conversing with the girl I like is so delightful. I can't seem to stop," Zhang Peng exclaimed. "It's entirely different from chatting with you. Moreover, Li Ran just sent me a photo of herself before she had acne." Zhang Peng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly showed Lu Fan the picture. Lu Fan glanced at it and noted that Li Ran appeared more attractive without acne. Though not a striking beauty, she was indeed charming and quite graceful. "By your expression, it seems you truly have feelings for her," Lu Fan teased. "Indeed." Zhang Peng nodded affirmatively. "From the very beginning, I found her quite unique. However, being a graduate student, she is more intelligent than us. And our encounter was a mere coincidence, so I hesitated to pursue her. But after your encouragement, I thought, why not give it a try? Even if I fail, it wouldn't matter." To my surprise, it has been successful. As I got to know her, I realized that despite her slight arrogance, she possesses a straightforward and generous character, speaking her mind without guile, exactly my type. The more I see her, the more I am enchanted. Zhang Peng spoke excitedly, his fingers deftly replying to messages. Observing his exuberance, Lu Fan felt genuinely pleased for him, yet playfully challenged. "Shall we go get the marriage certificate this afternoon?" "I haven't broached that topic yet. I'll ask her shortly," Zhang Peng replied, still engrossed in his conversation with Li Ran. "How utterly absorbed you are," Lu Fan thought, rolling his eyes at him. Checking his own chat with Bai Fengyi, which displayed no activity, he felt a surge of envy towards Zhang Peng, deciding to refrain from further conversation with him, lest he stir his own frustration. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the teacher's apartment, room 2024. This is Professor Xiao Xiuxian's staff apartment at the university. Whenever he has work commitments, he primarily resides here rather than returning home. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Fan tidied his appearance and pressed the doorbell. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from within. Lu Fan silently rejoiced. As long as Professor Xiao is present, it spared him the trouble of making an extra trip to his home. However, he furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the footsteps sounded somewhat familiar. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing an ethereal beauty before Lu Fan and Zhang Peng. "Bai Jie?" Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief at Bai Fengyi. He stepped back, confirming that the door number was indeed correct, It was undoubtedly Professor Xiao's apartment. "What brings you here?" Lu Fan couldn't help but inquire. "And how did you both arrive?" Bai Fengyi mirrored his confusion. "We came to see Professor Xiao," Lu Fan explained. Bai Fengyi's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she replied nonchalantly, "Is this regarding your entrepreneurial project? Have you taken an interest in millimeter wave radar technology? You know about this?" Lu Fan was even more astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Bai Fengyi. "I originally intended to discuss everything with Professor Xiao before informing you. Since you are also interested in the project, it works out perfectly. I have already spoken with Professor Xiao on your behalf, and he has agreed to let you test the product, though the core technology will not be shared with you for now. If you wish to acquire it, it will depend on your ability to persuade Professor Xiao." Bai Fengyi pressed her lips together, her demeanor calm and composed. "So, when you mentioned being busy at school this morning, it was actually to attend to my affairs." Lu Fan's thoughts had shifted entirely from the millimeter wave radar. His gaze intensely focused on Bai Fengyi, warmth flooding his heart, overwhelmed by gratitude. He had assumed that Bai Fengyi's reason for being at school was her own work. Little did he know, she was diligently advocating for his entrepreneurial pursuits and had already facilitated discussions with Professor Xiao. This unexpected revelation was a delightful surprise, and the surge of emotion was utterly overwhelming. Lu Fan longed to embrace Bai Jie immediately, to press fervent kisses upon her lovely face to express his affection. However, with Zhang Peng present and Professor Xiao inside, he could only suppress this yearning within his heart. "I was concerned you might flounder about like a headless chicken, wasting both time and energy." Bai Fengyi shot him a sidelong glance, her expression remaining composed and unruffled. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Bai," Lu Fan nodded earnestly. Seizing a moment when Zhang Peng was preoccupied, he quickly grasped Bai Fengyi's hand and planted a kiss on her knuckles. Bai Fengyi was startled by his boldness. Quickly glancing at Zhang Peng and toward the living room to ensure no one had noticed, allowing herself a quiet sigh of relief. "Behave yourself." Bai Fengyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Lu Fan a reproachful look. Lu Fan, seemingly unperturbed, playfully pouted and blew a kiss at her. This mischievous boy. Bai Fengyi felt both exasperated and helpless, realizing she had no means to reprimand him, so she chose to pretend she had not seen his audacious gesture. "Fengyi, are these your two students?" In the living room, Professor Xiao Xiuxian, nearing 60, scrutinized the vibrant and spirited Lu Fan and Zhang Peng, inquiring of Bai Fengyi. "Greetings, Professor Xiao." Lu Fan and Zhang Peng immediately offered a slight bow, respectfully greeting the professor. "Please, have a seat. Fengyi has already briefed me about your endeavors. Pursuing entrepreneurship is commendable, and both personally and on behalf of the university, I shall wholeheartedly support you. However, young people often exhibit fleeting enthusiasm. Therefore, I wish to witness your perseverance, diligence, and genuine effort in your entrepreneurial pursuits before I consider entrusting you with the core technology. Do you understand my point?" Professor Xiao, while personally preparing tea for Lu Fan and Zhang Peng, imparted his wisdom. "Yes, we understand. Thank you, Professor Xiao, for your concern and support for us as students." Lu Fan promptly assured him earnestly. Professor Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for thanks. To be frank, I know nothing about you. Had you approached me independently, I likely would not have agreed. However, since Fengyi has vouched for you, I shall grant you this opportunity. I hope you seize it wisely and do not squander my research, nor disappoint Fengyi's earnest expectations of you." "Understood," Lu Fan and Zhang Peng replied, appearing like dutiful schoolboys, attentively absorbing Professor Xiao's guidance. "Well then, Professor, we shall take our leave and not disturb you further. Please enjoy your rest." After Professor Xiao earnestly reiterated his advice, Bai Fengyi appropriately suggested their departure. "Go on, and remember to visit this old man again when you have the time." Professor Xiao smiled warmly at Bai Fengyi, waving them off. "Teacher Bai, Professor Xiao seems rather stern. Even his doctoral students find him difficult to approach. Why is he so kind to you?" In the elevator of the faculty dormitory, Zhang Peng could not contain his curiosity. "He is my teacher's teacher, thus my grand teacher. It is only natural for him to be kind to me," Bai Fengyi replied with a calm tone. With a delicate hand, she gently pinched Lu Fan's hand as he discreetly linked his pinky with hers, unnoticed by Zhang Peng. Lu Fan and Zhang Peng exchanged glances of realization. So, there was this layer of connection. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The essence of teaching and nurturing inherently involves a legacy of knowledge, especially at the graduate level. Such mentorship becomes even more pronounced. "How did you come to know that Professor Xiao has a project suitable for our entrepreneurial aspirations. Lu Fan disregarded Bai Fengyi's admonition, gently caressing her tender palm with his fingers while inquiring about her intentions. Seeking someone to inquire, Bai Fengyi succinctly responded with 4 words. Yet, within Lu Fan's heart, an overwhelming wave of affection and gratitude surged forth. In a school replete with experts and professors and an array of research groups, it was evident that Bai Fengyi had diligently sought a project suitable for his entrepreneurial aspirations. One could easily surmise that she had inquired of many individuals before arriving at Professor Xiao's doorstep. There's indeed another project that holds promise. But since you have already chosen the millimeter wave radar, we shall not consider it, Bai Fengyi hesitated to say. You have discussed this with other professors? Lu Fan exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively tightening his grip on her hand, as if wishing to envelop her entirely within himself. Unable to fully convey his profound love for her otherwise, though Bai Fengyi was not adept at conversation and seldom replied to his messages, her silent kindness resonated far more deeply than 1,000 sweet nothings, stirring his emotions fervently. We had preliminary discussions, but the prospects do not seem as favorable as the millimeter wave radar, Bai Fengyi replied with a subtle nod. She felt the firm strength emanating from Lu Fan's hand and sensed the fervent love concealed within the rapid rhythm of his pulse, warming her heart. At last, her efforts on his behalf did not go unappreciated. Teacher Bai, I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave, she said. Lu Fan, please contact me by phone if needed. After exiting the faculty apartment building, Zhang Peng glanced at his phone and, with a playful expression towards Lu Fan, hurriedly departed. He was in a relationship with a doctoral senior, who happened to be a student of Professor Xiao. Lu Fan noticed the doubt in Bai Fengyi's eyes and smiled as he explained, Zhang Peng is in a relationship. Bai Fengyi cast a skeptical glance at him, sensing an abundance of underlying information in his words. However, she chose not to pry into Zhang Peng's affairs. Let go of my hand, she softly urged, noticing Lu Fan still holding on to her. Only then did Lu Fan remember, reluctantly releasing her hand. Sister Bai, may I sing you a song? He said excitedly, stepping back as he faced her. What scheme are you concocting now? Bai Fengyi furrowed her brow slightly, yet did not outright refuse. She recalled the last song Lu Fan had sung, Wife, Wife, I Love You, along with the previous night's rendition of A Million Kisses, which had left her with dark circles under her eyes, stirring a hint of anticipation within her. There is a girl in the village named Fengyi, beautiful and kind-hearted, with her lovely large eyes and long, thick braids. Thank you for the love you have given me. In this lifetime, I shall not forget. Thank you for your tenderness that accompanies me through this era. With a smile gracing his lips, Lu Fan gazed deeply into Bai Fengyi's exquisite and beautiful face, softly singing the heartfelt lyrics. A voice imbued with magnetism, laced with tender affection, wafted through the air. Bai Fengyi gracefully approached Lu Fan, her cheeks slightly flushed, her clear eyes locking onto his, reflecting a youthful visage, somewhat unrefined yet brimming with the essence of youth and sweet romance. In that moment, she felt as though the melody had seeped into her eyes and ears, ultimately merging with her very soul. The world around her faded into oblivion. How was my singing? Bai Jie? Lu Fan inquired cheerfully, a triumphant smile gracing his face after finishing a song. Just sing properly. There's no need to alter the lyrics, Bai Fengyi replied, deliberately averting her gaze from him, her tone flat. I modified them to suit the occasion, and besides, I believe that without changes, I could not adequately express my love for you, Lu Fan retorted, somewhat dejected. Shall I then commend your singing? Is that sufficient? Bai Fengyi shot him an exasperated glance. Bai Jie, don't you think the phrases that sufficient is even more hurtful? Lu Fan lamented, his frustration mounting. Is it? I don't feel that way at all. Bai Fengyi raised an eyebrow, strolling past him with a subtle smile playing at her lips. Good day, Professor Bai. On the path, a pair of male and female students, walking together, hurried over to greet her. Ah, hello. Bai Fengyi's demeanor shifted abruptly. Her smile vanished, and she regarded the two students with a frosty expression, nodding slightly. Have you reviewed the feedback on your papers that I sent you? Her gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, and her brows knitted slightly. We have already looked it over. The students quickly released their hands, clasping them in front of themselves, their heads bowed, visibly anxious. Professor Bai's comments on their papers were nearly harsh enough to accuse them of being inept, leaving them in a state of trepidation. Do not be so preoccupied with romance. When it is time to study, you must focus on your studies. If I see another paper of such caliber, do not expect to graduate, Bai Fengyi stated coldly. Yes, Professor, both students replied, drenched in sweat and nodding fervently. Off you go, she waved her hand dismissively, signaling them to leave. The students, visibly relieved, bowed deeply before hastily retreating hand in hand. Bai Fengyi's gaze lingered on their clasped fingers, a fleeting look of wistfulness crossing her face. Others could hold hands openly. When would she gather the courage to walk hand in hand with Lu Fan beneath the starlit campus avenue? Chapter 62. A yearning so intense. Bai Jia? Lu Fan walked alongside Bai Fengyi, calling her name several times without receiving a response. Unable to contain himself, he gently nudged her. Bai Fengyi snapped back to reality. What were you thinking? I called your name several times, and you seemed lost in your thoughts, Lu Fan asked with concern. Bai Fengyi shot him a glare, choosing silence as she walked away with a stern expression. Lu Fan was left utterly perplexed. Had Bai Fengyi taken offense? Yet, he had done nothing to provoke her. Sister Bai, communication is the finest bridge in any relationship. It is the gravest mistake for a couple to harbor unspoken words. If you believe I have erred in any way, please voice your concerns. I cannot abide by the cold treatment. Inside the Mercedes, Lu Fan earnestly addressed the still cold and silent Bai Fengyi. She cast him a fleeting glance, but remained mute. You're back at it. Lu Fan felt his own ire rising as he gazed upon Bai Fengyi's stunning visage. In a moment of impulse, he cupped her face and pressed his lips against her rosy ones. Have you lost your mind? We're at school. Bai Fengyi was taken aback by his unexpected assault, hastily pushing him away while casting wary glances around. Fortunately, they were ensconced within the confines of the car, parked by Lover S Lake, with the lake before them and other vehicles flanking theirs, shielding them from prying eyes. Nevertheless, her heart raced and her cheeks flushed. This was her place of study and work, a space where she dreaded the discovery of her intimate connection with Lu Fan. Yet, he had kissed her forcefully. An overwhelming sense of panic surged through her, compelling her to flee. Yet, amidst the anxiety, an unfamiliar thrill began to awaken within her heart, a sensation that perhaps, just perhaps, kissing Lu Fan at school was not entirely intolerable. Are you trying to get us caught? What if someone sees? Bai Fengyi's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with a mix of reproach and anger as she fixed her gaze on Lu Fan, her lips tightly pressed together. I'm not afraid. Earlier at Professor Xiao's, I resolved that today I must kiss the woman I cherish most at school, allowing her to fully grasp the fervor of my love. Lu Fan's eyes burned with intensity, as if he sought to dissolve her very being with his gaze. Please, don't do anything reckless. Bai Fengyi stammered, feeling increasingly flustered as his fierce demeanor suggested he might leap upon her once more. She was uncertain whether her anxiety had clouded her judgment. She had intended to escape the car, yet her legs felt rooted in place. Her brain was awash with dopamine, and her heartbeat quickened. I am not being reckless. I am simply consumed by thoughts of you. Each morning, the instant I awaken, thoughts of you flood my mind. While brushing my teeth or having a meal, you occupy my thoughts. Even as I walk, you remain the sole focus of my mind. Yet, I cannot hold you close as I sleep. Nor can we share every dawn and dusk together. Even holding hands must be done in secrecy. This longing torments me like countless ants incessantly gnawing at my heart and mind, driving me to the brink of madness. As this continues, I feel as though I am truly on the brink of madness. Lu Fan's gaze was firmly fixed on Bai Fengyi's face, his voice low and resonant. His tone, charged with excitement, was laden with helpless restraint and a profound yearning. Sister Bai, I know you harbor feelings for me as well, otherwise, you would not have quietly done so much for me. I understand that your temperament is cool and that you struggle to express your emotions. I can also comprehend the myriad of concerns and fears that dwell within your heart. Therefore, I am willing to wait for the day when you possess the courage to face the judgmental gazes of the world alongside me. However, I hope that at least when it is just the two of us, we can unreservedly open our hearts to one another, confronting our true feelings and being our authentic selves. Let me know that you desire me just as fervently as I desire you. Will you? Lu Fan looked at Bai Fengyi, his voice imbued with anticipation. Bai Fengyi's gaze locked onto him, her beautiful, dark lashes fluttering gently, her full bosom rising and falling dramatically as her breathing grew increasingly rapid. She realized that Lu Fan cared for her, for he expressed his affection daily with sweet nothings and declarations of love. Yet, it was only at this moment that she truly comprehended the depth of his profound feelings for her. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Fengyi felt her defenses crumbling under the relentless waves of Lu Fan's affection. Sister Bai, allow me to kiss you once more, Lu Fan whispered, leaning towards her. As she beheld his approaching face, a charming blush and shyness surged upon Bai Fengyi's cheeks. Her lips pressed together. She could not help but gently close her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Fan's heart surged with joy. Bai Fengyi had silently consented to his bold advance. Without hesitation, he leaned in for the kiss. Outside the car, the blazing sun scorched the earth. Inside the vehicle, their kiss mirrored the fervor of the sun, burning wildly amidst the cool air of the air conditioning. Their breaths intertwined, thick with emotion, and in that moment, their heartbeats, breaths, and feelings seemed to merge into one. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Lu Fan's eyes were filled with deep affection and tenderness as he gazed at Bai Fengyi's exquisite beauty. Bai Fengyi felt her heart racing, her cheeks aflame, as waves of unprecedented shyness and intense feelings surged within her. They exchanged no words, seemingly lost in the sweet reverie of their recent, soul-stirring kiss. "Are you satisfied now?" Bai Fengyi's face was radiant, her voice slightly trembling, as she seemed to struggle to conceal her inner shyness and panic. Unconsciously, she pressed her lips together, still warm from Lu Fan's gentle touch. Realizing that Lu Fan was staring intently at her, she suddenly recognized that her gesture was exceedingly flirtatious and could easily be misinterpreted. Quickly, she closed her lips tightly and shot him an annoyed glare. "You've already kissed me. What more do you want?" With each kiss, I feel as though I am venturing into a new realm, each encounter intoxicating me, leaving me utterly entranced. I can never gaze upon her enough, nor can I ever kiss her sufficiently. Observing her demeanor, a wave of triumph surged within Lu Fan. No matter how aloof Bai Fengyi may appear, she ultimately succumbed to the power of his domineering kiss. Silver-tongued rogue, Bai Fengyi rolled her beautiful eyes, casting him a disdainful glance. Yet, Lu Fan found her scorn to possess an irresistible charm, and a self-satisfied smile spread across his face as he cheerfully remarked, "Sister Bai, you have already experienced it. I appreciate your generous praise. How dare you tease me? I shall peel away your skin," Bai Fengyi retorted. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger as she pinched his thigh with force. "Ah, that hurts," Lu Fan yelped, but his body instinctively leaned into Bai Fengyi's embrace, his hands wrapping around her waist. Chapter 63. Sister Bai takes the initiative. "You audacious scoundrel," Bai Fengyi playfully chastised, her hands pressing against Lu Fan's chest, attempting to push him away. However, Lu Fan seemed intent on teasing her further. Instead of releasing her, he tightened his hold. The softness before him and the faint, delightful fragrance enveloping him left him utterly mesmerized. "Sister Bai, cease your struggles and allow me to hold you close." Lu Fan's voice was filled with tenderness and passion. "Do you know how many nights I have longed to embrace you and drift peacefully into slumber?" Bai Fengyi found herself momentarily at a loss, her heart a mix of shyness and sweetness. She felt her heartbeat quicken, her cheeks flushing with warmth. "Let me go," her voice trembled, yearning to escape Lu Fan's embrace, yet reluctant to part from him. Lu Fan did not relinquish her. Instead, he leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "Sister Bai, I love you. I love you dearly." Those words ignited a fire within Bai Fengyi's heart. She let out a soft, delicate sigh, closing her eyes, feeling as though she might melt into Lu Fan, drowning in this sweetness and happiness. The sunlight streamed through the car window, enveloping them in warmth and brightness. Inside the vehicle, the rhythm of their heartbeats intertwined, creating what felt like the most exquisite melody in the world. In that moment, they forgot time, oblivious to everything around them, lost solely in each other's presence. After a considerable while, Lu Fan released Bai Fengyi. Their gazes met, an unspoken affection shimmering in their eyes. "You are too heavy. You're making my legs numb. Get up." Bai Fengyi's face was flushed, and she playfully pushed Lu Fan away, her voice soft and coy. Typically, she projected a formidable elder's demeanor before him, yet now she found herself embodying a delicate, girlish charm, which felt quite unfamiliar to her. "Kiss me, and I shall let you go," Lu Fan said with a playful smile, his tone mischievous. "Will you get up?" she challenged. "If you don't kiss me, I won't budge." Bai Fengyi glared at Lu Fan, her eyes flashing with a hint of embarrassment and helplessness. She was acutely aware that Lu Fan was deliberately teasing her. Yet, despite this knowledge, she found herself unable to resolutely reject his shameless request. "Just a kiss." Bai Fengyi bit her lower lip, hesitated briefly, and then swiftly pecked Lu Fan's cheek like a dragonfly touching the water. "That will suffice. Now get up quickly." Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe red apple, almost dripping with juice, while her beautiful eyes darted nervously, unable to meet Lu Fan's gaze. This was the first time in her life that she had taken the initiative to kiss someone. The moment her lips brushed against Lu Fan's cheek, her heart felt as if it might burst from her chest. The overwhelming shyness and tension rendered her nearly unable to contain herself. She quickly turned her head to gaze out the window, fearful that Lu Fan might perceive the turmoil within her. "Thank you, Sister Bai." Observing Bai Fengyi's bashful yet alluring demeanor, Lu Fan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Who said the goddess Bai was aloof? Look at her now, taking the initiative to kiss him. Lu Fan grinned broadly, reluctantly rising from Bai Fengyi's embrace. "I need to step out for some fresh air." As soon as Lu Fan exited, Bai Fengyi hurriedly opened the door and rushed to the lakeside, fanning her flushed cheeks with her small hands, attempting to cool down her burning face and racing heart. "That little rascal, he always enjoys embarrassing me. Just wait and see how I will deal with him next time." She cast a glance back at Lu Fan, who appeared refreshed and content, even humming a leisurely tune. Bai Fengyi shot him a fierce glare, silently vowing to herself. If Lu Fan sensed her gaze, he looked up at her with a beaming smile. Then, he pressed the play button in the car's music system. A song by Jay Cho, Confession Balloon, began to play by the romantic lakeside. By the Seine's left bank, with a cup of coffee, I savor your beauty. Leaving lip prints on the cup. You say you're a bit hard to pursue, wishing to make me retreat. Gifts need not be the most expensive, as long as they are the fallen leaves of champs. Lissy S. Oh, creating a romantic date. Possessing you is to possess the whole world. My dear, I fell in love with you from that day on, sweetly and effortlessly. My dear, don't be willful. Your eyes are saying I'm willing. Listening to Jay Chou's upbeat and sweet love song, Bai Fengyi's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, radiating allure. That rascal, he has begun to convey his feelings through song again. Infuriatingly, Lu Fan was not only singing along to the lyrics but also mimicking various gestures. When the lyrics mentioned lip prints and mouths, he promptly pointed at her lips and at the cheek that she had just kissed. When the song referenced fallen leaves and dates, he somehow produced a leaf, repeatedly cradling it in his hands and kissing it. As the lyrics sang about my dear and falling in love with you since that day, Lu Fan began to act as if they were lying together, clapping his hands and hinting at that particular night. Bai Fengyi could hardly bear to look. Until the final line of the song echoed, "My dear, do not be willful. Your eyes reveal your willingness." She could no longer hold her composure and turned away, her cheeks aflame. That phrase had laid bare all her sentiments, and she dared not let Lu Fan witness her vulnerability. "Drive home," she commanded briskly after lingering by the lakeside until her emotions had settled. Lu Fan gazed at her with a warm smile and suddenly suggested, "Sister Bai, why don't we honeymoon in the Maldives?" Bai Fengyi was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. A honeymoon implied sharing a room, a bed, and even a blanket with Lu Fan, inevitably leading to certain indescribable occurrences. This fellow certainly harbored intentions that were far from innocent. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your ulterior motives. You haven't even secured your graduate school recommendation. What honeymoon are you speaking of?" She chided him with a mock glare. "But I just won 2 free vouchers for a 7-day honeymoon in the Maldives, covering all our expenses." Lu Fan feigned a pitiful demeanor, dramatically producing the vouchers from his pocket and presenting them to Bai Fengyi. "How can your luck be so fortunate?" She scrutinized him with skepticism, accepting the vouchers to examine them closely. Indeed, they were genuine vouchers for a 7-day honeymoon in the Maldives, stating that all expenses for the trip, including food, accommodation, and transportation, would be reimbursed by the organizers. "Are you certain this is true? It's not a scam to lure us abroad and sell us into slavery in Myanmar, is it?" Bai Fengyi regarded Lu Fan with disbelief, unable to fathom how such a stroke of luck could fall upon him. "Absolutely authentic. The contact information for the organizers is right here. You can call to verify," Lu Fan assured her confidently. Without hesitation, Bai Fengyi took out her phone and checked the legitimacy of the organizing company on Tianyanka. The business licenses and qualifications were indeed valid. Yet, still uneasy, she called the provided contact number. "Hello, this is Linglong Pavilion Limited. How may I assist you?" A bright voice answered over the phone. "I would like to inquire about an event your company is hosting. My friend won 2 honeymoon travel vouchers, claiming that all expenses will be covered. Is that true?" "Yes, indeed. To ensure the authenticity of the event, once the winner begins using the travel vouchers, we will initially transfer 200,000 yuan to their account for their use. If, during our travels, expenses exceed the budget, we shall subsequently remit additional funds to supplement the reserve. What happens to any remaining balance, you may wonder. Naturally, it belongs to the prize winner. Given the substantial investment you have made, What is it that you require from us? There is no need for concern. The winner will have fulfilled their obligations prior to receiving the travel voucher. And if I wish to purchase jewelry or property at the destination, that is perfectly acceptable, provided you are able to procure them. Such generosity. Listening to the calm and methodical responses, Bai Fengyi's doubts began to dissipate considerably. Yet she remained hesitant to fully trust the situation. Sister Bai, if you wish to ascertain the authenticity of this offer, it is quite simple. Just inform them tomorrow or the day after that we intend to utilize the travel voucher, and it will become clear whether they disperse the funds, Lu Fan urged. Bai Fengyi contemplated this logic, acknowledging its validity. However, the thought of embarking on a honeymoon with Lu Fan caused her to waver. Though her innocence had long been claimed by him, and her heart was already his, she was not entirely prepared to surrender herself completely. Sister Bai, this complimentary trip is an opportunity not to be squandered, especially since it incurs no cost to us. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. If you fear I might act inappropriately during the journey, I assure you that I will not overstep any boundaries as long as you do not consent. Lu Fan insisted fervently. The words of a man are often deceitful. If I were to believe you, that would indeed make me a fool. Bai Fengyi retorted with a sidelong glance and a scoff. Ahem, I speak only from the heart, Lu Fan mumbled defensively, his voice barely above a whisper. Drive first. I need to think, Bai Fengyi replied, gripping the complimentary voucher tightly, her heart in turmoil as she hesitated. With her savings, a trip to the Maldives with Lu Fan would be entirely feasible. Yet, as Lu Fan had pointed out, this was an opportunity to travel at another's expense. Why not seize it? As for what might transpire between her and Lu Fan, a hint of shyness flashed in her beautiful eyes as she bit her lip. If it came to that, perhaps she would not refuse. As this realization dawned upon her, a faint blush crept across Bai Fengyi's cheeks. She quickly lowered her head, feigning contemplation to avoid detection by Lu Fan. Sister Bai, have you reached a decision? Lu Fan inquired eagerly as they returned to the underground parking of the community. Let us go home first. I will give you my answer tomorrow, she replied hastily. Stepping into the elevator, Lu Fan had intended to press further, but the presence of others in the elevator compelled him to relent. Lu Fan, is this Mercedes truly yours? A robust young man, dressed in flamboyant attire, exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Lu Fan. It turned out to be Brother Zhao. Yes, this car indeed belongs to me, Lu Fan said with a faint smile and a nod as he looked at the young man. Zhao, known as Zhao Chunlei, was 4 years older than Lu Fan and had graduated from high school. He currently worked as a butcher at a nearby market. In his childhood, during festive seasons, Lu Fan and his parents would often buy large pig's feet from his stall. Their relationship could not be described as particularly close, yet it was not entirely distant either. Impressive. It seems you've just graduated from university, yet you already drive a luxurious car, Zhao Chunlei exclaimed, his face filled with envy. However, he could not suppress a twinge of bitterness within. After 5 years of butchering, he had saved only 200,000 yuan, enough merely for a down payment on a house. Yet here was Lu Fan, fresh out of university, already behind the wheel of an extravagant vehicle. It was truly disheartening to compare oneself to others. This car is a graduation gift from an elder. I could never afford such a luxury myself. Lu Fan quickly waved his hands in denial. Yet you are far more fortunate than I, graduating from a prestigious university. Finding a good job will be a breeze for you. Unlike me, destined to be a butcher for life, facing a grueling, dirty, and exhausting existence. With no hope of ever affording such a car, Zhao Chunlei replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. Butchering is also a skilled trade. It's not something just anyone can master, Lu Fan complimented with a smile. Zhao Chunlei shook his head, offering a bitter smile, unwilling to elaborate further. Noticing this, Lu Fan refrained from pressing the matter. When the elevator reached their floor, Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi promptly exited. Make sure to review your studies. Bai Fengyi tossed a remark at Lu Fan as she entered her home. Just as Lu Fan intended to follow her, he found himself abruptly shut out. The whims of a woman are as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Why did her attitude shift so dramatically after merely suggesting a honeymoon? Lu Fan murmured to himself, feeling dejected as he returned home. I haven't checked in today. Lu Fan suddenly recalled the task he had neglected. System, check in, he exclaimed hurriedly. Ding. The host has successfully checked in at the living room, earning a 3-bedroom apartment of 143 square meters, located at number 1705, Building 8, the Yuan Community. Ronghua Road. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of ecstatic joy. The system had generously gifted him an entire apartment, saving him a significant sum of money. Moreover, the UN community appeared to be an affluent area, with prices exceeding 100,000 per square meter. Only the wealthy could afford to buy there. This meant that the system had effectively bestowed upon him wealth amounting to over 10 million. Have I truly struck it rich overnight? Lu Fan was still incredulous about his extraordinary fortune. He was eager to share this wonderful news with Bai Fengyi. Calm down, calm down. This apartment could serve as a marital home for me and Sister Bai. There's no rush to inform her just yet. Lu Fan paced in the living room, suppressing the impulse to divulge this splendid news to Bai Fengyi. Moreover, wealth should remain discreet. This is a painful lesson learned from the unfortunate experiences of countless predecessors, and one must always maintain a low profile. Chapter 65. My heart is bright. What more can I say? Xiaofan, have you acquired a Mercedes? Lu Fan was engrossed in examining the property deed and the keys to his new home when he unexpectedly received a call from his father, Lu Guoming. How did you find out? Lu Fan inquired with mild surprise. Old Song from the convenience store approached me for a loan, claiming you had acquired a Mercedes and assumed I had struck it rich and bought it for you. Where did this Mercedes come from? Lu Guoming expressed his bewilderment. Having spent the majority of his life in business, he still drove a dilapidated van. He never anticipated that his son would be the first to own a Mercedes, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. It seemed that his own son was more accomplished than he was. It belongs to a classmate. I'm just borrowing it for a few days. Lu Fan fabricated an excuse. At such a young age, your vanity is quite pronounced. Return the car promptly, lest others mistakenly believe our family has come into great wealth. Today, Old Song saw it and sought a loan from me. Tomorrow, countless relatives will be lining up with their hands out. If I cannot provide them with funds, they will undoubtedly think I am miserly, unwilling to lend even a small sum. What shall I do then? Lu Guoming reprimanded sternly. Yes, I understand. Lu Fan nodded repeatedly, refraining from disputing his father's words. In times of poverty, no one asks for you. In wealth, distant relatives emerge. This phrase, though ironic, starkly depicts a harsh societal reality. Particularly given that Lu Fan drives an extravagant Mercedes, it easily leads others to assume that the Lu family has struck it rich. In truth, apart from the car, the newly acquired house, and several $100,000 in cash, he possesses little else. In comparison to true affluent individuals, he is worlds apart. Yet, others would never perceive it this way. Indeed, he had acted somewhat recklessly in this matter, failing to consider the implications for his parents and the potential ramifications of driving a Mercedes. Lu Fan silently reflected on this. Very well. I and your mother are not nearby, so remember to take care of yourself. I shall hang up now. Lu Guoming concluded the conversation abruptly after only a few words. Lu Fan shrugged, unconcerned, as this was typical of his father's calls, brief and to the point, rarely exceeding 3 minutes. What troubled him now was whether he should continue driving the Mercedes. Not driving it would be inconvenient, yet utilizing it might invite numerous requests for loans from others. Xiaofan, I heard you've acquired a Mercedes? As Lu Fan descended the stairs to dispose of some trash, he encountered several neighbors from the same building, all questioning him with curious tones. How did you all know? Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Although he has been driving every day lately, it is only from the underground garage, so not many people should be aware of it. Indeed, how impressive, driving a Mercedes. It seems your parents have recently struck it rich. The woman who inquired smiled broadly, displaying an exceedingly warm demeanor towards Lu Fan. You misunderstand. It's merely a friend's car that I've borrowed for a few days, Lu Fan explained nonchalantly, sensing that news of his driving a Mercedes might have circulated. Oh, if you've made money, then flaunt it. There's no need to be so secretive. I won't be asking your family for loans, the woman chuckled. Yet, from the look in her eyes, Lu Fan distinctly felt her disdain for him. Perhaps she was inwardly mocking the Lu family as miserly hoarders, afraid to let anyone know of their newfound wealth, as if anyone would wish to borrow money from them. Excuse me, I must take my leave, Lu Fan said politely, choosing not to engage further before turning away. Humph, if they come into money, they should stop pretending to be poor. Who are they trying to fool? It's just a couple of petty coins. Who cares? Watching Lu Fan's retreating figure, the woman spat derisively, her words laced with bitterness. Upon returning upstairs, Lu Fan stopped by the convenience store to purchase a bottle of soda. The owner, Old Song, glanced up at him, uttering a lukewarm greeting. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. Old Song had always been quite cordial towards him, but now he bore a countenance of deep-seated resentment. It seemed his father's refusal to lend him money had incited this animosity. Lu Fan even suspected that the news of him driving a Mercedes was intentionally spread by Old Song. Indeed, life is challenging, and being poor is even more arduous. It appeared he could forego future visits to this convenience store. Lu Fan was a person who responded better to gentleness than harshness. If Old Song were genuinely in need of money for a medical emergency or similar, he would not hesitate to assist with his savings of 480,000. However, given Old Song's current character, he deemed it unworthy of his generosity. Thus, he would naturally refrain from returning to the store. Lu Fan had always been clear about grievances and favors. "Owner, I wish you prosperous business," Lu Fan said after settling the bill, offering a slight smile to Old Song before gracefully departing. Old Song stared after him, a complex expression etched on his face. Previously, Lu Fan had called him Uncle Song, but today he referred to him as owner while wishing him well in his endeavors. The delineation was unmistakably clear, paths diverged, and bridges were burned. Sighing deeply, Old Song rubbed his temples, regretting his impulsive decision to tarnish the Lu family's reputation in front of others. Alas, the damage was done, and he realized it was too late for remorse. Truly, lending money had turned him into an adversary. Back home, Lu Fan sipped his soda, gently shaking his head and murmuring to himself. Discussing money strains relationships, while discussing relationships strains finances. The ancients truly did not deceive me. The matter of wealth, regardless of who possesses it, ultimately hinges on one's own capabilities. There is no need to humbly seek assistance from others. Whether or not to lend to someone else is entirely within one's own discretion. At the core, one must persist in earning money, striving for financial independence at the earliest opportunity. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Lu Fan promptly began drafting his entrepreneurial proposal. His primary tasks were few. First, to submit documentation to the university, seeking financial support and policy assistance. Second, to register a company, establish a factory, and procure equipment. Third, to meticulously plan the sales strategy for millimeter wave radar, encompassing production, marketing, and promotion in great detail. Sigh, the lack of experience in entrepreneurship is indeed exhausting. After several revisions, Lu Fan finally completed the proposal, letting out a sigh of relief. He then set off to return to the university, confidently departing the community in his Mercedes. My heart is bright, what more need I say? Regardless of how others may speculate about him and the Lu family, this car is his own, acquired without theft or deceit. He cannot allow the opinions of others to dictate his actions to the extent of foregoing his vehicle. That would be sheer folly. Lu Fan, Li Ran and I have registered our marriage. Just as Lu Fan was preparing to leave the university, he received a message from Zhang Peng. Chapter 66. A bet. Provided you can invite teacher by. Are you serious? Lu Fan inquired over the phone, astonished. Previously, he had merely joked with Li Ran, hoping to help Zhang Peng successfully pursue her. He never anticipated that they would take him seriously and actually get married. The speed of their whirlwind marriage was even more absurd than his own relationship with Bai Fengyi. After all, he had known Bai Fengyi for a long time, with a deep understanding of one another, culminating in a relationship. Yet, Zhang Peng and Li Ran had only just met today, having merely held hands. And now they were married? Yes, this is a decision we made together after discussion, Zhang Peng replied enthusiastically. Your discussion seems rather hasty. Marriage is no trivial matter. Lu Fan responded, bemused. Zhang Peng chuckled on the other end, his voice filled with determination. I realize this may seem impulsive. However, both Li Ran and I feel that since we have mutual affection, we should be courageous and seize the happiness before us. Moreover, we believe that only by truly marrying can we better understand each other and nurture our relationship. If we find ourselves incompatible after marriage, we can simply divorce. This way, we can avoid the lengthy process of dating followed by marriage, only to discover incompatibility later, thus saving time and not wasting anyone's life. Lu Fan astutely sensed the underlying issues and mused. This must be Li Ran's perspective, right? After all, given Li Ran's age, if her romantic relationship is delayed for a few more years, she would find herself approaching 30, becoming an unmarried woman of a considerable age. Yes, it was her suggestion, and I find myself in agreement, Zhang Peng readily admitted. Very well, since you have made your decision, I extend my blessings to you. However, I must remind you that marriage is no trivial matter. It comes with numerous responsibilities and obligations. Most importantly, One must learn to be tolerant and accommodating to one another. Less trivial disagreements escalate to the point of divorce, Lu Fan solemnly cautioned. I understand, Zhang Ping nodded, a proud smile spreading across his face. Lu Fan, I will be the first to obtain a marriage certificate. You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? Of course not, but you might be in for a surprise. I am already a married man, having tied the knot long before you. When you see me tomorrow, remember to greet me first, Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. You are already married? Zhang Peng exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth? I thought you had just started dating. How could you be married, and even before me? Zhang Peng exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly recalling that Lu Fan had kept his romantic endeavors a secret from him, he felt a surge of indignation. How could you be so inconsiderate, hiding your relationship and now your marriage from me? Do you no longer regard me as a brother? It's not that I wish to keep it from you, but your sister-in-law prefers that no one knows for the time being. Sister-in-law, my foot. That is my younger sibling's wife. I recorded what you just said. I couldn't hear it clearly. You scoundrel, you are truly something else, Zhang Peng retorted, his anger evident. This evening, Li Ran and I will host a small celebration. You and your sister-in-law should join us. I doubt your sister-in-law will be able to come. Perhaps I could invite Teacher Bai to serve as your witness? Do I have that much influence? You wish. But given my standing, Teacher Bai should agree to come. Lu Fan, I have noticed that since your graduation, you have truly become quite the braggart. Although Teacher Bai is our instructor and assisted us today with the millimeter wave radar project, she is notoriously aloof and never participates in social gatherings. How could she possibly agree to be a witness for a mere student like me? How about a wager? Lu Fan suggested with a smile. Very well. If you can persuade Teacher Bai to attend, I will toast you 3 times, and from that moment on, I shall call you brother. Zhang Peng vowed. All right. It is settled then. I shall invite Teacher Bai right away. Please send me the address, Lu Fan said as he ended the call and immediately dialed Bai Fengyi. Zhang Peng is getting married? Bai Fengyi, aware that Zhang Peng had only just begun dating, was taken aback by Lu Fan's words. Indeed, their pace is much quicker than ours, Lu Fan remarked with a sense of wonder. This is rather hasty, Bai Fengyi said with a slight frown, then inquired. What is it that you need from me? Zhang Peng and the others wish to have a small celebration this evening, and I would like to invite you to be their witness. I wonder if you are available? Lu Fan tentatively asked. Bai Fengyi was momentarily taken aback. The officiant? I am not very acquainted with them. This seems rather inappropriate. Why, Jia, I am aware that you are not fond of these social gatherings. However, Zhang Peng wishes for me to bring my wife along so that they may become familiar with her face. I mentioned that his sister-in-law might be unable to attend, but I could invite Teacher Bai to serve as his officiant. Lu Fan ceased his speech, leaving his implication abundantly clear. Bai Fengyi was reluctant to disclose their marital status to others. Thus, she would attend in her capacity as a teacher. Consequently, this arrangement would effectively render their relationship semi-public within Lu Fan's circle of friends, while simultaneously extending heartfelt blessings to his good friend Zhang Peng. Bai Fengyi comprehended Lu Fan's intentions, and a delicate blush graced her flawless, fair complexion. Lu Fan intended to formally introduce her into his social sphere. Upon this realization, a wave of nervousness and shyness surged within her. Well, if you insist, then I shall go, she finally conceded after a brief silence, gently biting her red lip. That's splendid, White Jia, Lu Fan exclaimed with uncontainable joy. I shall see you tonight. Upon concluding the call, Bai Fengyi hung up, while Lu Fan gazed at his phone, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. He understood that inviting Bai Fengyi to act as the officiant would not only bring joy to Zhang Peng and his companions, but, more importantly, facilitate Bai Fengyi's deeper integration into his life. Furthermore, he eagerly anticipated their appearance together at Zhang Peng's celebration, intending to surprise everyone. As night fell and the lights began to shimmer, Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi arrived at the restaurant chosen by Zhang Peng and Li Ran. Despite her typically aloof demeanor, Bai Fengyi's grace and beauty invariably captured the attention of all. Their entrance immediately caused a stir amongst the patrons of the restaurant. Upon spotting Bai Fengyi, Zhang Peng's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had never imagined that Lu Fan would truly invite her. Teacher Bai, you really came, he exclaimed, rushing forward to greet her. Indeed, Lu Fan mentioned that you wished for my presence, so here I am, Bai Fengyi replied coolly. Thank you, Teacher Bai. Please, take a seat, Zhang Peng stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, he quickly escorted Bai Fengyi to the seat of honor. His marriage to Li Ran was a whirlwind affair, lacking parental witness or formal ceremony. Thus, having the esteemed teacher Bai Fengyi as a witness held immense significance for him. Dear wife, this is teacher Bai, and teacher Bai. This is my wife, Li Ran, Zhang Ping hurriedly introduced, bringing Li Ran over. Teacher Bai, thank you for coming, Li Ran expressed, bowing slightly with gratitude. Her eyes sparkling with delight. Bai Fengyi was undoubtedly a prominent figure at Xiamen University, her renown surpassing even that of the president. Every student, whether new or returning, would certainly recognize her as the first teacher they had heard of. Even many newcomers were drawn here by the tales of her legend and the allure of her beauty. Previously, Zhang Peng had mentioned that Bai Fengyi might make an appearance, but she had not taken it seriously. Until this moment, when she found herself face to face with the elusive Bai Fengyi, who had never participated in social gatherings, now present at her intimate wedding celebration. At this instant, Li Ran's emotions were beyond description. Please, do not be modest. Wishing you both a joyous marriage, Bai Fengyi said with a gentle smile as she retrieved a delicate gift box from her bag and presented it to Li Ran. This is a wedding gift for you. Another gift? Zhang Ping and Li Ran exclaimed in astonishment and delight as they hurried to unwrap it. Inside lay a pair of vibrant red silk cushions embroidered with white mandarin ducks, adorned with the auspicious phrase 800 years of harmony. The exquisite fabric and superb craftsmanship undoubtedly held great value, further underscoring the importance Bai Fengyi placed on their gathering that evening. Teacher Bai, your presence alone is the greatest gift we could ask for. We cannot allow you to go to such expense, Zhang Ping said, a mixture of nerves and excitement in his voice. Thank you for the mandarin duck cushions, we adore them. We are also immensely grateful for your willingness to be our witness, Li Ran added, pulling Zhang Peng to bow deeply to Bai Fengyi, a gesture that radiated their heartfelt respect and gratitude. Please attend to your friends, do not mind me. Lu Fan will keep me company, Bai Fengyi said, her tone unusually gentle. All right, Lu Fan, please ensure teacher Bai is well taken care of, Zhang Peng said, moving to Lu Fan's side, his gaze fervent as he embraced him. Brother, thank you. I will forever remember your kindness. Tonight, we shall not part until we are intoxicated. Go about your business. Lu Fan replied with a slight smile. Zhang Peng nodded and, in a jubilant mood, turned to entertain other guests. Meanwhile, Li Ran busied herself pouring tea for Bai Fengyi. Still immersed in the unexpected joy of the moment, Bai Fengyi sat quietly nearby, observing their busy figures and the genuine smiles of happiness on their faces. Her expression gradually drifting into a daze. Li Ran seemed to transform into her, while Zhang Peng took on the guise of Lu Fan. After officially announcing their marriage, numerous friends and family members attended their banquet, showering the couple with beautiful wedding wishes. That must have been an immensely sweet and significant moment, Bai Fengyi murmured to herself, gazing at Lu Fan, who wore a face full of hopeful smiles. She found herself feeling a pang of regret, yearning for the scene before her. Lu Fan, I have made my decision. I will accompany you to the Maldives, Bai Fengyi finally declared after a moment's hesitation. Really? Lu Fan turned to Bai Fengyi in disbelief, his eyes brimming with surprise, nearly bouncing on the spot with excitement. Do not rejoice too soon. I have conditions. Bai Fengyi shot him a playful glare, feigning annoyance. What conditions are you proposing? I assure you, I will comply as long as it is within my capabilities, Lu Fan declared, thumping his chest with unwavering conviction. First, once we arrive in the Maldives, you must adhere to my every instruction and refrain from any reckless behavior, Bai Fengyi stated with a serious demeanor. Absolutely. I promise to behave, Lu Fan nodded in agreement. Second, if our winnings turn out to be false, or if our expenditures exceed 200,000, you must return to the country with me immediately without any tricks, Bai Fengyi continued. This condition is also perfectly agreeable, Lu Fan affirmed once more. Thirdly, and most importantly, Bai Fengyi paused, her gaze sweeping over the jubilant crowd, her voice suddenly softening, and a delightful blush gracing her cheeks. Just as she was about to continue, a figure rushed over, interrupting her. Teacher Bai, I can't believe you truly came. I thought Zhang Peng was pulling my leg, Yu exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the stunningly beautiful and poised teacher seated at the head table. Hello, Teacher Bai, Wang Feng and several other classmates echoed, their expressions mirroring disbelief, as if they had unexpectedly encountered an extraterrestrial being on Earth. Bo Wan, Tian Xiang, Rui Zhe, Lu Fan greeted them with a smile. They were all classmates who shared a close bond with him and Zhang Ping, with 5 of them being Zhang Ping's roommates. Today, I am merely the witness, not the teacher. Please feel free to relax, Bai Fengyi gently nodded in acknowledgement. However, she felt a slight tightening in her chest. uncertain whether they had noticed her earlier blush of shyness. Today marks Zhang Peng's joyous wedding day. Since Teacher Bai has invited you to be at ease, let us all do so, Lu Fan advised, assuming the role of a mature older brother. With that, Yeyu, Wang Feng, and the others gradually shed their reservations and settled into lively conversation. Zhang Peng had invited only a few guests for the evening. With 2 tables in total, one for himself and the other for Li Ran's roommates and doctoral classmates. Chen Rui also arrived, his eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing Lu Fan and the enchanting Bai Fengyi beside him. He never expected the legendary aloof goddess to be even more beautiful in person than in photographs. Her intellectual charm and ethereal grace truly warranted the title of a celestial maiden. Chen Rui couldn't help but ponder silently what kind of man could possibly be worthy of such an extraordinary beauty. Approaching Lu Fan, he greeted him with a smile. Upon learning that he was a student of Professor Xiao Xiuxian and had assisted Lu Fan, Bai Fengyi's demeanor softened slightly, her previous aloofness giving way to a more cordial attitude. Dear Professor Bai, esteemed classmates, friends, and seniors, today marks the joyous occasion of my wedding with Li Ran. I am profoundly grateful to all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us in this celebration. Without further ado, I shall raise 3 glasses in gratitude. Zhang Peng bowed deeply to the crowd, then poured 3 glasses from the nearby bottle, consuming each one in swift succession. His generosity instantly garnered a resounding applause from the audience. Naturally, I must now take a moment to formally introduce my witness today, the esteemed and beloved Professor Bai Fengyi. Zhang Peng introduced her with an unprecedented solemnity. Chapter 68. Lu Fan is drunk. Zhang Peng seemed genuinely moved by Professor Bai's willingness to serve as his witness, his voice quivering with emotion. The attendees found his display entirely sincere, as it was well understood that, as a student of shaman, Professor Bai rarely partakes in social gatherings. Even school dinners with faculty members were occasions she typically avoided. The sole exception was the final gathering shortly after their graduation. However, it was said that she initially had no intention of attending. For reasons unknown, she ultimately changed her mind. Regardless, Professor Bai's presence at Zhang Peng's intimate wedding celebration was a significant exception, touching him deeply to the point of tears. Professor Bai, Li Ran and I raise 3 glasses to you, wishing you eternal youth and everlasting vitality. Zhang Peng approached Professor Bai, his eyes glistening with emotion as he solemnly offered her a toast, then another, and yet another. By the time he finished, tears were brimming in his eyes. In his more than 20 years of life, he had never felt as valued as he did today, his pride surpassing even that of the principal and esteemed professors, an honor he would cherish forever, silencing any future doubters. May you both cherish each other above all else. The teacher sincerely wishes you a blissful marriage and a future filled with happiness. Professor Bai spoke gently, raising her glass elegantly to take a sip. Unbeknownst to anyone, her blessings were not only for Zhang Peng and Li Ran, but also for herself and Lu Fan. Though her own marital joy remained unannounced, she silently wished for herself and Lu Fan. Thank you, Professor Bai. With your good wishes, we shall surely thrive, Zhang Peng replied, nodding fervently. He then embraced Lu Fan's shoulders, emotionally declaring, Brother, now that you have brought Professor Bai to me today, you shall forever be my brother. Wherever you lead, I shall follow without hesitation. I will toast to you 3 times and make amends for my previous debts with another 3. Saying this, Zhang Peng downed 6 glasses in quick succession, his face flushing red, revealing the first signs of inebriation. Brother, you mentioned that you are now married. But I truly regret that sister-in-law could not be here today. It weighs heavily on my heart. Initially, I had hoped to become acquainted with her and toast her with 3 cups, yet alas, she would not permit us to meet her. Now, it seems I can only wish to celebrate your joyous occasion in the future. Zhang Peng, leaning on Lu Fan's shoulder, spoke in a slightly inebriated manner, his voice low and his words somewhat slurred, rendering him nearly inaudible to those around them. Only Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi, sitting beside him, could discern his words with relative clarity. Upon hearing him unexpectedly mention his sister-in-law, Bai Fengyi felt a slight tightening in her chest, fearing he might have sensed the unique bond between her and Lu Fan. No worries, your sister-in-law isn't here, but Teacher Bai has come, which holds the same significance. As long as your sentiments are conveyed, that suffices, Lu Fan remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Bai Fengyi. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she discreetly shot him a warning look, signaling him to refrain from speaking carelessly. Should he inadvertently reveal their secret or attract the attention of certain individuals, she would be at a loss on how to face the table full of students. Indeed, you are correct. Teacher Bai is just as important as my sister-in-law. Since she is absent, I shall toast Teacher Bai with 3 cups instead. Please inform my sister-in-law that these 3 cups are dedicated to her, Zhang Ping declared, and surprisingly, he poured himself 3 more cups. He then approached Bai Fengyi to offer her a toast. A deeper flush adorned her beautiful visage, as she had not anticipated that Zhang Ping's unintentional gesture would fall upon her, the main subject. Feeling a flutter of anxiety, she hesitated, unsure whether to accept. The only solace was that the others were oblivious to Zhang Ping's reasons for toasting her, which allowed her to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Teacher Bai, as this toast comes from the groom, a heartfelt gesture, please do indulge, Lu Fan urged, grinning at the indecisive Bai Fengyi. What a mischievous little rascal, she thought, her face aglow with a mix of delight and annoyance as she shot him a sharp glance. Cursing him silently before raising her glass to finish the wine Zhang Peng had offered. In light of your remembrance of your sister-in-law, I shall join you in consuming these 9 cups, Lu Fan exclaimed, his satisfaction evident as he clapped Zhang Peng on the shoulder, matching his exuberance in downing the 9 cups consecutively. Excellent. The crowd erupted into applause, celebrating the camaraderie of the 2 brothers. Zhang Peng embraced Lu Fan tightly, a silent understanding passing between them. The banquet continued, with Zhang Peng proceeding to toast others, fostering an atmosphere of warmth and laughter. Throughout the gathering, Bai Fengyi spoke little, yet her presence undeniably added a touch of brilliance to the modest celebration. Many other students approached her for toasts, but Lu Fan intervened on her behalf. Zhang Peng's toasts were not obstructed, as he was the guest of honor for the day, and the 3 cups he raised were for the officiant and his sister-in-law, holding a different weight altogether. For the moment, those unaware of the underlying dynamics remained blissfully ignorant. Conversation flowed, and merriment thrived. As a loyal brother, today marked the joyous occasion of a wedding, and Lu Fan truly went all out, accompanying Zhang Peng in toasting everyone twice. By the time he returned to Bai Fengyi's side, he was reeking of alcohol, nearly incapacitated by inebriation. He has had enough to drink. I shall take him home, Bai Fengyi declared, supporting Lu Fan as she turned to the still soberly Ran to bid farewell. That would be rather inappropriate, and besides, you do not even know where he lives. Allow me to book a room for him at a nearby hotel instead, Li Ran promptly declined. Bai Fengyi paused momentarily, her lips twitching as she pondered her response. That is not necessary. I will call his parents and have them come to collect him, Bai Fengyi stated calmly, shaking her head. Is that so? Very well, but it seems rather troublesome for you, Teacher Bai. I should be the one personally escorting you home. Yet here you are assisting us with this. Li Ran expressed her sincere apologies repeatedly. It is of no consequence, Bai Fengyi replied, shaking her head as she struggled slightly to guide Lu Fan out. Observing this, Li Ran hurried forward to assist, and once they reached the roadside, she even hailed a taxi. Ah, Sister Bai, my dear wife. Lu Fan suddenly slurred out, his voice a jumbled mess, uttering his usual affectionate nickname for Bai Fengyi as they both strained to lift him into the vehicle. Simultaneously, his large hand instinctively wrapped around her slender waist, his head nuzzling against her bosom. In that fleeting moment, Bai Fengyi felt as though she had been struck by a spell, her body freezing in place. A wave of indescribable embarrassment surged from her alabaster neck, spreading like wildfire to her delicate, porcelain cheeks. Chapter 69, Bai Sister's Inner Monologue. Drink less if you cannot hold your liquor. Being drunk is quite troublesome. Moreover, Zhang Ping and Li Ran are mutually enamored. What does it mean to simply pick up a wife? If you cannot articulate, then refrain from speaking, Bai Fengyi admonished softly, asserting her authority as a teacher as she gently removed Lu Fan's hand. Li Ran suddenly understood, so that was what Lu Fan meant. She had thought he was calling by teacher Sister Bai, my dear wife, just moments ago. No wonder the term felt so off, so out of place. I comprehend his sentiment. Zhang Peng has always been single, and now that he is finally married, Lu Fan is genuinely happy for him, Li Ran remarked with a smile. Bai Fengyi was taken aback by how Li Ran had filled in the blanks on her own, alleviating her concerns. Yes, I am relieved you did not misunderstand. Now, you should return to your duties. Zhang Peng is likely quite inebriated as well and will need assistance nearby, Bai Fengyi instructed, ensuring Lu Fan was seated properly. All right. Thank you, Teacher Bai. Please take care on your journey. Do not hesitate to call me if you need anything, Li Ran nodded, closing the car door for Bai Fengyi and watching her depart before hastily returning to the dining hall. Brother, Could you kindly invite Teacher Bai to be my witness today? I am overwhelmed with excitement and emotion. This undoubtedly marks the most glorious moment of my life. Regardless, I must raise my glass to you once more. Zhang Peng held his empty cup, gently tapping it against the air. He rambled incessantly, tears unexpectedly trickling down the corners of his eyes. Witnessing his heartfelt display, Li Ran felt a stirring in her own heart. Like Zhang Ping, she had initially thought their wedding gathering would be rather ordinary and mundane. Merely a simple meal that would not leave any profound memories. However, when Lu Fan invited Bai Fengyi to join, the significance of this celebration irrevocably transformed. She was none other than the revered goddess of Shaman University, admired by both male and female students alike. The fact that she would agree to be the witness for two ordinary students was an immense honor. Even the school leaders and those affluent suitors pursuing Teacher Bai could not entice her, yet Lu Fan managed to do so. His influence is truly remarkable. Li Ran mused to herself, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Could they possibly be relatives? She shook her head, dismissing the notion. The way Teacher Bai interacted with Lu Fan did not resemble a senior conversing with a junior. Throughout the gathering, Bai Fengyi hardly engaged with others but displayed the utmost warmth towards Lu Fan, often whispering secrets in his ear. This unique closeness seemed to be exclusive to him within the entire school. A wife picked up for free. Sister Bai is a wife, Li Ran whispered softly, her mind replaying the scene when Lu Fan spoke drunkenly and how naturally he had wrapped his arm around Teacher Bai's slender waist. A bold and unprecedented idea gradually took shape in her mind. Impossible, impossible. Teacher Bai is older than Lu Fan, a vice professor, and the only goddess of Shaman University. How could they possibly be a couple? Li Ran quickly banished this absurd thought from her mind. Teacher Bai, I merely pondered for a moment. Please do not take offense. Li Ran quietly offered her apologies to Teacher Bai, as classmates and friends began to bid their farewells. She expressed her gratitude and struggled to assist Zhang Ping out of the restaurant. Inside the taxi, Bai Fengyi and Lu Fan sat closely together. The dim amber light cast mottled shadows upon her face. She gazed steadily at Lu Fan, her serene and beautiful eyes, clear as water, filled with tenderness and deep affection for him. She gently leaned closer, resting her cheek against his arm, savoring his warmth. Her delicate hand softly caressed the back of Lu Fan's hand, the sensation of his skin providing her with a sense of comfort. This was her first time taking the initiative to draw near to Lu Fan, in this moment of profound stillness. With the surrounding world enveloped in silence and Lu Fan inebriated and unaware, Bai Fengyi found the courage to boldly and unabashedly express her feelings for him. Driver, could you please go a bit slower? She softly requested of the taxi driver. The driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror, then cast a sidelong look at the intoxicated Lu Fan, smiling as he replied, The young man has had quite a bit to drink, hasn't he? Don't worry. I shall drive cautiously. Thank you, sir, Bai Fengyi replied with a gentle nod, her delicate hand firmly clasping Lu Fan's large hand, their fingers interlaced. Despite the sweltering heat of June, with sweat pooling in their palms, she was unwilling to let go. Driver, do you know? I have actually liked him for a long time. She suddenly confided to the driver, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. So, you have a secret crush on him? The driver looked at her, somewhat surprised by her breathtaking beauty. Yes and no. We are already married. And he has confessed his feelings to me countless times. Yet, I have never formally responded, nor have I told him that I like him. Bai Fengyi's long-suppressed emotions seemed to find a release in this moment, as if she had discovered a confidant in the stranger behind the wheel. You might find this hard to believe, but I do not even know when I began to like him. Perhaps long ago. I had already considered him my one and only. So when other girls wrote him love letters, I felt a pang of discomfort and secretly hid their letters away. I am not fond of socializing, yet I wanted to be where he was, which is why I made an exception to attend his graduation party. Wherever I go, I long to have him by my side, to help him become even more outstanding, to one day be the perfect person. A sweet smile graced Bai Fengyi's face, as if she were lost in cherished memories. He is not without flaws. He possesses many minor shortcomings: childishness, immaturity, boldness, a penchant for mischief, and a tendency to irritate me often. Yet, for reasons unknown, I can easily forgive and embrace all his imperfections, unable to deny any of his requests. As she lowered her gaze, a surge of indescribable emotion welled up within her. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to inhale the deeply concealed affection, wishing to infuse it into her very being. Ah, the feelings of youth are always so pure and fervent. I can see that you truly care for him. But why do you not tell him this in person? The driver, affirming her emotions with a smile, posed a question that lingered in the air. Chapter 70, Lu Fan. I like you. I dare not. Bai Fengyi softly murmured, turning to gaze at Lu Fan, whose face remained flushed with intoxication. She couldn't help but gently caress his handsome cheek, an act she had long yearned to undertake, yet had dared not. Perhaps it was the depth of her affection that made her fear the prospect of loss. She dreaded that if she were to confess her feelings, one day he might leave her, and she would lose him forever. Thus, she had convinced herself that as long as she remained silent, their relationship could persist in its current state, allowing her to stay by his side indefinitely. Beneath the shimmering city lights, amidst the ceaseless flow of traffic, Bai Fengyi's voice drifted softly into the air. The driver seemed to reminisce about his own first love, or perhaps the cherished memory that still lingered in his heart. After a brief silence, he sighed gently and remarked, "Matters of the heart are often elusive. Yet sometimes, we must summon our courage to pursue the happiness we desire." Bai Fengyi remained silent, her gaze drifting toward the bustling nightscape outside, her eyes reflecting a flicker of brilliance and shadow. My dear girl, encountering someone who stirs your heart is a profoundly joyous experience. Do not let fear and hesitation cause you to forfeit your own happiness. You say he loves you dearly and often professes his feelings, yet you have not responded. This is not right. No matter how fervently a heart loves, if it receives no reciprocation, it will gradually grow cold. In time, he may come to believe you do not love him and could indeed depart from your life. The more you fear, the greater the risk of losing what you cherish, the driver imparted, his tone earnest. Bai Fengyi's delicate frame trembled slightly at the thought of Lu Fan drifting away from her, her complexion paling at the notion. Her jade-like hand instinctively grasped Lu Fan's, as if to prevent him from slipping away. In the past, it had always been Lu Fan who displayed bravery. Perhaps it was now time for her to embrace her own courage. Thank you, Master, for teaching me so much and helping me understand what I must do next. Bai Fengyi expressed sincerely, taking a deep breath. As long as you find your courage, that is all that matters. Allow me to offer you one more piece of advice. Our mouths are not merely for sustenance. Love must also be articulated. Do you grasp my meaning? The driver said with a smile. Yes. Bai Fengyi nodded gently. The two fell into a comfortable silence as the car enveloped them in tranquility, with Lu Fan's steady breathing becoming the sole melody in the air. Bai Fengyi's tender gaze lingered on his serene face, and she slowly leaned toward him, her lips barely parting as she whispered, "Lu Fan, I like you. I truly, truly like you." Her warm breath brushed against Lu Fan's earlobe, causing a slight tickle. He instinctively scratched his ear, a smile playing on his lips as he murmured in a dreamy haze, "Wife Bai, I love you too, truly love you." With that, he opened his arms, yearning to embrace Bai Fengyi. Bai Fengyi was taken aback. This fellow had not fallen asleep and had even responded to her. In an instant, she felt a surge of panic and quickly recoiled, turning her gaze towards the window on the other side. Her hands gripped the leather seat cushion tightly, her heart racing violently as if it might leap from her throat. Just moments ago, she had seen Lu Fan soundly asleep, which had emboldened her to confess her feelings. It was also intended as a rehearsal for her subsequent declaration. Who would have thought that he was not completely asleep? The embarrassment was overwhelming. A rosy hue spread across Bai Fengyi's delicate face, and she dared not turn back, fearful of encountering Lu Fan's mischievous grin. "Fear not, young lady. He was merely speaking in his sleep," the driver remarked softly, observing Bai Fengyi's shy and endearing demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. Bai Fengyi, typically known for her cool demeanor, felt her cheeks flush even more intensely. She covered her face with one hand, too embarrassed to look up, terrified that the driver might witness her mortifying moment. "However, it is evident that your husband truly loves you. Even in dreams, he is confessing his affections," the driver said with a hint of envy. He thought to himself that upon returning home that night, he ought to watch a few episodes of a crime series to soothe his own soul. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed by this display of affection, leading to days of envy and sleepless nights. Upon hearing the driver's reassurance, Bai Fengyi's shyness gradually dissipated as she turned back to Lu Fan. He was indeed still asleep, but now there was a satisfied smile gracing his lips, as if he were immersed in a beautiful dream. A warm current surged through her heart. She knew that Lu Fan truly loved her, and she reciprocated that deep affection. This time, she resolved to be braver and not shy away from her feelings. Taking a deep breath to bolster her courage, Bai Fengyi leaned closer to Lu Fan's ear. Lu Fan, I like you. I will face our relationship with courage and will no longer allow you to bear everything alone. With those words, her alluring red lips boldly and directly pressed against his cheek, leaving a silent yet heartfelt kiss. Yet, Lu Fan remained peacefully asleep. However, in his dreams, it seemed he had heard Bai Jia's second earnest confession, as his smile appeared even more pronounced than before. What a delightful yet exasperating little rascal he was. Finally expressing her true feelings, Bai Fengyi felt an unprecedented lightness. Unable to resist, she gently pinched his nose and murmured sweetly to herself. The once troubled expression on her beautiful face transformed into a blissful smile of relief, prompting the driver to smile contentedly as well. Driver, please take us to the third level of the underground parking lot. I will pay extra for the fare. Thank you. Though Bai Fengyi was shy, she had resolved to embrace courage from this moment onward. However, in the presence of the driver who witnessed all her embarrassing moments this evening, she still felt a twinge of embarrassment. All right, but you need not take extra money, she said. I'm genuinely delighted to witness such simple and pure love among the youth in these increasingly restless times. The driver chuckled warmly. Under Bai Fengyi's guidance, he maneuvered the vehicle into the underground garage. Moreover, this kind-hearted man even offered to carry Lu Fan back to his home. Thank you, sir, for your immense help. Please accept this small token of my gratitude, Bai Fengyi insisted, handing him 50 yuan after serving him a glass of water. A good mood is priceless. Seeing you two in such a harmonious and loving state brings me immense joy, so I shall not accept your money. Wishing you both happiness. The driver waved his hand dismissively, his smile bright and carefree as he turned to leave. Chapter 71. Sister Bai has fallen. Do ensure your happiness. Before stepping out, the driver turned back to Bai Fengyi, offering her a parting smile. Yes, we will be happy, Bai Fengyi replied earnestly, nodding gently, as if assuring the driver and perhaps making a vow of love to herself and Lu Fan. Upon returning to Lu Fan's bedroom, she observed his face still flushed with the remnants of intoxication. Bai Fengyi retrieved a towel from the bathroom, soaked it in warm water, and carefully wiped his face. Then, she quietly settled at his desk, examining Lu Fan's progress in his preparations for the postgraduate entrance examination. It had barely been a few days since he began reviewing, yet he had already started tackling mock exams. She noticed several completed practice papers scattered across Lu Fan's desk, her brows furrowing in astonishment. Typically, preparation for the entrance examination involves several stages. Taking mathematics as an example, the foundational phase lasts 3 months, focusing on grasping basic concepts, properties, principles, and typical problems. This is followed by an intensive phase, emphasizing problem-solving techniques, understanding the reasoning behind answers, and mastering patterns. Subsequently, the real exam phase requires one to complete a paper every other day, concentrating on mistakes to identify weaknesses and fill in knowledge gaps. The mock phase aims to continually revisit knowledge points for reinforcement and to promptly detect deficiencies. Finally, the comprehensive review stage consists of 2 to 3 papers weekly to maintain familiarity, with a focus on reviewing lecture notes, personal notes, and errors to strengthen memory and address gaps. In this entire process, advanced mathematics should occupy half the time, while probability and linear algebra collectively take up the remaining half. The review materials Bai Fengyi prepared for Lu Fan had been set aside since the beginning of the year. However, Lu Fan had consistently opposed pursuing further studies, leaving those materials to gather dust. Now that he had graduated from his undergraduate studies and finally agreed to pursue a master's degree, he was already 4 months behind students who had started their reviews in March. Initially, she harbored concerns about his ability to catch up. Yet, it now appeared that he was not only making progress, but was also ahead of his peers by more than 2 months. The crux of the matter lies in her observation that Lu Fan's scores on the initial mock exams consistently hovered around 120 points. However, his subsequent results exhibited a remarkable surge, maintaining above 140, with one examination achieving a perfect score. Such progress was astounding. It was as if a sudden enlightenment had struck him. The distinction between 120 and 140 represents 2 entirely different realms. The former can be attained through sheer effort, while the latter largely hinges on innate talent. How could his aptitude have escalated so dramatically? Recalling the perfect paper Lu Fan completed 2 days prior in her room, along with his derivations and proofs of numerous formulas and theorems, Bai Fengyi furrowed her brows, utterly perplexed. Bai Jia, give me a kiss. Lu Fan suddenly tilted his head back on the bed, pouting and incessantly gesturing towards the air above him. Bai Fengyi's cheeks flushed, casting him a disapproving glance. This rascal, even in his dreams, dared to think of kissing her, truly a lecher, whose mind seemed perpetually occupied with such thoughts. Just as she resolved to ignore him, he uttered another brazen remark. Bai Jia, hurry and take off your clothes. I can't wait any longer. Bai Fengyi's beautiful face instantly blazed with embarrassment and indignation. Take off your own big head. Unable to endure his nonsensical babble any longer, she playfully smacked his calf in irritation and fled the room, dashing into the living room. Although she had mustered the courage to express her true feelings to Lu Fan and was mentally prepared to completely surrender herself to him, his sleep-talking still rendered her exceedingly bashful. That fellow, one could only imagine how he would frolic with the dream version of herself. The thought of Lu Fan possibly engaging in such intimate antics with her in his dreams made her heart race uncontrollably. What was even more mortifying was that she found herself envisioning such scenes in her mind. Her face turned a bright crimson. This was something that had been utterly inconceivable for her in the past. I have fallen. The night was tranquil, with silver moonlight spilling onto the balcony, creating an atmosphere of serene beauty. Bai Fengyi's eyes were misty as she murmured to herself. The following day, when Lu Fan awoke from his drunken stupor, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. Ugh, the after effects of this hangover are too severe. My head hurts terribly. With a heavy head, he grimaced as he rubbed his temples and struggled to rise from bed. Thirsty, he yearned for water. Upon opening the door, a delightful aroma of congee wafted in, mingling with a strong scent of ginger. Bai Jia, what are you doing here? Lu Fan exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld Bai Fengyi, clad in an apron, busily attending to the kitchen. Sunlight streamed through the kitchen window, casting a gentle glow upon Bai Fengyi's profile, softening her otherwise cool demeanor. She was skillfully and gracefully preparing what seemed less like breakfast and more like a work of art. Awake? Does your head hurt? Come and savor this hangover soup. I have specially added shredded ginger to dispel the chill and invigorate the mind. Bai Fengyi did not turn around, yet her voice brimmed with concern and tenderness. Lu Fan gazed at her in astonishment. The Bai Fengyi of yore was always so aloof and indifferent, akin to a snow lotus perched upon a lofty mountain. Her beauty so ethereal that it deterred approach. Yet in this moment, her voice was gentle, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, comforting and soft, leaving him slightly disconcerted. Bai Jia, what has prompted this sudden display of tenderness today? Lu Fan inquired cautiously, uncertainty lacing his tone. Upon hearing his words, Bai Fengyi paused her movements, turning to face him. What? Do you not appreciate it? Her lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of mischief in her voice. No, not at all. I truly adore it. I am merely a bit unaccustomed, Lu Fan hastily replied, shaking his head and stuttering slightly. Then allow yourself to gradually adapt, Bai Fengyi said as she approached him, offering a steaming bowl of hangover soup. Her smile was accompanied by a trace of gentle warmth in her voice. Lu Fan stood mesmerized by her exquisite visage and the softness in her gaze, as well as the delicate smile gracing her lips. It was hard for him to believe that this girl, who had personally prepared soup for him, was the same high and mighty goddess he and countless others had only dared to admire from afar. Bai Jia, the way you smile tenderly is stunning, akin to a blooming garden. It feels as though my heart is melting. Lu Fan could not help but extol her beauty. Bai Fengyi's expression froze, her smile vanishing in an instant, a fleeting hint of shyness crossing her features. Quickly drink the hangover soup, then wash up. The meal will be ready shortly, she instructed. All right, Lu Fan replied, downing the soup and feeling an immediate wave of refreshment wash over him. He could not help but express his gratitude to Bai Fengyi. Bai Jia, this hangover soup is remarkably effective. I feel so much better already. Chapter 72, A Warm and Sweet Morning. As long as it proves useful, Bai Fengyi responded, taking the bowl back to the kitchen to continue her culinary endeavors. Lu Fan found himself irresistibly drawn to the kitchen door. Captivated by the sight of her graceful figure as she busied herself, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. He had never envisioned a day when Bai Fengyi would prepare a meal for him. Moreover, the scene before him was precisely the warm tableau he had long yearned for. A wife diligently crafting a nourishing dish while her husband silently watches over her. A couple entwined in love, basking in tenderness and sweetness. Lu Fan stood there in tranquil silence, unwilling to disturb the serene beauty of the moment. In the kitchen, Bai Fengyi skillfully sought the ingredients, the aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing and mouth-watering. Her long hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. adding an air of graceful femininity. Unable to resist, he stepped closer and gently enveloped her from behind, resting his chin upon her shoulder. What is it? Bai Fengyi sensed his approach and, unlike before, did not shy away but instead spoke gently. Sister Bai, witnessing you cooking for me fills me with an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. I fear I may be dreaming. Lu Fan grasped her hand tightly, his gaze imbued with affection. A blush crept upon Bai Fengyi's cheeks as she stifled her embarrassment and continued to stir the dishes. His admiration and gratitude were the greatest affirmations of her transformation today. It is merely breakfast. Is your desire so modest? Bai Fengyi feigned indifference. Of course not. My dream is to awaken every morning beside you, the first sight I behold always being you. Lu Fan replied earnestly. Bai Fengyi's movements paused momentarily, a fleeting sense of shyness flickering within her. His words, though artfully expressed, ultimately conveyed his wish to share a bed with her each night and rise together each day. Yet, this clever fellow had chosen to articulate his desire in a more poetic manner. Where did you learn such rhetoric? Bai Fengyi's dark, lustrous lashes fluttered slightly as she exposed Lu Fan's true intentions. This all comes from the heart. I need not learn any so-called rhetoric from others. Lu Fan replied with a playful grin. You only learn the bad, not the good. Bai Fengyi playfully glared at him, though her expression bore no trace of reproach. Lu Fan's heart surged with excitement. Did this mean she tacitly accepted his sentiments? Sister Bai, Lu Fan quickly planted several kisses along Bai Fengyi's fair and beautiful neck. Go away, hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. You smell terrible. Bai Fengyi pushed him away with a look of disdain. Yet, instead of being angered, Lu Fan felt a surge of joy. Bai Fengyi was increasingly resembling a true couple with him. No, they were indeed a couple. It was just that they were now beginning to live as one. Sister Bai, wait for me. I will wash up right away. Lu Fan beamed, rushing to the bathroom. Bai Fengyi watched him with delight, his childlike exuberance causing her lips to unconsciously curve into a small smile. She suddenly realized that living like this with Lu Fan was quite agreeable. Sister Bai, let me kiss you again. As Lu Fan emerged from the bathroom, freshly washed, he immediately sought her out for another kiss. No time, hurry and eat. We still need to prepare for our trip, Bai Fengyi said, her heart fluttering slightly at his proximity, though she feigned calmness in her playful reprimand. Lu Fan, undeterred by her words, swiftly cupped her face and planted a quick peck on her soft, smooth cheek. Bai Fengyi remained silent, her cheeks flushed with mock anger as she shot him a glare before carrying the dishes to the dining table. Yes, Lu Fan could not help but vigorously swing his fist, his heart brimming with an exuberance that defied description. He was perplexed by Sister Bai's sudden transformation. She neither reprimanded him nor resisted him, and she seemed to tacitly approve of all his actions. This was precisely what he had longed for and cherished. Surely, he mused, it must have been some remarkable act he committed while intoxicated the previous night that prompted such a dramatic shift in Sister Bai's demeanor. After indulging in his own imaginative musings, he felt a surge of self-satisfaction. What are you grinning about? Hurry up and eat, Bai Fengyi remarked. All right, Lu Fan cheerfully replied, darting to the dining table in a few swift strides. Sister Bai, the dishes today are truly delectable, he praised as he savored his meal. Bai Fengyi cast him a sidelong glance, responding nonchalantly, if it's delicious, then eat more. Lu Fan eagerly acquiesced, his eyes secretly observing her, eager to uncover what he had done the previous day to elicit such complete acceptance from Sister Bai. Unfortunately, her adept expression management rendered his scrutiny fruitless. He gleaned nothing after an extended observation. I'll head back now. You can tidy up your luggage. If you find anything lacking, we can buy more in town. Bai Fengyi said after washing the dishes. She then left the Lu family home and returned to her own. However, as soon as she entered, she was met by the curious gazes of her parents, seated in the living room. Their expressions were peculiar, as if they wished to inquire about her whereabouts the previous night and why she had not returned home, yet it seemed they were already privy to the information. Bai Fengyi felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks and, suppressing her embarrassment, explained, I was at Lu Fan's wedding yesterday. I got drunk and ended up falling asleep in his living room. Oh, then you should go rest in your room. Zhu Xiaofan nodded sagely, refraining from probing further. However, her meaningful and ambiguous gaze seemed to convey, go on, keep spinning your tale. I wonder if I should trust your explanation or rely on my own experience. Fengyi, while I do not oppose your relationship, remember to take precautions before marriage. Zhu Xiaofan suddenly interjected just as Bai Fengyi was about to enter her room. With her heart already filled with shyness, Bai Fengyi hastily retreated into her room. "See, I told you so." Fengyi indeed spent the night at the Lu residence. Zhu Xiaofan declared triumphantly to her husband. "This little rascal. After all the years we've raised him, and with Fengyi having taught him for so long, he quietly steals my daughter away. How outrageous!" Bai Xingjun exclaimed, his ire evident. The father-in-law felt a wave of intense displeasure wash over him, and he stood up, preparing to confront Lu Fan and settle the score. "Enough of this nonsense. The lifelong happiness of our daughter is what truly matters. After all this time, she finally has a partner, and you wish to break them apart? Moreover, we are well acquainted with this child, Xiao Fan. Though he may lack a certain degree of composure, he is undeniably devoted to Fengyi, far surpassing any suitor she might encounter through matchmaking. Fengyi is no longer a child. I believe it is time to contemplate the prospect of marriage." Zhu Xiaofan mused, suddenly falling into contemplation. Marriage? Both Bai Xingjun, seated in the living room, and Bai Fengyi, who was eavesdropping from the bedroom, were momentarily taken aback. But Fengyi is 5 years older than Xiao Fan, and she holds a higher social standing. Is this truly appropriate? Xiao Fan is still a student of Fengyi. Would it not be detrimental for a teacher to wed her pupil? Bai Xingjun furrowed his brows, deeply concerned. The room descended into silence. Even Zhu Xiaofan, who had initially been supportive, became mute. The issues he raised were indeed grounded in reality. The age and social discrepancies between Bai Fengyi and Lu Fan, compounded by their previous teacher-student relationship, posed significant challenges to their budding romance. In the room, Bai Fengyi maintained a serene demeanor. She had pondered these matters countless times. She understood that the weight of these concerns, along with the pressures of the future, rested squarely on her shoulders. It was only through her own resolution, courage, and determination that this relationship could endure. "Dad, I comprehend your worries. However, in matters of the heart, Lu Fan and I are mutually enamored, and that is sufficient. The other issues pale in comparison." Bai Fengyi emerged from her room, addressing her father and mother with a gaze that radiated quiet confidence. Bai Xingjun knew his daughter well. He recognized that she had always been a resolute individual, unwavering in her decisions. "Have you considered the potential challenges and pressures that you may face if you truly commit to each other? Are you prepared to confront the inevitable gossip?" Bai Xingjun felt compelled to caution her. Bai Fengyi, maintaining her calm composure, gently nodded. "From the moment I confided in Mom about this, I have been mentally prepared for such eventualities." As Bai Xingjun observed his daughter, his heart bore both concern and a growing sense of understanding and respect. Fengyi was now an adult, capable of making her own judgments and choices. As her father, his role was to extend his support and blessings. "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further commentary. I can only hope for your happiness and that you do not regret your choices." Bai Xingjun sighed in resignation. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom." Bai Fengyi expressed her gratitude, then took a seat beside her mother. "Mom, Lu Fan and I will be away for a few days. Please take care of yourselves." "Is it for a conference or an event?" Zhu Xiaofan inquired casually, her habitual curiosity surfacing. Bai Fengyi's delicate face flushed slightly, and a hint of shyness flickered in her shimmering, beautiful eyes. Yet, feigning calmness, she remarked, "He is preparing for graduate studies, and I wish to take him abroad for a brief excursion, to experience the academic atmosphere of renowned foreign institutions firsthand." She felt embarrassed to admit that the trip was actually intended as a honeymoon with Lu Fan, so she resorted to this excuse to conceal the truth from her parents. "Please ensure your safety, and if anything arises, do not hesitate to contact your father or me, or reach out to the embassy," Zhu Xiaofan advised without suspicion. Bai Xingjun interjected, perplexed. "Has Xiao Fan obtained his passport?" "Passport?" Bai Fengyi was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that both she and Lu Fan had forgotten about this matter. She possessed her passport from her previous experience as an exchange student, and obtaining a visa would be straightforward for her. However, Lu Fan had never applied for one, and if he needed to apply for both a passport and a visa, it would take at least 30 days. Furthermore, the 2 complimentary tickets had an expiration date of tomorrow, leaving them no time to spare. "I will go and find Lu Fan," Bai Fengyi said, her lovely brows furrowing slightly as she rose and headed towards the Lu residence. "Passport?" Lu Fan, who was elated at the prospect of finally enjoying a private world with Bai Fengyi, was momentarily stunned by her words. "You need to apply for a passport and visa at least a month in advance. Are you not aware?" Bai Fengyi shot him a disapproving glance. "Of course. I know that. Alas, it is entirely my fault for becoming so excited about the prospect of traveling with you that I overlooked this detail, Lu Fan lamented, smacking his forehead in frustration. It seemed that the honeymoon trip he had longed for would have to be postponed. Over a month was such a lengthy wait. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful and gracefully delicate Bai Fengyi, the thought of losing this opportunity made Lu Fan's heart ache with dismay. Bai Fengyi, perceiving the true reason for his vexation through his expression, could not help but throw him an exasperated glance. This little rascal was always preoccupied with thoughts of her body. Despite her annoyance, the fact that Lu Fan was so enamored with her physical form filled Bai Fengyi with a mix of embarrassment and pride. His lustful admiration, in its own way, affirmed his feelings for her and her allure. Travel can be arranged at any time, but we simply cannot make use of those 2 complimentary tickets, Bai Fengyi said with a slight frown. So this was what Bai Jie was concerned about. Lu Fan suddenly felt an urge to slap himself. Why, for goodness sake? Did he have to impose a deadline on the use of the complimentary tickets? It seemed that haste truly does make waste. Bai Jie, in fact, those 2 complimentary tickets can be used at any time. There are no restrictions, Lu Fan said, clearing his throat, cautiously glancing at Bai Fengyi. In an instant, Bai Fengyi's sharp, piercing gaze bore into him like a tangible force, her eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed to tower several stories high. Lu Fan was startled, his heart racing as he nearly fled the scene. He realized that Bai Fengyi was genuinely upset with him this time. If he failed to promptly rectify his mistake and earn her forgiveness, she would likely ignore him for an extended period. Oh heavens, my dearest Bai Jie, I truly did not intend to deceive you. Lu Fan suddenly looked at her with a pitiful gaze, his demeanor earnest as he addressed Bai Fengyi, swearing an oath with raised hands. Bai Jie, my feelings for you are as constant as the sun and moon, and the heavens bear witness. I genuinely did not mean to mislead you. It was merely my overwhelming desire to travel with you and share a world of our own that led me to act foolishly in a moment of madness. I was wrong, I truly was. I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit, even if it means kneeling on a washboard or enduring durians. I will voice no complaint. As Lu Fan sobbed and repented, he bowed repeatedly, his antics both extravagant and comical. Bai Fengyi observed his cowardly demeanor and listened to his absurd yet amusing confession, and to her surprise, her initial fury began to dissipate. In its place arose a bewildering mix of amusement and exasperation. This little rascal truly knows how to entertain. Though she felt both anger and helplessness, she couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. Enough, stop bowing, I'm not dead yet, Bai Fengyi said, exasperated. Chapter 74, The Impudent Rascal. Lu Fan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly straightened up, gazing at Bai Fengyi with gratitude. Thank you, Bai Jie. I knew you cared for me the most. Spare me this nonsense. Bai Fengyi shot him a glare. I'm only reluctantly forgiving you this time. Should there be a next time, you shall see my wrath. Yes, Bai Jie, your words are wise. I shall remember this lesson and never err again. Lu Fan responded with utmost seriousness. All right, enough with the banter, Bai Fengyi declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan looked at her with an ingratiating smile. Bai Jie, can we still go on that trip together in a month? Let us see how I feel then, Bai Fengyi replied, maintaining a stern facade. Don't be like that. Bai Jie, it's our honeymoon trip. I've been longing for it to the point of madness. Lu Fan exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Bai Fengyi and playfully shaking her. As he felt his hands brush against her sensitive waist, his face occasionally grazed her chest. Bai Fengyi instantly stiffened, a wave of tingling sensation rising from her core, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She quickly extricated herself from Lu Fan's embrace, glaring at him in indignation. You little rascal, stop being lewd. Hey, Bai Jie, I'm not being lewd. I'm just expressing my true feelings. Lu Fan replied with a cheeky grin. Seeing his shameless demeanor, Bai Fengyi was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness and inwardly lamented her own vulnerability. Despite her resolute decision to no longer indulge him, she found herself once again charmed into submission by his persistent antics. This scoundrel was undeniably her destined nemesis. It seemed that her fate was inexorably tied to his whims. Matters concerning the upcoming month could wait. But let it be known that should he dare to deceive her again, he would find her utterly unresponsive for the remainder of their lives. Bai Fengyi huffed. Bai Jie's silence was tantamount to agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was overjoyed, nodding vigorously like a chicken pecking at grain. I promise, Bai Jie. Rest assured, I shall never dare again. Observing his earnest demeanor, Bai Fengyi shot him an exasperated glance. Do not feign innocence. I know quite well that your heart is brimming with delight. Should you fail to secure your graduate program, do not even think about this trip. Understood, understood. Lu Fan continued to nod fervently. With Baifengyi just having calmed down, he needed to tread carefully, avoiding any further provocation of her ire, for it would be challenging to placate her thereafter. As for his previous antics, should they be witnessed by outsiders, they might deem him spineless. Yet, Lu Fan could only scoff at their ignorance. He had meticulously crafted this strategy, gleaned from countless dramas depicting sibling romances and the experiences of those pampered by women, specifically tailored to quell Baifengyi's anger. When she was upset, one must never attempt to reason earnestly with her. Such an approach was futile. The sole remedy lay in maintaining a respectful demeanor, with apologies that must stem from genuine sincerity. However, it was equally essential to playfully feign a bit of stubbornness, indulge in some charm, engage in light-hearted banter, and divert her attention. In mere moments, her anger could be diffused. It is a misconception that only men are susceptible to women's coaxing. In truth, women relish the sensation of men displaying vulnerability. Men, typically proud and protective of their dignity, seldom reveal their weaknesses to women. Thus, when a man dares to be vulnerable, it fulfills a deep-seated desire within women. This is one of the primary reasons why many soft-hearted men and youthful companions are favored and pampered by older women. Of course, this is contingent upon the favorable feelings these women hold for them. Otherwise, such behavior might render one a lecherous or greasy figure. Lu Fan adeptly grasped this essence. A successful partnership requires nurturing, and learning from the wisdom of predecessors is indispensable. Bai Jia, although our honeymoon trip is temporarily thwarted, might I request a kiss to soothe my wounded heart? Lu Fan pouted, gazing at Baifengyi with a look of feigned distress. Absolutely not, Baifengyi replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed, rejecting him without hesitation. Just one. Lu Fan raised a finger with a pitiful expression. Baifengyi shot him a glare, feigning anger as she said, "You think you're clever, don't you? Don't presume I'm unaware of your little schemes, trying to take advantage of me, are you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fan hurriedly shook his head in denial, exclaiming, "Not at all. How could I dare take advantage of Sister Bai? I merely wish to draw closer to you." As soon as he uttered these words, a blush instantly adorned Baifengyi's cheeks. She glared at him in mock anger and huffed, "Spare me your antics. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions." Lu Fan chuckled, refraining from rebuttal, and continued to gaze at her with a sorrowful expression. Baifengyi felt her heart soften under his gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she turned slightly towards him, saying in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, "If you wish to kiss, then do it quickly." Lu Fan's eyes brightened with joy, and he eagerly leaned closer, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. A soft sound echoed in the air. Baifengyi felt a warmth envelop her cheek, alongside a strange sensation swelling within her. "Sister Bai, may I kiss the other side?" Lu Fan licked his lips, clearly unsatisfied. "Don't push your luck." Baifengyi shot him an angry glare. "Good things come in pairs," Lu Fan pouted playfully, grinning widely. "Just do it already." Baifengyi feigned impatience, though her eyes involuntarily fluttered shut, not wanting him to perceive her nervousness, shyness, and anticipation. Yet, her subtly trembling body and flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. With a soft sound, he kissed her again. As anticipated, Lu Fan, this insatiable rascal, after kissing her right cheek, swiftly pressed his lips against her long-awaited soft mouth. His lips, imbued with a masculine warmth, felt both slightly warm and cool, carrying a faint scent of grass. Baifengyi's body stiffened, her mind momentarily blank. Her heart raced, pounding incessantly. Lu Fan's lips caressed hers gently, as if savoring the taste of her red lips. She felt her heartbeat growing louder, as if it might burst from her chest. A wave of tingling sensations spread from her lips throughout her body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt as though she was being completely melted by Lu Fan. Time seemed to stretch, and finally, Lu Fan reluctantly released her lips. Baifengyi felt her lips slightly swollen. Her breathing quickened. She glared at him, a mix of shyness and irritation in her eyes. "You scoundrel, you are becoming more audacious. Did we not agree that only kisses on the cheeks were allowed?" Lu Fan chuckled, offering no rebuttal, instead gazing at her with deep eyes, his face adorned with a satisfied and triumphant smile. Baifengyi felt a twinge of unease under his gaze, quickly diverting the conversation. "All right, enough of the teasing. Let us discuss your upcoming graduate school application." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan confidently assured her, "Do not worry. Although I have never applied for graduate school before, I am certain of my success given my current capabilities." I am aware of your recent diligence, yet one must not become complacent, Beifeng cautioned. Especially since those participating in the summer camp are all top-tier students from prestigious institutions, such as the 985 and 211 universities. Allow me to share some valuable experiences and strategies regarding the summer camp. Lu Fan recognized the seriousness of the moment and nodded attentively. During the summer camp, universities typically assess students through various methods, including written examinations, interviews, and practical tests. Those who excel in their scores and overall performance are designated as outstanding participants. Provided there are no unforeseen circumstances, being recognized as an outstanding participant essentially grants one the qualification for direct admission into graduate programs without the need for further testing. Thus, your primary objective during the summer camp is to strive for recognition as an outstanding participant. Beneath this designation lies the category of qualified participants. While these students do not receive direct admission, they may be given priority in the re-examination process upon receiving a recommendation from a specific university, or they could enter the re-examination if they meet the required score threshold. This is the policy regarding the summer camp, Beifeng continued after a brief pause. Next, I shall share some practical tips with you. Many universities place significant emphasis on the undergraduate background of their applicants, followed by their academic ranking, English proficiency, research experience, and competition results. None of these should pose a significant challenge for you. Therefore, your primary focus should be on the interview stage. Before attending the summer camp, you must meticulously prepare 4 essential documents: a personal statement, self-introduction, resume, and a letter of recommendation from a faculty member. This is of utmost importance. The personal statement should be crafted in 3 distinct versions, approximately 600 words, 1,000 words, and 1,500 words. You will need these when filling out the online application, so do not be caught off guard. Beifeng was thorough in her explanation. She then elaborated on how to construct the personal statement, emphasizing aspects such as educational background, research and competition experiences, student work involvement, and future aspirations. The key lies in clearly articulating your motivations for choosing this path and your qualifications to pursue it. Must it be so complicated? Lu Fan furrowed his brow, perplexed. He had assumed that excelling in exams and performing well in interviews would suffice for the summer camp. He was taken aback by the intricacies surrounding even the personal statement. The personal statement is essentially your life narrative, providing faculty members with a direct insight into your journey. It is undoubtedly significant and should never be overlooked, Beifeng remarked, casting him a pointed glance before emphasizing the gravity of the matter. Well, what comes next? This is an unfamiliar territory for Lu Fan, who can only nod obediently. Next comes the self-introduction, a pivotal moment in the interview, akin to your FAAD, for which you must prepare 6 versions in both Chinese and English. Beifeng emphasized the importance of this preparation. Must I prepare so many? Lu Fan inquired, perplexed. You can never anticipate which language the interviewers will require for your introduction. Additionally, different professors have varying expectations regarding the duration of the self-introduction: 1 minute, 3 minutes, or even 5. Hence, thorough preparation is essential, Beifeng patiently explained. Lu Fan experienced a moment of clarity, grateful for Bai Jia's shared wisdom. Otherwise, he would have been utterly unprepared, clumsily stumbling into the situation. The self-introduction is somewhat akin to a personal statement, the distinction being that the latter is written on paper while the former showcases your verbal eloquence before the examiners. Moreover, as you are transitioning between disciplines, it is imperative to emphasize your grasp of mathematical knowledge. Beifeng continued, your personal resume need not be overly ornate. Simplicity and elegance will suffice. Yet it must also have versions in both languages. Highlight significant sections with special markings so that the interviewers can easily discern them. As for the recommendation letter, writing around 500 words will suffice. I have already advised you on which professor to approach, so do not forget. Also, bring along other documents such as your photo, transcripts, and various certificates. Bring everything you possess. Understood. Lu Fan promptly nodded, committing Beifeng's instructions to memory. He then thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Beifeng regarded him with appreciation, took a sip, and advised, this is attention to detail. Interviewers are human too, and leaving a good impression is crucial. Once you attend the summer camp, remember this at all times and in all places. Next comes the true essence of the interview assessment, which can be broadly divided into 3 parts: English proficiency, specialized subject assessment, and current political affairs. The English segment primarily evaluates translation and question and answer skills. Generally, You will be provided with a passage to interpret on the spot, with a higher likelihood of translating from English to Chinese. Some discerning professors might even question you on related specialized subjects or current political issues. Therefore, you should prepare in advance, accumulating a repertoire of specialized terminology as a precaution. As for the second part, the oral QA, it is challenging to provide specific guidance since each professor poses different questions, leading to varied responses. However, overall, ensure that your expression is fluent and your meaning is clear, allowing others to comprehend immediately. Naturally, if you can showcase your skills, that would be ideal, as it can significantly enhance your score. Regarding the specialized subject, I need not elaborate, given your current level of mathematical proficiency. The questions posed by those professors should pose no challenge for you. The final thoughts on political ideology and current affairs are not overly challenging. You merely need to pay attention to some news events. If fortune favors you and you garner the goodwill of a particular teacher, even if you falter in your responses, they may still allow you to pass. That encompasses the primary content. After speaking, Bai Fengyi felt a slight thirst and immediately took several sips of water. Thank you, Sister Bai, for imparting your wisdom. I am profoundly grateful. Lu Fan promptly displayed his understanding by running behind Bai Fengyi, offering to massage her shoulders with great attentiveness. Chapter 76. Acquiring a Personal Space. Initially, I had no intention of sharing these insights, wishing for you to navigate through them on your own, but Bai Fengyi paused, not continuing her thought. However, Lu Fan grasped her meaning. She feared he might misstep and jeopardize his chances for graduate school. After all, the summer camp was teeming with hidden talents and prodigies, all of whom were among the top 10 students from their respective universities. Many were provincial champions from the previous year's college entrance examination, and none could be underestimated. Should anyone dare to be complacent, a moment's negligence could cost them their opportunity for graduate studies. Thus, one must always maintain a humble heart, avoiding arrogance and impatience, strategically underestimating them while tactically respecting them. Never assume you are the most formidable in the summer camp. There are many true experts present. Bai Fengyi solemnly reiterated her advice. Lu Fan felt a slight shiver in his heart. Recently, having gained 5 points in intelligence and an eidetic memory, he found even the most challenging mathematics manageable, and he seemed to have become a bit overconfident. Bai Fengyi's reminder came at an opportune moment. Sister Bai, what was your rank in the summer camp? Lu Fan asked curiously, smiling. First, Bai Fengyi replied succinctly without looking up. Impressive. Lu Fan immediately gave her a thumbs up, his hands moving more energetically as he cheerfully remarked, No wonder I, Lu Fan, have my eye on you. You truly embody the strength of a woman. A remarkable figure indeed. Upon hearing Lu Fan's praise, Bai Fengyi's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of shyness emerging. Yet, more than that, she felt a great sense of joy, finding her efforts to share years of experience worthwhile. Do not flatter me too much if you fail to secure your qualification for graduate studies. Just wait and see how I will deal with you, Bai Fengyi retorted with a haughty tone, a playful pout adorning her lips. Rest assured, I will not afford you such an opportunity, Lu Fan declared with unwavering determination. Very well, I shall conclude my words here. You should focus on your studies. The summer camp commences on July 1st, and do not forget about the recommendation letters before then. As Bai Fengyi spoke, she gracefully rose to leave. At the door, she paused slightly, a faint blush painting her cheeks, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of shyness. If you succeed in securing your graduate studies, aside from a honeymoon trip, I can also fulfill one of your small wishes. Before she could finish her words, Lu Fan had yet to react when Bai Fengyi swiftly closed the door behind her and turned to leave. Fulfill my wishes? Lu Fan stood rooted to the spot, blinking several times as vivid images of mischievous delight flashed through his mind. The sparkle in his eyes grew ever brighter, and a smile began to dance upon his lips. Thud, thud. Bai Fengyi hurried back to her room, gently shutting the door and leaning against it, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She lightly patted her flushed face, attempting to dispel the sudden wave of shyness that had washed over her. A sense of annoyance flickered within her, pondering why she had so unexpectedly uttered such words to Lu Fan. Given his nature, his desires would undoubtedly pertain to matters of romance. Would she truly have to fulfill those wishes? The mere thought of it set her cheeks ablaze as if they were ignited by flames, nearly prompting her to leap up in embarrassment. Calm down, calm down. I am not nurturing expectations, but rather providing him with a goal and a taste of sweetness. Bai Fengyi concocted an excuse for herself, shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to dispel the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind. Yet, each time she closed her eyes. Lu Fan's expectant gaze and his usual blend of sincerity and mischief would materialize before her, leaving her heart in turmoil. After taking several deep breaths, she finally managed to quell the springtime stirrings within her heart. Indeed, proximity breeds influence. It appears I have gradually been led astray by that fellow. Baifingi murmured in mock annoyance. Approaching the window, she pushed it open, allowing the cool breeze to sweep in and caress her face. Her scattered thoughts gradually regained clarity, restoring the calm demeanor she was known for. Her sole wish at this moment was for Lu Fan to successfully navigate through the summer camp. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was utterly absorbed in his own daydreams. He envisioned how Baifingi would fulfill his desires upon the successful completion of his graduate school application. A wave of anticipation and excitement swelling within him. However, from Baifingi's earlier remarks, he was acutely aware of the formidable competition present at the summer camp, and none could guarantee their success. Thus, he needed to distinguish himself during the camp and secure his place in graduate school. Otherwise, all would be in vain. With that thought, Lu Fan dismissed any distractions and returned to his desk, ready to focus on his studies. He suddenly remembered today's attendance check. Smacking his forehead, he quickly called out to the system, "System, I wish to check in." Ding! The host has successfully checked in from the bedroom, earning a spatial allowance of 153 cubic meters. This spatial allowance exists independently from reality, in a dimension where time is suspended, allowing the host to store any non-living items. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Fan's eyes widened in excitement and surprise. A personal space? 153 cubic meters? The volume of this space is identical to that of his bedroom. Lu Fan immediately envisioned the nature of this portable space. Was it akin to the magical pockets or boxes depicted in science fiction films, allowing one to effortlessly store and retrieve items at will? He promptly closed his eyes, attempting to perceive this space. It manifested as an expansive, boundless realm, measuring 153 cubic meters, 8 meters in length, 6 meters in width, and 32 meters in height, sufficient to accommodate a plethora of belongings. Lu Fan endeavored to lift a book from his desk, silently affirming its placement within the space. Indeed, when he reopened his eyes, the book had vanished without a trace. His heart surged with elation, and he eagerly tested several more items, all of which were seamlessly stored and retrieved. Truly remarkable! Lu Fan could not help but exclaim in wonder, his spirit soaring. This portable space was nothing short of a mobile, complementary warehouse. Anything, as long as it did not exceed its capacity, could be stored and utilized at will. Even a vehicle could fit within. This implied that his future travels would be exceedingly convenient. No longer would he fret over carrying an assortment of items. He could simply toss everything into the space. Moreover, time within this realm appeared to be suspended, meaning that items placed inside would remain undamaged and unspoiled by the passage of time. This was incredibly advantageous for preserving delicate or perishable goods. Most importantly, he could store valuable possessions without the fear of theft or loss, providing him with an overwhelming sense of security. With this realization, Lu Fan could not contain his joy and burst into laughter. This system was extraordinarily powerful. He was so exhilarated that he longed to rush to the Bai family, scoop up Baifingi, and twirl around with her, sharing in his jubilation. Chapter 77. I engage in romance with mathematical elegance. White sister, what is up? I love you. Baifingi languidly rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the glaring 3 words in the message box. She raised her phone, glancing at it with her left hand, then switched to her right to view it from another angle. Ultimately, she reclined on her bed, arms raised high, silently observing with a gaze that was both hazy and tender, as if savoring the sweetness and rapid heartbeat evoked by those 3 words. She recalled what the driver had once said: if you love him, you must express it, reciprocate, and not allow his heart to grow cold. Yet, her bashfulness hindered her from uttering the phrase "I love you." Baifingi bit her lower lip, turned onto her stomach, and quickly typed 2 mathematical equations into the chat box: 163135223. The moment she pressed send, her heart raced several beats faster, a wave of indescribable shyness bubbling up from within. A blush emerged on her flawless complexion, reminiscent of the purity of a lotus blossom, captivatingly radiant under the sunlight. If Lu Fan were to witness this, he would likely be utterly captivated, lost in a trance. Parametric equations? Lu Fan stared at Baifingi's response, momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy. For upon deciphering those 2 equations, he discovered they formed a heart-shaped curve. The parameter, when varied within a certain range, would depict a heart-shaped figure. The elation swelling within Lu Fan was nearly beyond containment. This was the first time Bai Fengyi had formally reciprocated his affections. Though her approach was subtle and unique, the sentiment was unmistakably clear. In a surge of excitement, Lu Fan hastily typed a series of mathematical symbols in the chat box, each one imbued with his profound affection for Bai Fengyi. 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 0. In the adjacent Bai residence within her bedroom, Bai Fengyi's lips curved into a slight smile upon seeing this mathematical expression. A wave of pride and sweetness surged within her heart. To those unversed in mathematics, it might appear as an incomprehensible array of symbols and letters. Yet, in truth, it was a complete mathematical expression meticulously constructed by Lu Fan. Building upon her earlier parametric equations, the points 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3 correspond to specific locations on the heart-shaped curve, representing and. Furthermore, this expression conveyed his unwavering commitment to remain by her side, no matter where she may find herself, as his heart would always follow closely. This little rascal is once again charming me with sweet words. Bai Fengyi's enchanting eyes shimmered with a hint of playful ire and sweetness. She had initially intended to cease her replies, but found herself reluctant to part with the warmth of Lu Fan's love enveloping her in this moment. After a brief hesitation, she bit her crimson lip and responded with a mathematical expression of her own. 0. Upon sending this expression, a deep blush, almost as if it were about to spill over, flooded Bai Fengyi's delicate face. For this mathematical expression symbolized an integral, depicting a process that accumulates over time. In this moment, it could be interpreted as her love for Lu Fan growing and accumulating as time progresses. The symbol beneath the integral represented her love for Lu Fan at each moment, while the integral itself signified the cumulative nature of those feelings, illustrating how her affection for him deepened with time. With Lu Fan's expertise in mathematics, he would undoubtedly grasp the profound meaning behind her reply. How utterly mortifying! Bai Fengyi gently touched her already flushed cheeks, shyly burying her face beneath the covers, retreating into her cocoon. She had never anticipated that mathematics could serve as a medium to describe and elucidate natural phenomena, logical relationships, or the connections between quantities. One day, I found myself engaging in a romance with Lu Fan, imbued with a mathematical elegance and beauty. Sister Bai, I always knew you harbored feelings for me. As Lu Fan gazed at Bai Fengyi's response, his lips quivered slightly, and his heart surged tumultuously, overwhelmed by an indescribable excitement. He understood that this mathematical expression, though succinct, encapsulated her profound affection for him, transcending the simplicity of the phrase "I love you." In that moment, Lu Fan felt his love for Bai Fengyi evolve from a mere whisper into an irresistible torrent. Unable to contain his emotions, he felt like leaves swept up by a tempest, yearning to rush to Bai Fengyi's side. He swiftly donned his coat, dashed out of his home, and made his way to the Bai residence, each step imbued with determination and anticipation, as if the entire world was clearing a path for his love. At last, he stood before the Bai household, his heart pounding like a drum. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan summoned his courage and knocked on the door. "Xiao Fan, what brings you here in such a hurry?" Upon opening the door, Zhu Xiufan and Bai Shengjun stared at Lu Fan in astonishment, their faces reflecting confusion. Yet, at that moment, Lu Fan's gaze was solely fixed on Bai Fengyi. "Aunt, uncle, I am here to see Sister Bai," he said hastily, disregarding the presence of the elders, and swiftly entered Bai Fengyi's private chamber. Bai Fengyi was taken aback by Lu Fan's sudden appearance. Her expression shifted from surprise to a blush of shyness. "Why have you come so unexpectedly?" She feigned calmness as she approached and closed the door, asking softly. Lu Fan's eyes burned with intensity, shimmering with fervor and resolve. "Sister Bai, I have come to declare my love for you. This love has been accumulating in my heart, much like your mathematical expression, and at this moment, I can no longer restrain it." Lu Fan inhaled deeply, his voice trembling with emotion as he spoke passionately. Chapter 78. This is quite good. "Yes, I understand," Bai Fengyi replied, her body slightly trembling, a warm and shy sensation coursing through her, the blush on her cheeks deepening. "No, I believe I have not made myself clear enough." Lu Fan stepped closer to Bai Fengyi, gazing down upon her breathtakingly beautiful face. The sound of his heavy, rapid breaths echoed distinctly in the stillness of the room. "Sister Bai, I desire more than just your acknowledgement. I yearn for your complete acceptance." I want you to become my official wife, to share our lives together. Lu Fan's tone was resolute and heartfelt, each word imbued with strength. Bai Fengyi lifted her gaze, meeting Lu Fan's intense stare, where she recognized his unwavering determination and deep affection. Her heart was profoundly stirred, as an unfamiliar yet exhilarating sensation rippled through her. You are aware of everything I have mentioned. Bai Fengyi's voice trembled softly. Her eyelids lowered, unable to meet Lu Fan's gaze, which seemed capable of melting her very being. It felt as though, in the next instant, she would become a tender lamb in his embrace, absorbed into his fervent essence. The grace, elegance, authority, and cool demeanor she once possessed dissipated, transforming her into a bashful, enchanting young woman, her eyes shimmering with allure. This was a vulnerability Lu Fan had never witnessed in Bai Fengyi before. A fervent heat coursed through Lu Fan's veins. An overwhelming impulse surged within him. He could not help but draw closer to her, their proximity shrinking silently until they stood mere inches apart, feeling the warmth of each other's breath upon their skin. I feel so warm. Could you perhaps step back a little? Bai Fengyi's exquisite visage was adorned with a captivating blush as she gently pushed against Lu Fan's solid chest. She sensed that if he drew in any closer, she might combust entirely from the heat. Are you willing to accept me? Lu Fan's gaze was filled with anticipation as he looked at her. Bai Fengyi lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto his face, waves of emotion flowing between them. The familiar contours of his face evoked an endless tenderness within her heart. She beheld the glimmer of desire and hope in his eyes. As if transcending the shackles of time and stepping through the dust of years, directly into the depths of her soul, bestowing upon her an unparalleled sense of security and fulfillment. When Lu Fan inquired, "Will you accept me?" a powerful wave of emotion surged within her. She yearned to convey that she was willing to embrace him and journey through the days to come together. Yes, Bai Fengyi gently closed her eyes, allowing her heart to race fervently at Lu Fan's declaration. Her delicate chin tilted slightly towards him, releasing a soft, melodic affirmation from her lips. "Bai Jia, are you truly serious?" Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart leaping with joy as he gazed upon Bai Fengyi's exquisite features, her eyes tightly shut. An image of breathtaking beauty, her lips temptingly crimson. Unable to resist, he cupped her lovely face and leaned down to kiss her. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lu Fan firmly wrapped his arms around Bai Fengyi's slender, supple waist, an untimely knock at the door abruptly interrupted them. The two, on the brink of surrendering to their sweet affection, were jolted back to reality. Bai Fengyi, like a startled deer, hastily pushed Lu Fan away, her cheeks aflame, her heart racing as she quickly adjusted her attire and hair. Lu Fan promptly seized a mathematics workbook, rushing to Bai Fengyi's desk and assuming a serious demeanor. "Mom, what is it?" Once she assessed that the situation had returned to normalcy, Bai Fengyi strived to maintain her composure as she inquired. "Tell Xiao Fan that we will be having lunch at our house," came Zhu Xiufan's voice from outside the door. "All right, I understand. Is there anything else? Please inquire with Xiao Fan about what dish he wishes to have for lunch." "Dear, my mother is asking what you would like to eat." Bai Fengyi turned her head, observing Lu Fan, who sat rigidly, his expression tense, like a statue, afraid to move. Although her face remained composed, a hint of amusement sparkled in her eyes. "It appears that this scoundrel experiences moments of anxiety and fear as well. Let us see if he dares to lay a hand on me again in the future. Aunt, there is no need for you to rush with the cooking. I shall go buy the ingredients shortly and personally prepare a delightful meal for you all." Lu Fan called out towards the door. "Very well. Since your culinary skills are commendable, I shall entrust lunch to you." Zhu Xiufan nodded in agreement before turning to leave. As Lu Fan listened to the footsteps fading away outside, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief that had been lingering in his chest. Turning to Bai Fengyi, their gazes collided, and the initially intimate and sweet atmosphere suddenly grew somewhat awkward. "Hee, Sister Bai, shall we continue?" Lu Fan rubbed his hands together, rising eagerly to approach Bai Fengyi. She gently swatted his hand away, playfully rolling her eyes at him. "It is almost noon. You should hurry and buy the ingredients. Just a quick kiss, or my heart will feel unsettled, and the meal I prepare later will not taste as good." After Bai Fengyi had officially conveyed her feelings for him, Lu Fan felt emboldened. Without waiting for her consent, he cupped her face and swiftly pressed his lips against hers, savoring the softness and fragrance. This time, he learned from previous experiences, opting for a swift and decisive approach, lest they be interrupted once more by an unforeseen arrival. He would not stumble into the same pitfall twice. Sister Bai, my dear, stay at home while I go shopping for groceries. With his objective achieved, Lu Fan left her room with a satisfied grin, not waiting for Bai Fengyi's response. Bai Fengyi turned to gaze at his retreating figure, her hand gently caressing the lips that he had kissed. The lingering warmth and sweetness felt like a gentle stream flowing into her heart. Although it was somewhat hurried, it seemed quite delightful nonetheless, she mused. Her mind involuntarily wandered back to the moments of intimacy with Lu Fan, where her heart raced and her body trembled. A sensation akin to poison that rendered her feeling ethereal. Lu Fan's tender affection and devotion made her acutely aware of the sweetness and joy of being deeply loved. I believe we must have been lovers in a past life. Otherwise, how could I love you so deeply? If a lifetime of love could be condensed into a single kiss, I would wish for 1,000,000 lifetimes with you. Oh, you are the only one permitted. Your gaze strikes like lightning through the gates of my heart. Oh, I pray that all my dreams in this life may pass through you and come to fruition overnight. Bai Fengyi moved gracefully to her desk, tidying up the teaching materials that Lu Fan had previously scattered. Unconsciously, she began to hum softly the song A Million Kisses, gifted to her by Lu Fan, which she had heard dozens of times before. A delicate smile graced her beautiful lips, and her originally cold eyes now shimmered with an indescribable tenderness and allure. Chapter 79, Andy. On the other side, Lu Fan had already departed from the Bai family and was walking towards the market. His mood was exceptionally joyful, his steps light and buoyant, as if the entire world were suffused with color. He knew that this elation was entirely due to Bai Fengyi, the woman who stirred his heart and drove him to madness. Today marked a significant day, for Bai Jia had finally expressed her feelings. I must prepare a few delectable dishes to celebrate this momentous occasion, he mused, already envisioning the menu for lunch. The market was bustling, alive with the ebb and flow of people. Lu Fan navigated through the throngs, diligently selecting fresh ingredients. Approaching a pork stall, he was about to choose a piece of marbled pork for braised pork when a familiar voice echoed beside him. Ah, is that little Fan? What brings you to the market today? He looked up to find Bai Fengyi's great aunt, who was holding a basket brimming with fresh vegetables, her face adorned with a warm smile. This was the same woman who had once been the principal of his kindergarten, now happily retired. According to familial hierarchy, Lu Fan was to address her as Auntie. Hello, Auntie. Lu Fan greeted with a smile. I'm here to buy some ingredients to prepare a delicious meal. The great aunt scrutinized him with curiosity and asked, Oh, little Fan seems in high spirits today. Have you struck gold? Lu Fan chuckled without directly answering, merely saying, I'm just in a good mood. It's been a while since we last met, and I must say, you seem to have become much more cheerful and quite the chatterbox. It seems you must have encountered some good fortune. Share it with Auntie so we can celebrate together. She teased playfully. The great aunt had always been optimistic, lively, and a bit childlike, with a particular fondness for children, especially for teasing Lu Fan. Since kindergarten, he had often found himself the target of her playful jests, and whenever he cried, she would immediately offer him treats to cheer him up. The poor young Lu Fan, unable to resist her sweet enticements, would quickly forget his grievances. Nonetheless, it was evident that she cared for him deeply. However, she had a niece who frequently visited the kindergarten under the pretense of seeing her, but actually left Lu Fan with a sore bottom. This had left Lu Fan with some resentment towards his great aunt for a time. It wasn't until high school that he began to let go of those feelings and developed a good relationship with her. There is indeed something wonderful to share, but I cannot divulge it just yet. I promise to tell you in person when the opportunity arises. Lu Fan stepped forward and affectionately draped his arm around his aunt's shoulders, chuckling merrily. You've learned to keep us in suspense. His aunt playfully poked his forehead and asked with a smile, How has Phony been lately? She is doing quite well. Everything is just fine. Lu Fan replied with a beaming nod. It's been a while since I've seen her. Tell her to come over to my house when she has the time. Certainly, we will definitely visit, Lu Fan replied cheerfully. However, his aunt, keenly perceptive, sensed something amiss in his tone and expression, her gaze scrutinizing. In the past, whenever Feng Yi was mentioned, this young man would wear a gloomy expression, hardly wanting to utter her name. Yet today, he spoke of her with a bright smile that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Something was definitely afoot. Have you reconciled with Feng Yi? And is your relationship quite close? Her wise eyes fixed intently on Lu Fan. Startled, Lu Fan wondered why his aunt would suddenly pose such a question. His smile faded as he responded in surprise. Why do you think so? One only smiles involuntarily when speaking of someone dear. You used to be bothered by her, Yet now, you can't help but smile at the mere mention of her. Surely, you two aren't in a romantic relationship, are you? His aunt inquired, her tone suddenly turning sharp. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Fan's forehead. He recognized his aunt's wisdom, yet her observation was indeed astute. Without him uttering a word, she had accurately deduced everything. Truly, experience sharpens the mind. The older generation possesses unparalleled insight. If she were in the National Security Bureau, she would undoubtedly excel at uncovering spies. No one could evade her piercing gaze. Aunt, you can know about this, but please do not share it with others. It wouldn't bode well for Sister Bai, Lu Fan urged in a hushed tone. Indeed, I see, his aunt replied, her expression momentarily stunned. After a while, she sighed softly. When I saw you two inseparable back then, I suspected this day might come. I never expected you truly became a couple. It seems that fated connections are inescapable. However, you have a pure heart, and as my niece's husband, I am quite pleased. Yet Fengyi has a proud heart, a cool temperament, and a delicate disposition. She tends to keep her feelings hidden. You must be more considerate and accommodating towards her in the future. Do you understand? His aunt earnestly advised him. Yes, I understand. You can rest assured. Lu Fan nodded vigorously in agreement. Although you two being an item may lead to some complications and challenges, it is also quite wonderful. At least you know each other well and understand how to accommodate and tolerate one another. Young man, what you just referred to as a good thing is indeed this, isn't it? Annie grasped Lu Fan's hand, gently patting the back of it while chuckling. Indeed, I did not anticipate that you would see through my secret so effortlessly. You are truly remarkable. Lu Fan shook his head with a wry smile. Of course, in my heyday, I was the principal of a kindergarten with over 120 children. If I lacked discernment, how could I manage them so well? Auntie, filled with self-satisfaction, gave herself a thumbs up. Lu Fan smiled softly, realizing that despite her 60 years, Auntie still possessed a childlike spirit, seizing every opportunity to commend herself, a cherished hobby and source of joy. Naturally, Lu Fan obliged her with a nod of agreement. As they engaged in idle chatter, a sudden commotion erupted from a corner of the market. Intrigued, both Lu Fan and Andy turned their attention toward the source of the noise, where a crowd had gathered, seemingly embroiled in a heated dispute. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. He was not fond of such raucous atmospheres. Nevertheless, Auntie had already set off in that direction, compelling him to follow and discover what had transpired. Upon nearing the commotion, the noise intensified, drawing the gazes of many onlookers. To their astonishment, at the center of the crowd stood an elderly woman with silvery hair. Her face contorted in anger as she vehemently reproached a vendor before her. Lu Fan focused intently and recognized her as Professor Song, the esteemed mentor of Bai Fengyi. His memory of her was of a warm and benevolent elder, yet she appeared extraordinarily agitated at this moment. It turned out she had discovered that the vendor was employing deceptive practices, shortchanging customers while selling crayfish, and demanded an explanation. The vendor, a burly man with a menacing demeanor, dismissed Professor Song's accusations with blatant disregard. Instead, he adopted a brazen attitude, even raising his fist in a threatening manner, as if to intimidate her. The crowd, witnessing this, began to retreat, wary of becoming embroiled in the escalating tension. Stop this at once, Lu Fan shouted, striding forward from the throng to confront the two. The burly man turned, glaring at Lu Fan with a flash of malevolence in his eyes, sneering, "Kid, do you wish to play the hero? You ought to consider your own weight." Unfazed, Lu Fan met his gaze with a furrowed brow and replied coolly, "I am not here to champion anyone. I stand for justice. Professor Song accuses you of shortchanging her using deceptive scales. If you claim to be honest and above reproach, then let us resolve this matter simply. Place the crayfish she purchased on another scale and let the truth emerge." The vendor's expression shifted slightly, his fierce demeanor momentarily faltering as he raised the fish-slicing knife in his hand, narrowing his eyes with a menacing glare at Lu Fan. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, my knife knows no mercy. Your reluctance to address me directly only reveals your own insecurities. Therefore, I implore you to promptly offer your apologies to Professor Song and provide compensation." Lu Fan remained composed, unflinching and fearless. "Who do you think you are? Speak one more word, and I swear I will have you dismembered." The burly man's expression darkened suddenly as he slammed a sharp fish-filleting knife onto the cutting board with a thunderous crash. The resounding noise startled those nearby, causing them to retreat several steps in alarm. Inwardly, Lu Fan felt a twinge of apprehension. However, as Professor Song was the esteemed minner of Baifiki. He was resolutely determined to safeguard her and restore her dignity. Moreover, the unscrupulous merchants of today are exceedingly shameless and ruthless. Lu Fan had long harbored disdain for such individuals, having been deceived himself. Given the circumstances, he felt compelled to take a stand. With so many witnesses present, do you truly intend to commit an act of violence in broad daylight? Even if you were to harm me, you would not escape the consequences. Your wife and children would become someone else's, and who would suffer greater loss then? Lu Fan spoke methodically, his voice steady. The burly man's pupils constricted slightly, evidently struck by Lu Fan's words. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan continued, if you are truly innocent, then weigh the goods before everyone so that Professor Song may be convinced. If you are at fault, then you ought to apologize and make amends, rather than resorting to threats and intimidation. Preying on an elderly person incapable of defending themselves is hardly the mark of a hero. The burly man's complexion grew increasingly grim. In business, integrity is paramount. If he were to admit to any wrongdoing today, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and future customers would undoubtedly shun him. Thus, he would never agree to reweigh the shrimp. These are my possessions, and I have no intention of selling them to her. What can you do about it? Get lost. Move away from here. If you meddle again, I will make you regret it. In a sudden fit of rage, the burly man violently tore open the bag, emptying all the shrimp back into the bucket. He glared at Lu Fan with a fierce expression, cursing and threatening him. Caught off guard, Lu Fan had not anticipated such cunning treachery. With the shrimp returned to the bucket, the evidence was destroyed, leaving him unable to reason further. He could either let the matter rest or confront the brazen arrogance of the unscrupulous merchant. Frustration simmered within him. His gaze shifted, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted the sinister weighing scale at the stall. In an impulsive rush, he dashed forward, intending to seize it. How dare you touch my things? The burly man instantly recognized his intent, erupting in fury, swiftly snatching the scale away. In the same motion, he delivered a powerful punch aimed at Lu Fan's face. With quick reflexes, Lu Fan leaned back, narrowly evading the blow. Enraged and humiliated, the burly man lunged forward, intent on capturing Lu Fan and delivering a brutal beating. Lu Fan would not allow him to succeed. With his youthful agility, he swiftly retreated several steps, evading the range of his assailant's attack. At that moment, realizing that a direct confrontation was futile, Lu Fan contemplated alternative solutions. His gaze darted around, and suddenly he noticed several onlookers holding red bags identical to the one carried by Professor Song earlier. His eyes gleamed with inspiration. Did he think that preserving that dubious title would absolve him of consequences? Lu Fan cast a cold glance at the burly man and quickly turned to the gathered crowd. Addressing them earnestly, "Dear uncles, aunts, and sisters, I know that several of you have purchased items from him. He has shortchanged you, robbing you of your hard-earned money. We must unite in our fight against such unscrupulous conduct. I urge everyone to present the items you bought here and weigh them at other stalls. If everything checks out, then I, Lu Fan, shall admit my fault and bow in apology. However, if discrepancies arise, we shall collectively demand triple compensation from him." Lu Fan spoke with unwavering conviction, his words resonating deeply. The crowd hesitated, their interest piqued yet apprehensive. Indeed, they had all made purchases from this stall, and if Lu Fan's claims were substantiated, they too had fallen victim to deception. Naturally, they could not stand idly by when their own interests were at stake. However, they were also acutely aware that this burly man was no benign figure. Standing up for Lu Fan could lead to potential retaliation. Fear not his vengeance. We are many and he is but one. There is no way he can overpower us. Moreover, are you willing to let him rob you of your hard-earned money without seeking redress? Lu Fan pressed on. Professor Song, please call the police and report a potential assault, and then contact the Market Supervision Administration to demand immediate action. Lu Fan quickly discerned the crowd's trepidation and, with composure, continued, "If any of you truly fear retribution, you may resell the items you purchased at their original price to me, along with a screenshot of your payment. I will pursue compensation from him on your behalf. However, let me make it clear, any compensation I receive will be solely mine to keep. You shall have no share." He added, "I must also inform you that according to consumer rights protection laws, if the compensation amount is less than 500 yuan, it will be calculated as 500. At the mention of 500, the crowd was instantly invigorated. Their eyes sparkled with hope. The items they had bought were worth at most a few dozen to a couple of hundred yuan. If they could secure 500 in compensation, It would be an unexpected windfall. As Marx once stated, when capital promises a 50% profit, it will take risks. With a 300% profit, it dares to commit any crime, even risking dire consequences. For these ordinary citizens, perhaps they lack the courage to engage in unlawful acts. However, the allure of wealth is undeniably captivating. The temptation of money is truly irresistible. It would be foolish to forego an opportunity to profit. Even if they ultimately do not gain anything, they would suffer no real loss. Thus, it is worth taking a chance. Young man, you are right. We cannot allow ourselves to be continuously deceived. Indeed, the shrimp I purchased today is meant for my son's birthday celebration. It must be plentiful. I will weigh it as well. If it falls short, that unscrupulous vendor shall be held accountable. Under Lu Fan's series of actions, a surge of individuals stepped forward, filled with righteous indignation, demanding accountability from the burly man. The once arrogant brute was taken aback by the sudden shift in circumstances, observing the crowd's fervor. His expression fluctuated rapidly. Despite his usual bravado, he began to feel a twinge of apprehension in the face of the current situation. Yet, his gaze towards Lu Fan was filled with a simmering hatred, wishing he could consume him whole. All of this turmoil was instigated by this meddlesome fellow, who not only disrupted his business and tarnished his reputation, but also incited a mob, igniting public outrage. Just wait, the burly man growled, pointing a menacing finger at Lu Fan before turning to gather his belongings in an attempt to flee. If he were to compensate every individual 500, it would render his entire month of labor futile. As he attempted to escape, many blocked his path, determined not to let him leave. Initially uncertain, the crowd's morale surged at the sight of the man trying to evade responsibility, their voices rising several-fold. Everyone, remain calm. First, safeguard the evidence you possess and ensure your safety. Once the personnel from the Market Supervision Administration arrive, we can justly demand compensation from him. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, many rushed towards the burly man's shop. Lu Fan promptly intervened to maintain order. Fortunately, officers from the local police station and the Market Supervision Administration arrived swiftly at the scene. With the situation now stabilized, the focus shifted to verifying the claims of shortweight and the matter of compensation. These concerns were no longer Lu Fan's responsibility, allowing him to withdraw in a timely manner. Professor Song, are you all right? Lu Fan approached her with genuine concern. Yes, I am fine. Thank you, Lu Fan, Professor Song replied. Having recognized Lu Fan as a student of Beifiki, she looked at him with warmth, her eyes brimming with admiration and fondness. She had witnessed the entire ordeal and was greatly impressed by Lu Fan's display of justice, composure, resourcefulness, and intelligence. As a direct participant, she had not conceived of so many strategies, while Lu Fan managed to rally the crowd and confront the wrongdoing in a remarkably short span of time. Such abilities are seldom found in others. Since you are unharmed, I feel relieved, Lu Fan reassured her after a thorough check confirmed she was uninjured. With a smile, he added, Indeed, you are a good child. Fengyi has excellent judgment. On a day when you have some leisure time, allow Fengyi to bring you to my home for a visit. I shall personally prepare a meal for you. Professor Song could not help but grasp Lu Fan's hand, his face brimming with appreciative warmth. Oh, how can I accept such kindness? As a junior, it is my duty to visit you and Professor Bai, not the other way around. You should not feel obliged to cook for us, Lu Fan hastily interjected, waving his hands in protest. Child, you have been an immense help to me today. What is a meal in comparison? It is settled. Then, Professor Song chided gently. It is merely my obligation. I do not deserve such praise, Lu Fan responded humbly. Your modesty is commendable, and your exemplary academic performance warrants nurturing. When you have the opportunity to return to the university, do visit the Huaguang Research Institute. You can learn much from your doctoral seniors and other professors, Professor Song said, gently adjusting Lu Fan's slightly disheveled collar, her smile radiating kindness. Lu Fan felt somewhat overwhelmed, not only by Professor Song's demeanor, but also by the realization that the Huaguang Research Institute is one of the most prestigious research institutions at Xiamen University. It primarily focuses on physical sciences and technology, having made significant contributions to the nation's physics and material science. Gaining entry to this institute is no small feat. A doctorate is merely the minimum requirement. The halls are filled with experts, professors, academicians, and esteemed foreign scholars. As an undergraduate, Lu Fan could only hope to glimpse its entrance. Most importantly, his field of study did not align with the institute's focus. However, The fact that Professor Song would encourage him to visit the Huaguang Research Institute was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. "Thank you very much, Professor Song," Lu Fan said with heartfelt gratitude. "Very well, then you may attend to your matters. I shall first retrieve my funds from that business owner." Professor Song replied with a gentle nod, proceeding with calm purpose toward the robust man. Lu Fan did not depart. Instead, he quickened his pace to catch up. He was genuinely concerned about allowing a woman in her 60s or 70s to handle such a conflict alone. "Why are you following me?" Professor Song asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "I am coming with you to collect the debt. That unscrupulous owner insulted me earlier, and I must assert myself before him." Lu Fan grinned. Seeing his sunny smile, Professor Song understood his true intention was to ensure her safety and to accompany her, preventing any unforeseen mishaps. A warm wave of affection washed over her heart. "Ah, if only my grandson were still with us. He would be about your age, equally bright and considerate, and adept at caring for others," Professor Song said, taking Lu Fan's hand, her expression suddenly turning somber as she sighed deeply. Lu Fan felt a pang of shock. He had not realized that Professor Song's beloved grandson had passed away. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to comfort this elderly woman who had endured the sorrow of outliving her own child. "Let us set aside these sorrowful matters and swiftly confront that unscrupulous landlord to see if he dares to berate us as he did earlier," Professor Song said, momentarily dispelling her sadness with a faint smile. Chapter 82. If you wish to kiss, do so promptly. Xiaofan, was that Professor Song from your school? After assisting Professor Song in reclaiming her investment in compensation and ensuring her safe departure, Auntie and Lu Fan reunited, curiosity evident in her voice. "Indeed. She is by Jia's doctoral advisor," Lu Fan replied with a nod. "Oh dear, why didn't you mention that earlier? I could have greeted her." Preventing any perception of rudeness on our part, Auntie reproached gently. "It's quite all right. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future," Lu Fan smiled slightly, continuing to select vegetables in the market. Onlookers, aware of the recent events, regarded him with admiration as they shopped. Those who had received 500 yuan in compensation greeted him with cheerful warmth. However, the vendors cast Lu Fan glances imbued with complexity, like the burly man. They were merchants too, and with the latter exposed for his deceitful practices and hefty penalties, they felt a somber sense of shared misfortune. Yet, this was fortuitous for Lu Fan, as he perceived the vegetables he purchased today to be particularly substantial. "You performed admirably today, exhibiting both courage and intelligence. Not only did you avert a violent confrontation, but you also disciplined a rogue vendor, safeguarding the interests of many. Such actions deserve commendation. However, Andy must caution you. It was truly perilous. What if he had impulsively resorted to violence? You cannot fathom the anxiety and fear I felt at that moment. Please refrain from such recklessness in the future," Auntie expressed, a mix of pride and concern in her tone, especially as others cast admiring glances at Lu Fan. She relished the feeling of shared pride. "I understand, Annie. I have gathered all my vegetables, so I shall take my leave for now. I will visit you again soon," Lu Fan assured her. "Very well, do call if you need anything," Annie nodded, waving goodbye to Lu Fan. At the Bai residence, in the kitchen, Lu Fan recounted his experiences in the market while washing vegetables. Upon mentioning the burly man's intent to draw a knife, Bai Fengyi's heart skipped a beat. Her brow furrowed in concern as she approached Lu Fan, scrutinizing him from head to toe to ensure he was unharmed before returning to her task. Though she said nothing, the seriousness of her worry warmed Lu Fan's heart. This feeling of being cared for and cherished is truly a treasure. People fervently pursue beautiful love and marriage in hopes of finding a life partner who understands their heart and soul. "Are Professor Song and Auntie all right?" Bai Fengyi inquired, her concern for the two elders surfacing. "Of course, under my wise and formidable presence, a mere unscrupulous vendor is as inconsequential as a stray dog, easily dealt with," Lu Fan replied confidently. Lu Fan couldn't help but boast a little. Bai Fengyi shot him an unreserved glare. This fellow had done something respectable and was already getting carried away again. "Sister Bai, I witnessed injustice and acted righteously. Shouldn't you reward me in some way?" Lu Fan stealthily moved closer to Bai Fengyi, wearing a face full of expectation, and whispered his inquiry. "What kind of reward do you seek?" Bai Fengyi inquired without lifting her head. Lu Fan remained silent, merely pouting at her, his intention unmistakable. Bai Fengyi cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "I'm busy." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt not a shred of disappointment. Rather, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Her statement of being busy, while ostensibly indicating a lack of time, subtly implied that she would not take the initiative, yet he could proceed to kiss her on his own accord. Thank you, Sister Bai. Lu Fan quickly dried his hands, gently turning Bai Fengyi's body towards him and cradling her face, aligning it with his own. Throughout the entire process, Bai Fengyi resembled a marionette, offering no resistance. After a brief glance at him, her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she quietly closed her eyes, appearing to surrender to Lu Fan's whims. Sister Bai, wrap your arms around my waist. You've never embraced me before. I wish to experience what it feels like to be held by your gentle hands. Lu Fan gazed at Bai Fengyi's bashful demeanor and her enticingly pursed lips. His heart already aflame with desire, yet he restrained his impulses and spoke softly. Why do you ask for so much? Bai Fengyi opened her beautiful eyes and glared at him, yet her hands trembled slightly as they reached for Lu Fan's waist. The moment her hands made contact with his lower back, a jolt of electricity surged through them, an extraordinary and delightful sensation flooding their minds. Both of them shuddered involuntarily. Sister Bai, I adore you holding me like this. It feels warm, as if the entire world is enveloping me, filling my heart with warmth. Lu Fan, entranced, could not help but embrace Bai Fengyi's waist as well. Their positions shifted, their noses almost touching, bodies pressed closely together. A faint fragrance of her hair mingled with her intoxicating scent, wafting from Bai Fengyi and enveloping Lu Fan. He felt as though he were on the verge of intoxication. Her supple waist was slender and soft, incredibly comfortable, much like a delightful plush toy one could not bear to part with. Lu Fan felt as if he were addicted, yearning to hold her like this forever. If we're going to kiss, let us not dawdle. Why linger? Inhaling the masculine scent of Lu Fan, imbued with vitality and allure, Bai Fengyi savored the essence of him, feeling her breath grow increasingly rapid. Unconsciously, she tightened her embrace, feigning impatience with a soft prompt, yet concealing an indescribable shyness within. Fair sister, we must remain together until the seas run dry and the stones decay, murmured Lu Fan, his warm lips gently descending upon the delicate petals of Bai Fengyi's soft mouth. A soft sigh escaped Bai Fengyi's lips as she wrapped her slender hands around Lu Fan's waist, unconsciously transitioning to embrace his neck. Unbeknownst to her, her toes had lightly lifted, drawing her closer to Lu Fan, as if eager to fuse into one being. In that moment, Lu Fan felt as though the world contained only them. Xiao Fan, how is lunch coming along? What dishes are you preparing? The voice of Zhu Xiaofan suddenly resonated from outside the kitchen door. Then came the unmistakable sound of a lock clicking open. Immersed in their sweet reverie, the couple was jolted as if struck by a thunderclap. With hearts racing, they instinctively separated, almost in perfect harmony. I told you to be quicker, yet you dawdle. At this rate, when will we eat? You can manage the rest on your own. I'm heading back to my room, Bai Fengyi said coldly, placing the basket of vegetables down with a sharp motion before turning on her heel and striding out of the kitchen without a glance back. Chapter 83. The mother-in-law's trial. What could have caused her sudden anger? Zhu Xiaofan wondered, watching her daughter's swift departure, perplexed as she turned to Lu Fan. It's nothing. Aunt Bai is upset with me for being too impulsive at the market, which put both my aunt and her advisor in a precarious situation. Lu Fan quickly devised a perfect excuse. Indeed, upon hearing that her sister-in-law had encountered danger, Zhu Xiaofan's attention was immediately diverted. Your aunt? Did you run into Lin Yulan at the market? What danger did she face? Is she hurt? Zhu Xiaofan inquired anxiously. Lu Fan recounted the events at the market, embellishing the tale of his confrontation with a burly man to make it sound more thrilling and perilous. You and Yulan weren't harmed, were you? Zhu Xiaofan rushed to check on Lu Fan, relieved to find him unscathed. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. You continue cooking. I'll call Yulan to check on her. With that, Zhu Xiaofan hurriedly exited the kitchen to call her sister-in-law in the living room. Phew, that was close. Lu Fan exhaled, patting his racing heart and taking several deep breaths. If Bai Fengyi's parents discovered that he had taken their precious daughter and was being intimate with her in the kitchen, they would undoubtedly not hesitate to break his legs. It seemed imperative that he devise a plan to extricate himself from this predicament swiftly. Otherwise, every time he shares intimate moments with Sister Bai, it feels like a precarious endeavor, fraught with anxiety and trepidation, akin to a thief in the night. Sooner or later, even in the absence of illness, the stress may very well induce some ailment. Lu Fan's thoughts raced, furrowing his brow in contemplation, yet he found himself devoid of clarity. Not long after, in the kitchen, a symphony of pots and pans resonated. Lu Fan, wielding his knife skills with both proficiency and confidence, prepared a delightful array of dishes. Soon, a banquet of visually appealing and aromatic culinary creations adorned the dining table. The braised pork gleamed with a rich, enticing hue and wafted an irresistible fragrance. The steamed fish was tender and delectable, its broth rich in flavor. Alongside, there were stir-fried seasonal vegetables and refreshing cucumber salad. Lu Fan gazed upon his creations with satisfaction. Buoyed by a sense of optimism, he believed that if he could win over the palates of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, the obstacles to his relationship with Sister Bai would diminish significantly, perhaps even transforming into sources of support. In the dining room, Zhu Xiaofan savored Lu Fan's culinary offerings, her praises flowing freely. The braised pork was succulent yet not greasy, lean yet tender, melting in the mouth with a burst of flavor that lingered delightfully. The fish was fresh and tender, yielding easily to chopsticks with a delicate texture, while the broth was exceptionally savory. The greens were crisp and refreshing. Vibrant leaves complemented by bright carrots and mushrooms, creating an enticing visual feast. The cucumber salad was equally crunchy and refreshing, cleansing the palate and evoking the coolness and comfort of summer. Xiao Fan, your culinary skills have truly reached new heights, Zhu Xiaofan remarked, her gaze fixed on Lu Fan, her eyes sparkling with the unique admiration a mother-in-law holds for a son-in-law, growing fonder with each passing moment. She had taken the opportunity to observe Lu Fan closely today, noting not only his culinary prowess, but also his composed demeanor and increasingly mature conversation, embodying the essence of manliness. Even her sister-in-law Lin Yulan had praised Lu Fan's performance at the market over the phone, her compliments seemingly endless. Zhu Xiaofan couldn't help but ponder. If Lu Fan were indeed to become her son-in-law, it might not be such a bad prospect. Xiao Fan, with your remarkable qualities, I imagine you must have many admirers. I wonder if you currently have a girlfriend, she inquired casually, though the inquiry felt anything but trivial. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Zhu Xiaofan to broach such a topic. Could she have sensed something while in the kitchen? A flicker of anxiety coursed through him as he discreetly glanced at Bai Figgy. He noticed her chopsticks hesitate slightly, yet her expression remained inscrutable, observing with an air of composure. In that moment, he realized that he could only rely on himself. His mind raced as he navigated the complexities of the situation, knowing he must neither reveal his relationship with Bai Figgy nor fall prey to what he suspected might be Zhu Xiaofan's probing inquiry following her discovery of their connection. With a deep breath, Lu Fan responded casually, "Auntie, I am not certain how many girls like me, but I do have a girlfriend now." He continued, "Our relationship is splendid. I love her as a butterfly cherishes the fragrance of flowers, and she loves me as a fish cannot live without water. We have become integral parts of each other's lives, inseparable. In my heart, she is the most beautiful girl in the world, graceful, gentle, and possessing an undeniable charm. She is also considerate and nurturing, truly an exceptional young woman. I have vowed to marry no one but her." Lu Fan cast a sly glance at Bai Figgy, speaking with calm confidence, his eyes sparkling like stars. He had deftly answered his mother-in-law's probing question, leaving no room for doubt, while also expressing his profound affection for Bai Figgy. In his mind, his response was flawless, earning himself a perfect score. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Figgy felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her cheeks burning crimson as if they could ignite. She felt embarrassed, as though her toes might soon dig into the floorboards. This little rascal, why must he embellish his words so sweetly when simply answering would suffice? Did he not realize how awkward this made her in front of her parents? Her father was well aware of their relationship, and Lu Fan's overt declarations left her utterly mortified. Zhu Xiaofan was equally taken aback by Lu Fan's boldness in openly professing his affections for her daughter. Her expression turned slightly awkward as she discreetly observed her daughter's reaction. Although Bai Figgy maintained an outward composure, internally she was a whirlwind of embarrassment, prompting Zhu Xiaofan to feel both exasperated and amused. The youth of today are truly perplexing, if they are indeed fond of each other and already together. Why the need for such coyness in front of her and her husband, making it difficult for her to navigate the conversation? Nonetheless, Zhu Xiaofan was generally pleased with Lu Fan's answer and demeanor. His courage to declare his feelings in front of them indicated genuine sincerity towards her daughter. "Since you are so affectionate, when do you plan to marry? How will you arrange the wedding?" Zhu Xiaofan pondered for a moment, glancing between her daughter and Lu Fan, before earnestly raising the most pressing question. Even Bai Qingjun, who had remained silent until now, set down his chopsticks, his expression serious as he regarded Lu Fan. Chapter 84. Sister Bai, shall we cohabit? Mom, a man should prioritize his career. He is only 22 and preparing for graduate studies. Why are you asking him about this? Bai Fingyi elegantly continued her meal, her demeanor calm, as if the conversation between her parents and Lu Fan did not concern her. Zhu Xiufan shot her a reproachful glance. This foolish girl. Lu Fan is still young, yet you are already 27, an age that teeters on the brink of 3 decades. And as your mother, how can I not feel anxious? It is precisely because Lu Fan is so youthful that we must hasten towards marriage. Otherwise, what if he finds himself enamored with another young woman in the future? Xiao Fan, do not heed Feng Yi's misguided words. It is indeed prudent for a man to establish a family before pursuing a career. I understand that you are currently focused on your studies and have your own aspirations and plans. However, establishing a family and a career need not be mutually exclusive. In fact, having a stable familial support system can propel you forward in your professional endeavors, instilling greater motivation and confidence. Would you not agree? Zhu Xiufan gently counseled, even presenting a living example in her own father, who married her first and subsequently found success in his career. Auntie, you also believe I should marry first, right? Lu Fan's face lit up with enthusiasm as he eagerly nodded in agreement. Actually, I've thought the same. Forming a family and pursuing a career are not in conflict. Moreover, I have plans to start a family soon after marriage, ideally with twins, one boy to care for and protect his sister. I believe my parents, along with my understanding in-laws, will assist us in raising the children. Once they grow older and my career stabilizes, we can bring them back and together honor both sets of parents. It would be a joyful and harmonious existence, a truly blissful affair. Lu Fan gazed intently at Bai Fengyi, his eyes shimmering with fervor as he envisioned a beautiful future while effortlessly flattering his in-laws, subtly ensuring they would be more inclined to support them in child-rearing once they learned of his relationship with Bai Jia. Though Bai Fengyi maintained a composed demeanor, her ears were keenly attuned to Lu Fan's heartfelt musings on marriage. She felt somewhat bashful at the thought of directly inquiring about his feelings. Yet her mother's questions aligned perfectly with her curiosity. However, upon hearing Lu Fan express thoughts about having children, her cheeks flushed and she lowered her gaze, pretending to be engrossed in her meal, even as her heart raced with a mix of shyness and sweetness. Through Lu Fan's vivid words, she could almost envision the warm and joyous scene of their families together. Zhu Xiufan, observing Lu Fan's hopeful demeanor, felt a surge of joy within. She had not anticipated their thoughts to align so closely, although his youth and inexperience still caused her some concern. Witnessing Lu Fan's earnest approach to marriage and family brought her immense comfort. Xiao Fan, you are right. Establishing a family and a career can indeed complement one another. However, you must remember that a family requires the joint efforts and contributions of both partners. It must be nurtured and managed with care to ensure lasting happiness and harmony. Fengyi, this is advice for you as well. Keep it close to your heart. At the end, Zhu Xiufan imparted a meaningful reminder to Bai Fengyi, saying, Mom, I understand. You should eat quickly, otherwise, the food will get cold. A subtle blush flickered in Bai Fengyi's eyes as she feigned composure and urged her mother. She had no doubt that if the discussion continued, all matters would be laid bare. She dared not let Lu Fan know that her parents were already aware of their relationship. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become more unrestrained and act on his desires. At the very least, she needed to be able to face his affections with equanimity first. Thanks to Bai Fengyi's interruption, the conversation about marriage was momentarily shelved. However, after lunch, a message from Lu Fan stirred her previously tranquil heart into a tempest once more. Sister Bai, let's move out together. Lu Fan eagerly gazed at the message he had sent, his eyes brimming with anticipation and his entire being aflame with excitement. This was the best solution he could devise after much contemplation. Living at the Bai residence made it excessively challenging to be intimate with Sister Bai, hindering the development of their relationship. He had initially considered inviting her to his home, but frequent visits would raise suspicions with her parents. Moving out together was the optimal solution. He could simply fabricate a business trip for her and return home periodically. Moreover, he now had a new apartment, eliminating the need for rent. What a rascal! Why does he always focus his energy and intellect on such matters and conjure up so many bizarre ideas? Bai Fengyi scolded, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Lu Fan's suggestion to cohabit implied a deeper intimacy. How could she wash herself clean and then willingly walk into the tiger's den? Focus on your studies and stop thinking about such nonsense, she added, punctuating her words with a playful jab. It was curious. Sister Bai clearly enjoyed being affectionate with him. Yet she hesitated about moving in together. Lu Fan's expression soured, perplexed by her reluctance. The heart of a woman was indeed difficult to decipher. But I am brimming with energy, constantly thinking of you, and unable to concentrate on anything else. What should I do? Lu Fan lamented. Find a way yourself. Bai Fengyi replied, biting her lower lip, her cheeks flushed. Lu Fan's two brief sentences felt like the temptation of forbidden fruit, continually shaking her resolve and will. She was a normal woman, vibrant and in the prime of her life. Especially after that fateful day, having tasted the sweetness of intimacy. How could she possibly remain as untroubled and unambitious as before? Yet, her inner modesty prevented her from bravely taking that crucial step. Cohabit? Or not? Bai Fengyi paced restlessly in her room, her fingers occasionally tapping lightly against her phone case. It seemed that, for now, there was no hope. Lu Fan sighed deeply. His expression laden with despondency. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling for a considerable time before gradually regaining his composure. The evolution of their relationship had indeed progressed rather swiftly. It had only been a week, and it was entirely reasonable for Sister Bai to hesitate in fully entrusting herself to him. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay with him. He had not yet earned Sister Bai's unequivocal trust, nor had he provided her with sufficient feelings of security. He needed to reach a level where she could wholly rely on him. Lu Fan engaged in a silent monologue, earnestly reflecting and introspecting upon his own shortcomings. Chapter 85. Lu Fan's retreat. Love is reciprocal, and the importance of empathy cannot be overstated. Oftentimes, what one offers may not align with what the other desires. Lu Fan resolved that he must not stray down this erroneous path. Sister Bai, I understand now. I will focus on my studies first. And once I succeed in my postgraduate application, we can revisit this matter. He hastily typed out the message and, after sending it, took a deep breath to concentrate on his revision. At the Bai residence, Bai Fengyi read Lu Fan's reply, then glanced at the 6 words she had previously composed. Let us live together, her expression momentarily faltering. A delicate blush adorned her porcelain-like features. After much internal conflict, she finally steeled herself to abandon her reservations and take that courageous step forward. Yet, Lu Fan responded with, forget it. Just focus on your studies. Bai Fengyi deleted her 6 words and replied anew. She then placed her phone aside and sat by the window, gazing at the azure sky where clouds drifted gracefully, yet the sun blazed fiercely, mirroring her current emotional state. In the following 4 days, Lu Fan scarcely ventured outside, immersing himself in intense study. On the first day, ding. The host has signed in on the bed and acquired the skill of a controllable biological clock. The host may now autonomously regulate their sleep schedule. On the second day, ding. The host has signed in on the bed and gained a charisma of 10 and a physique of 6. On the third day, ding. The host has signed in while reciting English and obtained an emotional language influence of 12. On the fourth day, ding. The host has signed in the bathroom and secured a family entrepreneurial fund of 3 million. Lu Fan listened to the system's notifications, feeling a wave of relief and joy wash over him. With the system in his life, it truly felt akin to cheating, an exhilarating experience. Although the rewards from the system sometimes seemed peculiar, even their utility was unclear, Lu Fan harbored no disdain for them. After all, they were all bonuses he had received effortlessly. Additionally, possessing a multitude of skills could prove advantageous. What seemed useless now might one day become invaluable, possibly even life-saving in critical moments. For now, Lu Fan held a singular thought. As long as the system remained, any ability would be welcome, and the more, the merrier, even if it meant mastering the art of unclogging drains. After 4 consecutive days of relentless work, forsaking sleep and sustenance, Lu Fan finally completed his review of mathematics and English. Now, only political studies remained. Stretching his limbs, he felt as though the system had bestowed upon him an additional 6 points of vitality, granting his body a comprehensive rejuvenation and enhancement. Not only did he feel physically stronger, but his previous ailments, including back pain and various minor complaints, had vanished without a trace. Each day he brimmed with energy, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of strength surged within him. Furthermore, the controllable biological clock proved to be a remarkable boon. Whenever fatigue struck, he could slip into a deep slumber instantaneously, enjoying unparalleled sleep quality, and awaken at will, free from the fear of oversleeping. This system was akin to a personal treasure chest, unveiling a myriad of unforeseen delights. Additionally, the $3 million entrepreneurial fund arrived just in time, perfectly positioned to assist him in launching his own venture and addressing the initial financial challenges of acquiring a factory and equipment. Lu Fan felt a surge of joy as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, sensing a subtle enhancement in his appearance, though he could not quite tell if he had truly changed. Feng Yi, it has been 4 days since Xiao Fan last ventured outside. I hope nothing is amiss. Bai Jia expressed her concerns. He is merely engrossed in his studies. He sends me messages daily to assure me of his well-being. Bai Feng Yi replied with an elegant calmness as she quietly enjoyed her lunch, though a fleeting shadow of worry danced in her beautiful eyes, betraying her true emotions at that moment. Over the past 4 days, Lu Fan had only exchanged brief greetings with her. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, leaving her messages unanswered. This was a stark contrast to his previous behavior, where he would cling to her every moment. Could it be that he was upset after my rejection that day, feeling wounded? Big sister Bai, I have emerged from my retreat. Please open the door. Lu Fan suddenly sent a message. He was back. Bai Feng Yi abruptly set down her utensils, her graceful figure rising swiftly from her seat. Her expression a blend of excitement and joy as she hurried toward the door. Yet, just before she opened it, she halted, taking several deep breaths to steady her emotions. This insufferable fellow had caused her 4 days of worry. She could not let him off so easily. Zhu Xiaofan and Bai Shijun closely followed her to the door. Hurry up and open the door. Why the delay? Zhu Xiaofan urged upon noticing her daughter's hesitance. There is no rush. I want to keep him waiting. Bai Feng Yi replied coolly. Feng Yi, I must express my serious concerns about you. Young women today, like yourself, often indulge in such antics. Remember, the heart is tender. Do not assume that affection guarantees invulnerability. If you continue this way, what if he decides to leave one day? Zhu Xiaofan admonished gravely. Feng Yi, life is a journey with a one-way ticket. Once you miss a beautiful view, there is no turning back to reclaim it. Your current lack of appreciation may lead you to regret only when it is too late. Zhu Xiaofan, rarely angered, glared at her daughter and reprimanded her. Bai Feng Yi, with her exquisite and radiant visage, momentarily froze, her complexion paling slightly. Could it be that her actions were indeed misguided? If you do not open the door, I shall do so myself. I cannot bear the thought of any trouble befalling my son-in-law. Zhu Xiaofan shot her a glance filled with exasperation and, in a flurry of urgency, opened the door herself. A young man, freshly bathed, with a clean complexion, donned in a white shirt and basketball shorts, stood outside like a striking figure amidst a crowd. His tall frame exhibited robust muscles, and a warm, radiant smile adorned his face, showcasing 8 perfectly white teeth. Zhu Xiaofan and the others were taken aback, staring at him in awe. For reasons unknown, although Lu Fan's appearance had not changed, they sensed an indefinable difference. His eyes seemed brighter than before, his eyebrows slightly thicker, and his physique more solid. There was an added air of maturity and grace about him, exuding a refreshing charm that was pleasing to behold. Chapter 86. No, you must come to my home. Hello, auntie, uncle, and sister Bai. Lu Fan greeted them with a gentle smile. Ah, it's been a few days since we last saw you, and he was quite worried. Come in and sit down. You must not have had lunch yet, just in time as auntie is also having a meal. Have a few bites, and if you desire anything else, auntie will cook it for you, Zhu Xiaofan said warmly, grasping Lu Fan's hand, relieved to see him in good spirits. She hastily ushered him into the house. Lu Fan, somewhat flustered by the unexpected warmth, replied, Auntie, please don't be so overly polite. It makes me feel a bit awkward. Speaking of which, you should be chastised. You went silent without a word, shutting yourself away. Do you not realize that for the past 4 days, both Feng Yi and I have been so worried we could hardly eat or sleep? We nearly called the police to force our way into your home to see how you were faring. Zhu Xiaofan scolded him, her eyes narrowing in disapproval. Mom, let him eat first, Bai Feng Yi interjected, taken aback by her mother's sudden revelation of their recent worries, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Upon noticing Lu Fan's cheerful gaze directed at her, she shyly turned away, refusing to engage him. Let us eat first, we can discuss matters later. White Shinjun, aware of his daughter's bashfulness, tactfully intervened. Zhu Xiaofan shot a disapproving look at the disappointing father and daughter duo. Conversations are meant to resonate with others, ideally reaching the depths of their hearts. In this tender moment between Feng Yi and Lu Fan, certain sentiments must be articulated clearly. Zhu Xiaofan had deliberately laid the groundwork, hoping Lu Fan would recognize Feng Yi's concern for him, thereby nurturing a deeper affection between them. She envisioned them finding a secluded spot to share their innermost feelings, thus fortifying their bond. Who would have thought that this father and daughter duo failed to comprehend her intentions? All her efforts seemed in vain. Let us eat first, Zhu Xiaofan said with resignation. At the dining table, she inquired about Lu Fan's recent days with genuine concern, her affectionate demeanor almost inscribing the word mother-in-law on her forehead. In contrast, Bai Fengyi and Lu Fan appeared somewhat estranged, remaining silent for an extended period, which made her inwardly anxious. After lunch, she said, Xiao Fan, I need to visit Aunt Fengyi's uncle's home to check on her. She was startled a few days ago, and I haven't had the time to go see her. Fully, Xiao Fan, you two stay at home. Zhu Xiaofan methodically addressed the three of them. But weren't we supposed to? Bai Xinjuan's face displayed confusion. Hurry up. We have to attend your old comrades' gathering tonight. Zhu Xiaofan interrupted, swiftly pulling him out the door. In the living room, only Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi remained, two solitary figures. The atmosphere became inexplicably awkward. Sister Bai, you seem a bit weary after not seeing you for a few days. Lu Fan remarked softly, observing Bai Fengyi as she quietly sipped her tea. Really? I hadn't noticed, Bai Fengyi replied, maintaining a calm and indifferent demeanor. Aunt said you've been quite worried about me these past few days, unable to eat or sleep. Is that true? Lu Fan moved several positions closer to her, continuing his inquiry. No, my mother is just exaggerating, Bai Fengyi said, feeling Lu Fan's large hand encroaching towards her, his masculine aura growing more intense. Her right hand gripping the sofa cushion tightened involuntarily. Her heart raced like a startled deer, quickening with every passing moment. A faint blush gradually appeared on her delicate, bare face. But I really miss you, Sister Bai. It's driving me nearly mad, Lu Fan declared, his gaze fervent as it fell upon Bai Fengyi's exquisite features. His tone deep and earnest as he expressed his longing. He gently gathered her lustrous, silky hair, bringing it to his nose to inhale its subtle fragrance, which enchanted him. The tips of her hair brushed against his nose, provoking a slight tickle, much like his restless heart yearning for solace. This is the living room. Please behave yourself, Bai Fengyi admonished, striving to suppress her inner embarrassment. She did not retreat, maintaining a calm facade. However, the slight tremor in her voice and the tension in her body betrayed her wildly beating heart. I am unafraid. Even if your parents discover us, I would simply confess to them and proudly bring you home as my bride, Lu Fan boldly asserted, his right arm now draping over her shoulder, drawing her closer to him. These 4 days apart have made it abundantly clear that I wish to be with you for the rest of my life. Feeling the intense heat radiating from him, Bai Fengyi's heart raced even more wildly. She raised her hand, intending to push him away, only to discover that her entire body had succumbed to fatigue. She could only silently close her eyes, enveloped by Lu Fan's familiar scent. Sister Bai, I truly miss you. Lu Fan whispered softly in her ear, his deep affection and longing weaving into her consciousness. Bai Fengyi felt her defenses crumble in that moment, and the yearning that had accumulated over the days surged like a torrential tide, overwhelming her previously cold demeanor and rational mind. I miss you too, Lu Fan, kiss me, Bai Fengyi said, her hands instinctively wrapping around his waist, tilting her chin slightly as she called out softly, her voice trembling. Upon hearing her invitation, Lu Fan's heart raced with excitement, and he immediately leaned down to capture her lips. They remained as soft and sweet as ever, stirring his very soul. Bai Jia, my dear, shall we go to your bedroom? After their lips parted, Lu Fan gazed at Bai Fengyi's flushed face and flustered eyes, feeling a surge of desire within him. No, Bai Fengyi replied, her cheeks ablaze as she playfully shook her head in refusal. Why not? We've already come this far, and it's not our first time. We are legally married, so why do you still refuse? What I say goes, Bai Fengyi insisted, suppressing her inner embarrassment. Sensing Lu Fan's disappointment, she gently bit her lower lip and, in a voice barely above a whisper, murmured, we can only go to your house. What did you say? Bai Fengyi's words were so faint that Lu Fan, despite being so close, could not make them out and had to ask again. Chapter 87. Lu Fan can perform magic. If you can't hear it, then forget it. The bashful Bai Fengyi brushed aside her slightly disheveled hair and softly spoke. Her graceful body, as fluid as water, suddenly sprang to life, attempting to flee the living room sofa that left her heart in disarray, as well as from the masculine presence that stripped her of her modesty and shyness. I can no longer care about that. Bai Jia, my dear, just give in to me. Lu Fan suddenly stepped forward, his hands aiming to sweep the elegant, ethereal woman off her feet and reenact a bold advance. However, Bai Fengyi was well aware of his nature. With a swift turn, her slender fingers pointed at his forehead, and she calmly declared, "I've let you have your way once. Do not think I will allow you to succeed a second time. If you dare to impose on me again, be cautious, for I shall drive you away." Observing Bai Fengyi's cold demeanor and the air of distance she maintained, Lu Fan felt a pang of urgency, realizing that the delectable opportunity was slipping away. Suddenly inspired, he said, "Sister Bai, how about I perform a magic trick for you? If you can see through it, then from now on, whatever you say goes. If not, you must obey me in all matters. Do you dare accept?" Bai Fengyi's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she cast him a dubious glance. "You can perform magic? How come I've never known? Just learned it. That's not your concern. I merely wish to know if you dare." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, brimming with confidence, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. A live magic demonstration? Bai Fengyi had always possessed an unwavering confidence in her intellect. While she might not rival the truly great minds or prodigious geniuses, she felt more than equipped to handle Lu Fan. Moreover, magic was fundamentally an illusion, either reliant on props or deft-hand movements. Surely, she could uncover the flaws, especially since Lu Fan was merely a novice. His skills could only reach a certain threshold. Yet, observing Lu Fan's self-assured demeanor, Bai Fengyi sensed potential trickery and felt compelled to clarify every detail. In retime, and right now, Lu Fan affirmed with firm conviction, "Are there any restrictions on the methods or the time?" "None. However, to prevent you from dragging it out indefinitely should you fail to solve it, I stipulate a maximum time limit of 24 hours. During this period, you may employ any method or seek assistance from anyone. If you can unravel my magic, you win. Conversely, should I win, no one is allowed to renege later." Lu Fan reiterated emphatically. Bai Fengyi's brows knitted tightly together. Lu Fan's wager was overly lenient, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. "Bai Jia, aren't you an academic powerhouse? Surely, you wouldn't shy away?" Lu Fan teased, playfully provoking her. Bai Fengyi bit her lip, still wavering. She was proud and confident, not foolish. It was impossible for her to knowingly leap into a trap. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Fan sighed inwardly, lamenting that his overzealous words had inadvertently instilled doubt in Bai Jia, making her reluctant to take the bet. "How about we modify the terms of our wager? From the moment my magic performance concludes, the 24-hour countdown begins. For every hour you fail to crack the code, you owe me a wish, which I can call in at any time. Conversely, once you successfully solve the puzzle, I will heed your every command. Does that seem fair enough?" Lu Fan proposed. "What if I never manage to solve it?" Bai Fengyi furrowed her brow. "You can concede at any point after the 24 hours, Lu Fan replied with a disarming smile, exuding generosity. "All right, I accept your wager." Bai Fengyi bit her lip, finally resolute, and nodded gently. Lu Fan's heart soared. He had finally hooked his prize. "Bai Jia, please fetch me a piece of your intimate apparel. What do you intend to do with my lingerie?" Bai Fengyi narrowed her eyes, her gaze wary. "Do not misinterpret. It is merely for use as a prop. I would never employ it for any other purpose. Furthermore, it is your personal garment, and I cannot tamper with it, which should put your mind at ease." Lu Fan hurriedly swore his sincerity. Bai Fengyi turned her head and pondered. Indeed, there was some truth in his words. However, she shot him a furious glare, exclaiming, "Using women's lingerie as props, you are utterly shameless. Furthermore, I harbor serious doubts about your intentions." Despite her words, she retreated to her room and emerged with a delicate pink lace bra. "If you dare use it for any indecent purpose, I shall ensure your demise." As she watched her intimate garment grasped in Lu Fan's hands, Bai Fengyi's face flushed a deep crimson. A wave of embarrassment and shyness washed over her, her heart racing uncontrollably, and she felt an overwhelming urge to flee. So soft and fragrant, Lu Fan marveled internally, his eyes inadvertently drifting to a certain part of Bai Fengyi's form. Noticing his gaze, she quickly crossed her arms over her chest, indignation and embarrassment flaring within her. "What are you staring at? Get on with your magic." "Ahem, Sister Bai, do take a good look. This is your garment. Do confirm that all is well." Lu Fan pretended to showcase it with exaggerated flair. "If you're going to use it as a prop, why are you groping it?" Bai Fengyi chastised, observing Lu Fan's hands inappropriately caressing the fabric. "Technique, purely technique. My mind is utterly innocent at this moment, devoid of any impure thoughts." Lu Fan feigned innocence in his defense. Bai Fengyi, well aware that his explanation was merely a cover, chose to focus on Lu Fan's magic, momentarily dismissing her irritation. Sister Bai, do not blink. You must witness the moment of true miracle. One hand cradling the lingerie, Lu Fan began to rub his fingers together with fervor. Bai Feng's eyes were glued to him, not daring to breathe, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Fan leaned down and gently placed a kiss upon the fabric. Astonishingly, right before her eyes, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The substantial item vanished into thin air. Where has it gone? Bai Feng stared blankly at Lu Fan's empty hands, instinctively questioning him. Of course, I made it disappear. Lu Fan replied with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Where did it go? I was watching it, in your hands the entire time. You did nothing but kiss it. And it just vanished? Bai Feng struggled to comprehend this reality, advancing quickly to examine Lu Fan's hands thoroughly. She even pried his mouth open to peek inside. Nothing. Such a large item. How could it simply cease to exist? You must have hidden it on your person. She scrutinized Lu Fan's attire, frowning as she approached him to search his body. Chapter 88. Sister Bai, please don't do this. Stop, Sister Bai. What I am performing is magic. You may search me, but you must first kiss me. Is that agreeable? Lu Fan gestured towards his lips, halting her. Bai Feng, observing the exuberant smile that even a rocket could not suppress, hesitated momentarily, her cheeks flushed, before quickly pecking his lips. Hee, Sister Bai's spontaneous kiss is indeed a delightful experience, Lu Fan remarked with glee, savoring the moment. You just kissed that one. After I unravel your magic, we shall settle our accounts, Bai Feng retorted, her face crimson as she began her search. Do not rush. Take your time. You may search until the end of time, Lu Fan responded, arms wide open, relishing the sensation of her soft hands gliding across his torso. The fragrant scent of Bai Feng enveloping him. He felt as though every pore in his body had opened. A wave of comfort washing over him as he closed his eyes to savor the moment. This rogue is always scheming to take advantage of me, Bai Feng thought, vexed. She was acutely aware of the closeness of their bodies, the intimate position they were in, which greatly favored Lu Fan. However, she had made a bet and needed to act swiftly to decipher his magic, leaving no room for distractions. What puzzled her was that despite thoroughly searching Lu Fan, she had not found her missing piece of lingerie. This was utterly bewildering. Could it be that Lu Fan had deliberately distracted her with that kiss? Taking the opportunity to toss it behind him, stand over there and do not move, Bai Feng commanded, pulling Lu Fan to the center of the spacious living room and hastily inspecting the spot where he had just stood. Lu Fan, nearby, watched her every movement. His gaze fixated upon her long, curvaceous, and alluring figure. She knelt on the sofa, sprawled on the floor, bending and twisting in various positions, leaving no stone unturned as she searched underneath the cushions, beneath the coffee table, and everywhere in between. Sister Bai, your figure is truly magnificent. One of the most exquisite works of art in this world, Lu Fan exclaimed, feeling a bit parched. Bai Feng suddenly realized she had been under his scrutinizing gaze, causing her heart to race as she turned to shoot him an admonishing glance. Turn your head away, she scolded him. Sister Bai, you certainly won't find it. Why not concede gracefully and yield to me? Lu Fan said, relishing the moment with a smirk of mischief. Do not rejoice too soon. Every magic trick must have its flaws. I refuse to believe I cannot uncover it, Bai Feng replied calmly, exuding confidence. I am in no hurry. Take your time to search and unravel, Lu Fan leisurely stated, taking a seat to continue admiring Sister Bai's stunning figure, feeling an indescribable sense of contentment. 15 minutes have passed, Sister Bai. 30 minutes now. 45 minutes have swiftly elapsed, and soon it will be an hour. Bai Jia, muster your strength, or you shall owe me a wish. Lu Fan glanced at his phone, feigning encouragement. Do not speak. Grant me a moment of tranquility, Bai Feng retorted, her earlier composure now replaced by a furrowed brow. Her gaze swept across the disheveled living room she had scoured numerous times, yet found nothing. Ultimately, it settled upon the leisurely Lu Fan. Every existence leaves a trace. Despite her exhaustive search of the entire room, it seemed the elusive piece of lingerie remained hidden on Lu Fan's person, perhaps overlooked in her initial inspection. An old adage states that the most perilous places are often the safest. Given Lu Fan's nature, it was highly probable he would employ such a cunning ruse. However, to conduct a thorough search of Lu Fan's person would necessitate her initiating a kiss. Come here, Bai Feng commanded, her cheeks flushed crimson, striving to maintain her composure. What is your command, Bai Jia? Lu Fan responded eagerly, bounding over. I need to search you again. Bai Feng turned her head slightly, avoiding direct eye contact. her words trailing off. Before she could finish, her delicate face was aflame, akin to a ripe red apple, alluring and tempting. To her astonishment, Lu Fan covered his mouth with both hands, looking at her with mock trepidation. Bai Jia, you aren't intending to kiss me, are you? Is this your excuse? Be silent. No one will mistake you for a mute, Bai Fengyi chastised, her embarrassment mingling with indignation. She had never anticipated that her own initiative would be met with ridicule from Lu Fan. A tumult of anger and humiliation surged within her. Close your eyes. I am going to search you. Evading Lu Fan's heated gaze, Bai Fengyi inhaled deeply and spoke coldly. You haven't kissed me yet. Close them as instructed. Do you think I would stoop to your level of childishness? Oh, Lu Fan shrugged, obediently shutting his eyes. In the next moment, he felt Bai Fengyi draw near. Her unique fragrance enveloped him, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within, filling him with delight. If he could make Bai Jia accustomed to kissing, it would become a regular occurrence. A thought that thrilled him immensely. Lu Fan felt quite clever for orchestrating this little magic trick today. At last, their lips met. Bai Fengyi's kiss was fleeting, a mere brush like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water before she withdrew. Do not open your eyes, Bai Fengyi admonished. Her face flushed as she noticed Lu Fan's eyelids fluttering, threatening to part. Her gaze, filled with misty allure, reflected the burgeoning springtime within her heart. This foolish individual constantly seeks to take advantage of her. Little does he know that she secretly enjoys the intimacy they share. Otherwise, why would she allow him to succeed time and again, even initiating kisses? Yet, this man seems to lack the necessary wit. As every time he is on the verge of breaking through the final barrier of their relationship, some unforeseen mishap occurs, which is truly exasperating. I cannot open my eyes until I have completed my search. Bai Fengyi's delicate skin, tinted with a subtle blush, lightly rested her hands upon Lu Fan's broad and sturdy chest, feeling the strength of his physique and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Sister Bai, if you continue to touch me like this, I might misunderstand, Lu Fan suddenly remarked, his tone laced with playful teasing. Bai Fengyi paused, a flush rising to her cheeks, and retorted with mock indignation. Enough of your banter. I am searching for the flaw in your magic. Lu Fan chuckled softly, falling silent. Bai Fengyi's hands began to glide gently over him, each motion careful and meticulous, fearing she might overlook any detail. Lu Fan felt her cool fingers weaving through the edges of his clothing, brushing against his skin intermittently, stirring a flurry of emotions within him. Chapter 89. The daughter-in-law is to meet the in-laws. Remain calm, remain calm. Lu Fan hastily sought to quell the heat rising within him, lest Bai Fengyi discern his flustered state. Bai Fengyi's face was flushed with a rosy hue, as she strove to suppress her embarrassment and continued her search. Yet, to her dismay, she still found nothing. How could this be? Bai Fengyi furrowed her brows. The living room was not large. She had searched everywhere it could possibly be, leaving no reason for the absence of her sought-after item, unless that piece of lingerie was no longer in her home. But that was impossible. She had been with Lu Fan the entire time. He had no opportunity to dispose of it outside. Most importantly, it belonged to her. She firmly believed that Lu Fan would never part with it, and would even seek an excuse to keep it hidden. Sister Bai, if you truly cannot find it, perhaps you should concede defeat, Lu Fan remarked smugly. Bai Fengyi ignored him, scanning the surroundings as she inquired, Are you certain it is still in this room? Of course. Lu Fan replied without hesitation. Glancing at the time, he grinned triumphantly. Sister Bai, it has been an hour. Remember, you owe me a wish. His smile concealed a hint of mischief. Bai Fengyi perceived the underlying meaning in his words, and her enchanting features blushed slightly. Do not get too smug. I will definitely find it, she declared, her expression stern and voice icy. Originally, she had intended to locate the item first and then decipher Lu Fan's trick. Now that she had not found it, she could only reverse her approach and begin unraveling his method. Thus, she repeatedly mimicked his earlier actions, attempting to recreate them. Yet, it was evident that her efforts were destined to fail once more, for the secrets of magic can indeed be unraveled. However, Lu Fan utilized the dimensional space bestowed upon him by the system. At this moment, her garment lay quietly within, hidden from view. As long as Lu Fan refrained from retrieving it, she would forever be unable to locate it. How could it possibly be discovered? A sly smile crept upon Lu Fan's face as he mischievously suggested, Sister Bai, since you cannot find it for the time being, why not fulfill my wish instead? I am too busy, Bai Fengyi retorted, a captivating blush blooming on her fair visage. That simply will not do. We agreed that I could grant your wish at any time, Lu Fan countered, shaking his head resolutely. undeterred by Fengyi's protests. He swiftly lifted her delicate form, cradling her in his arms as he strode purposefully toward her chamber. "What are you doing? Put me down at once," Fengyi exclaimed in surprise, her lovely face etched with indignation as she struggled to break free. "Sister Bai, do you wish to be a rogue woman?" Lu Fan's gaze burned with fervor as he focused intently upon her. He had toiled mightily to finally entice Fengyi, crafting a reasonable request that compelled her consent. There was no way he would allow her to slip from his grasp once more. In an instant, he had carried Fengyi into the room. "Do not be afraid. I shall be gentle this time," Lu Fan murmured, his eyes filled with longing as he sought to reassure her. Fengyi's dark lashes fluttered softly. Her cheeks flushed with bashfulness as she turned away from his ardent gaze, pressing her lips together in silence. Lu Fan reveled in the sight of her graceful form, his eyes growing ever brighter and his heart's desire intensifying. This was a scene he had long yearned for, and it was finally about to unfold. "Sister Bai, I am coming," he declared eagerly, moving closer to her, ready to showcase his unparalleled skill in unfastening her attire. Fengyi, shyly closing her eyes, dared not move, her delicate earlobes already tinged with a charming shade of pink. Yet, in that very moment, a melodious ringtone suddenly pierced the air. For the first time in his life, Lu Fan found this beloved melody to be exceedingly irritating, a true dampener of the mood. Ignoring it, Lu Fan continued resolutely to unbutton Fengyi's garment. This was a pivotal moment in his life. All else must take a back seat. However, the incessant ringing continued, relentless as if it were a summons to doom. Though he initially intended to disregard it, the disruption proved too great for the enchanting atmosphere. Frustrated, he retrieved his phone, intending to silence it once and for all. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he hesitated briefly before pressing the answer button. "Mom, what is it? Is something the matter? Your father has been in an accident. He is currently in the hospital. Would you like to come see him? Father was in an accident? What is his condition? Is it serious? Which hospital? I am on my way." In an instant, Lu Fan's fervent heart was doused as he cast aside thoughts of romance and hastily inquired further. Fengyi dismissed her own shyness, gazing tenderly and with concern at Lu Fan's anxious and handsome face. Fortunately, it was merely a leg injury and a few fractured ribs. The doctor assured that a period of rest would suffice. "Are you implying that my father's accident occurred before today?" Lu Fan felt a momentary jolt in his heart, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. He understood that his parents must have concealed the incident to spare him unnecessary worry, only informing him after confirming there was no imminent danger to life. They chose to share good news rather than bad, minimizing great concerns into small ones. This is the silent love of the older generation, always striving to resolve matters themselves to prevent their children from fretting or feeling burdened. "Everything is fine now. It's really not serious. If you're busy, there's no need for you to come over. I can take care of your father," his mother said on the other end of the phone. "What are you saying? Give me the address. I'll come immediately," Lu Fan replied. "Is your father all right?" Fengyi gently inquired once Lu Fan ended the call. "He's fine, injured, but not in any life-threatening condition. He just needs some time to recuperate. I'm preparing to head to the magical city to see him," Lu Fan responded, stealing a glance at her enchanting beauty and captivating form, feeling regretful for almost missing the moment once again. This scenario seemed more melodramatic than any kitsch soap opera, stirring a mix of frustration and helplessness within him. "White sister, wait for my return. I assure you, such incidents will not recur," Lu Fan said with lingering reluctance as he turned to leave the room. This little rascal, even at such a time, still has other matters on his mind, as if I could escape. Fengyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot an exasperated glare at his retreating figure. "Wait a moment," she called out from behind. "What is it?" Lu Fan paused and turned to face her. "I will accompany you," Fengyi replied, gracefully rising while adjusting her disheveled clothing and hair. "Really?" Lu Fan exclaimed with delight. "What do you mean by really? Your parents and I have always had a good relationship. It is only right for me to visit them." Fengyi shot him a look and quickly gathered 2 sets of clean clothes before stepping out with Lu Fan. In truth, she harbored a more significant reason for her decision. Now that she and Lu Fan were legally bound, she essentially held the status of a daughter-in-law in the Lu family. With her father-in-law hospitalized, it was her duty as a daughter-in-law to pay a visit and express her filial respect, a moral obligation she found difficult to articulate. Chapter 90. The hospital. On the flight to the magical city, Lu Fan sat quietly, observing the aircraft traverse through the clouds, where sunlight occasionally broke through, only to be enveloped by mist. The news of his father's accident had momentarily stirred worry within him, yet his spirits remained surprisingly high. From the moment he boarded the plane, he sensed that Bai Fengyi had shed her shackles, soaring freely through the skies like a liberated bird. His attitude underwent a significant transformation. Not only did she take the initiative to clasp his hand, their fingers entwined, but she also leaned her cheek and half of her body against his shoulder. Their actions exuded intimacy, as if they were a couple deeply in love, which left him both astonished and delighted. A subtle realization dawned upon him. Perhaps the smallness of Shaman had compelled her to suppress her feelings for him, hesitant to display too much affection in the presence of acquaintances. Now, liberated from those constraints, she felt free to express her emotions. Fair lady, should you harbor feelings for me, do not hesitate to showcase them boldly. I find great joy in your affectionate gestures, Lu Fan whispered softly into Bai Fengyi's ear. Seemingly bashful at having her sentiments unveiled, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Yet, she did not shy away. Instead, her delicate hand gently entwined around his arm, shifting her body closer to him for a more comfortable position. Do not speak. I wish to rest quietly for a while, Bai Fengyi murmured, her phoenix eyes slightly closing. Lu Fan promptly adjusted his posture, ensuring her comfort. The airplane glided smoothly through the clouds, with sunlight streaming through the window, enveloping them in warmth and tranquility. Lu Fan's gaze frequently wandered to Bai Fengyi's serene and contented visage as she slept, filling his heart with tenderness and indulgence. And a gentle wave of happiness washed over him. Her trust and reliance on him further solidified his belief in her affections, bringing him immense joy. In this fleeting life, spanning but a few decades, what could be more fulfilling than winning the heart of a beloved and never parting ways? Such a seemingly simple yet profound love is a treasure that, amidst 1,000 souls, few are fortunate enough to encounter. An hour and a half later, the plane landed in the vibrant metropolis. Hand in hand, Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi hailed a taxi, heading directly to the people's first hospital. I shall buy some fruit, Bai Fengyi said, releasing Lu Fan's hand as they stood outside the hospital. There's no need. We are already a family. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. Bai Fengyi cast him a sidelong glance, replying lightly, I have yet to formally enter the Lu family. In an instant, Lu Fan comprehended her implications and cheerfully acquiesced to her request, teasingly remarking, So, fair lady, does this mean you are finally acknowledging your intention to officially join the Lu family? I merely adhere to basic etiquette, Bai Fengyi replied with a calm demeanor. Fair lady, I believe one can be more candid in life, without the need for pride or duplicity. Otherwise, it can be quite burdensome, don't you think? Lu Fan imparted sagely. Bai Fengyi narrowed her eyes at him. I am only a widow, not divorced. Would you care to experience what it's like when I am taken away by the authorities while you are whisked away by the ambulance? Lu Fan chuckled awkwardly, hastily responding. Of course, I would choose you as my wife. I certainly do not wish for you to become a widow. Bai Fengyi's lips curled into a slight smile. She said nothing further and turned to enter a nearby fruit shop. Lu Fan stood outside, patiently awaiting her return. After a brief moment, Bai Fengyi emerged, carrying several bags of fruit, and together they made their way to the hospital. Upon reaching the ward, Lu Fan took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. Inside the room, Lu's father lay quietly on the hospital bed. Though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, he seemed to be in reasonably good spirits. Upon seeing Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi enter, Lu Guoming's eyes sparkled with surprise as he struggled to sit up. Dad, please don't move, just lie back. Lu Fan quickly approached and supported his father's shoulder. Bai Fengyi stepped forward as well, placing the fruit on the bedside table, and softly inquired, How are you feeling? I'm fine, just a few minor injuries, Lu Guoming replied with a smile, his gaze astonished as he looked at her. Xiao Fan has come to see me. Why did you come all this way? It must have cost a fortune for the flight, and it would be unfortunate to disrupt your work and rest. It's all right. I'm on vacation now. Besides, you've been injured, so it is only right for me to come and visit. Bai Fengyi gently shook her head, suppressing her embarrassment. Observing Lu Fan's father, she now understood some of the challenges Lu Fan faced. Previously, she had addressed him as Minggu and referred to Lu Fan's mother as sister. Now that she and Lu Fan were officially married, it felt inappropriate to continue using those terms. Yet, the thought of suddenly calling Lu Guoming uncle or dad felt equally awkward, and she couldn't bring herself to do so. Whereas Mom, Lu Fan noticed her discomfort and timely shifted the conversation. She should be home cooking and will be here shortly, Lu Guoming explained, gesturing for Bai Fengyi. Fengyi, there's a chair here. Please sit. No need to be polite. I can stand. Bai Fengyi gracefully declined the offer. She was, after all, a woman of stunning beauty, possessing an ethereal quality and an elegant demeanor that radiated sophistication and poise, making her appear even more refined and noble, like an orchid blooming atop a snowy peak. She emanated a unique brilliance that captivated all eyes. As soon as she entered the ward, she instantly drew the attention of everyone present. "Brother Liu, is this your son? And is that his girlfriend? They are indeed a match made in heaven. You are truly blessed," remarked a middle-aged man with an injured foot. His face filled with envy as he gave Lu Guoming a thumbs up, repeatedly expressing his admiration. "Indeed, what a blessing it is. Your son is handsome and talented. And your daughter-in-law is equally exquisite and possesses an extraordinary grace. What filial piety they display. If only my son and daughter-in-law could possess even a fraction of their excellence. I would wake up smiling from my dreams," lamented another bespectacled uncle, who appeared quite cultured, shaking his head in a mix of envy and jealousy, casting a disappointed gaze at his own offspring. The other patients and their families in the ward nodded in agreement, their eyes frequently appraising Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi, sharing a collective admiration for the couple. "Please, you misunderstand. Feng Yi is my neighbor. Although she is younger, she is of the same generation as I am and is also my son's teacher." Lu Guoming hurriedly waved his hands to explain. His intention was to prevent Bai Fengyi from being misjudged, sparing her any embarrassment. However, it was this very explanation that inadvertently placed Bai Fengyi in a more awkward position. Lu Fan, observing from the side, felt a surge of anxiety and silently complained that his father should speak less, as he had only just managed to alleviate Bai Fengyi's concerns, allowing her to gradually accept him. "You mustn't let a single remark send me back to square one. If that happens, I will be without a wife, and you shall be held accountable." Chapter 91, Confession. "Is that so? What a pity. I had thought this celestial young lady was your daughter-in-law," several people nearby sighed, expressing their regret. Yet, Lu Fan could distinctly sense a relief in their tone. It seemed that the fact he and Bai Fengyi were not a couple brought them a sense of balance. Indeed, human nature is fraught with contradictions. People fear others' misfortunes, while simultaneously dreading the prospect of others thriving more than themselves. "Dad," Lu Fan was about to clarify, intending to relieve Bai Fengyi's discomfort, but she had already interrupted him with a gentle smile directed at Lu Guoming. "I will go wash some fruit for you." With that, she gracefully turned and left the hospital room, carrying a few apples and pears. Observing her poise, Lu Fan felt a pang of unease, knowing that Bai Fengyi must be experiencing a mix of complex emotions at that moment. He longed to chase after her to offer comfort, but feared that being too overt would draw his father's attention. The ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet the in-laws. Now that the introduction had occurred, he thought it best to be forthright, sparing his father from further missteps that might further discomfort Bai Jia. After much contemplation, Lu Fan concluded that as a man, he must be resolute and responsible, ensuring that the woman he cherished felt secure. Even though Bai Fengyi had previously stated that their relationship should remain confidential until she permitted otherwise, he felt compelled to disregard that for the moment. "Dad, do you need to use the restroom?" Lu Fan inquired, gazing intently at his father. "No, I'm not urgent right now," Lu Guoming shook his head. "But Mom mentioned you were quite urgent," Lu Fan insisted, his gaze unwavering and tone resolute. "Ah, is that so? Then I suppose I may indeed need to go," Lu Guoming conceded. "Please assist me to the restroom." Lu Guoming sensed something unusual in his son's demeanor. It was apparent that Lu Fan had something significant to discuss. He nodded, signaling for Lu Fan to guide him. "What is it?" Lu Guoming asked, bewildered, as they entered the restroom. "I must clarify something with you. Bai Jie and I are not only a couple, but we have also registered our marriage," Lu Fan stated solemnly, his expression serious as he confessed to his father. Lu Guoming stood there, utterly stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. The look on his face suggested he had just encountered a ghost in broad daylight, leaving him incredulous. It is no surprise that his reaction is so profound. Bai Fengyi is a celestial being, possessing both beauty and wisdom since childhood. She is independent, self-reliant, and possesses strong opinions. She handles every matter with meticulous care, alleviating her parents' concerns to the extent that they and her friends often find themselves relying on her. Even the Western Athena or the Eastern Jiu Tianzuan could hardly surpass her. In stark contrast, his own son, while certainly commendable, falls significantly short in every regard compared to Bai Fengyi, making him far from her ideal choice for a partner. Moreover, The son has always resisted and bristled against Baifi's attempts to guide him. Lu Guoming never imagined that his son would end up with Baifi. When did this transpire? How was I not aware of it? And why did you not inform me? A man must maintain his composure. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Guoming quickly regained his calm, casting a reproachful glance at Lu Fan. Previously, I had called my mother, hoping she would lend me a hand. But she insisted that I am now an adult and should be self-sufficient. Unless it is a significant matter, I should not seek your assistance. After reflecting on her words, I found them reasonable and resolved the issue on my own. The reason I did not mention it is that Sister Bai disagreed. However, I believe it is necessary to inform you, as she is, after all, a young woman with a sensitive heart. Lu Fan paused, choosing not to elaborate further. Lu Guoming understood his son's implication and looked at Lu Fan with an apologetic expression, gently nodding as he said, "Yes, I misspoke earlier. I apologize." Lu Fan shook his head. "There is no need for that. It is entirely normal for you to say such things without being informed. We simply must be more cautious in the future. Furthermore, you must feign ignorance about this matter, so that Sister Bai remains unaware. When she is ready to disclose it, I will formally introduce her to you both as a daughter-in-law of the Lu family." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. This girl must have endured considerable psychological pressure to choose to be with you. It is truly commendable. As a man of the Lu family, you must protect her and never let her down regarding her feelings for you. A man must ensure that the woman he loves never regrets her choice. That is the very essence of success." Lu Guoming inhaled deeply, imparting his earnest counsel. It is already contentious for a middle-aged man of 40 to marry a young wife in her 20s. Bai Fengyi, 5 years his senior and also his teacher, is exceptionally beautiful, yet she chooses to marry her former student, which is bound to incite various rumors. I am aware of this, which is why I have chosen to disregard our agreement and confide in you, at least until she has fully overcome her psychological burdens. I hope that both you and my mother can assist in demonstrating to her that marrying into the Lu family is not a misguided choice." Lu Fan stated, "Understood. I will not let you down," Lu Guoming affirmed solemnly. He sensed that after their time apart, his son's demeanor and temperament had matured significantly, increasingly resembling that of a true man. After a considerable pause, Lu Guoming slowly spoke. "In the past, your mother and I did not take proper care of you, and we owe you much. We have relied on Fengyi for your upbringing, for which we are eternally grateful. Rest assured, when it comes to your marriage, your father and I will not be a hindrance." Lu Fan felt a warmth in his heart. The father and son emerged from the restroom, whereby Fengyi had already prepared fruit and was elegantly peeling an apple while seated beside the hospital bed. "The fruit is ready. Please have one," Bai Fengyi smiled, offering the apple to Lu Guoming. "All right, thank you. You should have one too." Lu Guoming accepted the apple, his gaze shifting between Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi, revealing a flicker of complex emotions in his eyes. Bai Fengyi, sensing something amiss, glanced up at him. Lu Guoming hurriedly turned his head, attempting to conceal any signs of his unease. "Feli, I hope your parents are well. I was in such a rush during my last visit that I didn't get a chance to properly see them," Lu Guoming said warmly, initiating a conversation. "They are doing quite well," Bai Fengyi replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 92. The Lu family's fortuitous feng shui. "Oh, Xiao Fan's here, and Fengyi as well? Why didn't you give me a call beforehand?" Lu Guoming and Bai Fengyi were engaged in conversation when a plainly dressed middle-aged woman entered the hospital room carrying a thermal food container. Upon seeing Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi, she exclaimed in delight. She was Lu Fan's mother, Yi Shuqin, 44 years old, with the marks of life's toil and the passage of time evident upon her. Yet, it was still apparent that she had once been a beauty, a trait that Lu Fan had inherited to a significant extent. "Mom, you're here," Lu Fan greeted, taking the thermal container from her hands. Bai Fengyi also stepped forward, smiling as she greeted her, "Sister-in-law, it's been a while. You must be tired. Life is like that. Where is it ever easy? But you, it seems, have become even more beautiful, like a perfectly ripened red apple." Yi Shuqin affectionately took Bai Fengyi's hand, her demeanor exceedingly warm and cheerful. Despite the 17-year age difference, the two shared a close bond due to their similar status in the family and Bai Fengyi's maturity. Yi Shuqin treated Bai Fengyi as a dear younger sister, which is why she had entrusted Lu Fan's upbringing to her from a young age. Having previously been made aware of her physical changes by the elder generation, Bai Fengyi felt a slight apprehension upon receiving Yi Shuqin's compliment. "Sister-in-law, you seem a bit worn out. Bai Fengyi quickly diverted the conversation. It's just the way things are. Business is tough, and we must work hard and tire ourselves out. Yi Shuqin urged Bai Fengyi to sit down, her concern evident. How have your parents been? It's been a while since I last visited, and I miss them dearly. My parents are both quite well. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. Bai Fengyi responded with a smile. That's wonderful. And what about Xiaofan? Has he caused you any more worry or frustration? Listen to me. If he continues to be thoughtless and annoys you, feel free to discipline him, even to the extent of breaking his legs. It would be no matter. Yu Shuqin glanced at her son Lu Fan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and spoke with a fierce tone. After all, it was her and her husband's decision to leave their son in the care of a young lady, yet he often proved to be a source of concern. As a mother, she felt genuinely guilty. The only way she could compensate was by sending gifts to the Bai family and Bai Fengyi during festivals, expressing her gratitude, and relinquishing the authority to discipline her son entirely to Bai Fengyi. Whatever grievances Bai Fengyi had with Lu Fan could be resolved through him. Mom, we are in a hospital, and many people are watching, Lu Fan called out with a resentful gaze. Lu Guoming, fearing that his wife might unwittingly speak carelessly and repeat his own past mistakes, hurriedly interjected, Xiao Fan is an adult now. You ought to give him some face and refrain from saying too much. In this vast world, the daughter-in-law holds the greatest importance. Lu Fan marrying someone as exceptional as Bai Fengyi is a tremendous blessing, a fortune bestowed upon our family. We must not let her slip away. Lu Fan is doing quite well, and he is preparing for graduate studies, working diligently to secure a recommendation for admission, Bai Fengyi said with a gentle smile. Graduate studies? You mean he can be recommended for admission without exams? Lu Guoming and Yi Shuqin looked at Bai Fengyi in astonishment, then turned to their son. Every parent harbors the greatest hopes for their children to thrive. Under Bai Fengyi's meticulous guidance and supervision, their son had gained admission to a prestigious university, securing a promising future for which they were already immensely grateful. Now, the fact that Bai Fengyi could persuade their son to change his mind about pursuing graduate studies and secure a recommendation was beyond their expectations. Is this child truly being recommended for graduate studies? How impressive! The surrounding patients and their families, upon hearing that Lu Fan could be directly admitted to graduate school, gazed at him in awe. Their admiration was no longer mere envy. It had transformed into reverence. Most parents would kneel before statues, praying merely for their children to gain admission to a good university. Graduate studies were beyond their wildest dreams. Yet here was a young man from the Lu family, capable of bypassing the usual hurdles to graduate school. This was not merely excellence. It was exceptional brilliance, leaving ordinary individuals in the dust. Which university do you attend, young man? An inquisitive uncle with glasses ventured to ask. Xiamen University, Lu Fan replied humbly. The room was instantly filled with gasps of astonishment. The glances directed at Lu Fan were akin to those reserved for a deity. Even an elderly gentleman who had been sleeping could not resist waking up, lifting his head to look at Lu Fan and Bai Fengyi. Although Xiamen University cannot be directly compared to prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua and Peking University, nor does it quite measure up to the comprehensive strengths of Shanghai's Transportation University and Fudan University, it still stands as one of China's double first-class universities. Gaining admission is already a remarkable achievement, and securing a recommendation for further studies is even more commendable. Brother Lu, your child is truly impressive, deserving of pride and honor for your family. Several individuals around Lu Guoming congratulated him. He's done well, primarily due to his own diligence, and also thanks to the excellent guidance from Fengyi. Both his mother and I have not been overly involved. Lu Guoming humbly gestured with his hands, shaking his head in modesty. However, the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed the pride and fulfillment he felt within. As parents, nothing brings greater comfort and satisfaction than seeing their child succeed. Is this beautiful young lady named Feng Yi truly your son's teacher? She appears remarkably youthful, inquired an elderly gentleman with glasses, observing the strikingly attractive and poised Bai Fengyi. Her demeanor exuded an effortless elegance, combining beauty with grace, refinement, and wisdom, clearly indicating that she was not a product of an ordinary household. Indeed, she is Xiaofan's teacher and a university instructor at that. Xiaofan's acceptance into Xiamen University owes a great deal to her efforts. She is a benefactor to our Lu family, and I find myself at a loss as to how to express my gratitude for her kindness, Yi Shuqin said, affectionately grasping Bai Fengyi's delicate hand, her words laden with appreciation and sentiment. Sister-in-law, you exaggerate. I cannot accept such accolades. The credit primarily belongs to Lu Fan himself, who is eager to learn and possesses considerable intelligence. Otherwise, it would be futile regardless of who taught him. Bai Fengyi gently shook her head, declining Yi Shuqin's insistence on attributing all the success to her. Indeed, while she might surpass Lu Fan in terms of intellect and talent, he possesses his own remarkable qualities. His passion for life, his fervent pursuit of love, and even his mischievousness, coupled with his unabashed admiration for her beauty, all hold an irresistible allure for her. These attributes have ensnared her in the web of his affections, making it difficult for her to extricate herself. Chapter 93. Lu's father assists. Especially notable is Lu Fan's recent performance, showcasing a mathematical aptitude far superior to his previous capabilities, causing Bai Fengyi to repeatedly re-evaluate her perception of him. She had once suspected that her previous insistence had led to his rebelliousness, causing him to conceal his talents. It was only after they established their relationship that he began to genuinely exhibit his intelligence and gifts. However, her advocacy for Lu Fan was principally motivated by the fact that he is now the partner she envisions for her life. She wishes for others, including his parents who often overlook his growth, to recognize his strengths. Perhaps it is precisely because his parents have not provided him with sufficient paternal and maternal affection, and due to her previous stringent expectations, that his character has retained a certain childishness, consistently seeking the most fervent expressions of love from others. Thus, she finds herself continually lowering her standards and indulging his demands upon her. Bai Fengyi softly murmured to herself, casting a gaze filled with affection towards Lu Fan. Since his parents had failed to bestow upon him the love he deserved, or perhaps did not know how to express it, she resolved to provide him with ample affection. Taking a deep breath, Bai Fengyi turned to Yi Shuqin with a gentle smile and remarked, "Indeed, Lu Fan has been performing exceptionally well lately. Pursuing graduate studies is entirely his own ambition. Although his acceptance into the program is not yet fully confirmed, it will ultimately depend on his own capabilities. And my guidance plays a minimal role in this. Is that so? So, Lu Fan is indeed quite intelligent?" Yi Shuqin paused slightly, instinctively glancing at Lu Fan, as if for the first time she were truly recognizing her son. Her educational background was modest, having only attended a vocational college, and in her mind, Bai Fengyi was the true genius. Consequently, she harbored a deep wish for Bai Fengyi to assist in nurturing her son's talents. Bai Fengyi had not disappointed her. Step by step, she had guided Lu Fan to excel into a prestigious high school and later a renowned university, and now he was even pursuing a master's degree. She had always believed these accomplishments were solely Bai Fengyi's doing, never fully contemplating who her son truly was. In this moment, she suddenly realized that she had seemingly overlooked her son for all these years. She had never even offered a single word of praise to Lu Fan. Of course, while a teacher can introduce a student to the door, the pursuit of knowledge is ultimately a personal endeavor. If Lu Fan were not intelligent, even if I were to spend 24 hours a day with him, it would be of no use. Bai Fengyi nodded, her smile radiant. The corners of her lips gently curved upwards, forming a flawless arc, reminiscent of the rising sun, warm and bright, capable of melting away all coldness and hardness. Lu Fan, Yi Shuqin, Lu Guoming, and the others in the room stood transfixed by her smile, feeling as though the world itself had become illuminated in her presence. Not only was she beautiful, but she also radiated a healing energy that drew people in, compelling them to bask in her warmth. Lu Fan sensed something profound. Gazing deeply into her eyes, where gentle lights sparkled like stars twinkling in the night sky, captivating him and seemingly softening his heart. My mother is not wrong. The progress I have made to reach this point is indeed largely due to your influence, Lu Fan said to Bai Fengyi with a faint smile. The resentment he had harbored in his heart due to the lack of parental love and companionship during his childhood dissipated entirely at that moment, for he had encountered someone who truly understood him and stood by his side. The feeling of being protected by another was delightful. He cherished and savored it earnestly. "Miss, do you have a partner?" An aunt inquired eagerly of Bai Fengyi. "Although my son's academic credentials are somewhat lacking, he has started his own business. Is a few years older than you and earns about 15,000 a month. He owns a house and a car. Would you consider him? I have no son, but my nephew graduated from a prestigious university and is only 32 years old, working at customs. He is quite handsome and comes from a good family, capable of offering a dowry of at least 3.88 million. If you don't mind, could you leave your phone number? I will have him contact you later." An anxious uncle hastily remarked. As the old saying goes, a virtuous wife can bring prosperity to 3 generations. In these times, while men have seen little change, virtuous young women have become increasingly rare, especially someone like the exquisite and intelligent young lady before us, who is not only beautiful but also exceptionally gentle, a true gem among a sea of ordinary stones. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry her will not only elevate their own family, but potentially uplift their entire lineage. It is no wonder that the aunt and uncle were overwhelmed with excitement. However, I believe you may have little hope in this matter. Dr. Biffingi possesses a remarkable academic background. At just 27 years of age, she has already become an associate professor at Xiamen University, and in a few years, she will likely ascend to full professorship. A match worthy of her must come from a distinguished family, someone of exceptional pedigree. Yi Shuqin gently declined on behalf of Biffingi with a smile. An associate professor at only 27? That is truly impressive. In the hospital room, gasps of astonishment erupted once more, even more fervently than when they discussed Lu Fan. The gazes directed at Biffingi resembled those cast upon an ethereal fairy, distant and unattainable. The uncle and aunt, who had intended to propose, exchanged glances, their lips quivering as they humbly fell silent, feeling inadequate to speak further. Such an extraordinary young woman was simply beyond the reach of their son and the younger generation of their family. Simultaneously, a sense of envy blossomed among the others for Lu Guoming. His family possessed such fortuitous circumstances. Their child was outstanding, and they had a neighbor as exceptional as Biffingi. How could they possibly lack such good fortune? However, it seemed the Lu family bore the greatest regret. The girl was older than the boy and also his teacher, making a union impossible. The thought alone evoked a sense of loss and heartache. Lu Fan discerned the unspoken thoughts of those around him and offered a faint smile, choosing not to speak. He understood his own family's situation well enough and saw no need to broadcast it to the world. Humility, indeed, is the true path to wisdom. At this moment, Lu Guoming felt a quiet joy within. He had never dared to envision a girl as remarkable as Biffingi marrying into the Lu family, becoming Lu Fan's bride. Yet now, since his son had garnered her affection, it was only natural for him, as a father, to lend his support. Xiao Fan, you arrived in such a rush that your mother didn't have time to prepare a meal for you. Take Fingy out for a nice meal, and then arrange a comfortable place for her to rest, Lu Guoming said, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and placing it into Lu Fan's hand. Oh, how could I have forgotten about this? Yi Shuqin lamented, lightly slapping her thigh. Turning to Biffingi, she said, Ficky, I apologize for not properly hosting you during your visit to see Guoming. Xiao Fan, you must ensure that Fingy is well fed, well hydrated, and well rested, understood?